Section 1 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 1. Even at that age she ruled, a sovereign queen over her comrades. The Excursion. "Which of all those charming girls is your daughter, Mrs. Osborne?" inquired a gentleman of a lady in whose house a small party was assembled. "But no, do not tell me. I like to make people out for myself." "Thank you," replied Mrs. Osborne, who was a little deaf, and of all this speech, having only heard the word charming, applied it to her party. The gentleman smiled, and, aware of her infirmity, raised his voice. "I am trying to make out Miss Osborne. It amuses me to guess people's situations from their actions, and their characters from their looks. It is Miss Osborne's birthday today, is it not?" "Yes, Violet begins her life today. God grant it may be a happy one." There was something touching in the warmth of this speech, contrasting as it did with the calm and inanimate repose deafness had given to Mrs. Osborne's manner. "We will at any rate anticipate it for her," replied her companion kindly. "She is good, I am sure, and, unless for some special purpose it is otherwise ordained, happiness comes to the good." "She's good, certainly," said Mrs. Osborne, with the same eagerness of speech. "She lives only to make others happy." "I have found Miss Osborne," cried the gentleman a few moments afterwards. "Is she not a young lady with red roses in her hair?" "Yes, that is Violet. How did you make her out?" "Because of what you told me. I saw somebody, I had remarked her for some time, thinking first of others and last of number one." "I congratulate you on your daughter, Mrs. Osborne. She is charming. Beautiful, and still more good than beautiful." "You are very kind to say so," said Mrs. Osborne, much gratified. At this moment Violet rushed up to her mother. "We are not going to dance, Mamma. I find the lovers think their mother might not like them to dance so soon after their grandmother's death, and it would be a pity for them to have to sit down." "But you will be disappointed, dear." "Oh no, Mamma, it does not matter. I was thinking of what we could do. Albert wishes to act charades. I suppose, Mamma, you have no objection?" It was evidently Violet who made arrangements, for she hardly waited for a reply before she kissed her mother's brow and was hurrying away when Mrs. Osborne detained her to introduce her to Mr. Woodruff. "An old friend of mine, Violet, though he has not been in England of late." Violet did not bow, but frankly gave him her hand. "A charming girl, indeed," exclaimed Mr. Woodruff as she left them, for he was of that age when a little show of gratification in making his acquaintance, from the young and beautiful at least, pleases a man. "I am glad you will see her act," said Mrs. Osborne, who, by this appreciation of her daughter, was wont to be confidential. "Violet acts very well. So I should guess. There is life, intelligence, and confidence in her face. She does not look as if she could be afraid. And she is right. Why should she? Who is that tall youth beside her? Is that Albert?" "Yes, he is my nephew. He is an orphan, poor boy, and his only sister, who is married, is lately gone to India. We have him constantly with us. He comes, indeed, whenever he pleases. He has a pleasant countenance, but not a great deal in it, not like Miss Violet. She has a whole history in those dark blue eyes and that brilliant smile. Your daughter's beauty would drive an Italian painter mad, Mrs. Osborne. What a skin, and what perfect auburn hair! The very tint the old painters liked, only with a touch more of gold than red." Of this rhapsody upon her daughter Mrs. Osborne heard little, but she saw by the direction of his eyes that he was commenting on Violet. She therefore smiled and thanked him. I am afraid," she added, "that I have been rather unjustifiably praising my own child, but the truth is, she's our only one, and we have very few thoughts that are not connected with her." "No praise so valuable as a mother's," said her companion kindly, "for who can know a child as well?" "True," said Mrs. Osborne with a slight smile, "but I believe a wise mother should leave her child's virtues to be discovered. See, they have arranged a charade. I hope Violet will act," she added, forgetting her late sage observation. "We think she acts so well." Violet did not act in any of the scenes of the charade. It was well done, but to Mrs. Osborne and her friend it was tedious, because the individual they wished to see did not appear. "Did you like it, Mamma?" Violet inquired, rushing up to her mother when it was concluded. "Yes, dear, it was very nice, but we wished, that is, I hoped, you would act. You must next time." "I don't know, Mamma. There are a great many good actors here tonight, and I am at home, you know. Perhaps by and by, but don't expect it." And again, kissing her mother's brow, an action which seemed so habitual as to be unconsciously done, she hastened back to her companions. 2 more charades were performed, and in the last Violet did appear, but it was in the character of a decrepit old woman, and though the acting was certainly excellent, the disguise was too complete to satisfy her mother or Mr. Woodrove. When the party, with the exception of this old friend and Albert, had dispersed, Mrs. Osborne complained with some warmth of her disappointment. "But, Mamma, it could not be helped," said her daughter. "I was at home. You would not have had me take the best parts." "Your mamma would have you please yourself sometimes, darling, instead of always pleasing others," was her father's fond observation. "As to that, Papa, I pleased myself best in my own way. How well Margaret Lovell looked as Queen, didn't she?" "Yes," said Albert, "and," he added with a boyish wink, "I know somebody who thought she did." "Who?" cried Violet, eagerly expecting some revelation of interest. "Miss Margaret Lovell," was his reply, very dryly given. "If young ladies could but know how I see them through and through, they would either leave off deceiving or practice a little harder to learn how to deceive." "Margaret Lovell does not deceive in the least," said Violet quickly, "and you are unjust to say so, Albert. If she thinks she is handsome, how can she help it? She can see as well as others." "Oh, very well then. I suppose I am all wrong. I thought the modest thing was for young ladies not to know they were handsome. I thought they were to hang their heads like a humble Violet, but that's evidently all trash. Come now, Violet, what do you think of yourself? Are you handsome or not? Come, speak, I will have an answer." "It is a very unfair question, Albert," she said angrily, "and before a stranger too. But I don't mean to tell any stories about it. I don't think I am wonderfully handsome, but I know I am not ugly." "Well, to be sure, the vanity of girls." "And their truth," observed Mr. Woodrove. "Miss Osborne, I congratulate you on being courageous enough to tell the truth without regard to consequences." "You are very kind to take it in that way," said Violet, blushing. "Of course, I knew to what I exposed myself. But I think a story is a story, and I never mean to tell one for anything or anybody." "A wise resolve, Miss Osborne, and a brave one, but I fear I am keeping you all up. Good night." He made some kind speeches to Mrs. Osborne and took his departure. "I will walk with you," cried Albert, following him. "I have a good way to go, and I like company." "What a fascinating girl your cousin is," observed Mr. Woodrove, with energy, as they walked along. "Yes," he replied carelessly, "she's a very good girl, but she is terribly spoiled. That father and mother of hers let her govern the house exactly as she pleases. Perhaps because she is the fittest person to govern it. If you observe, government usually falls into the hands of the most fit." "Does it? I'm not at all sure of that," Certainly neither my uncle nor aunt will ever die of overexertion of the intellectual powers. But for all that I think it a great pity that Violet should be ruined. She will not be ruined. You may make your mind quite easy on that point. Good natures are never ruined by freedom, and no one can look in her face and fail to see that she is good. Oh, yes, she is a good girl, but she's terribly willful. But where do you live? This is my way. I'm going to Lincoln's Inn. I will go a little farther with you. Are you a barrister? Not yet. I'm only studying for the bar at present. I live down there to be in the way, not being fond of early rising. Your studies are dry enough, are they not? How do you like them? Not very much, but they wish me to be a lawyer, and it's all one to me. Who are they? My uncle. Because he's a rich banker, he thinks I shall get on at the bar, though what connection the things have together has always passed my comprehension. However, as I said before, it's all one to me. I make myself agreeable to anything. But it will not be all one if you don't get on. There's a future to be considered. To tell you the truth, I don't intend to be a slave all my life. In a few years I shall marry and have done with it. An heiress, of course? Yes, of course. Your cousin Miss Osborne? Oh, dear no, no one in particular. You don't suppose Violet would ever marry me? She is one of the fastidious ones. Does not mean to marry unless she finds every perfection under the sun. I shall find her a husband one of these days, but not for 3 or 4 years. I think it's a bad plan for girls to marry too early. Besides, it's much better fun to have her at home. True, I suppose Miss Osborne is so far fortunate that she need not consider fortune a necessary perfection. So far from it, that one of her great perfections is poverty. But then, you know, Violet has plenty of money, and I must say she likes to have the upper hand. Most women do, they say in the old ballad. Then, if most like it in a degree, Violet likes it 4 times over that degree. I suppose you have a right to know all the family affairs? He asked suddenly. Well, said his companion, smiling, I don't know that I have any right, and perhaps I ought to beg your pardon for my inquisitiveness. It is a quality that is always excited when I take a fancy to a person, as I did to your cousin tonight. However, you may be quite easy. All your secrets shall go back with me to India, and there be buried. Thank you. Not that I have said anything I would not say to their faces, but it's not pleasant to have remarks on one's relations repeated back again. I quite agree with you. And now, good night, and my best wishes regarding the heiress you mentioned. That will not be for some years to come, but I'm very much obliged to you all the same. Good night. And they went on their separate ways. A good-natured old soul with a yellow face was Albert's soliloquy as he sauntered along. In love with Violet, evidently. All old men are. A well-meaning boy with an empty head was Mr. Woodrove's. He'll never do at the bar. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Recording by Monica Rowley.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 2. A mind by nature indisposed to aught so placid, so inactive as content. The Excursion. I heard you say you were going to the exhibition of the Royal Academy tomorrow afternoon, Violet, said Albert to his cousin one evening, 2 years after the date of the last chapter. "May I go with you?" "Certainly. We shall like it, shall we not, Mamma? Be here at 4 o'clock and we will take you." "But this is a new fancy, Albert. I never knew you to care about pictures before. One need not to care about one wants to go. Everybody is going. Besides, I suppose one may sometimes fancy a new thing. People don't always run in the same track. They would be nice ignoramuses if they did." "You have no reason, then, for wishing to go?" Violet persisted, looking as if she was convinced he had. "None in particular. Lester went the other day and talked about the pictures, and so I thought I should like to go." Violet laughed and nodded, but Albert, not observing her, went on. "He says there is a little picture there that nobody seems to notice, which is worth all the others put together." "And who made Mr. Lester a supreme judge of pictures?" Violet asked ironically. "His own good taste, I suppose. I cannot tell why it is, Violet, but you seem to have no pleasure so great as cutting up Lester. I see no fun in it at all." "Mr. Lester does provoke me, I own, always forming strange opinions and setting up his opinion against the world." "Lester setting himself up against the world!" exclaimed Albert in surprise and indignation. "What extraordinary fancies you do have! Lester, who is too shy, poor fellow, to express his opinions at all, and only neglected because he is too humble and different to allow his merit to be seen." "Mr. Lester shy and diffident? My dear Albert, I'm quite tired of hearing all the strange things he says. He talks to me because I like to hear him, but he talks to very few besides, because most people are too full of themselves to draw him out. He never says strange things, and if I tire you, it is my fault, not his. He never tired anybody, poor fellow, and since you are so unjust, Violet, I will never mention him, though he is my best friend, any more." He spoke with so much warmth that Violet's interest was excited. "Why do you say neglected, Albert?" she asked. "Mr. Lester is a lawyer, is he not? I suppose he will get on in his turn as others do. He is neglected because he is too shy to put himself forward. I don't suppose there is such a modest, retiring man in Europe, but it's only for a time. He's too clever to be overlooked, and some day, poor fellow, he will be appreciated as he ought to be." During Albert's last 2 speeches, a very singular change took place in Violet's mind. She had hitherto, without knowing Mr. Lester, indulged in an antipathy to him simply because her cousin appeared to look up to him. She had set him down in her vivid imagination as a young, intolerable prig, and as such a proper object for her dislike and sarcasm. But there was that in her nature which ever stood up for the oppressed and stooped down to the neglected. Observers who were very desirous to discover the flaws in human virtue would have said this disposition sprang from the love of patronizing and of power, and undoubtedly this was Violet's temptation. But the fault had wound about the virtue after it had grown up. The root was in her own generous and kindly nature. Albert's few words regarding the fortunes of his friend dispelled him from her fancy in his first priggish form, and a new version of a young retiring genius springing up in its place. All her sympathies became enlisted in his favour. In less than a minute the transformation from dislike to interest was effected, and she began to plan kindnesses to encourage modest merit. "Do you think Mr. Lester would go with us to the exhibition tomorrow, Albert?" she inquired after a short silence. "We could take him as well as you, and it would be a means of making acquaintance. I feel sorry for him after what you have said." "I am sure he would," said Albert, delighted. "I think I can answer for that. He knows you all too well from my description to be shy about it, or if he is, I can soon persuade him. All he wants, poor fellow, is for people to come forward to meet him. Do you know, Violet, I have so often wished you would notice him." "Then why did you never say so?" she asked with quickness. "Because I did not choose. He is a great deal too good to force upon anybody. If you did not like to know him, I did not wish you to know him. But I am very much obliged to you now." "Mamma!" cried Violet, approaching her mother and kissing her, "you will not mind our taking Albert's friend with us tomorrow, shall you? I have told him you will." The question was asked with Violet's accustomed dutiful attention to her mother, but it was a mere form. Mrs. Osborne had no will but her daughter's. The 2 years that had passed had brought its natural changes to both Violet and Albert. The manners of both had lost their first marked freshness and been toned into the softer manners of common life. With Albert the change ended here. He was in mind still a boy, careless and wayward, yet with good dispositions and some shrewd perceptions into man and things. He had lately been called to the bar, and he dawdled away a large portion of his time among lawyers and law books, attending trials and propounding questions, snatching up with instinctive quickness many pieces of valuable information, but eschewing all the profounder parts of the profession on which he had entered. With Violet the changes had gone deeper. At 17 she had been a lively, sweet-tempered, wilful girl, a spoiled child. Unspoiled at 19 she was a woman with a woman's thought and feeling, lively, sweet-tempered, and wilful still, but thinking much and questioning her thoughts. She had passed through the severe ordeal of 2 seasons as a reigning beauty, rich, lovely, and inviting in manner, sought, flattered, and loved. But the spoiled beauty was like the spoiled child, unspoiled. She did not think little of herself. She knew she was very charming, thought so, and rejoiced in the thought. But the knowledge exercised no influence on her mind and manners. She was as simple and honest as when a child, as careless of herself, as thoughtful for others, as earnestly desirous to do what she considered right, and to be all that she ought to be. If her standard was not high, it was true, and truth is the best of foundations. Violet expected with some interest the arrival of Albert and his friend. She was at the age when fancy is busy, and of the temperament when it is vivid, and fancy gives to the simplest events of life an importance of its own. With a disappointment, therefore, most disproportioned to the real importance of the circumstance, she saw Albert arrive alone. "Well, Albert, and where's Mr. Lester?" she said eagerly. Albert, not having given to the invitation as much thought as Violet had, answered indifferently. "Oh, he was very sorry, Violet, but he could not come." Violet coloured. "Of all things I hate," she said with warmth, "it is for people to break their engagements." "It was no engagement, Violet. That is, it was none of his. He was very sorry, and very much obliged, and would have liked it, but he was particularly busy today and could not help himself. You must ask him another time." The vision of the modest youth and bashful genius faded from Violet's fancy, and the intolerable prig resumed his place. "I see Mr. Lester is just what I thought he was," she observed quickly. "Gives himself airs to make his importance felt. I am very glad he did not come, for I know I should hate him." "Lester give himself airs, poor fellow! What extraordinary fancies you do have!" "I say, Violet, I think you are the oddest mixture I ever knew. There is nobody more good-natured than you can be, but at the same time I know nobody so ill-natured or so easily vexed if people don't receive your kindness just as they are meant. You should learn to be more calm and not flurry about trifles." Violet's truthful conscience told her he was right. She could not bear the shadow of ingratitude, and was certainly prone to expect large returns for her kindnesses. She coloured angrily, but refrained from the sharp words she would willingly have returned to this plain-spoken admonition. Without being a connoisseur, Violet was fond of painting, and had an instinctive appreciation of what was good. She and her mother, the eyes of the latter instructed by her daughter, went slowly through the rooms of the exhibition, leisurely examining such good things as were to be seen. Albert lounged about by himself, discovering what was good and what was bad without one rule of art to guide him. "Come here," he exclaimed suddenly, coming up to Violet in the second room. "I have found the thing Lester likes, and I want you to look at it. It's a very good thing, and you will like it too." Assuring him she should not like it, Violet followed him. The picture was called in the catalogue Ruth's Firstborn Son, and the subject was treated with a grave simplicity and pathos which, while it glaringly attracted no attention, riveted attention when once it was caught. The position of Naomi bearing away the child as her own, the glad thankfulness in the eyes of the young mother, and something of awe and prophecy in those of Boaz as they followed it, were depicted with a master's hand, yet such a master's hand as seemed unconscious of the effect he produced, homely and harmonious, without effort or caprice. Violet looked and was touched. She had expected some eccentricity of genius, some strange thing which the young prig had chosen to patronize. She could not conceal her surprise. "Yes," she replied in answer to Albert's inquiry, "it is very pretty, but I don't understand why Mr. Lester likes it. It is not at all the sort of thing I should have expected a young man to choose." "A young man, my dear Violet, has quite a good taste as a young woman, I can assure you," said Albert with dignity. "I mean that I wonder at the subject interesting him. It is all so simple and all about a baby. But there may be particular thoughts about the baby, and there are. I can see that myself. The baby was something or somebody, I am pretty sure, and they seem all to be thinking about it." "Yes, so he was," said Violet thoughtfully. "The grandfather of David, and therefore— Yes, I see what you mean. Still, I am surprised. It is not at all what I should have expected Mr. Lester to like. And I'm very sorry too," she added laughing, "because I agree with him in liking it best, and that is very disagreeable to me." "Why? I don't see why," said stupid Albert. "Because I hate him, and I don't want to agree with people I hate. But come with us now to the miniatures. We have not much more time, and we must look at them before we go." In the miniature room another surprise awaited her, regarding the individual who seemed suddenly destined to engage her thoughts. "Who is that, Albert?" she exclaimed, pointing to a crayon head above the rows of miniatures. "I think it must be somebody, and I like it." It was the head of a man, not an intellectual abstraction, not a poetical study, but a man seeming to live and breathe on the canvas. The features of the face were marked and strong, yet the expression of countenance was very soft, and there was something in the grave sweetness of the dark eyes which arrested the spectator with a force he could not withstand. "Why, it's Lester! It must be!" cried Albert, seizing the catalogue. "Yes, sure enough, John Lester, Esquire. Well, this is the most extraordinary thing I ever knew." "That Mr. Lester?" exclaimed Violet, almost stupefied with her surprise. "Yes, and a capital likeness, the very man. But what I can't understand is how it comes to be here. I should have thought he was the last man in the world who would have made an exhibition of himself." "That is true," said a voice behind them, proceeding from a pale, clever-looking young man. "But Mr. Lester never refuses a boon to a person in distress. I asked him to sit to me, and he consented, and having succeeded beyond my hopes, he allowed me to make of my study such use as I could." Violet was startled at this sudden explanation, but Albert, who, with the exception of this picture's appearance, was never surprised at anything, quietly replied, "Thank you, that is just like him. I hope it has been of use to you." "It has already in some degree, and as, since its appearance here, it has been approved by very competent judges, I have good hope that it will be still more so. But do not let me interrupt you," and bowing, the young man disappeared. "We ought to be careful how we speak in a crowd," said Albert composedly. "So I have been quite wrong," said Violet. "I thought Mr. Lester was a young man." "Young? Why, so he is. Do you call 32 old?" "I call it a very good age, not the least bit of a boy," and there was contempt in the emphasis. "But Albert, what puzzles me is this. If Mr. Lester is, as he seems to be, such a very superior person, how does he come to be your friend?" "Ah, Violet," said Albert, nodding his head, "you are quite in the wrong box. It is not your clever people who appreciate superior characters. They are too full of themselves to care. I may not be very clever, but I know what is worth liking better than clever ones do." "I believe you mean to give me a hint," said Violet, laughing. "I dare say I am a great deal too full of myself, and think myself much cleverer than I am. But if you suppose I do not appreciate superior people, you are wrong. Goodness and worth is what I look for, as a jeweler hunts for diamonds, and when I find a grain of goodness, I feel as elated as the jeweler does. So now I want to make acquaintance with Mr. Lester, and you must bring him to us." "I will manage it," replied Albert with dignity, "but you must remember he is shy, and not be surprised if you find him dull at first." "He will not be shy with me. No one is. So, Albert, it is a settled thing, and don't let me be disappointed." "But, dear mamma," she suddenly exclaimed, "how I have been talking, and how tired of standing you must be." "Not at all, dear. I like to look about me, and that," pointing to the crayon head which had occupied so much of the conversation of her companions, "is a very pleasing contenance. Look in the catalogue and see whose picture it is." Albert, who never could become accustomed to his aunt's infirmity, stared at this request, but Violet obeyed and gave the information she desired. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Monica Raleigh.
Section 3 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 3. 'Tis a common tale, a tale of silent suffering, hardly clothed in bodily form. The excursion. Mr. Lester, at Violet's request, was invited to dine with Mr. Osborne a few days afterwards, having heedlessly put himself into Albert's hands for the occasion, and Albert rarely attaining to the virtue of punctuality. The company had sat down to dinner before he arrived. Violet was much vexed at this contretemps, but punctuality was a point dear to Mr. Osborne. His time and tide, though forced, he said, occasionally to wait for a woman, waited for no man. With cordial kindness, however, on Lester's entrance, he went to meet the stranger, and set him, as he hoped, at ease, by directing him to a vacant seat. But the vacant seat was far from Violet, and as, except in her mind, no particular interest was felt regarding the stranger, He remained silent during the principal part of dinner. When he first appeared, observing his tall and dignified figure, and the countenance on which, though remarkably handsome, the seal of middle age was lightly set, she blushed as she thought of her destined purposes of kindly encouragement. But before dinner was over, they had been formed anew, the very same purposes, only with much more interest and much more zeal. And this because his diffidence even during that hour had become apparent to her eyes, when addressed by her father from a distance, which happened twice in the course of dinner. She had seen him color, as a young girl in his circumstances might have done, and though his answers were given with great composure, he sank back with an appearance of relief when allowed to relapse into obscurity again. All the guests, except Lester, were at home in the house, and when they appeared in the drawing-room, disposed of themselves with easy unconcern. But he was a stranger, and alone, and with the perversity common to shy strangers, he placed himself on a seat whose inaccessible position cut him off from notice. There is in Miss Edgeworth's novel of patronage a description of what is there called mauvaise honte. She says of one of her characters, "He was subject to that nightmare of the soul who sits herself upon the human breast, oppresses the heart, palsies the will, and raises spectres of dismay, which the sufferer combats in vain, that cruel enchantress, who hurls her spell even upon childhood, and when she makes the youth her victim, pronounces, 'Henceforward you shall never appear in your natural character. Innocent, you shall look guilty. Wise, you shall look silly. That which you wish to say, you shall not say. That which you wish to do, you shall not do. You shall appear reserved, when you are enthusiastic, insensible, when your heart sinks in melting tenderness,' and so forth, and so forth. The passage speaks of an extreme case, and is highly colored, yet in its general features it as truly as forcibly describes the common trials of a shy man. John Lester was one of this unhappy race, with talents above the average, with personal advantages which alone would have brought most men into notice. An unaccountable diffidence had laid its frozen hand upon his soul. The world in general is too busy to observe those who withdraw themselves from notice, but even among those who did observe, Lester was misunderstood. He had, by the exertion of common sense and by natural strength of character, so far conquered his shyness as to subdue some of its outward signs. He had learnt not to stand waving his tall body, as many shy men do, when a seat would set him at ease. He taught himself to go through the common forms of society, and to speak common forms of speech with a grave composure which concealed his inward trepidation. But the very conquest of outward weaknesses made him but the more liable to be misunderstood, and, while it displaced pity, brought criticism in its stead. He was called proud, when often he would have been thankful for a child's notice, cold and indifferent, when his heart was beating with sympathy, dull and apathetic, when, had he dared to speak, his words would have won golden opinions from men. He knew his infirmity, and owned his weakness, but knowledge brought neither strength nor comfort. He felt his bonds, but could not burst them. Thus it was that in general, as Albert had said, he was neglected and overlooked. He could not put himself forward, and no kindly feeling went forward to drag him out. And thus too it was that, neglect acting and reacting upon his character, he withdrew further and further from notice, into the solitude of his own soul. Whether his shyness proceeds from pride or humility is a question often asked, and since it probably proceeds from both, will be often disputed. It is a very true humility that causes a poor soul to doubt of its powers to please, that causes it, comparing itself with other more gifted beings, sadly to feel that the charm of attraction is wanting. but it is pride that makes it acquiesce in this want of attraction, and, rather than seem to court a notice not freely given, to hide for ever the gifts it is conscious it does possess. The different ingredients are variously blended in different characters. In some, pride prevails. In some, humility. But probably both are necessary to produce shyness in any aggravated form. In Lester, the humility was very genuine. The talents that were overlooked by others, he overlooked himself. And in the power to attract, he was but too painfully conscious of a deficiency. But though thus genuinely humble, it was also true that pride was slumbering in no small proportion within. After waiting in the vain hope and expectation that he would approach her during the evening, Violet at length summoned Albert, and said, "I cannot bear to see Mr. Lester sit there by himself. I must go to him, or you, Albert, must bring him to me. Which shall it be?" "I will bring him to you," replied Albert, discreetly. "It was my being so late that put him out tonight. If we had been in time he would have made acquaintance, and all would have been easy before now." "It shall soon be easy," said Violet, confidently. "But what a strange thing it is to see such a man so shy. It surpasses my understanding." "Come along, Lester," exclaimed Albert, approaching his friend. "My cousin wishes to make your acquaintance, so lay aside that newspaper, and follow me." He arose at once, very thankful, in truth, for the notice that brought him out of his self-chosen, yet awkward position. "There," continued Albert, pushing him with easy familiarity into a chair. "Now be comfortable, do. I was telling Violet that you were very much ashamed and put out by being so late. But what can't be helped is best forgotten. It is of no importance now. It was not a very civil way, on our side, I mean, of beginning an acquaintance," said Violet, laughing. "But we shall be all the better friends for beginning uncivilly." The ease and friendliness of her manner thawed Lester's frost-bound powers, and he became himself. After a little conversation, Albert, overhearing a discussion between his uncle and another gentleman regarding a disputed will, walked off to give his attention to, and his opinion on, the subject, leaving Lester and Violet to themselves. "I am so glad to have seen you, Mr. Lester," she began, with a manner that, in some, might have been over-forward, but in her was only characteristic. "For you must know that you have been my enemy for some months." "How so?" he asked, with a smiling surprise. "Only from perversity, I believe. Albert chose to look up to you, and to quote your opinions, and, in consequence, I pictured to myself a very disagreeable image of what his friend must be, a very different one, in short, to the reality. Alice and I are great friends," he observed, quietly. "Where did you make acquaintance with Albert?" she asked suddenly. "I have never heard." He was silent for a moment, then replied, "Alice is so much younger than I am that there can be nothing strange in my telling you that our acquaintance arose out of a piece of advice I one night gave him, which he, instead of resenting, as many would have done at his age, accepted as it was intended. We have been great friends ever since." "Great friends, I am sure, from Albert's account. But it surprises me still. In fact, I cannot understand it. You must be so different." "Friendships spring much more from circumstances than rules," he said, smiling. "You must have hard work if you try to account for all the fancies and intimacies of all your friends." "Never so hard work as now," Violet did not say, but thought to herself, for she could see no possible ground of union between the grave, thoughtful man, and the good-natured, shallow boy. "Do you go out much, Mr. Lester?" she presently inquired. "Never for my own pleasure. Sometimes as chaperone." "As chaperone?" and Violet almost screamed in her surprise. "Well, I dare say I look like an awkward chaperone," he observed, with a smile, "but a man must do what falls to his lot, nevertheless. Indeed, that was not what surprised me. I am only surprised at your being so different to the fancy I had formed of Albert's friend. But who do you take under your chaperonage? My sisters, to accept of me when they can get no better. One is kind enough to say that she prefers me to others. Albert never told me you had sisters. I have 5, but only 3 go out into the world. And what do you do as a chaperone? Violet asked, laughingly. I do the best I can, he said, with a kind of quiet humor. I lean my back against the wall when I am not wanted. I move when I am desired. Sometimes I walk down to supper and up again. And once I extricated my sister from a dilemma respecting a disagreeable partner. But this, she said, was so awkwardly done, that I have since been spared any active business. And does it bore you very much? No, indeed, I am never bored. It would amuse me beyond anything to have a girl to take care of, said Violet, laughing. I think, when I am old enough, I shall advertise myself as a chaperone. The only fear would be that I should wish too much, and plan too much. Yes, that is the danger, he remarked gravely. An unoccupied observer, for I am an inactive chaperone, sees many plots passing under his eyes. Does he? She asked eagerly. I wish I was an observer, but I am too busy myself to see much of what others do. What do you see? Some things that please me, some that I had rather not see, but I only observe. It would not do for an observer to be a reporter. I should like to meet you out in the world, said Violet, frankly. The eager speech, the implied expression of pleasure in his society, so natural to her to speak, so uncommon for his ears to hear, affected him in a way she could never have imagined possible. It gave him inwardly indeed a strange thrill of pleasure, but its outward effect was to make him nervously draw back into himself. It also caused something to slip from his hands and fall at her feet. She stooped and picked it up. She had observed that while he conversed with her, his fingers were engaged in fidgeting with a piece of paper. The result of the fidgeting, as she raised it from the ground, drew from her an exclamation of wonder. Mr. Lester, did you really make this? It was the minute form of a little monkey, pinched and twisted into the most perfect proportions. Yes, I believe I did, he replied, coloring deeply. I hope I have destroyed nothing. I really was not aware what I was doing, too full of curiosity and pleasure to remember how much he might dislike to be brought into notice. Violet called to her father to admire. A perfect little monkey, Mr. Osborne observed, examining the small creature through his glasses, as a naturalist examines a plant. And 5 minutes ago the little thing was an old letter, said Violet. I call it wonderful, Mr. Lester. Her exclamations drew the rest of the company to the spot, and, as is customary, the expressions of admiration were beyond what the occasion required, especially from the female part of the assembly. Lester looked as if he had been found guilty of some crime, for the truth was, the production of the little creature was a weakness, and he knew it. It was the effect of a nervous temperament, which laid hold on any employment which drew him from himself. Again and again he had resolved to be guilty of the weakness no more, but in vain. In shy moments no piece of paper ever came in his way without bearing the traces of his hands. That his productions were full of genius, that other men should have used them to win attention and admiration, was nothing to him. In his eyes they were memorials of his weakness, and nothing more. Put the thing down, do, Violet, whispered Albert, angrily, in her ear. Can't you see how you bore him? Violet glanced her eyes towards Lester, and saw it. Tea is ready, she remarked with quickness. Give me my treasure, and let us go. And taking it from some hand, she opened a drawer, and tossed it in. I make tea myself in an old-fashioned way, she said to Lester as she passed, anxious to put him at ease. I hope you will have some. He followed with Albert, but it was not at Violet's tea-table that he or such as he could ever shine. It was famed for its agreeableness by the habitual guests of the house, and the party, from the spirit and vivacity that reigned around it, was sometimes prolonged to a late hour in the evening. Courted and admired by all, Violet had no shyness, and while her own liveliness and playfulness gave the spring to conversation, the kindliness with which she drew others out, and made much of what others said, set all at ease, and made most men happy. But that which is inspiriting to some is depressing to others. That which gives wings to some, even laggard tongues, lays leaden chains on those of others. Lester had rarely felt so intensely wretched, so densely dull as during this hour. He knew that Albert wished him to make the best of himself. He saw, it needed no keen perception to see, that Violet was anxious to make him at home and happy. But, though touched by her kindness, gratitude was powerless to untie the fetter that bound him down. He remained speechless, a burden to himself and to others. Violet was vexed, but she had never felt so great an interest in any agreeable member of society as she did now in this shy man. Her love of protecting, perhaps, came strongly into play, but it was united with interest of a totally different kind. When the party broke up, Albert lingered behind to make some arrangements with his uncle. He desired Lester to wait for him, and the latter did so, placing himself once again in the most impractical seat he could find, and this, notwithstanding an earnest desire to behave rationally, and to remove the impression his silence might have caused. But Violet was not to be daunted, and, moving from one chair to another, she addressed him. "I forgot to tell you, Mr. Lester, how much we liked your picture." "I mean the picture in the exhibition, which Albert says is your favorite." "I am glad you did," he replied, rising at once, and approaching her with a look of pleasure. "Then I suppose I was right in the opinion I gave, not because I admire it, for I am no judge, that is, no good judge of what is good. But you are right, because the thing is pretty, and your opinion needs no confirmation. It is at all events pleasant to be agreed with, sometimes, but it is also pleasant to be disagreed with. I like a good fight. Agreement is more to my taste," he said, smiling, "when the world goes against me. I am apt to mistrust my strongest opinions. And yet in your profession I should have thought convincing was the greatest of pleasures." "Ah, yes, convincing. I was not thinking of that. To convince is a rare pleasure, and worth a good fight, certainly." "And I never thought of defeat," replied Violet, laughing. "It is a thing whose existence I deny." "Then you are a great fool, Violet," said Albert, joining them, "for one side must be defeated. Come, Lester, if you are ready. I am." "I hope we shall soon have the pleasure of seeing you again, Mr. Lester," said Mr. Osborne, while Lester stood silent, feeling he ought to make some acknowledgment for the kindness which had prompted his invitation. "Thank you. Good night," was, however, all he said, and they departed. "I asked Mr. Lester to come again, Violet, because I saw in your face that you wished me to do so," said her father. "But I confess Albert's friend appears to have but little to say for himself." "He will say more when we know him better, papa. I like him very much." "Then I will like him, too," said the fond father. "Outward manners are often deceiving. He may be clever enough within." Meanwhile Albert strolled homewards with his friend. "Well, Lester," he exclaimed, after waiting a very short time for an opinion to be expressed, "how did you like Violet?" "You are too hasty, Ellis," was the reply. "I have not had time to think." "How I do hate people who give a correct reply," said Albert. "To be sure, it takes a world of thought to see whether a woman is pretty or not." "Oh, as to beauty, I can answer at once. A child could see she was beautiful." "And not conscious of it, is she?" "Know it, of course she does, but she does not seem to think about it." "Not in the least." "Then you do like her, I think." "I must give you another correct reply. he said, smiling. To tell you the truth, I admired your cousin too much to feel satisfied to say I liked her when you asked the question. The answer does for a common, good-tempered girl. Miss Osborne is much more than that. Even now, if you repeat the question, I cannot say yes. Very well. Be as roundabout as ever you please. I see you like her, and I am quite satisfied. I know what she thought of you. I saw, he added, discreetly. If she thought at all, he said, with sadness, she must have wondered why so dull a soul ever burdened society with his presence. No, she did not. She is too clear-sighted for that. But, I must say, Lester, you did not do your best. You looked as if you were going to be hanged. I can excuse it when people are careless and neglectful, but when everybody was bent on making you comfortable. Very true, he interrupted, quickly, but it is not worth discussing. Here we are at number. It is too late to ask you to come in. Good night. And opening the door of a house in Clarges Street, Lester entered, and Albert went on his way. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Section 4 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Selfishness may not come near him, nor the little throng of flitting pleasures tempt him from his path. The Prelude. But when Albert was out of sight, Lester reissued from the door, and walked up and down in the bright moonlight, almost till the break of day. He was in a mood of mind which sometimes attacked him, a mood at once of excitement and depression, of depression because excited, a mood of mind in which his life's prospects pressed heavily, and when the icy chain which severed him from his kind hung round him like a fetter of lead. There had been a time, it was in Lester's early youth, when his shyness had found relief in society beneath him, and when the dangers which attend that relief had appeared to be closing around him, leading, or rather dragging him into temptation. But these perils were dissipated, and the chain of evil habits and lowering associations, broken at once and for ever by the death of his father, when he was 24 years old. At his death he found himself left as sole guardian to 5 sisters, all younger than himself, and the responsibility imposed upon him bound him for ever. Mr. Lester, the father, had held a legal office, which allowed him to bring up his family in comfort and even in affluence. His death was sudden, and cut him off while yet only on the borders of age. But though sudden, his cares for his children had provided for a change, and the arrangements he had made were such as a father's foresight had deemed the best. His daughters were motherless, and at the age most needing careful guardianship. His only son was, as has been said, involved in dangers which might lead to a loss of character and respectability. Had he taken advice, the wisest counselor might have said, "Appoint another and safer guardian for your motherless children." But Mr. Lester had looked with keen discrimination into his son's character. He trusted him while his steps were wandering from the right way. He left to him all he possessed, with the simple request that he would be a father to his sisters, and provide for and watch over them as their father would have done. It was a heavy responsibility for so young a man. Young married men grow with the growth of their family, and every year is a school of experience for the year that is to follow. But on Lester the burden of a full-grown family was suddenly laid. He felt the burden, and with natural diffidence felt also his inability to perform the task. But not the less he set himself to it, shaking himself free from old temptations, putting aside other hopes and cares, gravely and sadly, but nobly and honorably, and with all his heart. His father had rightly judged of him. a house in Clarges Street, and 800 a year. This was what his father had left to him, in charge for his sisters, to educate the younger, to give comforts and pleasures to the elder, to lay by for future portions, or sudden emergencies, to shield them all, as far as in him lay, from the disappointments and cares which their reduced income and change of life must naturally bring. These had been his ceaseless thoughts for 8 long years, thoughts so engrossing that his own selfish existence had seemed to pass out of sight, that hope or joy in life, except as connected with their welfare, had vanished, or seemed to vanish from his imagination, and from theirs also. One separate existence alone he had, and this was in his legal studies, vigorously pursued for their benefit and his own, but, so far as yet appeared, pursued without end or hope. Beneath these cares and studies life had flowed by him with a heavy step. Slight tints of gray were visible in his dark hair, and furrows lightly streaked his broad highbrow, while an expression of melancholy, not oppressive, but gentle and subdued, seemed the expression natural to his countenance. In some respects the charge that had been laid upon him operated disadvantageously on his character. His natural gravity increased. Thought drew him further and further from the animating scenes of life, and habit set its fatal seal on a diffidence that once might have been overcome. The absence of selfish hopes and fears in some degree dulled the outward man, depriving him of those qualities which the world sees and hears of, which win and attract the many, and which are twice blessed, blessing those who have, and those who see them. But, though he suffered under this disadvantage, there was compensation, and far more than compensation within, as much more as the gifts of the moral nature are above the graces of the outward man. He had that within that passed show, a mind in which every evil thought or desire was conquered through the desire to be worthy of his trust, a mind refined and purified even as he wished to guard his sisters innocent and pure, a mind from which man's strongest enemy, self-love, was, through the love of others, as nearly banished as perhaps in human nature it is possible to be. And, as years passed on, silently and almost unconsciously a diviner principle was growing up. He felt his weakness to be and do all that a father might and should. That picture of a father which he had set before him, sublimated, perhaps, beyond any human model, so watchful, so far-seeing, so tender in sympathy, so long-suffering with infirmity, and as man, frail and infirm, must do when once fully conscious of his weakness, he began to seek and find his strength above. There is said to be a peculiar character attendant upon a widow's son. In such a character the guardian brother shares. But man is man, nevertheless, and cannot at all times live in the same exaltation of spirit. There were moments when Leicester's heart sank under the want of selfish hope which his position seemed to him to forbid. He had early convinced himself that that which had been left as trust for his sisters might not, so long, at least, as they remained unmarried or poor, furnish forth the means to make a happy home for his later years. It was but seldom that this fact presented itself with anything of pain to his mind. For the most part his love went hand in hand with his duty to his sisters, and he was content to be theirs alone. But there were moments when he was less strong, moments when his heart yearned for the rising up of those hopes which bless most men in their dreams. It was one of these fits of excitement and depression which visited him on the night of which we speak. A fit so violent and so prolonged that he walked on in the stillness of the night before the enemy was conquered. Wherefore, on this night, who can tell? Many varied thoughts sweep over the brain, and some among them, though but light thoughts, have a strange exciting power. Many sights pass before the eye, and some, without our knowledge, impress the memory, leaving a trace never to be effaced again. It might have been the sight of a happy home, a father's fond love, or a daughter's devotion. It might have been the sight of a fair face, or the sound of a sweet voice, or the laugh of one who knew no care. It might have been the attraction of one being towards another by inexplicable, magical attraction. Who can tell? There is no questioning of the inner springs of thought and feeling. All that man can do is to master such disturbances of the inward man which reason or conscience forbids him to indulge. And so, before he slept, Lester set himself to master the giant self, who had suddenly taken possession of his soul. And now, if it be asked whether his sisters were worthy of his devotion, whether the home they made for him was as happy as his affection had demanded, it must be owned in answer that they were even unusually compassed about with human infirmities. Infirmities very various in their kinds, but all conspiring to mar that peace and sympathy which, had it been more perfect, might have satisfied all his affections. Marian, the eldest, was at this time 29, 3 years younger than her brother. At the period of her father's death, she had been a weak-minded, frivolous girl, with thoughts dwelling exclusively on balls and parties, dress, partners, and love. Her brother endeavored to impress her mind with the necessity for care and thought in the arrangement of their now limited income, and for this purpose consulted her seriously, not only on matters of housekeeping, but on the needful sums to be allotted to the different departments of dress, pleasure, and education. He succeeded in interesting her not only beyond his hopes, but beyond his wishes. The love of usefulness, the love of power, the love of management, laid firm hold on her mind, and, with the exclusiveness of weak minds, shut out all other loves. Henceforth, balls, parties, dress, and lovers were abjured. She became a tolerable housekeeper, and a tiresome woman. Henrietta, the second sister, had a family likeness to Mary Ann's original character. She was also frivolous and sentimental, but with a more varied disposition, and a greater charm of manner. She could never have been what her sister was. Jessie, the fourth, was again a reproduction of the same character, under slightly varying features, more silly than Marian, and with less charm than Henrietta. All three were pretty, for there was great beauty in the family, and none had any very serious faults or evil tempers. But all their minds were small. They were immersed in small cares, small joys, and still smaller jealousies. Lester did not find much sympathy of soul with them. The other two were formed in a different mold. Rachel, the third sister, was like her brother in person, and like him, also, in mind. Her face was beautiful, her mind thoughtful and diffident in a degree even beyond his. This diffidence was increased by circumstances. She was lame, not sufficiently so to cause her much personal inconvenience, but enough to cause awkwardness in her movements, and to make her bashful and retiring from observation. This diffidence prevented that union with her brother and comfort in his society which might have been hers. All the sisters were jealous of his affection. All would willingly have supposed themselves his first object. Rachel had not the moral courage, even for his sake, to brave the pain these jealousies might cause, and to go forward to give and receive the confidence that might have existed, the sympathy that did exist between them. She was a failure, and she knew it. Perhaps the one from whom he derived the greatest pleasure and comfort was his youngest sister, Margaret, now just 18. Though she had grown up beneath his fatherly care, she stood less in awe of him than any of her sisters, and though less capable of understanding him, and unable to be so real a friend as Rachel, the freedom and confidence with which she treated him made her society the greatest refreshment he knew. She helped him in other ways also, since she had grown to reasonable and observant years, She had stood forth in his defense against the exactions of her elder sisters, exactions thoughtlessly enforced by them, and patiently and kindly submitted to by him, but whose pertinacity tended to reduce him to slavery. This was the sister of whom he had spoken to Violet as preferring his chaperonage to that of all others. She was a pretty, straightforward, good-humoured girl, who, with no superiority of character, was an example of the comfort such practical qualities as good sense, good temper, and self-reliance can give. "You were very late last night, John," observed Marian, as the whole party sat at breakfast on the following morning. "I did not hear your door shut until after 3 o'clock. What was the cause?" "Don't answer unless you please," said Margaret, who sat by his side. "I have no objection to answer," he replied, smiling. "It was a bright moonlight night, and I walked about till I was quite tired." "Where did you dine last night?" said Henrietta. "Oh, I remember. It was Mr. Osborne's, was it not?" "Yes, Albert Ellis's uncle." "Has he a fine house?" asked Marian. "What sort of establishment does he keep?" "Nothing you will care to hear about, my dear Marian. Everything very grand. I have brought away no hints for you. But he has a daughter. We should like to hear about her. I know people call her a beauty. Is she a beauty? What is she like? Does she dress very fine?" These and other like questions were asked by Henrietta and Jessie between them. "She is not like any of us," was the reply. "She has blue eyes and auburn hair. As to her dress, I cannot give you any particulars. It was pretty, I think, but whether fine or not I don't know." "Were there many young people there?" "Has Miss Osborne a great many people who admire her?" "Did you like her, John?" continued the two inquirers. "Don't answer, John," said Margaret, lifting up her hand. "I don't choose that John should be pestered with questions. Let him tell us what he likes, but don't let us worry him to death." "You are needlessly officious, Margaret," said Marian. "John is able to decide whether he pleases to answer or not, without your help." "Not quite. John is too good-natured. But, John, do answer us," said Jessie. "Is Miss Osborne a nice girl? Is she very fascinating? Did you get on with her? And do you think you could fall in love with her?" "There is Jessie's rapid imagination," he said, smiling, though the 10 curious eyes that looked into his face succeeded in bringing a faint, very faint color there. "Jessie asks that question every time I make a new acquaintance." "But you have not answered me to-day," said Jessie. "In general, he says no, does he not, Henrietta? But to-day he will not say no. Now, John—" "I will not have John pestered," cried Margaret peremptorily. "Leave him and Miss Osborne alone." "My dear Margaret," he said, with quickness, "they do not pester me in the least. I will answer anything you please, Jessie. What is it you want to know?" "Whether you think you could fall in love with Miss Osborne," said both Jessie and Henrietta, eagerly. "And that is rather a difficult question to answer," he replied, playfully. "If I say no, that is not very civil to a young lady, is it? And if I say yes, it is not very decorous. But why this extraordinary interest in Miss Osborne? What do you know of her to excite it?" "As to that, I feel it too," said Margaret. "I suppose it is because we know Mr. Ellis a little. I like Mr. Ellis, and so I fancy his cousin." "Besides, she is a beauty," said Henrietta, "and though you may think me frivolous to say so, a beauty always interests me more than a common girl." "So far from thinking you frivolous, Henrietta," said Lester, smiling, "I am of the same mind myself, but I am afraid we must leave all frivolous things for the present. Marian, you look as if the house books were waiting. Do you want me before I go out?" She acquiesced, and they went away together. Marian was the only one who ever saw her brother alone. If any other had attempted a private interview, a storm of curiosity and jealousy would have been excited in the house. Of her opportunities, Marian made no use, so far as acquaintance with his tastes and wishes went. His interviews were solely confined to complaints of servants and tradespeople, taxes, and prices. These things weighed heavily on her mind, and she poured them out into his kind and patient ears on every occasion, heedless how she wearied him, and regardless whether or not he had any worries or troubles to confide in return. The remaining sisters conversed on what had passed. "I think John is going to be in love with Miss Osborne," said Henrietta. "You may not believe me, but before anything was said, when he first came in this morning, I saw something unusual in his face." "So did I," said Jessie, which fact, however, was doubtful, for Jessie's thoughts had but seldom an independent being. "Then why did you ask so many questions?" said Rachel, speaking for the first time, and then with a rising color. "Don't you wish him to be in love, and to marry?" "To marry?" cried Margaret, startled and aghast. "No, indeed, I don't wish him to marry." "No, indeed," echoed the two others. "Marry? I never thought of such a thing. John must not marry." "It is the thing I long for," continued Rachel, her color deepening in the earnestness of her manner. "He has been long enough devoted to us. It is time he had some hope of his own." "But good gracious!" cried Henrietta, "what would happen to us if he married? Think of the house without a man in it." "We must all marry too, that is certain," said Margaret. "I could no more live in the house without John than I could live with the fishes in the sea. But, happily, there is no need to think about it. Rachel's thoughts have flown as fast as Jessie's. John has no thoughts of marrying, I am very sure. I did not think he had. I only wish he had." "Then pray don't wish, my dear Rachel," said Margaret earnestly. "It is being so much more unselfish than I can be, that it makes me quite uncomfortable." "What did you think, Rachel?" asked Henrietta, for where John was concerned, Rachel's insight into his feelings was instinctively felt. "Did you think he was going to be in love with Miss Osborne?" "He certainly gave us no reason to think so," she replied, "and I don't think John is a person to fall in love in a few hours. But still I did fancy, like you, that I saw some kind of thought in his face this morning. It need not have been that, however. He has many things to think of." "Oh, no, it was that," cried Jessie, sentimentally. "I saw love in his face when first he came in this morning." "Don't talk such trash," said Margaret, indignantly. "One would think John was a lackadaisical fool to hear you speak. I am sick of the very name of Miss Osborne. Pray let us leave her alone." End of Volume 1, Chapter 4.
Section 5 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alice Hasty, Bristol, England. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 5. My soul is full of words, my voice finds none. Mr. Osborne was as good as his word. He learned to like Lester. He was an individual of a quietly busy turn of mind, especially busy in other people's business. A good, easy man with an intellect somewhat dulled by the prosperity of his life. Imposed on by the shows and surface of things, swayed by those who chose to sway him, but an upright, honourable man, kindly and liberally inclined, and well judging too, when he took time to look below the surface. Though naturally attracted by very different qualities from Lester's, he determined to cultivate his acquaintance, because he saw it pleased his daughter, and having given himself the trouble to go below the surface, he was pleased for himself also. Lester was invited more than once to dine with them alone, and Mr. Osborne found Lester at his ease a different man to Lester in lively society. He had a large mind, making up by acute observation for that lack of variety his circumstances had forbidden him. What he knew with a lawyer's precision. What he saw vividly. What he heard, he remembered and reproduced with originality. From the storehouse of his mind, Mr. Osborne drew forth many a piece of curious information, many an original observation, many an acute opinion. And there was this charm in Leicester, that he was without consciousness of his power. All that dropped from him, however worth hearing, dropped as simply as the first quick observations of a child. The steady principle, the lofty integrity which appeared in his tone of thought, were also appreciated at their full value by Mr. Osborne, and in a very short time Leicester became a favourite. "I like Mr. Leicester as much as you do, Violet," he observed to his daughter. "He is not showy in society, but he is better than that. I think him a very agreeable and very superior young man." "Not so very young," said Violet, who in her evening's entertainments, being much beset with what she disdainfully denominated boys, had a marked preference for age. "Well, darling, a very agreeable old man, though to me perhaps his age does not appear as venerable as to you." Some of Violet's acquaintance were in the habit of laughing at her for her manias. She had manias for things, manias for employments, manias for books, and manias for people. While the fit lasted, the object of the mania reigned sole lord of her mind. When it was over, and sometimes it lasted but a few days, the object was degraded from its throne for a time, or for ever. She could not care for anything that attracted her attention in a properly placid and careless way. Her fancies were whole and entire, never half and half. But there was one thing which those who criticised never observed, and that was that there was a certain constancy even in the inconstancy of her fancies. Try all things, hold fast that which is good. This apostolic rule, with unconscious impulse, not conscious seriousness, was the habit of her mind. The worthless objects lived their day and died, but allowing for the caprices of human nature and an excitable girl's nature, the worthier objects outlived the violence of the mania and became the calm possessors of her time or affections. No thing or book or person that had intrinsic worth was ever forsaken, and no duty, though the zest and novelty had passed away, once imposed, was ever forgotten. It was with something of this apology that she satisfied her mind regarding her fancies, nay, justified even their excesses. "There is no telling what a thing is worth," she would say, "till you have thoroughly examined it, nor a person till you have searched them through and through." She was, as perhaps is very evident, at this time seized with a mania for Leicester. Now, a mania for a gentleman is not by any means a proper frame of mind for a young lady, but Violet was so unconscious of being actuated by any motive but the purest benevolence towards Albert's bashful friend, that it is hoped the impropriety will be forgiven her. It is not to be supposed, however, that her mania led her to any indiscretion or unmaidenliness of manner. She was more apt to show her likes and dislikes than is common, and, from the flattery and courting she had received, more fearless in the expression of her opinions than is usual, or perhaps desirable at her age. But at the same time, her manners were so entirely her own, and had a grace so sweet and winning in their fearlessness, that even a rigid censor would have found little to condemn. Her interest in Leicester's character was deepened by a slight circumstance which occurred after their acquaintance had made some progress. An invitation had been given by Mrs. Osborne to Albert and Leicester to go with her and Violet to the play. An early dinner in Park Lane was to precede the play. Violet was extremely fond of all theatrical entertainments, and as unwilling as a child to lose any part of a purposed pleasure. She therefore, in very peremptory terms, enforced upon Albert the duty of punctuality, and assured him that she should sit down to dinner at 6 o'clock, whether he were ready or not. Leicester heard the playful command, and determined that Violet should not be disappointed. By the exertion of a strong will, he gained his point, and Albert was for once in time. It was 5 minutes to 6 when they reached the door of Mr. Osborne's house, and were there informed, to Albert's indignation and dismay, that Mrs. Osborne was not yet come home from her afternoon's drive. Lavishing upon Violet a considerable quantity of well-merited abuse, Albert led the way to the drawing-room, and planted himself at the window to watch for their return. Leicester stood with him for a few minutes, then, tired of his complaints, sat down, and began to turn over the books on the table. In a short time, Albert saw the barouche approaching, and thinking in his great wisdom that it would be indecorous to blow up Violet in Leicester's presence, he slipped out of the room and went to meet her at the door. Leicester was at the moment absorbed in something he read, and did not remark his departure. After receiving her lecture with a good grace, Violet flew up to make her excuses to Leicester, leaving Albert to bemoan himself to her mother. Her movements were so light and rapid that she stood beside him before his attention was diverted from his book. "I am glad to find you so well employed," she said, laughing as he started. "I was afraid you would be abusing me. But what can you be reading so attentively?" she added with curiosity. "Only some verses," he replied, colouring, and he tossed the book aside with something of vexation. Now, Violet, being afflicted with innate inquisitiveness, felt a sudden and intense desire to know what verses could have so absorbed his attention. Too well bred, however, to ask further questions, she merely glanced her quick eyes at the book and let the subject drop. "I ran up to apologise," she said. "I know I quite deserve all Albert says, but I must just tell you how it was. We went to a flower show, and Mamma was very much pleased. Now you know the play is no great pleasure to poor Mamma, but she is really fond of flowers, and she seemed so happy looking at them that I had not the heart to drag her away. I know it is wrong to break an engagement, but I hope you will forgive me?" "No, we will not," said Albert, preventing Leicester's answer. "Not at least till you have done your best to repair your fault. Go and dress, do. I have sent my aunt upstairs, and you had much better follow her, and let us get to dinner without more delay." "I will go directly," Violet said obediently, "and we will be quite ready in a quarter of an hour. I wish you would go and take a walk, then I would not feel that you were waiting. You must have got some card to leave hereabouts." "I think I have," Leicester said. "Come, Alice." "When Violet is gone, I will," he said obstinately, and she was forced to hurry away. But her thoughts were with the book of verses, and performing her toilette in an inexpressibly short space of time, she flew again to the drawing-room and, as she expected, found it empty. She had observed that a leaf in the book was slightly rumpled, and by seizing it before any other hand touched it, she fancied she could discover what verses Leicester had read. Nor was she mistaken. In the haste of shutting it, a corner was turned down, and the volume opened at once on the following lines. "The dumb. There are who, when the tide of music wakes, when the voice of song o'er raptured hearers breaks, in heart an answering harmony repeat, than Orpheus' lyre more musically sweet, but they are dumb. There are when man with man in mirth rejoices, when there are ready smiles and eager voices, who could the spirit speak more glad, more gay, with golden words would bear all hearts away, but they are dumb. And there are souls in whom love's fires burn, with flame so bright, so pure, that could they learn love's magic words, all pain were hushed to sleep, so would they joy, with sorrow weep, but they are dumb. Not mute of lip, in heart more strangely bound, from love's full fount slow words of comfort sound. A veil is o'er the soul, the tongue is tied, the ardent fire cold icy barriers hide, and they are dumb. Oh, in that land where all the blind shall see, the deaf, the halt, from their strong chains be free, will the glad spirit from its fetters breaking, and the freed tongue from frost-bound silence waking, no more be dumb. The verses absorbed the attention of Violet as much as they seemed to have excited that of Leicester, not because of any qualities in the verses themselves, but because of the insight they gave her into his thoughts. She imagined, not that it is always a just inference, that the verses which thus absorbed his attention expressed the feelings of his mind, and for the feeling thus exhibited her kind heart glowed with compassion. She determined, and certainly in the moment of so determining there was no thought of patronising, to go forward more than she had yet dared to do, for the encouragement of his backwardness and the consolation of his depression. As soon as she heard footsteps on the stairs, she jumped up and pushed the book away, quickly enough to escape Albert's notice, but not so quickly as to conceal from Leicester what she had been doing. By the direction of his eyes she saw her curiosity had been observed, and both coloured as the mutual discovery was made. He said nothing, but Violet's nature was too open to allow her to remain silent under the circumstances. She blushed more deeply, but laughed, and said,
"I was trying to find the verses you liked, Mr. Leicester. Perhaps you will think me unwarrantably curious, and I'm afraid you will think truly. I am curious, I know."
"That you are," Albert murmured with delighted emphasis.
"If I see a little butcher's boy go by with a book, I can hardly help running after him to see what it is. Is it a very bad propensity?"
"I suppose it is," he said with a smile.
"At least, we are taught so."
"Of course it is," Albert chimed in. "The fall of man and all bad things come from curiosity. Violet would have been a regular Eve."
"No,"
she replied decidedly.
"Never curious in wrong things. Mine is only harmless curiosity, foolish and impertinent, perhaps, but not wrong. At any rate, will you forgive my indulgence of it, so far as you are concerned, Mr. Leicester?"
She smiled very brightly and very sweetly as she asked the question. He only smiled in answer, and Albert broke off the conversation by announcing that his aunt was approaching and desiring Violet to order dinner. Mrs. Osborne sat down in the window, and Violet, having obeyed her cousin, joined her. She stood leaning against the wall behind her, and looked very pretty in her airy demi-toilette, with the sunshine streaming upon her bright hair. Albert, who in the near prospect of dinner had recovered his temper, began to compliment her on the rapidity of her toilette, and from thence proceeded to commend the style of her dress.
"Now that," he said, "is what I call a proper and becoming dress for a woman. Why will they persist in decking themselves out in their hateful evening dresses? I cannot conceive. Why do you do it, Violet? Do you think people admire you? Do you think men do? I can tell you, you are very much mistaken."
"One must do as the world does,"
she replied, laughing.
"Then there will never be a reform. Sensible women ought to take a line of their own. I say, Aunt Elizabeth," he continued, raising his voice, "why don't you make Violet dress herself properly and set a good example to the world? If she always dressed as she is dressed tonight, she will be liked 1,000 times better than she is."
"Very pretty," said Mrs. Osborne with a pleased smile, catching only a very small part of what he said.
"That bright blue is my favourite colour. What is your favourite colour, Mr. Leicester?"
"I don't know," he said. "Violet, I think." "There, Violet, there's a compliment for you,"
cried Albert, while Leicester coloured at his inadvertent speech in a way in which it was painful to see any human being colour.
"No, no,"
said Violet quickly.
"No compliment to me, for I have nothing to do with my name. It is a gentle and humble colour, and sadly unlike me. Why ever did you give it to be a constant sermon to me, mamma?"
And she stooped and kissed her mother's brow. Leicester took up a match from a table near him, and twisted it in his fingers while the conversation proceeded. When, a few minutes afterwards, a servant entered to say that dinner was ready, it dropped on the floor, and giving it a kick with his foot, he offered his arm to Mrs. Osborne.
"Stay a moment, Albert,"
said Violet.
"I want to see this."
And she picked from the floor a minute form of a little bird, and exhibited it with something of reverential admiration to her cousin.
"Ah, yes," Albert said, contemplating it gravely. But don't go and remark upon it to him. That's because he said he liked the colour violet. What a pity it is the man's so shy.
A pity for him, yes,
replied Violet.
But his shyness interests me so much, I cannot wish it away. How I wish I could do anything to make him happier.
You had better leave that alone, Albert said sagely, as he drew her along. That is not a young lady's business. Besides, he is too good for patronising. Leave him alone and he'll do in time.
I should never think of patronising,
Violet said with some sharpness, as they entered the dining room, to which assertion Albert only nodded his head. Among Violet's schemes for the encouragement of Leicester, and as a means of showing him how much he was appreciated in her father's house, she formed a resolution to make the acquaintance of his sisters. That she should have formed the resolution was a proof that Violet was far gone in her desire to give him pleasure, for she was not fond of young ladies' society. She had not even an intimate friend. Accustomed to the admiration of mankind, old and young, and satisfied with her wise monitor Albert for the confidant of her small troubles, she had ever experienced a sense of weariness in the conversation of young ladies. But the mania of the time being was very apt to make slight changes in Violet's way of thinking, and she now persuaded herself that she should derive as well as give pleasure through the acquaintance she wished to form. She made her wish known to Leicester one evening when he dined in Park Lane. She worded her request prettily and carefully, concealing her desire to give pleasure, under the pleasure more prominently put forward, which she hoped to receive. She was surprised and, to speak truly, very much nettled at only receiving a quiet
"Thank you"
to her request. Violet could not learn to take such disappointments calmly, nor yet to conceal her sensations.
"I think you do not wish me to know your sisters,"
she said quickly.
"You are very suspicious,"
he said with a smile.
"Not suspicious, only quick to see what people mean. I see you do not wish me to know your sisters. Why? Do you think I shall do them harm?"
Leicester hesitated. Violet's opinion was becoming too important, her approbation too dear to him. He had not been thoroughly conscious of it till that moment, when her request brought vividly before him some scenes at home, some follies and customs of 3 of his sisters, which would have given him pain for her to witness, which he felt he would rather have died than bring under her keen perceptions. His hesitation was the consequence of struggles which he felt to be disloyal to them. At last he answered truthfully,
"You must not suppose I do not see the kindness which prompts your request. If I do not accept your offer at once, it is because I hardly think the acquaintance will give you the pleasure you expect. It is no disparagement to my sisters to say that they are very unlike you. Some human beings suit, some do not. I do not think they would suit you." "Do you speak for their sakes, or for mine?"
Violet asked.
"I believe I spoke for my own,"
he replied honestly.
"I should wish you to like them, and I fear, when you know them, you may not do so. It is better to speak out what one feels." "But I think,"
she said playfully,
"I am not such a dragon as you make out. I know I do sometimes laugh at girls. I cannot help it. But I am not really ill-natured. A little laughing does no harm. But besides, I am sure I shall like your sisters. It is no kindness. It will be a pleasure to me to know them, unless it will be disagreeable to them." "Then I will not stand in the way of what I know will give them pleasure. And I must trust to your good nature,"
he added gravely, and, after a moment's pause,
"to bear as kindly with their infirmities as you have done with those of their brother."
Never before had Leicester alluded to the infirmity under which he suffered, and that he did so now was shown by his heightened colour to be an effort to him. Violet was so startled and affected by the speech that she blushed very deeply, and for a moment hardly knew how to answer him.
"Compliments ought not to be paid to me,"
at last she said, laughing off her embarrassment.
They gratify me too much. I meant no compliment, I assure you,
he replied in the same grave tone.
Then at all events,
she continued hurriedly,
you give me leave to do what I wish? You disappointed me at first, I own. I do give my leave,
he said, smiling,
and thank you for your intention.
And Violet let the subject drop. The very strange sensation she had felt when Leicester thanked her for her kindness to him might have given her a warning that benevolence was not the sole and simple motive that actuated her. But Violet was too happy, her mind too full and joyous and active, to be at liberty to analyse its sensations. She pursued her way freely and thoughtlessly, laughingly owning to herself that she had got a new mania, and never considering that its nature was somewhat different in kind from those that had hitherto occupied her.
End of Volume 1, Chapter 5.
Section 6 of Violet Osborne.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alice Hasty, Bristol, England. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 6.
Somewhat vain she was, or seemed so, yet it was not vanity, but fondness and a kind of radiant joy diffused around her. The Prelude. Leicester told his sisters of Violet's request as they sat at breakfast the next morning, and his heart sank at the excitement it produced. It was just such a scene as he dreaded her eyes should see.
I shall never leave the house till she calls,
said Henrietta.
I would not miss her for the whole world. No more shall I,
said Jessie, who always repeated Henrietta's words with some addition of her own.
I shall stand at the window till she comes, that I may be sure to be in the way. It is very good-natured of Miss Osborne,
observed Margaret.
For if she feels like me, to walk into a house where 5 women are watching for her must be far from a pleasant prospect. Yes, said Jessie, and I think she must have some reason for it. I think she must be in love with John.
Never before had Leicester had so great a struggle in repressing sharp words to his sisters, but he did repress them, and only said, with a smile, We all know where Jessie's thoughts fly to.
I am sure Henrietta thinks the same, don't you, Henrietta? I know I shall watch her face when I talk about John, and see whether she blushes or not.
Leicester remained silent. He felt too angry to trust himself to speak, but Margaret answered for him.
Then I shall turn you out of the room, Jessie, for your bad manners. I am quite ashamed of you. Why? Said Jessie complainingly. Why is Miss Osborne such a very sacred person that I may not look at her if I like?
You may look as much as you please, Jessie, Leicester now said. I am sure I may trust all my sisters to receive a visitor in a proper way.
Of course,
said Jessie.
I never meant to do anything I ought not. At what hour may we expect Miss Osborne?
Marian now asked, dryly.
My dear Marian,
Leicester said, smiling, after another struggle not to be impatient.
You all speak as if I had announced a visit from the Queen. Miss Osborne merely asked if she might call some day, perhaps today, perhaps not till next week. She said nothing about when the visit was to be. I hope it will not be till next week,
said Margaret,
because Jessie will be tired of her seat at the window by that time. Only asked, said Marian apologetically, because I should like to have things in order.
Your own order will do well enough, said Leicester, rising. I should not have mentioned the visit, but that I thought it would be more agreeable to you and to Miss Osborne to know she was expected.
I do not dine at home, Henrietta. At what hour shall you want me? Or have you found a better chaperone?
11:15, if you please. No, Mrs. Grant cannot go tonight.
11 is quite time enough, said Margaret, laughing. Don't hurry for Henrietta, John. Remember the last time. I remember, he said, smiling also, and nodding kindly, he left the room.
I think John was very near being very angry with you, Jessie,
observed Henrietta.
I saw him pinch his lips together when you said that about Miss Osborne blushing.
And if John had done what he ought, said Margaret, he would have ordered Jessie to go out of the room. I felt quite ashamed that my sister could make so ill-bred a speech.
But why? Said Jessie. I don't see why. I often say those sorts of things.
Then it shows a great want of tact. I am sure I wish John would be angry sometimes. I think we are enough to provoke a saint, and that John is not provoked shows that he is greater than any saint that ever was.
But all I want to know, persisted Jessie, is this. Why may we not talk about Miss Osborne as well as Miss Howard or Lucy Grant? You never scold me when I say I watch Lucy Grant. I am sure you think something particular about Miss Osborne. Do you think John is in love? Do you, Rachel? I wish you would tell me.
I don't know, replied Rachel slowly. I only feel, as I did from the first, that I would not for the world say anything about her that it would not please him to hear.
Oh, he is in love. I know he is in love, said Jessie sentimentally. Well, I will try not to look, but I know I shall. I never shall be able to help it.
Then you shall go out of the room, said Margaret decidedly. You had better take care how you behave.
I am older than Margaret,
said Jessie presently to Henrietta alone.
I can't think why she is to scold me as she does. Because you let her,
was Henrietta's answer.
Don't you think you shall watch Miss Osborne?
Was Jessie's next question.
Yes, I am sure I shall. Then why didn't you say so? Because I am not quite so great a goose as you are.
And so the conversation dropped. Violet did not call that day, nor the next, but Henrietta and Jessie were as good as their words. Henrietta remained at home, and Jessie rarely left the window. Margaret, although she laughed at them, was as determined to see Violet as they were, and Marian considered the visit to be to herself, and therefore watched like the rest. The only one who had resolved to be absent was Rachel, and her resolution was overset by a word from her brother. On the evening of the second day, when he came home to dinner, Rachel chanced to be for a moment alone in the drawing-room. "Has Miss Osborne called?" he inquired, and on receiving Rachel's negative, involuntarily added, "I hope you will be at home, Rachel." And Rachel felt herself bound to be present, and to keep watch with her sisters. It so happened, therefore, that when Mrs. and Miss Osborne called, the 5 Miss Lesters received the visit. Mrs. Osborne had not been thought of, and when she appeared, Marian was satisfied to devote herself to her. Though tiresome, Marian was quiet and inoffensive, and Mrs. Osborne, whose deafness prevented her from enjoying lively conversation, was well pleased to be questioned regarding the shops she frequented, the rent of houses in London, the most healthful and most expensive situations, and such other matters which were subjects of interest to Marian's mind. Violet seated herself near Henrietta and Jessie. Her quick eye singled out Rachel at once, as the one like her brother, and the one she should like to know. But Rachel was too like Lester not to have so placed herself as to be unapproachable. "Your brother gave me leave to call. I hope you do not mind?" Violet said at once, with her frank cordiality of manner.
"We thank you very much for your visit,"
Henrietta replied.
"We think it particularly kind,"
she added, laughing,
"because, as my sister Margaret said, it is a formidable thing to invade the home of 5 grown-up women."
"Which is Margaret?" inquired Violet, and when Margaret smiled and blushed, continued,
"I think you know my cousin, Albert Ellis?"
"I have danced with him 2 or 3 times," she answered. but we very seldom meet."
"You go out a great deal, Miss Osborne?" said Henrietta, half inquiringly, half making a statement.
"Do I?"
replied Violet quickly.
"Does your brother say so? Does he think me very dissipated?" "John would never make such uncivil remarks,"
exclaimed both Margaret and Rachel in a breath.
"I suppose it was my conscience that made me afraid,"
said Violet, laughing.
"I know I am rather dissipated, but I cannot bear to be thought so. And after all, mine is not real dissipation, for although I am obliged to go to a great many balls and parties, I never stay after 1 o'clock.
"Oh, Miss Osborne," said Jessie. "But then what is the use of going? You have only the crowd, and you cannot dance a bit."
"I do not much care about dancing now. I did for 2 years, but now I have got tired of it. We go out more because we must now than because we like it."
"Do you not care for nice partners?" asked Jessie in her mawkish way.
Violet drew herself up with stateliness, and Rachel blushed and longed to diverge the conversation. Jessie had no tact, and her sisters knew it. "I suppose we'd all rather dance with a nice person than a nasty one," Violet replied at last, and then, to put an end to what she considered girls' conversation, she moved her chair suddenly towards the table, near which Rachel sat, and took up a drawing that lay upon it. "This is very pretty. Is it your doing?" And she looked across at Rachel, determined to be answered. "Yes, we have been asked to work for a bazaar, and as I cannot work well, I have done a few drawings." "Oh, how good of you, and how you make me ashamed. I am so often asked, and I always think it is a bore. I like to give, but I cannot slave. Do tell me about your bazaar, and may I see your things?" Rachel explained that it was a bazaar for the consumptive hospital, which was to take place the following week. She opened the table drawer near which she sat, then, hastily closing it, was about to open another, when Violet sprang forward. "Pray let me see! Are not those your brother's doing?" Rachel looked annoyed, but reopened the drawer. Violet examined a multitude of little paper birds and beasts, and then said, "1 or 2 I have seen before. How clever they are! Are these for your bazaar?" "Oh no," Rachel replied, shaking her head. "John does not know we have got these. He makes them when he is anxious or nervous, or has anything to think of, and we pick them up, but he does not like us to show them." "How strange," Violet said, looking at her with curiosity. "They say all human beings have peculiarities," Rachel replied. "This is his." "You must let me send you some things for your bazaar," Violet said, changing the subject. "And now, shall you think me very impertinent if I do not wait to be better acquainted before I ask if either of you would like to drive with us? It would give me so much pleasure." She looked at Rachel, but Rachel looked away. The others thanked her with all their hearts and eagerly accepted her offer. Violet walked across the room and kissed her mother's brow, observing, "I have asked one of the Miss Lesters to drive with us, Mamma. If you do not mind, I think we have plenty of room for 2.
"Do just as you please, dear," said Mrs. Osborne cordially. "I shall be very happy to have them."
Henrietta and Jessie were the 2 who usually accepted invitations, and they therefore left the room to put their bonnets on. Violet would have preferred the 2 others, but she was comparatively indifferent, since all were Lester's sisters. She was very happy at having so easily accomplished one of her kind purposes. "The next time we call, you 2 must come," she said with frank and earnest warmth. "My cousin Albert told me the other day that you had not always a carriage, and I'm sure with this bazaar coming on, you must have things to do. I will call and see on Saturday if Mamma does not mind, and I'm sure she will not." "Mr. Ellis asked me if we had a carriage," said Margaret, laughing. "He says he cannot understand how women manage without one. He made very particular inquiries." "That is just like Albert," said Violet, laughing also. "But he is very discreet, and never reveals what he discovers. He would not have told me what he did unless he had thought it necessary for my welfare. When he thinks I am too much spoilt at home, he sometimes brings me to shame by telling me of other people's wants and wishes." You are not offended with me, I hope, for saying what I did?
The entrance of Henrietta and Jessie stopped the conversation, and Mrs. Osborne, seeing Violet was ready, rose from her seat. Finding that her young companions preferred a drive in the park to any shopping, she indulged them in their wishes, ending the drive by a visit to a nursery garden, from whence she sent them home laden with flowers. The following day she went to the Soho Bazaar and expended several pounds in small articles for the fancy bazaar the Miss Lesters had mentioned, and unable to delay the pleasure she hoped to give, carried her treasures at once to Clarges Street. Her kindnesses were not always received as they were intended, nor was gratitude always expressed with the warmth she expected. But there was no disappointment here, and in the admiration lavished on her provision for the bazaar, she so plainly detected a degree of envy, that she felt she might bestow her gifts on the young ladies themselves to her heart's content. Before a week had passed, she certainly had lavished both gifts and attentions upon them with superabundant profusion. Violet had not seen Lester since her acquaintance with his sisters began, but on the Saturday evening he appeared with Albert. There was a small party at Mrs. Osborne's. When they entered, Violet was engaged in conversation with a young gentleman, whom she classed under the denomination of a boy, and whom she therefore treated with supreme contempt. When Lester approached, she expected the youth to withdraw, but as he by no means considered himself a boy, he pursued his conversation undisturbed. Lester sat down at a little distance, and Albert stood by Violet. The young gentleman was making a complaint regarding the impossibility of ever securing Violet for a partner.
I have asked you to dance 4 times this week,
he said grumblingly.
And you have always told me you were engaged.
Because I was,
Violet replied.
It is your fault, not mine. I have told you that I only stay for 2 hours, and you time your requests ill.
You don't know what time is right, I am sure. I ask it every time. The last time I asked you as you walked upstairs and you said you were engaged.
So I was. I had been asked to dance the very moment I set my foot in the house. Why didn't you try again?
Because I think you do it on purpose. Now, if I was to ask you to dance the first dance at Lady Vernon's on Monday, I dare say you will say you are engaged.
I am afraid I am,
Violet said, laughing.
It did so happen that I was asked the last thing last night, for that very dance.
Now, Violet, I call that too bad,
said Albert.
I never would spoil a girl by making so much of her. I think it is a very indiscreet thing to do.
It does not make me vain,
she replied lightly.
I care too little about it to be vain. Do you think I am made up of pride and vanity?
She asked laughingly, suddenly pushing back her chair as she met the serious, contemplative gaze of Lester.
I believe we all have more vanity than we think,
he replied with a smile.
Not you, Lester,
said Albert warmly.
Do not undertake to answer for me. We know very little of each other or ourselves.
And so you think me very vain?
Violet asked gravely, and with not a little annoyance.
Indeed, he replied quickly, I never meant nor had any right to say so. We all are vain, I think, in some form or other, and if you had no vanity in your circumstances, you would be...
He hesitated, and then calmly added,
something above our common nature. I thought you were going to pay a compliment for once, Lester,
observed Albert.
And Mr. Lester would have fallen immeasurably in my opinion if he had,
said Violet.
I hate compliments.
Pitiful, mawkish compliments, I dare say, but I know nobody, Violet, who likes a good word better than you do.
Now, let us have done,
she said, laughing, but with vexation.
I have been lectured on vanity enough for tonight.
And she pushed her chair still further backwards as a hint to Albert and the young gentleman that she wished to talk to Mr. Lester.
I came here tonight to thank you for your kindness to my sisters,
he said directly, as if anxious to speak.
There is no need for thanks when one does but please oneself,
she replied quickly.
I told you I should like your sisters, and I do.
But it is not only the morose givers one thanks,
Lester persisted.
You have been very kind to them, and they and I thank you. And now do not think me ungrateful if I add one word of warning.
What have you got to say? She asked, smiling.
Do not spoil them, he said gravely.
Violet coloured with mortification and inquired, How do you mean?
I feared I should offend you,
he said earnestly.
Yet I ventured my word. My sisters are but human, and can be spoiled by kindness, as we all can. If, as he smiled, you would be discreet, I should really thank you for giving variety to their life, but I do not like things to be overdone, neither for their sakes nor your own.
I know exactly what you mean, she answered at last. Albert has been telling you that I take things up and lay them down, but I think you might understand that I should never think of either taking up or laying down in this case.
I assure you I spoke simply from my own good judgment, and I think when you consider, you will see the wisdom of what I say. I am an enemy to all that is excessive. Perhaps I make myself appear a very flat, stale, and unprofitable person, but such is the formation of my mind. And now, forgive me.
No, for I disapprove of and condemn your wisdom, and I think you will see that you are mistaken in me. And unwilling to discuss the matter further, Violet began a new subject.
End of Volume 1, Chapter 6.
Section 7 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 7. No good heart is happy alone. Bishop Hall. Leicester said no more at the time, but he had not spoken without reason. He feared lest his sisters, especially Marian, Henrietta, and Jessie, should too eagerly avail themselves of Violet's good nature, and his sense of dignity could not bear that they should be patronized. The very feelings with which Violet inspired him made him the more reluctant to place them in such a position. Violet, however, interpreted his words as a reproof for her excitable and fickle propensities, and became but the more desirous, by unceasing thought and kindness, to prove to him that he had been mistaken, too happy to find recipients for her bounty, whose varied tastes and many wishes permitted its free exercise. She yielded to every kindly impulse that assailed her, and there was so much forethought, and, to use an ugly but expressive word, delicacy in her attentions, that it seemed to the Miss Leicesters only natural to take what was so naturally tendered. "I say, Violet," said Albert one evening when he dined alone at his uncle's, "I don't think Leicester is best pleased with you." Violet coloured, but asked, lightly, "What now?" "I happened to go with him to see his sisters yesterday. I rather like that girl they call Margaret. And while we were there, a box of jewels came in. A present from you, it appears." "Jewels!" said Violet, angrily. "My dear Albert, little twopenny things, not worth talking about. I don't know how that may be. I saw a real gold bracelet, not very heavy or precious, I dare say, but such as I should be very thankful to get for 2 pence. And I tell you I don't think Leicester was pleased." "Then people are very hard to please, and I can't help it," she replied, quickly. "I am not so sure of that. To tell you the truth, Violet, I do think you make yourself rather a fool about those girls. As to those trinkets, Albert, I really could not help giving them. Jessie Leicester stood in mute admiration over some sham things we saw in a shop. They were pretty, but I told her I could not bear to wear sham trinkets. She said her brother felt the same, and though she did not mind, she never dared to do it. In the course of the conversation, I discovered that they, poor girls, have hardly any trinkets at all. But I was very discreet. This happened a fortnight ago, and I let a whole fortnight pass before I sent my presents. They are really little two-penny things, but whatever they are true and not sham." "How very correctly you speak, Violet," said Albert dryly. "Real gold for 2 pence. However, whatever the case may be, I do not speak only of the jewels. It is all very well to be attentive, but things may be overdone." "What are you and Albert fighting about?" said Mr. Osborne, rousing himself from a doze. "Can kindnesses be overdone, papa?" said Violet, eagerly. "That is the question." "It is not a very common fault, dear, as the world goes," he said, sleepily, "and so I would bear it when it is found." And he dozed again. "But I say they can be overdone, Violet," persisted Albert, "and I am quite sure I am right. Just change places, and ask yourself whether you would like the Miss Lesters to smother you with presents. That is the proper way of considering things. Do as you would be done by. I cannot put myself in their place, and therefore I cannot consider it in that light. But I suppose riches are not given us to keep to ourselves. Would you and Mr. Lester have been better pleased with me if I had bought the trinkets for myself?" "I believe it to be an absolute impossibility to argue with a woman," observed Albert, rising, "however clever they may be, and I allow you are clever, Violet. They have no more perception of the matter that lies before them than an infant in arms. You fly off to some abstract question which has nothing to do with our discussion, and which an idiot could answer. Good night, for I am going. Only remember that I am right and you are wrong, and so you will find." "Well, good night," she said, smiling. "You have made me uncomfortable, though I cannot see why, and that ought to be triumph enough for you." "My dear Violet," he said with a kind of parental dignity, "I assure you I want no triumph of that kind. My wish is to see you act properly. I am always sorry when I cannot approve of what you do." She laughed, and he left her, and Violet, though she could not see why, remained uncomfortable. She was not long left in discomfort, for Lester, who was always welcomed, and was now a constant visitor at the house, called late in the afternoon of the following day. With Violet, and even with her father and mother, his shyness had passed away, and with something of a thoughtless thankfulness, he yielded himself to the charm that was enthralling him. Violet saw in his face that he had something to say, but she did not intend to stand on the defensive, and therefore talked on common subjects, leaving it to him to attack her if he thought proper. At a pause he did so. "Do you remember, Miss Osborne, a remark connected with your kindness to my sisters which I made about 3 weeks ago?" "You told me not to spoil them," she replied demurely. "I am sure I hope I have done no serious harm." "I trust not, and yet I am anxious once again to repeat my words." "It is no use, Mr. Lester," she said wilfully. "If you choose to forbid me the house you can, but if I am allowed to see them, I must take my pleasure." He said nothing, but looked dissatisfied. "I am sure I am very sorry," she continued, a little hurt by his manner, "that I should give pain or discomfort to anybody, but I really think it is without reason. It does give me pain, I confess," he replied, "to see this lavish waste and profusion of gifts. I cannot but think of numbers whose bitter sorrows would be alleviated, if half was bestowed on their necessity." "Is that all?" said Violet quickly. "Then I do not mind. I thought it was that you were too proud to let me give or them receive." He smiled, not quite easily, and said, I am never sure of what my motives are, and I may be actuated by low ones, but be that as it may, I am sure it is right to wish that one in your position should learn that there may be extravagance in giving as well as in other things. I speak plainly," he added, coloring. "I scarcely know why I so presume, except that I think I know what some of life's trials are better than you do. And if you could know," she said warmly, "how I long to be told of those trials, you would not apologize for speaking. But I must say a word in my defense. We are not, I hope, uncharitable in this house. There is hardly a society in London to which we do not subscribe, and we give soup twice a week, and a good many things besides. But I am afraid I think life would be very dry if we were only kind to the poor. There is a medium in all things, though some persons refuse to see it," he replied, smiling. "Perhaps I should not persist in arguing this matter with you, if it were not that I know at this moment of a case of sorrow beyond my powers to relieve, on which a portion of what you have given my sisters would be wisely bestowed, and would be received as a blessing from heaven." "Oh, Mr. Lester, and why have you not told me of it before? Do you not know that my life, my hope, my whole pleasure in life is to do good?" And all the warmth and kindliness of her nature sparkled in her eyes and animated her face. "I do know," he replied with earnestness, "and it was for that reason I came to you. I had seen this case of sorrow but a short time before your last gifts to my sisters, and I resolved I would point out to you wiser and better objects for your generosity. Do not think I or they are ungrateful, for such is far from being the case. Do not speak any more about gratitude," she said quickly. "I hate the word. And now tell me, what is this case of sorrow?" "An officer's wife and daughter left utterly destitute. There is the small widow's pension, but the sickness and death of a child have swallowed it up, and much more than that, I fear. At this moment they are without the common necessaries of life, and the widow herself is ill. Their destitute state was pointed out to me, and I went to them, but, as I said, their necessity is beyond my powers to relieve, and their case is more suited to a woman's kindness than a man's." "I will go to them," said Violet. "Mamma," and she went across and kissed her mother, "you will take me to see a poor woman, will you not?" "Yes, dear, certainly. Where does she live?" And Mrs. Osborne roused herself eagerly. "It is a part of London," Lester said, smiling, "to which I would not willingly send you. You must be prepared for real misery and its many accompaniments. But I suppose such sights are good for us all. I will write the direction. It was to one of the small streets near Soho Square." "I will go tomorrow," Violet said, "and I wish tomorrow was come. Could we meet you there, Mr. Lester, and we might consider what could be done?" "I will come here, if you will allow me," he replied. "The mother is too ill, and the daughter too young and pretty to be a fit charge for me. I am thankful to resign them into your hands. I believe you are making out a romance," he added, smiling, as he saw a peculiar look in Violet's face. "But I assure you I am far too prosaic a person for such kind of romances. Do not waste your imagination upon me." "Is the girl so very pretty?" Violet asked with curiosity. "Not by any means dangerously beautiful," he said, smiling again, "but certainly pretty, and so fair and young and helpless looking, that I shall be glad to think of her as having a kind adviser and friend. Any assistance I and my sisters can give, you may depend on our giving, but if you will accept the charge I resign it gratefully to you." "And I take it gratefully," Violet said with warmth, "and I hope I shall acquit myself to your satisfaction." End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Section 8 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter VIII. Grief call it not, 'twas anything but that, a conflict of sensations without name. The Prelude. It was a new scene to which Violet was introduced on the following day, not new to most people, nor in itself an uncommon scene of distress, but a new scene to her. The one small room up 3 pair of dingy stairs, the close suffocating air which emerged from that room, now the abode of wasting sickness and poverty, and which 3 weeks before had been the abode of death, the comfortless bed, the emaciated look of the sick woman, and the famine-stricken countenance of the pale, fair girl. All these things, no uncommon sight in this world, were new to Violet, and the sight subdued her. There was no word said, nor arrangement made, but as they entered the room a change took place in the common positions of Mrs. Osborne and her daughter. It was Mrs. Osborne who unconsciously went forward to speak, to help, to comfort, and Violet who as unconsciously drew back, mute and awe-stricken. The sick mother seemed to lie in a kind of apathy, and so had lain, her daughter said, since her boy's death, which had taken place in that room about 3 weeks before. It was only when Mrs. Osborne laid upon the table a small basket of provisions, tea, broth, and arrowroot, that her eye brightened into anything like sense or attention. The daughter, who gave her name as Amy White, very simply and naturally, but tearfully related their misfortunes, and said, if it had not been for the kindness of one gentleman who had heard of their misery, they should now have been starving. She looked, as Lester said, too fair and young and helpless to struggle with misfortune, and though she expressed her readiness to work, yet she seemed at a loss to know how to look for work, or what to do with herself in the wide world of London. After relieving their present distress, and receiving a thankful acquiescence to a proposal, suggested by Violet, for removing them at once into a healthier lodging, Mrs. Osborne took leave, and Violet, with a few kind words and kinder looks, silently followed her. "Oh, mamma," she then exclaimed, "did you know there was such misery in the world?" "Yes, dear," said her mother, "I am afraid I did. I feel as if I could not breathe," Violet said and sighed, and she threw herself back in the barouche in profound thought. When she returned home, and took off her bonnet, she also pulled off all her rings and bracelets, with a feeling of disgust, then sat down in the window of the drawing-room, to indulge in painful reflections. The sight of the strange inequality in the measure of good things allotted to human beings cannot but excite reflection in every ardent and thoughtful mind, and the first approach of such reflections is overwhelming. Once Violet rose and exchanged her comfortable chair for a hard one, and several times her eyes wandered over the luxurious and ornamented room with a gaze of amazement and displeasure. She seemed to see at every turn the young lady's figure, for lady she was by birth and education, in her worn and threadbare suit of black, and with her eyes distended by hunger and sorrow. "Oh, Mr. Lester," she exclaimed, when, at the time appointed, Lester came in, and, after hearing a few words from Mrs. Osborne, approached her. "You have made me miserable." "I can understand that," he replied with quick sympathy. "I was afraid I should for a time, but not for long, not when you find how much good you can do." "I do feel so wicked," she said, and tears gathered in her dark blue eyes and made them shine like the stars. "Only tell me, is such misery common? Of course I knew people were poor, but is such horrible misery common?" "Not very uncommon, I fear." "Then why do we live as we do? Is it not wicked? This room oppresses me. Why, the contents of this room only would save 100 people from starving." "You are entering on a very large question," he said gravely, "and not a new one. Such thoughts, I suppose, at times trouble us all." "And should they not?" she asked anxiously, looking up in his face. I am sure I cannot say they should not, he replied in the same serious manner. We do all, I doubt not, spend more on our luxurious tastes than is strictly right. That is a question for every man's own conscience. But as to the other question, the inequality of men's lots in this world, that is plainly an ordinance of God. So long as there are any powers that be, strength of body, or mind, or talent, or beauty, opposed to weakness, folly, and deformity, inequality there must be, and the wildest democrat must submit to it. When once we allow this, the question as a general one is answered, but then comes a much more useful one. And what is that? Violet asked. I only mean the practical, the lessening the inequality by every means in our power, relieving the distress that comes before us, and if it cannot be done by cutting off our luxuries, doing it. I am glad you say that, Violet said eagerly. I am sure I should not mind cutting off luxuries. I am sure you would not, he replied warmly, and then added, smiling, and now may we come to the matter in hand? I began to speak of it to Mrs. Osborne, but she desired me to come to you, because I usually do settle such things. But do you know, Mr. Lester, it was quite changed to-day. When I went into that room I felt stupefied. I could not think of a word to say, while Mamma was so wise and kind it made me ashamed of myself. Surely without reason, Lester said. If you did not expect to see such misery, it would have been unnatural not to be surprised by it. As we grow older, we know such things are and will be, and though we feel them, we are not amazed. But have you thought of any alleviations? I am sure you have, of removing them at once from that dreadful place. Yes, we settled that, but we want your advice as to where, and then after that, I suppose, a small pension, for a time, at any rate. Mamma is sure Papa will give it. Lester shook his head. I am against pensions where they can be avoided, he said. But can they be avoided? Violet said, anxiously. That poor girl could never work, and she could not leave her mother to be a governess, even if she was fit for one. I will tell you my plan, Lester said. I went today to speak to a clergyman on the subject, a man versed in such cases, and he suggested that she should keep a village school. It would give her a home for her mother, and the work would not be hard. He mentioned to me a village in which such a person at this very moment is wanted, and he wrote to make further inquiries. I was much pleased with the plan. Where is the village? Violet asked. In Dorsetshire. You are not satisfied, he said, looking at her, and seeing the cloud on her countenance. I am only disappointed. She goes, and I have done with her. I had hoped to be a real friend. Her pale face took my fancy, poor girl, and I thought of 1,000 kindnesses I could do her. Do not doubt she will want them, Lester said. I was only afraid of putting too much upon you. To hold such a situation, she must be respectable, or she would not be respected, and think of all that her house, and her dress, and her mother will require to make them respectable. I fear you will find only too much required of you. Nothing can be too much while I have money to give. Oh, how I have wasted my life! Yes, I see. Yes, I see, she repeated, her eyes brightening, and an arch smile playing on her lips. For here, at any rate, you will not forbid me to give. Here even you will allow that giving is a virtue. In moderation, he said, with a smile. Only in moderation. Activity soon banished the cloud of thoughtfulness that had oppressed Violet's spirits, and with more than her usual fervor she threw herself into the task before her. But her charity had not yet learned wisdom, and it needed the united efforts and entreaties of her mother and Lester to restrain the exuberance of her benevolence, a benevolence that threatened to turn the head of her victim, and spoil her for ever for the lot in life that was her portion. But Violet, ardent as she was, had a mind open to reason, and when once the injury she might do was clearly set before her eyes, she laid a strong hand upon herself, and restrained her generosity. Leicester's plan was a successful one, and after some trouble in correspondence, and many arrangements, large and small, Amy White and her mother, still an invalid, but improving in health, were settled comfortably in their new abode. It was an affair which occupied many weeks. There was not only trouble, but there were disappointments. Amy was very helpless, and Mrs. White a grumbler by nature, but Violet's patience never gave way, nor did her ardor flag. Even Albert was obliged to do her justice, and allow that it was not the novelty alone that caught her fancy, and occupied her attention. On the other hand, it might possibly have been suggested that the feeling which animated her was not pure benevolence. During these weeks the intimacy between her and Leicester made rapid strides, as he was the medium through which all communications to the country clergyman passed. His advice or his knowledge were constantly required, and having laid the burden of Amy's necessities on Violet's shoulders, he could not refuse to give his time and trouble to assist her in her task. With this reflection, he satisfied himself, when conscience suggested that his steps too frequently turned towards her abode, and that his heart beat too rapidly in her presence. It would soon be over, this time of happiness, so he argued, and once over, he would gradually withdraw himself, and wean himself from a pleasure that might be bought too dear. No sentiment marked this intercourse. Mrs. Osborne always, and Albert often, partook in it, the one silently, the other criticizingly, but nevertheless its freedom and constancy had dangers, if danger is the proper word to apply to what might have been for the happiness and benefit of both sides. This danger at last suggested itself to Albert, and remembering that he had been the means of introducing Leicester into the house, he conscientiously pointed it out to Mrs. Osborne. "I say, Aunt Elizabeth," he said, one day, "if this goes on, we shall have Violet falling in love with Leicester." "Yes, dear," replied Mrs. Osborne, quietly. "I saw that from the first day he came here." "And don't you mind? Or if you are too unworldly to care about rank and poverty, won't my uncle mind? Don't he wish Violet to make a good marriage?" "I think he will be sorry if it should happen so, a little sorry, without being worldly. Dear Albert, we should perhaps like Violet to marry some person who could make her more of a queen. But you know we told her when she grew up that she was to please herself, and we feel the same now. She is the best judge of what will make her happy, and if she is happy, we are happy too." "You are quite a philosopher," Albert said, smiling. "Well, I know what I think. She will be a happy woman if she gets Leicester for a husband, but I don't quite see how it is to be managed. Leicester could never propose, that is certain. He would die in the attempt, or even at the mere thought of it. He must have a hint if such a thing is to be." "No, dear," Mrs. Osborne said, laying her hand on his arm. "Never give hints about such things. I like to think that marriages are made in heaven, and I would leave them to be made there. It may, after all, be a mere fancy on Violet's part. Remember how excitable she is, and how soon she changes. If they really love each other, Mr. Leicester will find it out in time, and when he has found it out, he will not fear to speak. For the present, it is best to let it alone." End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Section 9 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne, by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 9. love that makes the day pass lightly on when foresight sleeps, and wisdom and the pledges interchanged with our own inner beings are forgot. The Prelude. I am so glad, Rachel, to have found you alone, said Margaret one day, softly opening the door of her sister's room. I do so want to speak to you. It was many weeks after the date of the last chapter. The London season was over, and a broiling August sun was driving every inhabitant of London who could leave it to seek for cooler shades. Every alternate year Lester took his sisters for a month or two to the seaside, but in those days to move a large family, who liked when they did move to have all their comforts undisturbed, was a costly affair, and the alternate trips of pleasure in peace and comfort had been preferred to yearly visits paid in less luxuriant style. The Lesters were therefore still in London, and, with the exception of Rachel and Margaret, they were content to be there. "What is it, Margaret?" Rachel said, looking up from a book she was reading. Margaret closed the door as softly as she had opened it, and began to speak in an undertone. "It is about John, Rachel. What do you think? Here is London quite over, and Miss Osborne gone, and nothing has come of that friendship we thought so much about. And how grave John looks. Does he not?" "He does look grave," Rachel said, "but he is as cheerful as usual." "Yes, for us. He thinks that his duty. But I watched him as he walked down the street this morning, and I felt I could not bear to see him look so grave any more. I wish you would ask him what is the matter, Rachel." "I cannot. He might not like it. But if he did not, what then? Why do we stand in such terrible awe of each other? He never is angry, but if he was, what would that matter?" "It is not that exactly," Rachel said, musingly. "But I cannot bear that he should think we watch his proceedings, and gossip about his concerns." "Is it gossiping to take an interest?" Margaret asked. "Jessie does gossip about him, I know, but I cannot call it gossiping to feel sorry to see him unhappy, and to long to know what is the cause. I am sure I don't think it is, my dear Margaret. I feel the wish to know quite as much as you do. All I mean is, that when a man has 5 sisters, they should be very careful in their questions and remarks. I think they should try in every way to show him that they do not watch. That is always what I feel, at least, and it makes me afraid of questioning." "I have a great mind, then, to do it myself," Margaret said. "I must say it seems very unnatural to see one's brother look grave and worried, and never to ask him why." "What should you say?" asked Rachel, with curiosity. "I should begin by telling him that I beg he will never think of such a thing as marrying without our consent, and that my consent I never will give." "But, my dear Margaret," said Rachel, with a look of dismay. "Oh, that will be only to begin, and to see how he takes it. If I was to do it sentimentally, I should be frightened. But if I begin by being cross, we may get into conversation, and if once he will let me talk to him, I will give him some good advice." "Then do. You will do it much better than I should. Are you not going with him to Windsor tomorrow?" The voices had a little forgotten their undertone during the last part of the conversation, and Jessie, who, by some natural magic, always discovered when any confidential conversation was going on, looked into the room, and seeing 2 sisters together, immediately joined them. "Why do you come to talk up here?" she began. "It is so dull downstairs. It is rather hard if there is anything to hear that I may not hear it." "Come and hear it, by all means," said Margaret, pushing a chair towards her. "Now, what do you want to know?" That is always the way you answer. But it does not deceive me. I know you were talking about some particular thing, and I think it was about John, and I do so want to know. Do you think he is in love? Do you think Miss Osborne likes him? Do you think she has refused him? Do you suppose they write to each other? My dear Jessie, do hold your tongue, Margaret said, quickly. If you wish to ask all these questions, you had better ask John, and so I would, only that if I do, you abuse me, and say I have no tact. Well, that is true, Margaret replied, laughing, but don't ask us, for we cannot give you any information. I am sure Rachel knows, Jessie said, fretfully, and as I am older than Margaret, I think it is very hard, Rachel, that you have Margaret up here in your room. You never have me, and nobody ever tells me anything. I am coming down now, if you will carry my drawing book, Rachel said, quietly, and rose from her seat. I am glad of that, Jessie said, quite satisfied at having disturbed the conversation. I cannot think why you should come up here to talk. It is so dull downstairs. At this time of the year, too, when we must be left to our own company. Margaret went with her brother to Windsor on the following day, but it was not till they got near home on their return that she summoned courage to make her attack. She then began as she had said she would. I am not thinking of marrying, he replied with a slight smile. I will remember what you say, but I do not need it. But, my dear John, I hope you do not think I meant what I said, Margaret exclaimed eagerly. I do give my consent, and much more. I am longing to hear of your marriage. Don't tell me that you have no thoughts of it. She looked anxiously in his face, but the same grave, slight smile was all his answer. I am serious now, she continued. Do speak to me. He did not reply, and she went on. Why did you not go to Broadstairs last Saturday? I heard Mr. Ellis beg you to go, and I saw, at least I think I saw, that you wished it. Why did you refuse? You seem determined to know all my thoughts, Margaret, he said so gently and kindly that she wondered why she had been afraid. And so I suppose I must tell you, I have behaved as only a young man ought to behave, indulging myself, and consciously, too, in thoughts that I knew too well could not last. But I mean to do so no more. But why, John? I cannot understand why. I think Miss Osborne likes you. I am sure you must think so too. Yes, Margaret, I think she likes me. She is clear and open as the day, and what she feels she shows. She likes me, and I should be, nay, I am grateful that she does. It is a pleasure to me, but it is not enough for me. He paused, then added, and again broke off, for me to dare. There is no daring, John, in a man like you. He shook his head. I think you are wrong, Margaret said boldly. I think sometimes to be over-humble is very like pride. She was sorry for her boldness when she saw the deep flush that overspread his face. She felt she had touched some too sensitive chord. You may be right, he replied at last, but man is as he is made, and we see things, perhaps, with different eyes. I can but feel my unworthiness and presumption. I dare not hope, and to be refused I could hardly survive. And now, let us have done. You mean, dear Margaret, very kindly, and I thank you, but you give me pain. And as she saw he spoke the truth, she was forced to submit. Feeling it due to Rachel, she told her what had passed, expressing, at the same time, in stronger terms, her astonishment at, and disapprobation of, his diffidence. I can understand it, Rachel said. I should feel just as he does. But not being what John is, Margaret persisted. He has not worldly good things, but he has much better things. Yes, Margaret, we know he has, and so, perhaps, does Miss Osborne, but he does not. He knows what he has not, but such a mind and such qualities as he has are just those of which the possessor himself is unconscious. He cannot presume on those. Presume, Margaret repeated, pondering over the word. No, I don't want him to presume, but I do like a man to venture. Men have a great superiority over women in being allowed the power of choice, and they ought to be generous, and make ventures, even if in the dark. Women can only refuse. They ought not to be grudged that very disagreeable and uncomfortable privilege. But if it is so disagreeable, Margaret, men ought not to force it rashly upon them. Think what it would be to Miss Osborne to refuse a man like John. But I don't think she would refuse. Ah, that is another question. All I mean is, that I do not wonder at his diffidence. I sometimes think Miss Osborne is in love with him, but she is so kind and frank, and warm-hearted, that more often I wonder if it has ever crossed her mind. And as I feel that, it is not strange that he should feel it also. Well, said Margaret, totally unconvinced by anything her sister said, I must say I like a man to venture, and I think it a great pity to indulge in over-diffidence. Now, I suppose we must see John's grave face all this long autumn. In this latter supposition she was mistaken. Roused by her questions to a perception of his gravity, and reproaching himself for having excited anxiety, Lester exerted himself tenfold for the amusement of his sisters, and whatever the effort might have been to him, the long autumn had never passed so rapidly. The invitation to Broadstairs was repeated more than once, but was always refused. He planned Saturday and Sunday excursions with his sisters in succession, that he might refuse without any appearance of backwardness. When Violet returned to London, he intended to resume his visits under certain restrictions. The interval he was employing in bracing his mind and vanquishing himself. Mr. Osborne had no country place, and as the sea air was necessary to Mrs. Osborne's health after the heat of London, and as Violet particularly enjoyed the winters in London, he had never established himself at any villa. Her autumn visits to the seaside were usually very agreeable to Violet. Her powers of enjoyment were quick and keen, her resources in her own self endless, and her kindliness being always called out by some invalid child, or girl, or old woman, to whom she devoted herself for the time being. Life slipped from under her hands with the quickness of perfect content, but the days of perfect content had vanished, perhaps for ever. The intoxication of early youth, that second but more romantic, more imaginative, more spirited childhood, rarely lasts above 2 years, and when that is gone, whatever of radiant joy or calmer happiness may be in store, life has no third cup of single, simple, unqualified content to present. Henceforward, though differently mixed in different lots, something of care, doubt, or anxiety is blended with the draught of hope. Henceforward, single, simple content is looked down upon as marking inferiority in the scale of existence, and with something of a sigh of contempt the days in which it was sufficient for happiness are recalled. Violet was possessed of all her usual elements of satisfaction. Her invalid protégés were more than commonly interesting. Her schemes of kindness and charity were wiser and larger. Acquaintance more than usually agreeable were to be met with if society was desired. The autumn was finer, the plans for her amusement more unceasing, but she was restless. Lester had read her very truly. She had never yet allowed to herself that she did more than like him, had been far too happy as she was to think of so dry a thing as marriage, far too full of her attentions to him, her desires to win and relieve him from his miserable backwardness, to know how necessary he was becoming to herself. But now that she saw him no more, she was restless and dissatisfied. Her nature was too bright and elastic, her hopes for future pleasures too strong to allow her to pine or brood in melancholy thought, her confidence in herself perhaps too strong to give her any real uneasiness of mind. But still the surface of life presented no longer an unruffled mirror. The present was no longer so blissful a reality that a future was an intrusive thought. "How very nice this is," Albert said, as he stood with her one evening by the sea. It was in the beginning of October, but the weather was still mild and pleasant, and a lovely sunset had kept them lingering on the beach. "Very," Violet said, warmly, "and I must stay and see what colors the clouds will take next." "It is like the sunset in Childe Harold. Let us sit down and watch the sky. You look at these things poetically," he said. "I like them because they are beautiful, without thinking about poetry, or theorizing about colors. What a sin and a shame it is to have to live always in London to see these things as a sight, and not as one's natural-born inheritance. But I don't mean to go on so all my life, that I can tell you. Not when you have married the heiress you used to speak of. What a pity it is, Albert," she said, laughing, "that you never have taken to me, with your opportunities. There is no telling what you might not have done." "You would not have suited me at all," he said, placidly. "I have no idea of marrying a woman who thinks herself my superior." "No, neither for my husband or wife would that be an agreeable prospect. I like superiority, of course, and wish for it in my husband, but still—" "Oh, Violet," Albert said, sarcastically, "we know very well what you intend to have. The most superior man on the face of the earth, but perfectly submissive to you for all that." "I believe so," she said, laughing. "Superior in principles, and superior in intellect, but inferior in some things by way of consolation. The fact is, I was not born submissive, and we must be as we are born." "This is delicious," Albert said, inhaling the sea breeze, and looking at the glorious sky. "Talking of colors, there is every color of the rainbow there, green, purple, rose color. It is a sin to go to London. When do you move, Violet?" "In a fortnight," she replied, eagerly, "and I am so glad." "Glad? Are you? Why?" And he looked intently in her face. She blushed, and he then discreetly looked away. But Violet was not sentimental, and, conscious of her blush, she said, boldly, "I miss Mr. Lester's visits. That is one reason. I want to know why he would not come and see us." "You had better not ask him," Albert observed, with his usual discretion. "I certainly shall. Why should I not?" "Because such questions are not proper for girls. He may have reasons he does not choose to tell." "And he can say so, can he not?" "Yes, but then you will fancy there is a mystery. Men do not like to be questioned, and I advise you to hold your tongue." "I would take your advice if I could," Violet said, "but I know I cannot. I have thought him uncivil, perhaps, to say the truth, a little ungrateful, and yet I am sorry to think so. I must satisfy myself." "Ungrateful! What a word for such a man as Lester! Why, what have you done for him so deserving of gratitude?" "You cannot make me ashamed of the word. I have done all I could to please him, and though no more than he deserves, a man, however superior, should be grateful for that." "I did not expect he would so soon forget us all." "I did hope he would miss us too much to refuse the little trouble of coming here to see us. But it is as the ballad says," she added, laughing, "man were deceivers ever, one foot on sea, and one on land, to one thing constant never." "He may have good reasons, Violet," Albert said, gravely. "And that is what I wish to know," she replied, and then the conversation broke off. But when Lester and Violet met, she found the question less easy to ask than she had anticipated. He called with Albert a few evenings after Mr. Osborne's return to London, but the consciousness that he had acted with forethought, and not as he would naturally have acted, made him constrained. Violet's manner added to this constraint. She had determined to show no pique, but against her will it did appear. A slight coldness, or rather a slight repression of her usual cordial warmth, was certainly to be discovered, and, though such a coldness might have reassured Lester, could he have argued on the subject, it froze him. Their conversation was calm, quiet, and indifferent. Lester had determined that that visit should begin a new phase of friendship, and with unspeakable pain he felt it had begun. But it did not quite end here. When Albert joined them, he casually alluded to the charms of Broadstairs, and, moved by a sudden impulse, Violet seized the opportunity to ask the question Albert had forbidden. "Why would you never come near us, Mr. Lester?" she said, with a return to her own natural manner. "We had a nice house, and most enchanting sea breezes. I think it would have done you good." Lester had provided himself with an answer to this inquiry. He had made arrangements, the simplest and most natural, that he might have a proper excuse, but somehow they escaped his memory at the moment, and, colouring, he only said, "I was extremely obliged to you all for the kindness of your invitations. I hope Albert thanked you as I desired him." "Oh, yes, he thanked," she replied, with a little scorn. "But thanks were not quite all we wished or expected. We were offended, were we not, Albert?" "Speak for yourself, Violet," he replied dryly. "I can understand reason when I hear it." And, unwilling to see Lester embarrassed, he strolled back to his aunt. "Then I speak for myself," Violet said gravely. "There was at any rate no cause for offence," Lester answered, in a low tone, and the tone more than the words made Violet's heart beat quick. For an instant she felt embarrassed, and wished her question unasked, but the next instant she recovered herself. "I don't know what is generally considered a just cause for offence," she said, with a voice and manner of grave dignity, "but in my opinion there is no greater cause than when those who have acted like friends cease to act so. It must come either from a change in themselves, or else from distrust of the words and actions of others, and unless when it is a case beyond offence, I think either of these causes may be allowed to produce it." "We cannot rightly judge of the motives of others," Lester replied, with a manner as grave as her own, "and therefore we should not be hasty in taking offence." No more was said either by way of comment or explanation, but Violet felt, as well as Lester, that a new phase in their friendship had indeed begun. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9.
Section 10 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 10. I had stood, in my own mind, remote from social life, like a lone shepherd on a promontory, who, lacking occupation, looks far forth into the boundless sea. The Prelude. From that time, for many weeks, Lester lived in a perpetual ferment and torment of heart. Often, after leaving the house in Park Lane, he walked up and down, as he had done on the first night of his acquaintance with Violet, heated and feverish, even in the cold November fog. He no longer dreaded a repulse. He had indeed a natural diffidence on that subject. Moments when he doubted whether the question marriage had ever entered Violet's imagination, but this was no longer the fear that agitated him. He thought Violet liked, perhaps in the broad acceptation of the term, loved him, but he feared she did not love him enough, not with the supreme and exclusive devotion which could alone carry them happily through the trials and disappointments of their united lives. For Lester, though he loved Violet with an ardor youth cannot know, had not youth's romantic imagination to gild the future. Older in mind than in years, he saw with a far-seeing glance that there must inevitably on both sides be much to bear. 10 years before he would have looked sanguinely forward to the change in himself, which a union with one as bright as sunny as Violet must bring. But he had no sanguine anticipations now. Such as he had been for 32 years, such he would be to the end. Nay, he dreaded less in that very union, less in the widely different disposition of his wife, less in the dependency their different worldly positions must cause. The chain that bound him might not press all the more heavily on his soul. He saw his future trials and shrank before them, and still more painfully he foresaw those of Violet. He knew that the world's opinion was not indifferent to her. He could see that praise was sweet, and admiration precious. He could guess that she would desire to be proud of the man she loved and had chosen. And to this desire blank disappointment must ensue. He had gifts, and he knew it. But he could not bring them beneath the world's gaze. Not even with Violet's love before him, not even in the desire to be all she desired could he, even in imagination, picture himself another man than he was. She would go forward, winning all hearts, and she would look back and see him plodding along the path of life, neglected, uncourted, unbeloved. There were moments when for her sake he could willingly have blotted out forever that day, whose annals recorded their first meeting. There were hours of doubt and questioning whether even yet it were not happier for both that the incipient passion should be smothered and never see light. But day by day, words fell from Violet which made it impossible that he should attempt to misunderstand her or recede. "What is that letter, darling, and why do you keep looking at me?" said Mr. Osborne one evening, while Lester and Violet were talking. "What plot are you and Mr. Lester forming upon my good nature?" He joined his daughter as he spoke. "It is a request, Papa," said Violet, "and I am afraid I must come to you about it. It is beyond me." "What extravagances are you leading her into now, Mr. Lester?" Mr. Osborne inquired, smiling. "Let us hear what it is." "It is not a request," said Lester, rising, "but a suggestion from the clergyman of the parish where Miss White is now living. I knew Miss Osborne would be angry if I did not lay the suggestion before her, but I quite agree with you that we are extravagant, and apt to forget that Miss White is not the only distressed person in this world." "Now, Mr. Lester," Violet said, shaking her head at him, "you know you think this is a reasonable request, and you must not turn against me. Listen, Papa. I know you will think it reasonable too." She took up the letter and read a few sentences describing Amy White's comfort and her gratitude. She then went on. "I have one suggestion to make, and that is that should there be at any time sufficient funds, something should be done towards providing a small kitchen range, or otherwise increasing the comfort of the kitchen. It is at present very poorly furnished, and Mrs. White, being an invalid and accustomed to better fare, finds it hard to be satisfied with the poor provisions that must be hers. Her daughter does all she can, but the grate is small and smoky, and there is no oven, nor any means of making a variety in their daily food. There, Papa, you can fancy what a trial that must be to an invalid. I dare say underdone beefsteaks and smoky mutton chops and that kind of thing." Lester smiled at this picture of Mrs. White's bill of fare, but said nothing. Mr. Osborne, who though no gourmand, was too much accustomed to fare well not to value his good fare, entered into the subject with interest. After a little talk with Lester and an inquiry into the price of a kitchen range, he retired to write and presently returned with a check, which he put into Violet's hand, saying smilingly, "Now, nothing more, Violet, for a long, long time. I forbid the mention of Miss White's name for a whole week." "That is a kind father," Violet said as he left them. There, Mr. Lester, you must write to the clergyman, and as I am sure there is more than is wanted now, you must tell him to lay by a little for the next great want. You see, I am learning prudence. Lester gravely took the check, and as he did so remarked, "It is certainly a blessing to be rich." "Yes," Violet said warmly, "it is. But only in this view, only to give." Lester was silent, and she went on, "I am sure I am not going to say anything against riches in themselves. I dare say I like comfort and luxury too much, and all the things that riches give. But though I like them, that is not the cause of my calling riches a blessing. That is not why I thank God in my prayers for having them. I would not be poor. I bless my fate that I was not made poor, but only on this account, because I should then lose the happiness of giving." Her face was beaming and bright with the earnestness of what she said. "I quite believe you," Lester said with warmth, but there was a shadow all the while on his countenance. "I wonder if you feel as I do, Mr. Lester," Violet began again, after a moment, as if she was seizing an opportunity to pour out the thoughts of her heart. "It seems to me that preachers in general preach so poorly on this subject. They speak to us, to all rich people, as if we were sordid souls, as if we cared for riches for our own sakes, and thought of nothing but spending on our own grandeur. I sometimes long to get up and tell them that they do not understand human nature." "You must remember," Lester said, "that preachers deal with masses of men. I mean no compliment when I say that congregations are not all composed of Miss Osbornes." "Do not say of Miss Osbornes. You know that you feel as I do." "I have not been tried with great riches," he said seriously. "I see they have a tendency to make men selfish. Why should I suppose myself to be better or wiser than others?" Violet was silent for a few minutes, and when she spoke, it was with some change of subject. "I almost hate myself for speaking so much of riches," she said. "For what are they, and what distinction do they give? If I say what I truly think, it is that there must be something poor and low in the mind which sets up riches as a mark of distinction, which looks on riches as an object for homage. I should scorn myself if I thought. I scorn all who think that riches are an unapproachable thing." And again her face glowed with the earnestness of her thoughts. "Perhaps I agree with you," Lester replied, "more than you would imagine. Society gives a certain estimation to riches, and to the common laws of society we must submit. But I myself am no worshipper of wealth." He paused, then added while a glow stole over his cheeks, "The gifts of the mind and heart, and in their degree of the body too, are those which command my homage, and they only I look upon as unapproachable things." To such a speech no reply could be given, and it was only after an embarrassed silence that Violet endeavored to laugh and lightly said, "I am glad then that we are of one mind. You know what my thoughts on riches are, and I know yours. And you must not forget," she more gravely added, "that we are agreed." She would have given worlds to speak more plainly, but she dared not. But there was no need of plainer words. Lester read every thought of her heart, saw that she was ready to give herself and her wealth into his hands, and yet doubted still if the true love was there, which was the only wealth he desired to receive, that true love which, in giving perfect sympathy, might loose him from the chain that bound him and the burden which weighed him down. It was about a week after this time that Lester called in Park Lane. It was at an hour in which he had sometimes found Mrs. Osborne alone, and so, according to his hope, he found her on this occasion. Shy men are very apt to make more awkward a thing which needs the yielding to impulse, not to be done awkwardly. But it was not on account of any shyness that Lester came to Mrs. Osborne's. The constant and pressing invitations to their house were sanctions from Violet's father and mother to his attachment, but he thought that Violet's position in the matter of worldly goods needed a double sanction, and what he did he would do openly. "I am come to ask you," he began at once, "to permit me to see Miss Osborne alone. You may guess on what errand I come, and you may guess also, in part at least, what I feel in thus daring to come. I know you must think me unworthy, but you cannot think so more than I do myself." His voice was too low and hurried for Mrs. Osborne to hear. Only the word unworthy reached her ears, but she saw by his face what he said. "No one whom Violet loves, or who loves Violet," she replied in her soft, gentle way, "can be unworthy of her. I wish you success." "Do you, Mrs. Osborne, wish me success?" he asked eagerly. She heard him this time and answered with earnest kindness. "You know well how precious a gift we think our child. We should not lightly give her away, but we have seen enough of you, Mr. Lester, to be sure that we may safely trust her and her happiness in your hands. If you can win her love, you have our love and blessing also." "Her happiness," he said, grasping the hand Mrs. Osborne held out to him, while a shadow fell on his countenance. "You make me afraid. Her happiness. It is an awful trust. What am I that I can make her happy?" Mrs. Osborne smiled gently, and rising, said she would call her daughter. Her manner was most encouraging, but she left Lester in a tumult of troubled thoughts. Violet's happiness to be placed in his hands, in his who found his own being a burden too hard to bear. It seemed to him as if never yet had he faced this thought as it needed to be faced. He was standing leaning within the window in which Violet often sat, when the door opened and she entered. It was a winter's afternoon, but all the Osbornes loved light and brightness, and the lamp and candles were blazing, and Violet was in full light as soon as she appeared. Lester's eyes fell eagerly upon her, and for the first time a flash of hope illumined his heart in the thought that possibly she did love him, even as he desired and required to be loved. For the first time it was not the bright Violet who shone like a star above him, but a something soft and tender, who might submit to lose her being in his own. It was the sight of her as timidly, shyly, with varying color and drooping eyelashes, she came slowly towards him, that put these happier thoughts into his head. The burden of his being and the awful weight of her happiness floated from before him, and almost before he knew that he had met her, the deed was done. The words were spoken, and Violet was his own betrothed wife. It was not till then that the thought of himself recurred. For a few moments he was caught up into a paradise, leaving behind him the chains of his infirmities, and it was not till Violet placed her hand in his, irrevocably his own, that the sense of his unworthiness, the weight of the trust reposed in him, returned again. He no sooner felt them than they were poured out before her. Sadly and touchingly he spoke of the weakness that made his life burdensome to him, reproaching himself for having dared to love her, and for now trying to unite her bright being to his. And softly, and like an angel, Violet listened to him and comforted him, and in her sympathy the rising trouble died away, and life spread out new and fair and free before him. The happiness of such moments is often spoken of as an illusion, but the word is falsely used. It is an illusion that they will last, but while they last, their happiness has no falsehood about it. It consists in the annihilation of self, and the freedom from that bondage is a joy so real that perhaps nothing on earth is liker to heaven. In such moments the most selfish are transformed, and the good and unselfish, dropping from them their mortal faults and infirmities, become very angels of light. Nothing for the moment can be more real, but then they are only moments. The chain of mortality too soon clogs again. "You must come to Papa," Violet said at last, rousing herself and him from their first happy trance. I know what Mama thinks, because she kissed me so kindly when I came down, and I am sure of Papa too. But I shall like him to know at once how. She paused and blushed, then added, smiling, how happy I am. Lester sprang up, fresh and strong in the confidence of Violet's love, and followed her. Wait a moment and I will call you, she said, and hastened down the stairs. She had heard the house door close a few minutes before, with her father's peculiar and somewhat noisy touch, and she now opened the door of his study and called to him. May I come in, Papa? She had just time to see that he was sitting with his head leaning on his hands in an attitude of fatigue, care, or thought unusual to him. She saw it with a momentary surprise, but had not time to acknowledge the surprise even to herself before the attitude had changed and he came forward to meet her, as he said, Yes, darling, what is it? Oh, Papa, she said, putting her arms round his neck and kissing him. I am so happy. I only hope you will be so too. Mr. Lester, she said no more. Mr. Osborne kissed her, but there was something of a sigh, and there was a shadow on his face. Certainly this end to Lester's friendship with his daughter was not unexpected. Yet his air was startled, puzzled, anything but pleased. Will you see him, Papa? He is waiting to see you, she continued eagerly. And, dear Papa, you must be very kind to him. You must be as glad to have him, and gladder than if he was a prince. Her father kissed her again, and in his many kisses concealed some feeling that was not to appear. Call him, darling, he said. You may be sure whoever makes you happy is more than a prince to me. But he sighed again, and pressed his hand on his brows in some embarrassed thought when she flitted away. Lester entered alone, and in a straightforward, manly way, never shy or nervous when an actual business or duty lay before him, approached Mr. Osborne, and told wherefore he came, and Mr. Osborne, mindful of Violet's words, met him with all the warmth and cordiality of which he was capable. I do not speak to you of my unworthiness and presumption, Lester said after a moment with quiet dignity, not because I do not feel that I am unworthy of her, for God knows I do feel it from my heart, but because in my eyes, and I hope in yours, her choice is enough. That makes me worthy. You say true, Mr. Lester, Mr. Osborne replied, and believe me, I feel too strongly your own intrinsic worth and goodness not to be happy in trusting my darling in your hands. He shook Lester's hand with an agitated pressure as he spoke. I could have wished, he paused and hesitated, and put his hands on his brows again. Then rousing himself, said quickly, Forgive me, Mr. Lester, if I do not say more on this subject at the present moment. I have been harassed today, and my head aches. You will, of course, wish to tell your sisters what has passed, but be so good as to beg them not to announce it until I have spoken to you again. You may depend upon it, Lester said quickly. Not a word shall be said. Thank you. Good night. We shall give you a precious thing, Mr. Lester. You must cherish my darling as we have cherished her. And tears fell down his cheeks. It was again that awful trust of Violet's happiness, and again Lester trembled. If love can do it, he said with passionate fervor, there is no fear. I know it. We trust you. And again shaking his hand, Mr. Osborne retired into the room, and Lester left him. After another interview with both Violet and her mother, Lester walked home. The excitement of the last weeks was past. He was at rest. Doubt and fear had passed into joy and certainty. He had gained a treasure whose value and beauty even a lover's eyes could scarcely rate too highly. He had been met with a warmth, a tenderness of care and love, which should have hushed every throbbing pulse into calm and quiet. And yet there was a weight upon his heart as he walked along, a strange, undefinable oppression. This treasure that he was taking from so much love and cherishing, was he strong enough to bear its weight? Had he not been daring to venture upon such a charge? What was the life into which he had invited her to enter, saying in the words of the old verses, "Come live with me and be my love"? He walked slowly, almost sadly, and almost sadly arrived at home with his great happiness. He said nothing during the evening, but listened, as with his custom, with a kind of patient sympathy, better than much speech, to all the wants, wishes, opinions, and fancies gathered up by his sisters during the day. He left them early, saying he was going to find Albert, and when he had closed the door, looked back and called Marian. She went to him wondering, yet not suspecting. "I want to tell you that I'm going to be married, Marian," he said gently. "Are you glad or sorry?" "I hardly know," she said in a startled voice. "Oh, John!" "Dear Marian," he said, stooping and kissing her, "it shall never make any difference with you. Be sure of that. You and all of you. Tell the others, and tell them too," he added with a faint smile, "that tomorrow they may ask me what they please. I could not bear to talk of it tonight." He shook hands with her, enjoined secrecy, and hurried away. Marian returned to her sisters with a look of solemn thought. The 8 eyes were fixed eagerly upon her, and, "Well," at last burst from all but Rachel. "John is going to be married," she said in her matter-of-fact way. "He told me to tell you so." "Good gracious!" screamed Jessie and Henrietta. Rachel and Margaret, though instinctively they had felt what was coming, seemed paralyzed by the news. "Oh, good gracious!" repeated Jessie. "But I knew it! I knew it! Didn't I know it? Didn't I tell you all from the very first minute that John was in love? Didn't I tell him that he wouldn't answer me? I saw it! I saw it! And now I shall always know that I see what is right." "Do be quiet, Jessie," said Margaret, petulantly tapping her arm. "We don't care who said it. The dreadful thing is come, and what is to become of us?" "He says we shall never know the difference," Marian said, more softly than was usual to her. "He kissed me and said it." Rachel and Margaret looked at her with tremulous lashes, as if they had heard John's own earnest voice reassuring them. "But that was nonsense," said Henrietta. "Everybody with common sense knows that a man with a wife and family cannot be like a single man without any cares. I know he will be kind, but it must make a very great difference." "It must, Henrietta," Rachel said earnestly, "but we must never let John know that we think so." Margaret shook her head despairingly. She had begged him to marry, it is true, but the reality broke down her fancied heroism. "In some ways John is right," observed Jessie. "It will make no difference except a good one. Of course he will be as rich, and then there will be Mrs. Lester, how funny it sounds, to take us out. And then, as Miss Osborne is so very much liked, I dare say we shall be liked too. Upon the whole, though, it will be a dreadful nuisance. I think I shall like John to be married very much. I wonder what he said when he proposed. I wonder what she said. How should I like to know? I wonder whether he knelt down and kissed her hand, or whether that is all gone out. I shall certainly ask him what he did. Oh dear, how I do wish I had got somebody to kneel to me." "Don't be such a goose, Jessie," said Margaret ferociously. "John told me to tell you all that you might ask him what you pleased tomorrow. He seemed a little anxious tonight. I wonder," Marian continued, after a moment's thought, "where he means to live, and whether he will have a large establishment." Jessie was the only one who was able to enter on this question with her, and while the other 3 sat absorbed in thought, they settled John's house and household to their heart's content. Jessie on a scale of extraordinary magnificence, Marian with a constant dread of extravagance and debt, making reductions in Jessie's proposals. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Section 11 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 11. World, world, O world, but that thy strange mutations make us tremble. Life would not yield to age. King Lear. Lester called in Park Lane early the following day, but Mr. Osborne was out, and as the restrictions regarding secrecy were still in force, his visit was only moderate in its duration. He fancied Mrs. Osborne looked grave, as she sat a mute, impassive spectator with him and her daughter, but Violet was in her gayest spirits. She made him tell her all his sisters had said, and half archly, half shyly alluding to his old reproofs for her attentions, asked his leave to be a good sister to them in the future. He had never seen her more fascinating, and yet that wayward thing, the human heart, his human heart, was not satisfied. That timid, trusting softness of the previous day was not there. She was herself, bright, kind, feeling, thoughtful, but self-possessed and confident. He knew that she was all to him. He could not feel that he was all to her. He went to his usual business with a weight upon his spirit he could neither explain nor understand. In the course of the day, Albert visited him and asked him with a look of great uneasiness if he had seen Mr. Osborne. Lester replied in the negative. Albert looked about him as if to make sure there was no listener, and then told him that he was afraid there was something wrong in the bank. He hardly knew what, or to what extent, or what would be the event if such a thing happened as a run on the bank. But he heard it was likely, and some said the bank would close the following day. Lester thought of Mr. Osborne's strange looks and words, and felt that it was true. Nay, was scarcely startled, so much had the oppression on his spirits prepared him for some impending evil. But he thought of Violet and trembled. Albert left him, enjoining silence and promising to bring him intelligence after he had been to Park Lane. I don't believe it myself, he said as he left the room. It would be much too bad to be true. Poor Violet, it would kill her, that I know. Albert's news when he returned was not good. Although he had nothing to tell, he was certain Mrs. Osborne was very anxious about something. But when he asked her if she was ill, she had replied, "Oh, no," much more shortly than was common to her. But Albert's own mind had been diverted by hearing from Violet, whom he had not seen the night before, of her engagement. He congratulated Lester with all his heart, and told him that in his opinion it was Violet who ought to be congratulated. He had told her so, and she had fully agreed. A night and a morning passed by in wearing anxiety, and then the blow fell. It was known far and wide that Mr. Osborne was ruined. The bank in which he was a partner had closed. Such things have been too common to need many words. There had been during the autumn a time of great pressure in the commercial world, but this bank, one of long standing and excellent repute, had weathered the storm. It was now, when the sky was clearing, that the unexpected blow fell. It is only as regards the actors in this tale that the circumstances must be recalled. Mr. Osborne met the crisis with a resignation that was half Christian, half philosophical, and wholly manly. When, after the first panic, it was found that there had been no rash doings among the more efficient partners, Mr. Osborne had always been more devoted to every other man's business than to his own, that the funds were nearly sufficient to meet the demands, and that beyond those who naturally must bear the brunt of the day, the sufferers would be few. He evinced a composure and judgment which commanded the respect and confidence of all parties. He was a man of strict integrity and an honorable mind, and disgrace would have overwhelmed him. Relieved from his dread, he prepared himself to bear his misfortune with courage. One thought only unmanned him, and that was his daughter. Mrs. Osborne never had any thoughts of herself. She sympathized with her husband and child in their troubles, as she had done in their joys, and so sympathizing had hardly time to realize the greatness of the change to them or to herself. She went from one to the other with her soft words and soothing manner, and was miserable only in their grief. But Violet, the resignation shown by her parents was not to be found in her. She was at first stunned by the violence of the shock, and when she realized what had befallen her, every moment added fuel to the anguish of her feelings. In prosperity, she had been a spoiled child, unspoiled, unselfish, dutiful, generous, and thoughtful. But adversity came and found her unprepared, and she fell. Let none harshly judge her. There are many unknown lands on earth, and those of mental trial are as unsounded by the inexperienced as the pathless sea or the untrodden desert. We may wonder at the faltering steps of others as they climb some hill of difficulty or wade through some slough of despond. But until we have walked in the same path, we cannot tell that ours would be stronger. Violet had been shielded not only from every breath of trial, but even from the fancy of such a breath. A too fond love and cherishing care had averted not from her eyes only, but her thoughts, every picture of the instability of mortal things. She had heard of want and poverty coming to others suddenly like an armed man, but that there were dangers of such mutability in her lot had been hidden from her eyes. As men of this generation had heard of wars and rumors of wars, but knew not till war in its horror was amongst them what was the meaning of the word, so Violet had heard of the changes of mortal life, but thought not of them till they came upon her. She behaved unlike herself and most unlike a heroine. Self-possession, confidence, hopefulness was gone, and as a child whose eyes have no power to look beyond the present abandons itself to childish grief, so the present anguish blinded her eyes, dulled her powers of mind, and overwhelmed her. In the first shock of her grief, she begged her mother to write a note to Lester, telling him she was incapable of seeing him and desiring him to leave her to herself. Such a message was no surprise to him, and he obeyed it. He knew that she was all to him, but he knew he was not all to her. She would have shared prosperity with him, but he was not that friend who was sufficient for her in adversity. He knew it, felt it, and his love shrank backwards into his heart. The first 2 days Violet passed on her bed. Excess of agitation and bitter weeping affected her body as well as her mind, and she lay speechless and immovable. Her mother hung over her and kissed and bathed her burning forehead and murmured her soft words of comfort. But Violet would not be comforted, would not, because her sense of wretchedness made words of common comfort hateful to her. Had some strong man stood by her bedside and startled her by pointing out the sinfulness and selfishness of her conduct, she would probably have risen up abashed and ashamed. But her mother's gentle truisms and tender sympathy did not reach her ear. She felt a misery beyond their comfort, a load of grief none knew but herself. It was the loss of all to her, all that made life happy. She might be ashamed to say it in words, but she felt it in her burning, beating heart. On the 3rd day, the body began to revive, and the restless mind could no longer be confined to one place. She was forced to move about, to creep about the house she no longer dared to look upon, and once roused, the future began to force itself upon her thoughts. There was a future, and she must decide what that future should be. In the dusk of the day, she was sitting absorbed in gloomy thought when her mother approached her and kissed her. "How are you now, darling?" she said gently. Violet sighed and made no answer. Mrs. Osborne put her cool hand on her forehead. "It burns still, dear," she said softly. "Had you not better lie down again?" "No, Mamma. I can't lie down any more. My head is well enough. I must think now. Think," she repeated despondently. "I think, dearest, we must see Mr. Lester soon, must we not?" Mrs. Osborne said soothingly. "Albert says—" "Albert does not know. It must be left to me," she replied petulantly. "Yes, dear, not till you are quite able, but we must think of him when you can." Violet sighed deeply, but made no inquiry and no reply. Her mother stood timidly by her for a moment, and then held a note before her eyes. "He has written to you, dearest, but there is no need to trouble yourself to answer it at present. No one is waiting." A glow, not a blush, but a glow of agitation flushed her face. She took the note quickly and looked at it, then laid it beside her and sat again absorbed in her gloomy thoughts. Mrs. Osborne sighed and turned away. Violet had never named Lester except to request his absence, but she had hoped thus to rouse her to life again. Violet heard her mother sigh, and her heart smote her. She rose suddenly, ran after her, and putting her arms round her exclaimed, "Oh, Mamma, I am a curse to you, and not a comfort. But you should have taught me better things. You should not have suffered me to put my whole happiness in this world's goods." "You do not, dearest," said her mother softly. "You are too noble for that. The shock has startled you. But is but for a short time, and then, with youth and hope and love, you will be happy again." Violet shook her head and returned to her place in her meditations. After a time she took up Lester's letter and inspected it. She seemed to shrink from reading it, and it was only with an effort that at last it was read. When she had done, she laid it down with a sigh of relief. The letter contained only these few words: "I have not intruded upon you, and will not till I have your permission. I can imagine what you feel. If in any way I can be of use to Mr. Osborne, need I say that I am at his command? God bless you, John Lester." It was not much for a first love letter. It was cold and constrained enough, but Lester had read Violet truly, and dared approach no nearer. Cold though it might be, she was comforted by it. Before she left the room, she went to her mother and said, "I will see Mr. Lester, Mamma." "That is right, dear, for he will expect it. When shall it be? Will you write to him?" "No, Mamma, you must write. Say I will see him soon. He shall hear when, very soon as I feel able." Violet would have been indeed unlike herself if her own self had long absorbed her. She was already beginning to awake, and before many hours she had completely awakened. That night the change in her father's face attracted her attention. For the first time since the shock, she sat with her father and mother and Albert alone, like their own selves. No change as yet, except in the grave, sad faces. Her father lay back in his usual chair with his eyes closed. Violet saw he was not sleeping, and once she saw a single tear roll down his cheek. It was dashed off instantly with a furtive glance at her, and she guessed that she had caused that tear. The sight brought hope and comfort with it. She had something yet to live for, something yet to do, and a gleam of brightness flashed over the future and diffused vigor and courage into her body and mind. She went to bed early, for she was in want of rest, and when she wished her father good night, she spoke some of the thoughts that occupied her. "My dearest papa, I have been a bad daughter to you," she said twice, kissing his brow. "You have cared for me, and I have had little care for you. But now we must change, and you must let me comfort you. I will be a comfort to you, and we will still be happy." Poor Mr. Osborne was broken down by her words. He tried to smile and speak, but in vain, and could only softly pat her hand and kiss her again and again. Albert followed her out of the room with tears in his eyes. "I say, Violet," he said, catching hold of her, You all make me so wretched I could cry like a baby. What's come to the world, I wonder, to have all this misery in it? Violet sighed again, and from her soul the momentary hope had disappeared, and she saw only the gloom around her. It is as bad for you as for us, Albert, she said at last. I am very sorry for you. Never mind me. I must exert myself, that is all. But it is as miserable a business as ever I heard of in my life. And Violet, that poor Lester, leave him to me, she said with sharpness. I will not be dictated to. I don't want to dictate. I only say don't try the poor fellow more than he can bear. He is as unhappy as we are, Violet. He need not be, she said coldly. Good night, dear Albert. I wonder if your head aches as mine does, or if there are many poor heads in the world that seem to have live coals within them as mine has. A good many, I dare say, if all came to be known, he said gravely. But good night, Violet, and sleep if you can, for you make my heart ache. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. Section 12 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 12. The wise and active conquer difficulties by daring to attempt them. Rowe. Lester went about his business during these days of uncertainty and trial, and listened to his sister's wants and wishes as usual. But there was a devouring fire within him. The pangs of wounded love tortured him. Violet had become all to him, and he was nothing to her. Nor was this all. The future was in every way a place of uncertainty and dread. He had taken on himself new relations in the confidence that they in no way opposed his duty to his sisters, and now opposition had arisen. Love, if it was to be successful, warred with duty. In vain he walked alone and meditated. In vain he sat alone and meditated. In his uncertainty regarding Violet's feelings for him, he could come to no conclusion. In vain his sister's eyes, some compassionately, some curiously, some anxiously, rested upon him. He could not speak, for he had nothing to tell. He was Violet's betrothed husband, but he was shut out like a stranger. It was a want of spirit, some may say, to be thus shut out. A lover of spirit would have forced his way in spite of displeasure. But to force his way was not in Lester's nature. He had his pride. It was wounded pride that was torturing him now. But he was too humble, too distrustful of his claims to press a claim that was not acknowledged. On the fourth evening after the change of circumstances, having dined with his sisters, he left them early, unable to endure the turmoil of his thoughts in their society. I am not very good company just now, he said, smiling kindly, but you will be good-natured enough to excuse me. He nodded a good night and closed the door quickly to shut out any reply. This is a very disagreeable state of things, Jessie remarked with fretfulness. If we knew what it was all about, I should not mind, but it is a dreadful nuisance to have a person looking as John does, and not to know what it means. I am sure I was unhappy enough when I thought John was going to be married, Margaret said, leaning her head on her hands, and now I would give the world to have that day back again. How one's feelings do change in this world. It is enough to teach one never to fret about things. I feel like you, Margaret, said Henrietta. I lay awake then thinking how dull we should be, and now I should be quite glad to have the dullness. However a marriage is to be managed now, I can't conceive. People cannot live on air, however much in love they may be. It must require very great management, certainly, said Marian, and I should not fancy that Miss Osborne was fit for that. I hate the Osbornes, Margaret said suddenly with flashing eyes. They do not treat John as he ought to be treated. That is, Miss Osborne does not. When a woman has gone and gained a man's whole heart, she ought to feel it a great responsibility, and not treat it like a light thing. I know John has not been considered, for I am sure he would tell us if he knew anything. And I know he has not seen her, because I asked him today. He tried to answer, not yet, as if it was natural, but I saw his poor face, how it looked. But my dear Margaret, Rachel said gently, you should consider Miss Osborne too. It would be a dreadful thing if we were ruined. I dare say we hardly know what we should do. But to Miss Osborne, who has been more like a princess than anything else, it must be far worse. No doubt she is too bewildered to know how she acts. If I was ruined 1,000 times over, Margaret replied undauntedly, I should feel for the man who cared for me, and so should I, said Jessie. I should remember that I had got love left to comfort me, and then I should not so much care about money. Margaret looked very fierce at this vague repetition of her sentiment, but being really unhappy about Lester, allowed it to pass without a strife. That night, when all her sisters were gone to their rooms, Rachel softly opened her door and watched for Lester. Henrietta and Jessie had a room on the drawing-room floor, preferring to be together. Rachel, Marian, and Margaret had rooms on the second floor, and Lester had a large room on the floor that was not an attic above. When he came home and went up with heavy strides to his room, she crept after him. But it was so unusual a thing to do that she paused breathlessly outside his closed door and was still breathless when she timidly and almost noiselessly knocked and entered. He was standing by the fire, leaning his arms on the low chimney piece, already in an attitude of thought, but he turned quickly round and said, Is that you, Rachel? Do you want anything? Yes, she replied, still breathless with the effort of putting herself forward. I am come because I want to speak to you. Then speak, he said kindly. There. And he put her into a chair near the fire. Will that do? What is it, dear Rachel? Do you want my advice or help or what? No, she said, shaking her head and recovering herself at the tone of the kind, friendly voice. I do not want advice. I want to give it. The kind, friendly look vanished, and a grave shadow came in its place. Is it me you wish to advise? He asked. I do not want advice. I do not need it. I am not sure, she replied again, breathless. I think you do. In what way? Speak out, dear Rachel. I am very willing to hear. I do not think you consider us and our wishes enough, she said hurriedly. You like to give up all to us, and you do not consider that we may wish to give up to you. You have lived for us all your life long, and you do not remember that now we should be and are willing to live for you. You do not mean it, dear John, but it is unjust and unkind. My dear Rachel, he said, turning gravely towards her from the fireplace and fixing his eyes on her excited face, what would you have me do? Mary, she exclaimed, the word escaping with strange force from her lips. I think I see what thoughts are troubling you. I know that worldly cares are pressing on you, but let me speak for once. Do not let thoughts for us disturb you. Make a home for her, for them all if you will. It may not be a rich one, but it will be a home. And if that home must make us poor, do not grudge to us. For once and for a time, do what you have been doing all your life. We may have something to give up, but trust us, me and all, that it will be the happiest day of our lives to do it. He stooped and silently kissed her without a word of thanks. You may be right, dear Rachel, was all his reply. And if it should be right, though it might break my heart, I will not forget what you have said. She thanked him, and then, wishing him good night, stole from the room and softly crept downstairs. But softly as her visit had been effected, it had not escaped the ears of her sisters, and before she reached her own door, every door was thrown open, and Jessie, in a white dressing gown, was half upstairs to see what the matter was. What has happened, Rachel? Asked Marian. Has John anything to communicate? Oh, do tell us, cried Jessie, flying up higher, followed by Henrietta in the distance. Is Miss Osborne coming to live with us? Or has she had a legacy? Or is it all come straight? Or has it all gone wrong? And don't John mean to marry or— There is nothing, Rachel said hurriedly. I know nothing. Then what were you doing at this time of night? Asked Marian. There is a mystery. I know there's a mystery, cried Jessie. We heard you go up to his room, didn't we, Henrietta? And we know you have been talking together, and we must know what he says. We have a right to know what he says. We are all his sisters quite as much as you. Now, Jessie, have done, said Margaret, stepping forward. Perhaps in the hope of something being betrayed, she had hitherto stood silent. I will not have Rachel pestered. You have no business to interfere. Has she, Marian? Jessie said. Yes, I have. It is my business to see justice done in this house. Is it not a shame to think that one sister cannot speak to her brother without being set upon in this way? We had all much better go to bed. But I know you were watching till Rachel came down, Margaret, because I heard your door open very soon after she went up. After saying this, Henrietta retired to her room. Margaret colored and said quickly, It is a good thing that I do keep watch, or I believe Rachel would have been eaten up. And now good night. She stood with a look of defiance at her door, till every sister slowly glided away and disappeared. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Section 13 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 13. We twain have met like ships upon the sea, who hold an hour's converse so short, so sweet. One little hour, and then away they speed, on lonely paths through mist and cloud and foam, to meet no more. The Life Drama. Lester heard from Mrs. Osborne the next morning. She gave a message from Violet simply begging to see Lester on the afternoon of the following day, and always kind and gentle, added from herself that she was sure he had suffered much anxiety on their account, and that she had felt for him. Unable to bear the torture of his sister's looks during the next 30 hours of uncertainty, Lester wished them goodbye, with an intimation that he should sleep out of town, and having calmed and strengthened himself by those hours of solitary reflection, proceeded at the appointed time to the house in Park Lane. He had thought much on Rachel's words, and was resolved, if an opening was given, to act upon them. It did, as he had expressed it to her, break his heart to be the one to cause his sister's poverty or loss. But in his silent reflections, he felt there might be a pride of duty, to be vanquished like all other kinds of pride, and he submitted himself to the necessity laid upon him. He was shown into the drawing-room, and very quickly Violet came to him there. At the very first glance, he saw how much she was changed. Some countenances, especially when the features themselves are finely formed, looked as lovely or even lovelier in dejection and melancholy. But it was not so with Violet. Her features had been so animated by the light and warmth and goodwill within, that they seemed to have lost even the beauty of their form now that that inner light was darkened. Their softness and smoothness seemed to be hardened into a stern composure, and her dark blue eyes, which once, without metaphor, did shine like stars, were now as dull and heavy as a stormy cloud. Lester saw the change in the very first glance, and unable to argue on its cause, seeing only the change which a few days' sorrow had made, was about to spring forward, all self-forgotten, all the strife between love and duty to his sisters forgotten, to spring forward, lost in one feeling of love and compassion for her, when a second gaze arrested him. That second gaze revealed not the change only, but a something in the change that awed and chilled him. He paused, while the spring of love welled slowly backwards into the recesses of his heart. They met calmly, coldly, and silently, and with a slight movement, Violet directed him to a chair. He sat down and said nothing. He saw the expected moment was come. He was nothing to her, and he would not, by one forward word or movement, lay a claim upon her or add to the troubled passions of her mind. It might have been but 1 minute. It seemed to him 10 before she spoke. Her lips parted twice before any sound was heard, and when she did speak, it was hurriedly. There has been such a change, Mr. Lester, as I never contemplated, and in that change everything, all relations and engagements of life are changed. It is well to face the truth at once. It was what he had expected. The engagement between them was dissolved. He knew it. He had known it from the glance of her eye and the touch of her hand. But he could not speak. He heard it in silence, only steadfastly gazing at her, to hear all her will. She had expected a word. Perhaps in her innermost heart, in the unconscious mysteries of the mind, had expected a denial, and more hurriedly and passionately she went on. It is right to look things in the face. I am no longer what I was. My hopes in life are changed. My duties are changed. I cannot be a wife now. I must be a daughter, and a daughter only. Life has become very dark, but I think if I am free, and she drew a deep breath, as if shaking herself from a chain that galled her, I shall be strong enough to bear it. She stopped again, and a second time sighed a sigh of relief rather than of sorrow. Lester spoke at last. All your will shall be done, he said in a low but steady voice. We are free. Henceforward we travel on alone. There was a something in the tone of his voice which made Violet's heart ache and throb, and then die. A something that faintly told the love he bore her, the love and sympathy she was rejecting. But though the voice spoke, the words were unimpassioned and cold. She offered freedom, and it was accepted without one effort to bind her. Her proud spirit felt it, and at the bidding of her proud spirit, the fluttering heart was still. He does not want a poor wife, she inwardly said, with a kind of passionate coldness, and she became strong again at the thought. They were free, and they sat opposite to each other free and cold and silent. You have suffered much, and are much changed, at last Lester gravely said. Proud tears flashed in her eyes, and she said bitterly, We are badly taught. If we were taught in youth that human life is subject to change like this, we should not set our hearts on any earthly thing. I shall do so no more. You are young, he said, to live and have no heart in the world. I shall wish you better things. Her heart ached again. There was no passion in his calm voice, but it touched some chord which for the moment seemed to strain almost to break. She shook her head, but said nothing. There was a pause, and then Lester began in the same tone, and pursuing the same train of thought. When the violence of the shock is over, you will wake up as in a new life, and I know you well enough to be sure that you will give, and therefore find happiness, as you have hitherto done. I shall have no power to give, she interrupted, in the bitter, passionate tone in which she had last spoken. The spring is dry. Oh, Violet, he said, unconsciously calling her by the name which for many months had made a ceaseless strain of music in his heart. Are your thoughts so poor as to think money alone can bless? You have still yourself and the good heart God has given you. I shall hear of you, he continued after another moment's pause. I know I shall, the friend, the comforter, the help of many. When the eye sees it will bless you. When the ear hears, it will leap for joy. Softer tears trembled in Violet's eyes. She shook her head, but it was more gently, and there was a passing away of pride for the moment, at least when she said, Why do you say here? We shall still be friends. No, Violet, he said, with a grave and melancholy dignity. I cannot be a friend. We part. Henceforward we travel on alone. Some men might bear to be friends, to live by the ashes of a fire that has gone out, but I cannot. We are free, and we must part. Violet sat paralyzed in heart and soul. Vaguely, dimly, she saw in the far future the blank. If a blank can be seen, she felt the aching void. If a void can be felt, which the loss of his love would make, In the long vista of future years she saw, dimly indeed, yet saw it still, the cravings and longings of her heart for a something which she was wilfully casting away, but she saw and felt and was dumb. She had done the deed. She had set him free, and suffer as she might, she would not ask again the love she had rejected. There was another long pause, and then Lester slowly rose. "What must be should be quickly done," he said, approaching her. "I will not distress you with many words of parting. God bless you, and in his good time make you happy again. Farewell." He took her hand, looked into her startled and troubled eyes, calmly and gently, yet with impulsive movement, pressed his lips on her cheek, and had left the room before she recovered from the amazed and bewildered trance into which his sudden rising had cast her. She could then have shrieked his name to call on him to return, but the iron hand of pride and the stronger hand of a woman's nature bound her to her seat and kept her still. So they parted, and a silent barrier of days and months and years grew up between those who, but an hour before, had been bound for life to each other, a barrier caused not by circumstances of God's sending, not by the chances of human life, but by the pride of two hearts. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. Section 14 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 14. Judging of others, we can see too well their grievous fall, but not how grieved they fell. Crabbe. 3 days after the final scene between Lester and Violet, Albert Ellis came to call in Clarges Street. He was shown up into the room where the 5 sisters were sitting together. He was not accustomed to be a visitor, except occasionally when he went in Lester's company, and at the door he paused, as if scared by the number, but quickly recovering himself, made his way to Margaret, bowing to the others and shaking hands with her. "I beg your pardon," he said, drawing a chair to her side, "for intruding in this way, but I want to know what has become of your brother, and a note is so unsatisfactory." "We are very glad to see you," Margaret said, "for we are very dull." "Can you tell me where Lester is? His clerk gave me some odd direction. Where is he gone? And what is he doing?" "We know very little about it. His direction is odd. Grumpleton Thorpe, some place down in Yorkshire. He has gone on business, but we have not seen him since." She paused. "Since the end of that affair?" Albert said, nodding his head towards Park Lane. "Yes." "What is it all about?" he inquired, leaning forward, and though speaking aloud, speaking confidentially. "I am completely in the dark. I go to Lester's chambers, and I find him gone. I go to Park Lane, and my aunt tells me the marriage is broken off. I ask why, and she does not know, or will not tell. I ask to see Violet, but Violet does not choose to see me. And it is hard, when I have taken such an interest in them all. Will you be more kind, Miss Lester?" "I would if I could," Margaret said, with a half smile at his discontent. "But I really know as little as you do. My sister Marian had a note, a very short one." "Marian!" she exclaimed, suddenly rising. "Will you let Mr. Ellis see John's note? Do if you can." Marian made a little bustle in consenting, but took it from her work-box and gave it to Margaret. Margaret silently put it into Albert's hands. It was this. The date was the evening of the day on which he had parted from Violet. "My dearest Marian, I know you must all be anxious about my future prospects, and I relieve you as soon as I can. The hopes I have lately indulged are at an end forever. Few have known they were indulged, and by those few they must be forgotten as if they had never been. It is probably best as it is. Thank you all for your sympathy with my hopes and with my fears, and assist me now by your silence in overcoming vain regrets. An offer was made me this day to undertake some business for a gentleman in Yorkshire. It was not unwelcome to me, and I accepted it. I shall be absent about 10 days. My direction is Grumbleton Thorpe. I took my bag, and must beg you to send my portmanteau by tonight's mail. I am sorry to leave you alone in this dismal weather, but you will understand, I hope, my motives. And on my return, we will begin a new life again. My love to all. Your affectionate brother, John Lester. Albert read the note twice over before he returned it to Margaret, and then sat in meditation. What do you think of it? She asked. He shook his head. May I tell you what I think? She said a moment afterwards. I think your cousin has behaved to him shamefully, and her cheeks glowed, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. My dear Margaret, Rachel exclaimed. Don't stop her, Albert said placidly. I quite agree with her. Do you? Said Margaret. Then I am sorry I said it. I feel only that John is unhappy. No one, not one of us, ever can or ever will know how unhappy, and that she has done it. True, Albert replied, but I pity Violet too. So do I, said Rachel eagerly. I think she has been wrong, but I think we cannot understand or do justice to her motives. We cannot feel what she is now feeling. No, Albert said, they brought her up to reign over us all, and she cannot understand a fall. Poor thing. You can hardly guess how changed she is. I am sure I have felt for her, Margaret said gravely, but I cannot forget that she drew John on, and almost against his will, forced him to love her. She has done a mischief greater than we can any of us know. It is not a question of a young man's foolish love. It is something very different, and I cannot forgive her. Why is a young man's love foolish? Asked Albert in his downright tone. I don't care for young men or what they feel, she said quickly. What I care for is John. Young men are very much obliged to you, he said in the same tone. Margaret always speaks in that odd way. Jessie here put in her word, thinking the conversation was taking a turn of great interest, but Henrietta kicked her foot and disconcerted her, and the subject dropped. Well, I am very much obliged to you for showing me your brother's letter, Albert said, slowly rising. I think I shall write to him, but I suppose the less I say about it all, the better. I am very sorry it is all over. Very sorry, he repeated. And what a change has come over the world in the last 10 days. I don't feel as if London was the same place. The streets look as black and blank to me as if they had the plague. So they do to me, said Margaret. I did not know that men had those odd feelings. I am very sorry, too, that we are not to be relations, he continued. I had thought it would be a very comfortable thing. I hope you are sorry, too. Very, she replied cordially. He then shook hands with her and Marian, bowed to the others, and went away. Do you know, Margaret, Jessie said, after sitting for about 5 minutes in profound thought, it came into my head just now that perhaps Mr. Ellis is in love with you. And do you know, Jessie, Margaret cried with one of her most ferocious looks, that if ever you make such a remark again, I will beat you into 20,000 pieces. I only said perhaps, said Jessie submissively. I like Mr. Ellis, Margaret boldly observed, turning to Rachel. He does seem so very sorry for John. I wish he had told us about Mr. Osborne's affairs, said Marian. I was longing to ask, but he addressed himself so entirely to Margaret, I was afraid of being considered impertinent. I saw just now in the Times an advertisement for the sale of the house in Park Lane, observed Henrietta. I was longing to ask about it too, but I was not sure if it would be discreet. The house sold, exclaimed Jessie. Oh, however will they bear to live in the street after looking out into the park all their lives? People in Mr. Osborne's situation cannot choose, said Marian wisely. They will be fortunate if they have any house of their own. You don't mean they are going to the workhouse? Asked Jessie in consternation. Nonsense, said Henrietta. But I do wish we knew something. I cannot think of Miss Osborne poor. The surmises regarding Mr. Osborne's future plans were not confined to the house in Clarges Street. All the world who knew him longed to know what he would do, and many excellent plans were laid out for him by his friends and acquaintance. He was not left by any means destitute. When the affairs of the bank were wound up, so little loss was sustained by the creditors that every partner retired with an unspotted reputation, and might, with a clear conscience, enjoy what was left to him in life. To Mr. Osborne, £500 a year, the property of his wife, settled upon herself and her children, remained. It necessitated a change great and strange for the affluent and luxurious banker, but it was not destitution. When this became known, many excellent schemes were, as has been said, laid out for Mr. Osborne's future. An honest man of business habits is, it was argued, at all times a desirable thing, and the fancy of his friends very shortly settled him in a smaller but comfortable house, with some remunerative employment, bringing in at least £1,000 a year. With £1,500 a year, they argued, the imaginary 1,000 soon growing into a reality, his small family could be supplied with every luxury, and Miss Osborne would shortly appear again, as cheerful and lovely as ever. The kind feeling inspired by the misfortunes of the Osbornes, and the popularity they had enjoyed, gave great zest to these speculations on their behalf, and this pleasant settlement of their affairs was a real repose to many compassionate minds. When therefore the announcement of Mr. Osborne's real plans broke upon the world, it caused not a surprise only, but a shock. The announcement consisted in the news that Mr. Osborne and his family intended to retire to some remote village, and there live in obscurity upon the small income that remained to them. The speculations had caused much conversation. Disapprobation and astonishment caused still more. It was a most ill-judged step. It withdrew Mr. Osborne from the sphere of usefulness. It was hard upon Mrs. Osborne. It was tyranny to his daughter. The latter grew at length to be the prevalent complaint. Few could picture the lovely and brilliant Violet, the frequenter and favorite of society, buried in an obscure village, and Mr. Osborne, the kindest of men, the fondest of fathers, and well known in those characters, bore for many weeks the stigma of most unfatherly selfishness. But meanwhile the plan was Violet's own. Oh, for a lodge in some vast wilderness! This was her sole desire, a spot where she might hide her humbled head. After her parting with Lester, after one paroxysm of despair, indulged in solitude and concealed from all observation, she fell into an apathy, a kind of mechanical life, from which no caresses of her father, no soft words from her mother could rouse her. Her life spread out before her under so black a cloud, the future seemed so utterly stripped of all that could give it beauty, that she had not power to rouse herself even to think. She had lived like a good and happy child in a bright present, and now she was forced into a future which there was not one star to gild. The first thing that roused her from this apathy was the question about a future abode. The mere question would not have been enough, but when she found that a small house in or near London was contemplated, and chiefly for her sake, she was startled into her own old eager self at once. Her opinion was given with vehement words, her persuasion enforced with passionate arguments, and too happy to rouse her, too happy to please her, and himself acquiescent and interested because she was so. Mr. Osborne put himself into her hands, to be guided at her will. There are few minds to whom action is not a restorative. To Violet it was as the very breath of life, roused by the appeal, excited by the responsibility, eager to choose well and happily for her parents' sake, and drawn out of herself by her interest for them. She went forth with animation into new life, and sank back into apathy no more. It is not uncommon, especially among women, to cherish a sorrow, to indulge in melancholy, and, if their sorrow be of a sentimental cast, to feed it with something of pleasurable emotion. But this can only be the case where the sorrow or regret, though great, is not keen. Melancholy may have pleasurable sensations, but those whose feelings are sharp and keen suffer too much in their sorrow to wish to indulge in it. They escape when they can, and are thankful to escape. This was Violet's case. Her regret for Lester, now that she had cast his love away, was so sharp and poignant that, far from indulging it, her desire was to put it aside. It was over. With the rest of the past, it was over, and like the past, must be thought of no more. Thus she argued, and she acted on her argument. With violent effort regrets were banished, and she began her new life with the vigor of a new being. "You look quite like your old self today," Albert said to her one afternoon, when he found her vigorously packing. "My dear Violet, I am so glad." "Let us blot the word old out of our dictionary," she replied playfully. "I am like my new self today, and not my old one." "Do you mean to think of old times no more?" he asked gravely. "No, no more." "I am sorry for that, Violet." She made no remark, except to ask him to fetch a parcel she pointed out. He brought it, and sat down on one of the boxes that stood near. "You are a very odd woman," he said at last. "Am I?" She spoke with a slight laugh. "A week ago, 10 days ago at least, I almost thought you would not live. You had such a look on your face, Violet. I really did begin to think that you would die, and now—" "There is nothing odd in the case," she said. Then I had not blotted the word old out of my dictionary. Now I have. "Then I think you are a very odd woman, and an unfeeling one." A look came over her face that contracted it for half an instant, but the emotion was violently withstood, and she said calmly, "That is not a kind speech, Albert. I suppose we are all odd to each other, because no one knows why another acts as he does. You should be more charitable in the use of the word. Odd or not," she then added resolutely, "I mean to think of old times no more. With me, everything shall be new, and oh, how I wish," and she sighed a deep sigh, "that the new things, so far as regards my own conduct at least, could be better than the old." "You are a good girl, Violet, though an odd one," Albert said kindly. "I am sorry I have worried you." End of Volume 1, Chapter 14. Section 15 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 1, Chapter 15. How gay the habitations that bedeck this fertile valley, not a house but seems to give assurance of content within, as if the sunshine of the day were met by answering brightness in the hearts of all. The Excursion. The choice of the Osbornes' future place of abode was decided by a mere fancy of Violet's. When about 17, she had been on a visit into Devonshire with her father and mother, and in their journey homewards they had passed through a village so prettily situated that Violet had laughingly said, "When I retire from the world, this shall be the scene of my retirement." The circumstance had long been forgotten, the pretty scene apparently obliterated from her memory, but from the depths of memory at this time it suddenly came forth again. One restless night, as she lay half dreaming, half thinking, endeavoring to fix on some one English county for which she had a fancy greater than for others, this forgotten scene flashed vividly before her eyes. She saw again the nests of cottages with their picturesque shapes, the beautiful old church, the almshouses close to the church, in the porches of which ancient men and women sat idle or at work. She saw little dwelling places, like so many pretty parsonages embosomed in shrubs, damp perhaps to the possessors, but suggesting small epithets expressive of comfort and beauty and longing to every passer-by. She saw the country green and wooded and sunny, made up of hill and dale, broken banks and fertile fields. The scene flashed before her with the suddenness and vividness of lightning, and it brought light and hope and pleasure to her sad heart. There, in that spot, she felt a power to begin and enjoy life again. There she saw visions of days of usefulness and activity, where she, although poor, might once again pour out her kind heart in kindness. She could scarcely lie still till morning, and when she greeted her parents with her thought, Albert might well have said, "You look like your old self," so radiant with hope was her countenance. Too happy to see his daughter interested, Mr. Osborne caught eagerly at her suggestion, and that very day an old servant in whom he had confidence was dispatched to the village of Holywell, on the borders of Dorsetshire and Devonshire, to make inquiries if a house suitable to Mr. Osborne's means and to the necessary comforts of the family could be procured. From this time the cloud hung no more on Violet's countenance. When the old servant returned successful, her heart bounded with old joyful feelings, and she felt that she was Violet Osborne once more. Thus sanguine and hopeful she bore herself, and with her devoted love assisted her father and mother to bear the painful parting with their old home that ensued. None who saw her now could have guessed that it was the same being who had abandoned herself to selfish sorrow, and she herself forgot, in the blameless present, that there had been aught that was blamable in the past. In the interval between leaving Park Lane and taking possession of their new abode, Mr. Osborne passed a few weeks at a villa lent him by a friend. Nothing could be more sequestered than the spot, or more secluded than their life, but the house and grounds were furnished and decorated with every beauty and comfort that art and money can give, and both Mr. Osborne and his daughter, fond of art and fond of literature, found the time too short to examine all that might be examined and master all that could be seen. It was a time of excitement to the intellect, and in endeavoring to bear away with her some faint records of the beauties spread before her, Violet had hardly time to sigh that such luxury of taste must be resigned forever. It was at the close of a day in the early part of February that the Osbornes entered their new home. There was a bustle of excitement in the first arrival. There was interest, curiosity, hope, and fear, all alive and eager. There was excitement and also gratification. The outside, even in the fading light, was picturesque, and what fresh, clean home, lighted with blazing fires, could look otherwise than attractive after a journey which, for Mrs. Osborne's sake, had occupied 2 days, and had been performed in the cramp and cold and stuffiness of a hired chaise. But the arrival was over. The whole of the small house had been seen, and Violet was at liberty to think. It was no pleasant liberty. An unspeakable dreariness stole over her. She was in her new home. She was in that spot, the fancy of which had beckoned her so hopefully onward. She was at home again, and at rest. She was to live and enjoy, but the rest and enjoyment would not come at her call. A depression, new in its kind, a depression of eyes, limbs, senses, and faculties stole over her. The small, low rooms seemed to take away her breath, the narrow dimensions of the house to paralyze her limbs, It seemed as if fancy could never stray, bounded by such limits, or she herself, in such an atmosphere, ever exercise her powers again. She had begged her mother to rest and said she would assist in unpacking and in looking to the arrangements of the house. She had hoped for, she had gone with zest to the occupation, but there was little to be done. 2 old servants, a housemaid and a kitchen maid, had from attachment to Violet insisted on accompanying her into retirement, and by their care everything was already well settled. Every effort on Violet's part was forbidden. Every endeavor to make herself useful was resisted. They did not understand how undesired was their care. They robbed her of all that could have cheered her thoughts, and she had nothing to do but to submit. Weary of her own room, she went down to the drawing room. Mr. and Mrs. Osborne, more indolent than Violet, and at an age when a tedious journey fatigues the body as well as the mind, were lying back in calm repose on each side of the fire. Candles were not yet brought in, nor the shutters shut, and Violet sat down in the window and endeavored to peer out. The morning had been bright and frosty, but a mist had lately been gathering, and a small rain was now pattering against the windows. In the west there was a misty streak of red still lingering, and by its light she endeavored to realize the features of the scene on which she was to look. A grass plot, about 10 yards broad, was enclosed by palings and a gate. The palings were twined with evergreens, and tall dark shrubs ornamented the grass. Beyond the palings some large trees waved their leafless branches, and beyond was the dull gray sky. I shall never breathe here. I must have been mad to come, was her thought. One of the maids brought in candles and begged her to move while she closed the shutters. She obeyed mechanically and then resumed her place, almost unconscious that the prospect on which she had been gazing was shut out. By the light of the candle she looked round to examine the faces of her parents, but they both slept or rested in a repose as deep as sleep, and the countenances of both were placid and content. The rain pattered on, and deeper grew her despondency, and almost with scorn she contemplated the tranquil faces of her parents. At last her father roused himself. "Violet, darling, are you there?" he said. "Yes, Papa," and she slowly rose. "Will you play us a tune, dear? It will cheer us a little this dull evening." With tears in her eyes, Violet kissed his brow and passed on to the pianoforte. Tears of self-reproach. He was dull then as well as she, and she had been thinking only of herself. They were wholesome tears. While she played, they dropped fast, and in falling cleared the atmosphere of her mind from the bad spirit of discontent. That night, as she sat alone and meditated in her room, struggling against the depression that still assailed her, she prayed, as she never before had prayed, for help against herself, for help not to be weary in the well-doing she had set before her eyes, not to be weary in the steadfast performance of her filial duty. Her heart was sad, and for the time being she felt weak and afraid, and feeling weak, her prayers were earnest as they had never been. She fell asleep with tears on her lashes, but something of a newborn peace in her heart. End of the first volume. End of Volume 1, Chapter 15. End of Violet Osborne, Volume 1, by Lady Emily Ponsonby.
Section 16 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janu. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 1. He praised his lucky stars that in his place he never found neglect nor felt disgrace. To do his duty was his soul's delight. This his inferiors would to theirs excite. This his superiors notice and requite. To either class he gave the praises due, and still more grateful as more favored grew. Crab. The next morning dawned in brightness. It was again a frost, not a hard but a brilliant frost. The sky was blue and clear, the sun shone on the frosty trees and sparkled on the rimy grass, and again Violet peered out of the windows to see what could be seen. Across the grass plot the cottage, for it was but a cottage, though a large one, looked out on the high road, on each side of which stood clumps of trees, but between the clumps a good view of the distant country was to be seen, the hill and dale, broken banks and fertile fields that Violet remembered. And far away, fading into the sky, were soft, rounded blue hills, making a background to the scene. Violet's soul, which on the evening before had felt so cabined, cribbed, confined, swelled and expanded as she gazed. "Oh, Papa, this is lovely, is it not?" she said in ecstasy. "Didn't I say truly? Didn't I remember well? Shall we not be happy here?" "Yes, darling," he said cordially, looking into her dark blue eyes, and feeling that, while they shone, as at that moment they did, he must be happy. She occupied an hour or two of the morning in disarranging the furniture, in setting out such of her own and her mother's pretty things as had escaped from the spoil, and in giving a look of home and comfort to the house. It was quite fresh and clean, and while the country without looked so tempting, Violet could close her eyes to the fact that the rooms were small and low, and the windows few and far between. Before this occupation was well concluded, her father called her to walk with him, and, hopeful and happy, she obeyed. They strolled forth, and certainly Violet's vivid fancy had hardly beautified the beauties of the neighborhood. Beauties tranquil, homelike, and thoroughly English, yet with just that degree of markedness in the features which gives picturesque and even poetic coloring to a spot. There were the nests of cottages, which looked so bright and peaceful that a thought of sin or sorrow connected with them was out of place. There was the old church, a very beautiful specimen of early Gothic, and, close beside, the old brick almshouses, the ancient inhabitants of which, in a dress the perfection of neatness, sat at their doors. A feature which she did not remember was a new schoolhouse, very tastefully though simply built, and this feature, speaking as it did of care and thought exercised over the place, and the intrusion of modern notions and maxims, was not unwelcome to her. She nodded to the old men and women, turning her bright, beautiful face toward them as she passed, and received in return bows and curtsies so respectful that she walked on happier and happier, picturing all the kind smiles she might give, and thoughtful deeds she might do. Though brought up in London, Violet was a great walker, and Mr. Osborne, who never went on a horse or in a carriage when his own legs could bear him, was a perfect companion for her vigorous youth. They wandered on, in and out, groping through lanes and groping out of them again, and without leaving the sphere of the village, found beauty sufficient to satisfy the most fastidious mind. "Now for a quick walk along the high road and home again," said Mr. Osborne, and passing their own cottage, they climbed a steep hill on the opposite side. This hill enlarged the field of their observation. It took them by surprise. Though in fact a part of the same vale, it was presented under features so new and so interesting that they stood still to gaze. One large white house was distinctly seen, not a mile off, and from the columns of smoke that arose from a bank of trees in another spot, it was to be surmised that there were more. "Here, boy, whose house is that?" inquired Mr. Osborne of a big boy in a smock frock, who passed whistling down the road. "Ask me no questions, and I'll tell you no lies," he said surlily in his broad dialect, and walked on. Mr. Osborne was nettled. The boy looked pertly back, and Violet smiled and shook her head at him. As if mollified by that kindly smile, he paused and said, "I be's in a hurry, mum, but there comes the parson, and he'll speak, I'll be bound." With his thumb he pointed to a portly gentleman who was slowly approaching on the other side, and with the same outstretched thumb pointing to his cap, by way of a bow, he set off again, not so hurriedly, however, but that he paused more than once to see what took place. Violet looked curiously toward the approaching rector. In the course of their walk, she had expressed to her father her great desire to know a really good clergyman. "Such a one as one reads of," she said, and as she looked at the beautiful church and pretty parsonage, she felt as if here it would be to be found. He was a portly man of about 50, and Violet, who had set her heart on a spare and thin one, was disappointed. But she had hardly had time to feel her disappointment before the beaming benevolence of his countenance took her heart by storm. In vivid fancy she was already looking up to him as her wise friend and kind adviser. He came up to them very courteously, paused, took off his hat, and said, "Strangers, I believe?" "Strangers now, but not to be so long," said Mr. Osborne as courteously. "I am Mr. Osborne, who arrived last night, and this is my daughter." The rector took off his hat again, bowed to Violet, and then said, "It may be agreeable to you to know the person you are addressing. My name is Pope. I am the rector of this parish. I have lived for many years, and trust to live many more in this spot, which I have no doubt you will agree with me in denominating a paradise on earth." "Yes, it is lovely," said Violet warmly. "My lot is an enviable one, no doubt," he continued. "I have good reason to say I am content." The beaming expression of content again charmed Violet. "What a good and happy man!" she thought, and sighed. "I just now inquired of one of your parishioners the name of the owner of that house," said Mr. Osborne, pointing, eager to satisfy his curiosity, to the large white building in the vale. "He somewhat pertly declined to answer, but referred us to you. Can you give me the information I want?" "Indeed," said Mr. Pope. "Country manners, Mr. Osborne, are not those of the metropolis, but I am thankful to say the manners of our people on the whole are good. We are most fortunately placed here, something of modern refinement mingling with the simplicity of more primitive times." "I did not mean to complain of them," Mr. Osborne said, smiling. "I only wished to refer my question to you, if you will kindly answer it. Whose house is that?" "As the morning is chilly, perhaps you will allow me to walk on with you, though I agree with you in thinking our view over these hills and dales an attraction more than compensating for a slight degree of cold." He raised his hands over his brows, looked with a smile of broad satisfaction on the attractive scene, and then put his portly frame in motion. "Bless the man," said Mr. Osborne not very respectfully to himself. "Will he never give me an answer?" "You will not answer papa's question," Violet said, smiling. "Is there any mystery about that house?" "Oh, by no means, Miss Osborne. I was about to answer you, and you could address your inquiries regarding the neighborhood to no better person than myself. I am thankful to say, on good terms with all. Such I believe to be the duty of a good pastor, and I have endeavored to act up to my duty in this point as in others." Violet looked at her father. He made an answering sign of despair, but the communication which could not be obtained as a reply came, at last, in the form of a narration. Walking slowly on, Mr. Pope observed, "The proprietor of a large part of our village is Lord Ashford. He is also the owner of that house, and the country on the eastern side. The ground on which you tread at this moment, and a smaller property lying to the west, belongs to Sir William Hamilton. You can observe the smoke of his chimneys among the trees yonder." "Yes, and a good deal of it," said Mr. Osborne, smiling. "Are they cooking a dinner for a dozen children?" "Only one, Mr. Osborne, a young daughter of 11 or 12 years old, but there is a large establishment and a wasteful one. No Lady Hamilton to order and control a household. Sir William Hamilton is a peculiar character, I may certainly say so. A handsome man, a talented man, a lover of art, a fine ear for music, but still a peculiar character. He is, in short, rarely seen. We are on the best of terms. My sense of duty would never allow it to be otherwise, but he lives to himself alone. And Lord Ashford, has he a large family? Inquired Mr. Osborne. Not so. A sickly lady, never seen by the world in general, and a son of 17 or 18 years old, who is scarcely ever at home. The fact is, Mr. Vane is supposed to resent the neglect with which his mother is treated, and to condemn altogether his father's line of conduct. I say such is supposed to be the case, but Mr. Vane is a reserved and silent youth. And I may say of him as I did of Sir William Hamilton, he lives to himself. You do not seem very fortunate in your neighbours, Violet remarked, with disappointment in her tone. We are so peculiarly blessed, I am so singularly fortunate in every other point, that I do not allow myself to make such an observation. No doubt human nature is not absolutely perfect, and I believe even in the brightest lot some cloud may be seen. Even Haman in his glory, as we know, had his Mordecai. Far be it from me, however, to suggest that such is my case. In answer to your observation, Miss Osborne, I merely reply that if there is a cloud in my sky, it proceeds from the absence of companionable qualities in my neighbours, and those at least of rank and name. Lord Ashford is a peculiar character, and so is Lady Ashford, decidedly so. Lady Ashford is a saint. Perhaps it proceeds from circumstances, but she is, without doubt, a saint. Being so, she is decidedly unfit to be Lord Ashford's wife. Lord Ashford is an amiable man, cheerful in temper and generous to wastefulness, but considered in a moral and religious light, he may be denominated a peculiar character. Without meaning to be censorious, I speak the common language of the world when I say so. If there be, however, objections to the human character of this region, there is none to the divine character of the landscape. From east to west, and he waved his hand, no spot or blemish. Surely, Miss Osborne, you must agree with me that mine is an enviable lot. I am sure I do, Violet said, smiling. Situated in this sweet, secluded spot, at once adorned by the hands of God and man, my occupation in life a sacred one, my aim to do good, my taste to give happiness, surrounded by a peasantry attached to me by the ties of gratitude and respect. My lot is indeed an enviable one, and, as few men can say, I am content. As they walked through the village, Mr. Pope paused incessantly to call their attention to the beauties and advantages of the place, to the new schoolhouse built by Lady Ashford and Mr. Vane, at his suggestion, to the restorations in the old church, made by Sir William Hamilton at his request, to the gardens neatly kept because he encouraged a taste for flowers, etc., etc. Though her first admiration for his benevolent smile was somewhat damped, the courteous manners and kindly expressions of the rector emboldened Violet to make some requests to him. She was longing to be of use in her new world, and before they parted she told him so. "If there is anything I could do," she said with warmth, "you have only to employ me, and I shall be thankful." "Thank you, Miss Osborne," he replied with his broad, beaming smile, "but we are so highly blessed in this spot that I should find it hard to say in what manner our condition could be improved. When you have lived a few weeks amongst us, you will agree with me in saying that you have found a paradise on earth." "I did not mean any great thing," Violet said eagerly. "I meant only such things as must always be useful. If you ever wanted any help in the school, or if you have any poor old men and women, or sick people, I should be so glad to visit them and read to them." "You are very good, Miss Osborne, but I am thankful to say that in this happy spot our wants are all supplied. I have been fortunate enough to find a first-rate schoolmistress, and lest any should be neglected, I, in conjunction with the neighbouring clergyman, have made arrangements with a respectable person who visits the sick in the manner you mention. You are very good, but I believe you will find that here you may rest on your oars." Violet said no more. Mr. Pope accompanied her and Mr. Osborne to the door, expressed his intention of shortly calling on Mrs. Osborne, and putting himself and Mrs. Pope at her service, and then with a smile of unfeigned benevolence withdrew. Mr. Osborne laughed as they entered the house, and merrily repeated to Mrs. Osborne the chief part of the conversation. Violet laughed too, but her heart was sad. End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Janu.
Section 17 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, Northern Ireland. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 2. To each his suffering. Grey. After luncheon, Mr. Osborne set off on a 5 miles walk to the nearest town. It was too far for Violet. Had she been willing to leave her mother alone? She remained therefore at home, for Mrs. Osborne was still tired with her journey. She wrote a promised letter to Albert, and endeavoured to give a cheerful description of all around her, but there was no cheerfulness in her feelings. The letter was finished, and she wandered up the small stairs and over the small house, and again felt oppressed with its dimensions. She returned to the drawing room, took a bit of work in her hand, and sat down in the window. But the morning's beauty had faded, and admiration in her soul was dead. The sun had disappeared, the sky was colourless, and a raw mist, promising an evening of rain, was hiding all but the clumps of leafless trees and the broad grass plot from her view. A damp hand had been laid upon her heart, and all its spirit had evaporated. She saw herself condemned to a life of inaction in this small house and strange place, with no excitement or change but the society of Mr. Pope. She thought of all he had told her, the want of interest in all the characters he had mentioned, men bad or disagreeable, a priggish boy and a child. Though when happy no fancy had power like Violet's to colour brightly, she could discolour to the same extent in her despondency, and thus it was she pictured the characters described by Mr. Pope. The only person who excited an interest in her mind was the saintly Lady Ashford, and she, he had said, was sickly and never to be seen. She thought and thought upon her future, till its gloom became unbearable, and then she reverted to the past, and it rose before her at her call. She lived over it, over the past year, with its unspeakable happiness, but fancy travels swiftly, and a few seconds brought her to its close, to that forbidden thought, that passionately forbidden recollection, her parting with Leicester, to that which she had cast away. A hand was laid upon her shoulder. A "Violet, darling," softly breathed in her ear by her mother's gentle voice, but, though soft, so unexpected was the touch that she started violently, and the two large tears were shaken by the start from her eyes. The quick movement which averted her head showed Mrs. Osborne that the tears were not to be observed, and she only continued quietly, "I startled you, dear. I did not mean to do that. But why so idle, darling? It is not good for you." "I have nothing to do, mamma," and she sighed. At Broadstairs, Violet, you longed for time to read. Why not read a little now? Violet rose and went to the bookcase, already arranged with a selection of the very best books. While she cast her eyes over it, Mrs. Osborne sat down again by the fire. "These books are all so old, mamma," and Violet sighed again. "I know I ought to read them all, but I cannot fancy them now. I dare say, dear, we ought to have brought a new novel for these first few days, but it is bad for us to be idle. Why not study your German? You know, you always meant to get it up again this winter. Do you remember how you and Albert talked of it at Broadstairs? Yes, Mamma, but I fancied things then, and now I don't. Tears again gathered in her eyes, and sitting down near her mother, but shading her face from the light, she went on, I know you must think me very wrong, Mamma, but I don't think you can know what I feel. I am so disheartened, so disappointed with myself. I know I don't think rightly or do rightly, and it makes me miserable. And yet I cannot do better. I am so utterly sick of life, and it seems such a long, weary thing before me. There is a weight upon me which I cannot shake off. I think, dear, I do understand what you feel. No, Mamma, you can't, because you are good and resigned and patient, and you don't ever think of yourself. And besides, Mamma, you are quiet, and you can't guess what it is to have an unquiet heart that used to be satisfied and now is not, gnawing within you. That is the very word, she added with alacrity, as if she pleased to find it. It is a dull gnawing pain, something in my mind, like a very great hunger that cannot be satisfied. I know, dear, I cannot feel as you do now, said her gentle and compassionate mother, for at my age the feelings are not so quick as at yours, and it would be grievous indeed if I did, when I have been taught for so many years. But I was going to tell you, darling, that I think I can understand, because once, I fancy, I felt just as you do now. Oh, Mamma, when? Cried her daughter with interest. I thought you had always been happy, always had many more blessings than I deserve, dearest, but I have had a great trial. It was when I began to know that I was deaf, Violet, and deaf forever. You were only 3 years old then, and you cannot remember me different from what I am, but I was different. I was almost as lively once as you are, Violet. Oh, Mamma, and was it such a dreadful blow? It was, darling. I always think, even in heaven, I shall remember the feelings of the day when I looked in my doctor's face and asked him if it was hopeless. It was from a cold I foolishly caught when I had an earache, and I tried many things and many physicians, and at last my own doctor advised me to be patient and to try no more. And then I looked in his face quite quietly, and I said that if he told me it was no use to try, I would be patient, but that if there was a hope, I did not mind what I suffered. I thought it my duty to suffer for my husband's sake and yours, darling, and he said he thought my duty was now to be patient. So I repeated more vehemently, was there no hope? And he looked grave and kind and said, there is but little, and you may ruin your health. I thanked him and said, then I would take his advice. He did not know, no one ever knew, what I felt then, and for months and years after, it left such a scar upon my heart I always fancy I must wear it in heaven. The excitement in Mrs. Osborne's usually placid face was so strange that Violet's eyes were riveted upon it. Dear Mamma, and I never knew, never thought. And Violet rose and kissed her brow and sat down again. No, darling, you never would, only I thought it might help you to know it. It is long past now, she resumed in her usual quiet way, and I think only of my blessings, and the wonderful way in which God has made me happy through those very years I dreaded to think of. Though he cast me off from a world I liked perhaps too well, he gave me a far better and more beautiful self, darling, in you. And I have my own calm happiness, and yours also. Twice blessed I am, and I can truly say that I am happier now than in my youth. Not so madly joyful, darling, but happier. And how did you become happy, Mamma? And Violet looked eagerly in her mother's face. At first, dear, by trying not to brood over my loss, and that is what I want you to do. I was not very good at first, not near so religiously taught as you, and I did not do nearly so much as I might, or trust God as I ought. But I did wish to do right, to be as good a wife as I could, and to bear it all as well as I could, and that was the first thing I tried. I tried not to feel that I was neglected, not to see how changed it was since people were glad to speak to me, not to resent it and mope over it. I tried to occupy myself and make myself as pleasant as ever I could, and it did me great good. And gradually, she said, and her voice lowered, higher thoughts were put into my head, and I learnt to be thankful that God had afflicted me. Tears fell down Violet's cheeks, not from any lesson her mother taught her, but as she thought how little she had ever thought of her mother's trials, how wrapped she had always been in herself. "There, dear, don't," said Mrs. Osborne, rising and stroking her head. "We must not be melancholy. I only wish to show you that it is not good to be idle." "I won't, mamma," Violet said with resolution, brushing her tears away and looking up with a smile. "What shall I do? Will you give me something to do?" "Yes, dear," and Mrs. Osborne smiled also. "Will you become a milliner and make me a cap? Mine are growing old, and I was afraid to buy new ones, for we must be careful, darling, about our dress." "Yes, I suppose so, and I shall not mind that, I hope." "Oh yes, mamma, I will try, and I am so thankful to have it to do. I must try and rival Madame Celestine, for all the world has always said that there are no caps like yours, and if I succeed I must have Albert down to see," she added playfully. And with the spirit which she put into all her occupations, she went to her new employment and was cheered by it. End of Volume 2, Chapter 2, recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, Northern Ireland.
Section 18 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 3. This dull despair is the soul's laziness, roused to the combat, and thou art sure to conquer. Rowe. There had been several days of bright morning frost, and they were followed by a day of incessant rain. It was such a day as had tried Violet's temper, even in her old happy home, and beneath its influence her spirits sank to utter despondency. Remembering the conversation of the day before, she struggled hard to employ herself and to conceal from her parents what she felt. She read, she practiced, she rearranged the books and the ornaments of the room. She looked over her clothes and endeavored to calculate how much she ought properly to spend in clothing. But still there was no heart in her occupations. The outward man was employed, but the inward was picturing a life made up of rainy days in that small house, and her excited fancy was shivering before the prospect. All the long day through it rained. No villager passed by. The leafless arms of the trees waved before the wind, and the small drops pattered against the window, and Violet looked out, and looked around, and felt despair. To Mr. and Mrs. Osborne, the change was as great as to her, but they bore it cheerfully. Mr. Osborne, like Violet, could not bear inactivity, but unlike her, a small thing occupied him. He had always had a fancy for carpentering. He now determined to be the carpenter of his establishment, and this rainy day was employed in clearing out the shelves from a large cupboard, and preparing it for a carpenter's shop, making his arrangements with a care and forethought that occupied him entirely. Violet assisted him during a part of the day, but there was something of scorn in her heart, not for the employment itself, but for the cheerful and absorbed attention which her father gave. And again, as she sat alone at night, bitter tears fell from her eyes, and cold despair settled upon her heart. The conviction that she was wrong, shame and disappointment in, and for her in submission, added their pains, and she lay down and rose up, feeling as if the fount of youth and joy was dried up in her heart forever. Nor did the face of nature cheer her with its morning greeting. The violence of the rain was over, but a mist that was almost rain gave every prospect of another day of confinement and gloom. But many a cloudy morning turns out a fine day, and so it was on this occasion, morally, not atmospherically speaking. Towards 12 o'clock, Violet opened the window to prove to her mother that the damp mist was not rain. Looking out, she perceived Mr. Pope and a lady approaching the house. Mr. Pope was wrapped in a long cloak, and as he marched along with rapid, important steps, his lady companion was forced to trot by his side. "Mr. Pope is coming to call, Mamma," Violet said to her mother, and internally added with a sigh, "I never thought I should have been reduced to feel so glad." Mr. Pope entered pompously, and made his apologies for not having called the previous day. He then introduced his wife. Mrs. Pope was a plump little woman with a fair, fresh-colored face, totally devoid of any expression but good temper. Mr. Pope had not chosen his wife like Socrates as a trial to his temper, but much more philosophically as a solace to it. Mrs. Pope was Mrs. Pope in order that she might admire him in those intervals when the voice of the world was necessarily dumb, and she did it with all her heart. She could not forget that he had chosen her, the seventh penniless daughter of a penniless curate, to make her the comfortable wife of a comfortable rector, and she loved and honored him with all the soul and all the intellect she possessed. Leaving his wife to entertain Mrs. Osborne, Mr. Pope drew a chair near to the window where Violet was, and observed, "My business is with Miss Osborne." Violet smiled and sat down, and he then further observed, "Without any flattery, Miss Osborne, you must allow me to say that you sing and perform on the piano charmingly." "I don't know who has spread such a report," Violet replied, laughing. "I have been well taught, but I ought to play much better than I do." "You have answered a question I was about to ask. I felt convinced you had been well taught, but am glad to be assured of it. Of your performance I can speak from my own knowledge. You look surprised. Allow me to explain myself. I was summoned yesterday evening to baptize the young child of a farmer who lives half a mile beyond you. It was, as you know, a most inclement night, and the summons was peculiarly inconvenient to me, as my horse had slightly injured himself the previous day. I unhesitatingly, however, complied with it, for I may say, Miss Osborne, without pride, that duty with me has been at all times a paramount consideration. On my return between 9 and 10 o'clock, the rain had abated. The moon struggled through the clouds, and I was rewarded for my exertions by a mild and pleasant walk, singularly refreshing after the confinement of the day. I walked leisurely, and as I drew near to this house, I was gratified by hearing strains of music. I paused, and drew as near as I could without intrusion, and I must repeat, Miss Osborne, that I consider your performance charming. "I am very glad you think so," Violet said, not ill pleased to receive again the sweet incense of admiration, "and I ought to thank you for your compliment." "No compliment, Miss Osborne, but indeed, in my position, I might not have said so much on the subject, had I not a further object in view. You were kind enough to offer me your services on the first occasion we met." "Yes, indeed," Violet interrupted eagerly. "I should be so glad to be of use." "Permit me to proceed, Miss Osborne. We are in this favored spot so singularly blessed that at the moment in which you spoke to me, I was unable to call to mind one single point in which your services, the services of any person, were needful. And indeed, it was not until I returned home last night and was revolving in my mind, as is my custom, my many responsibilities, that a suggestion offered itself, and after some consideration was adopted. You are no doubt aware that it is the duty of those in my situation to see that the church service is decently performed, a duty not always respected, but one which I, among my many other duties, have made it my study to respect. I believe I might appeal to the whole neighborhood to bear me out in this observation, but perfection, Miss Osborne, is difficult to attain, and as it is my wish and practice always to own a failure, if it so happen that one exists, I confess to you that our psalmody is not so perfect as might be desired, and I regret this the more as Sir William Hamilton has a fine ear for music, and that ear may possibly be occasionally offended. When I returned home last night, Miss Osborne, the tones of your voice haunted me, and an idea was suggested to me that you might, having kindly made an offer of your services, undertake the office of musical teacher to my school children. I say no more, but lay my request before you for your consideration. Violet's eyes sparkled. It was indeed a new employment, but she was not one to be daunted by difficulties, and the joy of being relieved from the burden of herself made her hear the proposal with rapture. I shall be too happy to agree to it if I can, she said cordially. I must tell you that I have never thought about teaching at all, and it may be more difficult than I suppose, but I can but try, and I shall do my best to succeed. I am so much obliged to you for taking me at my word and coming to me. Mr. Pope was extremely gratified. Instead of being obliged, he found he was the obliger, and it was the position he preferred. He thanked her with great condescension, and then added, Your kindness, Miss Osborne, emboldens me to request that you will allow me to install you in your office this day. The fact is, Sir William Hamilton is at present absent, and it would be highly gratifying to me could I surprise him by a more perfect psalmody on his return. The weather is not very propitious, but if you are not delicate, which you must allow me to observe that I cannot suppose possible, glancing with a bow at the bright coloring of her cheeks, I would ask you to accompany me and Mrs. Pope to the church and to the school. I will then introduce you to your pupils, and you can make such arrangements as you think proper. Violet readily acquiesced, and left the room, kissing her mother's brow as she passed, and saying, Mr. Pope will tell you, Mamma, what I am going to do. Mr. Pope came forward accordingly, and standing with his back to the fire, made a narration to Mrs. Osborne of all he had thought, said, and planned, more shortly expressing his gratification and Violet's acquiescence. Of the plan itself, Mrs. Osborne heard nothing, for though Mr. Pope's voice was loud, a narrative always made her deaf, but she had read her daughter's pleasure in her speaking face, and she said a few gratified and grateful words. Mr. Pope stroked his chest and looked more broadly benevolent than ever. I am sure I don't know where you get your thoughts, said his admiring wife. They always are so good. I am not aware, he replied, that I am indebted to anything but my own reflection. I by no means pretend to inspirations, nor am I much in the habit of seeking suggestions from others. I own that I am singularly fortunate in the success of my ideas, as has been proved today. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3.
Section 19 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Raquel Olea. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 4. Life's morning radiance hath not left the hills. Her dew is on the flowers. The Prelude. Violet returned ready for her walk, and set forth with Mr. and Mrs. Pope. The dense fog that was almost rain still continued, and for a great part of the way Mr. Pope apologized for the occurrence of bad weather in his parish, assuring her that she would find it a rare misfortune. Rainy seasons did not occasionally prevail. He by no means pretended to an exemption from the usual uncertainties of an English climate. Frost, snows, fogs even, did an interval occur, but she would, after a short experience, discover bad weather was the exception, and that she had truly made her home in a pleasant place. In passing along the village, he touched again on the information given during their first meeting, his suggestions for the schoolhouse and the cottage gardens, etc., and so conversing they reached the church. It was a beautiful old parish church, and had been repaired on the outside with good taste. Within, taste had not penetrated. Circular pews filled the whole body of the nave and aisles, and 3 pews of an enormous size, one of which stood half in and half below the step into the chancel, were not only shut in by high palings, but also by brass rails and dull, thick red curtains. A gallery, also curtained off, held the organ, and organ and gallery together hid the west window, which had great beauty in its shape. Of want of beauty, however, Mr. Pope did not think. He took off his hat as he entered the church, and then began to converse very freely, naming the owners of the different pews and describing every alteration that had been made under his auspices. Violet made an inquiry as to the pew to be allotted to her father. Mr. Pope shewed her a seat which had been occupied by the last owner of their cottage, but as it was near the door, offered it instead of a place in his own roomy pew, one of the 3 fortunate possessors of palings, railings, and curtains. This pew is occupied by Mrs. Pope and any friend who comes to us for the enjoyment of our delightful neighborhood, but I assure you, we are seldom pressed for room, and I shall be most happy to accommodate Mr. and Mrs. Osborne. You, Miss Osborne, will naturally have your seat in the gallery. Is your congregation large? Is the church crowded? Violet asked. With 2 exceptions, Miss Osborne, all is as it should be. My parishioners are duly sensible of the importance of public worship, and were they not so, would be reluctant to be wanting in attention to me. Nor should I perhaps say 2 exceptions. Sir William Hamilton is an occasional attendant with his daughter. After our new arrangements, I anticipate also decided change in that quarter. That seat, pointing to Lord Ashford's, half of which was in the chancel, is, I regret to say, always empty. Does not Mr. Vane go to church? Violet asked in surprise. Mr. Vane is seldom at home. When at home, he certainly attends public worship, but he does not occupy that seat. Mr. Vane has peculiar opinions, and expresses a decided objection to occupy his father's pew. When present at our service, he sits in his pew, commonly called the stranger's seat. Violet felt considerable curiosity regarding this priggish boy, whose opinions dissent from the opinions of his father were thus publicly expressed, but she asked no more questions, and followed Mr. Pope to his organ gallery. The organ was a good one, but had been disused for many years, a small grinding organ having been thought both preferable by Mr. Pope and his congregation. It had, however, been occasionally used by private persons, and had lately been set in order at Mr. Vane's expense. Mr. Pope began to blow, and while he blew, Violet had nothing to do but to play and to admire. As the organ was in his parish, Mr. Pope admired also, and then, having made a few arrangements for her comfort during the hours of instruction, begged to be allowed to introduce her to her pupils. She could, afterwards, he said, appoint for instruction such hours as she pleased. Violet and Mrs. Pope followed him to the school. The children rose noisily as they entered, and curtsied low, and it was not till the noise had subsided and Mr. Pope had called, "Sit down, children," that through the maze of curly heads Violet's eyes fell on an old acquaintance. "Miss White, Miss Osborne is kind enough to call and see our school," said Mr. Pope, and blushing and smiling, Amy White came forward to meet her benefactress. The unexpected sight carried Violet far from the present, and it was with a shock that she was transported to an old time. She became very pale, and said with great effort, "You are here, Amy. How is this?" "Did you not know? Did not Mr. Leicester tell you?" "No," Violet replied faintly. The pang of the sudden mention of his name was more than she could bear unmoved. "I will tell you another time," Amy said quickly, reading in her speaking countenance the emotion her words had produced, though referring that emotion to a different cause. And turning to Mr. Pope, she asked, "What class should she call up?" He declined the hearing of a class and proceeded to inform her wherefore they were come, begging her to desire the children to sing the national anthem. "Your experienced ear will no doubt be able to select such voices as you will have most pleasure in training," he observed to Violet. Ashamed of her agitation, Violet had already recovered herself. But she had not done so. The discordant twang of the voices as they performed "God Save the King" must have driven every lingering spark of feeling from her breast. "Not bad," said Mr. Pope when they had finished. "I have had especial pains bestowed on the national anthem. I am loyal, and I wish to make my parishioners loyal also. Would you be good enough, Miss Osborne, to make your selection at once?" Violet, however, boldly declined to summary a proceeding, and begging to be left with Miss White, she said she would make a selection after further trial. He demurred. Violet saw that now or never she must emancipate herself from thraldom, and good-humoredly persisted. Her persuasive powers none could resist, and she at length succeeded in doing as she chose. He and Mrs. Pope departed. As he went, he promised to send her the 2 boys who had hitherto accompanied the grinding organ with their voices. The style of music admired in Holywell Church was this. 2 boys endeavored with their singing to drown the grinding organ, and the performer on the grinding organ was equally desirous to throw their singing into the shade. The materials from which her choir was to be formed were not at first sight promising. But Violet had the gift of the good fairy. Order, and she felt no despair in her task. One girl she discovered whose voice was sweet and clear, and the boys' loud voices, when softened, might, she thought, become invaluable. A selection of 4 girls were made, with which, added to the 2 boys, she resolved to be content, and having appointed an hour on the following morning, which was Saturday, and a holiday for the first lesson, and having completely won the hearts of all by her sweet smiles, kind words, and cordial manners, she dismissed them, interested and happy. When her business was completed, Amy begged her to visit her mother, and conducted her through a neat little kitchen to a neat little parlor. Though small and low, it looked so clean and bright, and contrasted so strongly with even the best of the London lodgings they had occupied, that Violet could hardly restrain some words of congratulations. But Mrs. White was a grumbler, and her face was sour as she said, "Good morning, Mrs. Osborne. We had expected a visit before now. We began to think you did not choose to enter so humble an abode." "I never knew you were here, Mrs. White," Violet said quickly. "I never was so surprised as when I saw Amy. How was it, Amy? How came you to leave Silcombe?" "It was time to leave when my life was in danger," Mrs. White began, but Amy took her explanation into her own hands. "The air in Silcombe was so relaxing that it was feared Mamma would never be able to bear it. Mr. Vivian wrote to Mr. Leicester to tell him the doctor's opinion, and it so happened that Mr. Leicester's friend had had an application for a schoolmistress from Mr. Pope on the very day he wrote. It was all quickly settled. I had then to write to Mr. Leicester," Amy continued with a deep blush, "to tell him that we had no power to bear the expense of a removal. I wrote to ask his advice, to ask if I might dare to trouble you." "Why did you not write to me?" Violet said with some asperity. "Why was Mr. Leicester to be a better friend than me?" "I only wrote to him to advise," Amy said meekly. "I must have asked you for help." "And what did Mr. Leicester advise?" Violet asked, her curiosity considerably aroused. "He never mentioned you to me." "Do you choose to read his letter?" Amy said, hesitatingly. "He speaks of something, but you will not mind." "Of our change of fortune?" she replied with calmness. "No, Amy, I shall not mind. He answered to Mamma, "There is the letter." And Violet, as she took it, could scarcely restrain a smile at the characteristic discretion displayed by Leicester in addressing an answer to the daughter's letter to his mother. Dear Mrs. White, in reply to your daughter's question, I regret to say that I cannot advise on application to Miss Osborne at this moment. Some family circumstances have caused her much distress, and I should fear she would not be able to give to your request the attention she would wish. I enclose £10, 5 of which remained in my hands from Mrs. Osborne's last donation. Should this be insufficient, I beg you to let me know. When I have opportunity, I will communicate to Miss Osborne your challenge of plans, and you may be assured she will never cease to take interest in your welfare and happiness. I remain, sincerely yours, John Leicester. Clarges Street, December. Violet stood thoughtfully considering the letter for some minutes. Little as was in it, it pleased her, for she was the soul of the letter. She had been in all his thoughts as he wrote, and how dear that conviction was to her she even yet was not aware. When she roused herself, it was to say, "And was it enough, Amy?" "Yes, with a little care, quite enough," she replied. "That is to say," observed Mrs. White, "that the chief part of the way we performed our journey in a wagon, a conveyance to which I confess I am not accustomed." "Oh, Amy, why did you not write to me?" said Violet. "I could not," Amy said. "The rich," said Mrs. White, sourly, "think the poor have nothing to do but to ask. But to be always asking is one of the trials of the poor, particularly of those who have known better days." "Yes, I am sure of that," Violet said gently. "But when the poor know what it is the happiness of the rich to give, they should not grudge them that happiness." "You are very kind, Miss Osborne," said Amy. "And will you forgive me if I say how we have felt for you, and how I admire the way in which you bear—" Violet winced. She could not accustom herself to receive consolation from those she had not consoled. "Don't say that, Amy," she interrupted her quickly. "I have not borne our change of fortune well, and yet, when I see the troubles of others, I know I have very little to bear. We have been rich, and now we are not rich. But I hope still rich enough to be of use to others. And you must never refuse to come to me if you are in want of anything I can give. Goodbye for today. I will soon come again." She walked home with a buoyant step and a bounding heart. Though the mist spread over the landscape, there was sunshine within, which no outward influence could obscure. She thought she was happy because she had found her work and found objects for her care, and undoubtedly this alone would have elated her. But there was a serene gladness in her eyes which spoke of another source of happiness. Through the vista of the fortune she saw the link of interest that might unite again her life with that of Leicester. The mere sound of his name and sight of his handwriting seemed to bring her once more into his presence, and to carry her daily work into the sphere of his knowledge. Not that this hope was consciously pictured by her fancy. She loosened in no degree to the rein which bridled that portion of her dreamings. But there are unconscious as well as conscious imaginations, and the unpermitted fancy was enough to gild her life and invest every object with beauty. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Recorded by Raquel Olea.
Section 20 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Sir, I am beholden to you for your sweet music. My ears were never better fed with such delightful, pleasing harmony. Pericles. The one cross in Mr. Pope's lot was the impenetrability of his two rich neighbors to his ministerial labors, but in the case of Lord Ashford This cross weighed far less heavily on his mind than in that of Sir William Hamilton. There are persons who, whether by the open boldness of their conduct, or by some charm which counterbalances their evil doings, blind the eyes and shut the mouths of censurers. Such was Lord Ashford. Though the carelessness of his moral and religious principles was so glaring that it might have been the theme of a child's comment, strange to say, it was commented on by few. His good qualities, a compassion that could not bear the sight of bodily distress, a profuse generosity, and a heartiness of manner which placed all who approached him at their ease, were more than sufficient to disarm criticism, and under the kindly but not very respectful term of the jolly old lord, the errors of his life were compassionately veiled. Mr. Pope owned the charm as well as his parishioners. He was on the most friendly terms with Lord Ashford, and though the weekly sight of his empty pew kept alive the remembrance of his delinquencies, it was a calm consciousness, sighed away with a constant hope that better things would come. With Sir William Hamilton it was different. Mr. Pope was on good terms with him, for as he said himself, and he spoke truly, his sense of duty would not allow him to be otherwise. But the terms were cold and distant, and the occasional attendances at church were more galling to Mr. Pope's personal dignity than the total abstinence of Lord Ashford. Sir William Hamilton was a scholar and a clever man, and a man of refined and cultivated taste, and as such, and being known to be such, his approbation would have been valuable, and his indifference was keenly felt. It was felt not as a censure, not as implying criticism on any of Mr. Pope's performances, but simply as a want of personal attention to himself, of defect, of anything that could be subject to criticism. Mr. Pope did not dream, nor, considering his success with all other classes of his parishioners, was it likely that he should. His success with them was indeed considerable. They were in general a quiet, orderly race, very ignorant, and much led by custom and habit. For the most part, men and women, farmers and peasantry, went to church once on Sunday. Their fathers and grandfathers had done it before them, and they would have missed their daily dinner as soon as their weekly church. Mr. Pope's eyes might glance over his congregation, and rarely, very rarely, with anything but exultation. It is true that the moral and intellectual nature bore but little part in the service. Mr. Pope was not a preacher to rouse. He might vary his texts and his words, but his sermons ran constantly the same course. He preached on the moral virtues and their opposite vices, on the duty of contentment and gratitude, on the superiority of Christians to heathens, and on the superiority of his parish to most parishes in England. These were his favorite subjects, but such as they were listened to, especially the two latter, with sleepy complacency by his auditors. They were proud of him, and he was proud of them. They were proud of the pompous tones of his voice, of the pompous decorum with which the service was performed, and most of all of the pompous step, slow and dignified, with which he passed from the vestry to the pulpit, accompanied by the tones of the grinding organ, and followed by the eyes of the whole church. And he was proud of the well-filled seats, the decent dresses, and most of all of the pride they took in him and their devotion to his wishes. But all this success and consequent pride was insufficient for perfect satisfaction while Sir William Hamilton was unimpressed. He had seen Mr. Pope in his church. He ought to have admired like the rest, but he did not. Nor, to do Mr. Pope justice, was this the only cause of his dissatisfaction. His religious feelings were not deep, nor his religious standards high, but such as he was very sincere. When he preached on the superiority of Christians to heathens, he preached from his heart. He exulted in being a Christian as much as if it were his own exclusive privilege, and the exultation did him honor. He had therefore a higher source of pain in Sir William's unchristian conduct, and that pain was truly felt. For many years, however, this dissatisfaction had been borne in silence. If Mr. Pope was afraid of mortal man, he was afraid of Sir William Hamilton, and it was only during the last year, only since the daughter Ida Hamilton was advancing in age, that the possibility of remonstrance had presented itself to him. She had now entered her 12th year, and the neglect of her religious duties might have serious consequences. It was on the ground of the disadvantage to his daughter that Mr. Pope at length determined to base his remonstrance, and having once made up his mind to the plan of action, he acted upon it. A fortnight before the arrival of the Osbornes, the deed was done. Sir William received the remonstrance with the same imperturbable indifference with which he had hitherto met Mr. Pope's approaches. He showed neither resentment nor gratitude. He observed that, had his daughter ever expressed a wish for a more frequent attendance at church, no difficulty would have been made by him, and in short, disposed of the question with a kind of cool contempt. Mr. Pope was nettled. He changed his ground of attack from the daughter to the father, pointing out the evil example Sir William was setting, not only to his own child, but to his dependents, and in fact to the whole neighborhood. In his warmth he spoke well. He set forth plain truths and expressed them forcibly. That they came home to Sir William might be guessed from his reply, not that he was moved to warmth, but there was a sarcasm in his words which no longer spoke of indifference. He was surprised, he said, to find that Mr. Pope felt strongly on the subject. He had hitherto believed the harmony provided for the congregation was intended rather to scare them to allure. Mr. Pope was thunderstruck. That there was aught but beauty in the tones of his bellowing boys was an idea as new as it was offensive. He maintained, however, his dignity, observed that such considerations were unsuitable to the importance of the subject under discussion, and after begging Sir William Hamilton's pardon for his intrusion, politely and unruffled took his leave. But the idea that had been suggested rankled, and again the possibility of an improvement in his psalmody was the subject of his reflections. Who could be the improver was the difficult question. The old schoolmaster who now turned the organ and encouraged the screaming boys had the voice of an asthmatic raven, and the new schoolmistress had unfortunately been taken before the idea of improvement was suggested, and without any questions as to the extent of her musical knowledge. That knowledge proved to be very small, and Mr. Pope was at a standstill. To a fortnight's perplexity, the arrival of Violet Osborne put an end. She came, and Mr. Pope was restored to all his usual complacent contemplation of his own sphere and labors. Sir William Hamilton was absent at the time of that arrival, and the 3 weeks that elapsed before his return, 3 weeks of unconquerable patience and unflagging energy on the part of the teacher, and 3 weeks of willing attention on the part of the fascinated pupils, had already wrought a wondrous change in the psalmody of Holywell Church. Nothing beyond the simplest psalm singing had as yet been attempted, but when above the soft notes of the organ and the softened voices of the children, Violet's own voice rang out sweet and clear. Even the fat and drowsy farmers, and even Mr. Pope himself, felt and owned that there was a change that excited more reverent feelings than had yet been experienced during that portion of the service. On the 5th Sunday, shortly before the second lesson, Sir William Hamilton and his daughter marched stealthily up the aisle and concealed themselves in the pew. Mr. Pope's chest heaved beneath his surplice as he pictured the surprise he had in store, and when, after the litany, the first notes of the organ began, his very heart beat with emotions of exultation and expectation. The psalm was a well-known and simple one, but given with the correctness of one who understood what she sang, and if Violet's voice had been his own creation, he could not have felt more covered with glory than he did, when full and sweet, its notes and words penetrated through the church. If this elation could have received an addition, it was in the sight of a hand from Sir William's pew, softly undrawing a curtain, and an uncovered head thrust forward to catch a sight of the gallery. Mr. Pope might live many years, and many successes might yet be his, but nothing could ever equal the sensation of that moment. Sir William Hamilton was conquered. He was convinced of it, and he had conquered him. When the service was over, Sir William, instead of escaping as was usual to him while the rest were still on their knees or searching for their hats, sat in his pew, and when the congregation had dispersed, followed Mr. Pope to the vestry. "You must allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Pope, on the teacher you have engaged for your children. I have rarely heard a sweeter voice or a clearer intonation." Such were his opening words, and they felt like sweet music on Mr. Pope's ear. "I am gratified, Sir William, that she should receive your approbation," he calmly replied, showing no sign of the heaving pride within. "It occurred to me during the service," Sir William continued, "that she might be able to instruct my daughter. I am extremely anxious to secure a person of taste for that purpose. Will you be good enough to tell me her name and her abode?" "Her name is Miss Osborne. She is the daughter of the ruined banker who has taken Farmer Barton's cottage. You will probably remember the circumstance. She willingly consented to the proposal I made to her to instruct my school children, but whether she would be willing to undertake the office you propose, I am totally ignorant." "That shall be my affair," replied Sir William calmly. "I must consider further. I thank you." And bending his head in salutation, he withdrew. The consideration given brought Sir William Hamilton to Mr. Osborne's on the following morning. Violet was diligently practicing. Mrs. Osborne was writing her letters, when the door was thrown open, and he was announced. Possessed with the idea that Violet was a musical teacher, no word that Mr. Pope had said had undeceived him, and though startled by her grace and beauty as she rose up on his entrance, he proceeded to his business without delay. "You will pardon my intrusion, madam," he began, stiffly bending his head to Mrs. Osborne, "but having had the pleasure of hearing your daughter's voice in church yesterday, I am anxious to ascertain whether it would be convenient to her to assist my daughter in her practice. She may command any remuneration she pleases." His utterance was slow and clear, and Mrs. Osborne heard every word, but the sense scared her. Her color rose, and she turned her eyes on Violet with a look of shame and apology. Had her mother not been by, Violet might have felt as she did, but being anxious to relieve her, she looked at her with a smile of amusement, and coming forward towards Sir William said, "I am sure I should be glad to assist your daughter, if I could, but I should tell you, perhaps, that I am not a regular teacher. I should not, I hope," she continued, blushing and smiling, "be ashamed of it if I was. But I am not, and you must not talk of remuneration to me." He looked from one to the other, till he had fully mastered the extent of his mistake, then awkwardly said, "I beg your pardon." His extreme awkwardness in this discovery revealed how much of shyness had originally led to his withdrawal into himself. His stiff, cold air was probably more of a habit than a manner. After a moment's thought, he said, "I beg your pardon," a second time, and bowing, appeared to be on the point of taking his departure, when Violet spoke again. "You must not think we are offended," she said. "I am sure, though I do not know Miss Hamilton, that I shall be very glad if I can be of use to her." She looked at her mother to desire her to speak, and Mrs. Osborne said, "I am sure my daughter will," and moving her hand towards a chair, added, "Will you sit down for a moment?" He obeyed, and then for the third time said, "I beg your pardon. I suppose I misunderstood Mr. Pope. I should not otherwise have presumed to intrude in this way." "Pray say no more," said Mrs. Osborne, and Violet added, "I assure you, I shall be quite as glad to be of use to Miss Hamilton as if I was a teacher, but I should be afraid she was beyond my powers." "My daughter has been tolerably well taught," he replied, "but what I am anxious to secure is a person of taste to guide her taste. To play easily is a common accomplishment. To play correctly and with understanding, a rare one. In what I heard yesterday, Miss Osborne, you will forgive me for saying it, I discovered that correctness of time and clearness of touch, which shows a taste for music both natural and cultivated. If you are sincere in what you say, if you would be good enough occasionally to allow my daughter to practice with you, I should be truly obliged. If you will allow me, I will send her to call upon you, and you will then better judge whether her society will be distasteful to you." "I am sure it will not. Anything I can do, I am so glad to do it," Violet said in her cordial way, speaking from her heart. He bowed and thanked her, bowed again to Mrs. Osborne, and for the fourth time begged her pardon and withdrew. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Section 21 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by D. Randall. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 6. God hath so constituted our nature that in the very flow and exercise of the good affections there shall be the oil of gladness. Chalmers. The following morning, while Violet was practicing, she was drawn to the window by the sound of the quick canter of a pony down the road, and then it paused at the cottage door. On looking out, she saw a little pony of the palest chestnut, and on its back a young girl in a large Sir Joshua hat, with dark thick curls falling in masses to her waist. A grinning country boy, in a kind of livery, came running behind. Violet guessed at once that it was Miss Hamilton, and without waiting for a summons, flew to the door and opened it. As she stood there, bright and beautiful in the sunshine, smiling at the young stranger, a mutual attraction took place. The child leapt from her pony, hurried as fast as her petticoat permitted to Violet's side, and put up her face to be kissed. "You are Miss Hamilton, I guess," Violet said, smiling and playfully. "Yes, Papa sent me. He told me you would teach me to sing. Will you?" "We will talk about that. Will you come in?" And she led her into the drawing room. Ida Hamilton was between 11 and 12. She was well grown for her age, and on a large scale, but her expression was childish. Without great beauty, her face was pretty and attractive. Her features were tolerable well formed, her eyes large and dark, and her hair beautiful. The cast of her countenance was not lively or intellectual. There was no deficiency, but intellect was not the predominant quality. A soft, beseeching look pervaded every feature, and spoke of a nature whose delight was to give and receive affection. The expression was winning and touching, but wanting in variety. On entering the room, seeing Mrs. Osborne, who looked at her with her gentle smile, Ida walked to her and put up, or rather put down, her cheek to be kissed. It seemed her natural form of greeting. She then returned to Violet and said, "Papa sent me." "I am very glad to see you," Violet smilingly and encouragingly replied. "And now tell me, what can I do for you?" "Can you teach me to sing and to play? You sing so beautifully." "I wish you would," and she raised her dark eyes with an expression earnest beyond the occasion. Are you fond of music? Yes, very. And it is the only thing Papa cares for me to do. Ida's manner of speech was much like that of a young lady in a dashed letter. She put pathetic emphasis on many of her words, and often very needlessly. You must remember, I am not a regular teacher, Violet said. I can't teach in a proper regular way, but as I told your father, I shall be very glad to do what I can to help you on. I will begin today if you like. Will you take off your bonnet and have a lesson? No, I can't stay today, thank you. It is very near Tommy's dinner time, and he is so hungry always. He would not like me to stay. No, no, Violet said, won by this little trait of kindly thought. It would not do to interfere with Tommy's dinner. But what shall we do then? When can you come? I want to know if you will come to me. Papa said I might ask. I should so like it. Are you quite alone? I have got my bonne, but she is very good-natured, and you would not mind her. Will you come to dinner tomorrow and then give me a lesson after? I wish you would. Well, Violet said after a little consideration, I think I can. Miss Hamilton wants me to go to luncheon with her tomorrow, Mamma. I think I will, and she kissed her mother's forehead. Yes, dear, if you like. Then I will. And you say I am not to mind your bonne. You must take care she does not frighten me. Oh, she won't. She is not very clever. She is nothing but my bonne. But I must go now, for Tommy begged me not to stay long. He is so dreadfully hungry, he says. Shall I give him a bit of bread for fear he should faint? Violet asked, laughing. Oh, bread is no good to Tommy, Ida said with a look of earnest dismay. Meat is what he likes. He told me once that if he did not have proper meat, he thought he could eat men. Oh, how shocking! Violet cried in affected horror. He did not mean anything bad, Ida said pitifully. Only he has such a wonderful appetite. He is a very good boy, and very good to my pony. Goodbye. I hope you will let me love you. And she put up her face to be kissed. Violet smiled her answer, and having assisted her to mount her steed, stood nodding and smiling till she was out of sight. A dear child, she soliloquized, as she re-entered the house. And what a poor little lonely thing it must be, in that large house and with that stiff father. It will be a shame if I don't try to make her happier, and better too, she added, remembering what she had heard from Mr. Pope of Ida's neglected education. And her heart bounded at the thought of this new prospect of usefulness, as Alexander's might have done at the hope of a new world to conquer. Violet's time was now fully occupied. She taught her class 3 times a week, and too conscientious not to endeavor to make herself fit for what she had undertaken, she devoted a considerable time daily to the study of music. But she had other employments. She could not take interest in the children of her class without going beyond the hours of instruction. She inquired into their history and their circumstances, and finally, remembering they were her neighbors, and that she needed no leave from Mr. Pope to show a neighborly kindness towards them, visited them and their parents in their homes. This step was no sooner taken than to a disposition like hers, occupations multiplied. She had no longer lavish wealth, but she had thought and time and intellect and fingers at their service, and these were given. Many a small comfort was planned, many a small ailment cured, many a piece of advice offered and accepted. If she saw a baby in an untidy dress, she could not rest till she had supplied it with a more seemly garment. She would replace the filthy finery of a child by a strong pinafore, and reject a piece of stained list from an old man's neck by offering a knitted comforter. When she had once entered on the career of active benevolence, she found no time for rest, and no time for regrets and repinings. She looked happy, and she was happy. The following day was not her class day, and soon after 12 she went up to prepare for her walk to Boscombe, the house of Sir William Hamilton. When she came down, she found that her father intended to accompany her. Mr. Osborne, a man of the world, and anxious in a mild way to observe the proprieties of life, had felt some doubts about this visit to the house of a widower, and though reluctant to oppose Violet's wishes, was determined at least to satisfy himself that the existence of the bun was not a myth. They walked briskly to the door and rang the bell. The summons was answered by Ida herself, and a servant who appeared at the end of the hall into which the door opened, seeing his young mistress, saved himself further trouble and departed. "How good of you to come," she said, putting up her face. "I am so glad. This is my father," remarked Violet. "Is Sir William at home?" asked Mr. Osborne boldly. "No, I'm afraid not. I am so sorry. Do you want him?" "I should like to rest a little while," he replied, determined to enter the house and make his own observations. "May I come in?" "Oh, yes, pray come in. Come to the fire. There is one in my schoolroom, if you don't mind." And closing the hall door, she ran across to a door on the opposite side, and led the way into her schoolroom. It was a large and pretty room, looking into the garden, and one glance assured Mr. Osborne of the existence of the being of whom he was in quest. A fat old Frenchwoman was seated in a chair by the fire. She had but few teeth, and judging from her countenance, not many more ideas. Still there she was, a piece of living propriety, and he felt empowered to dismiss his objections from his mind. He sat down and addressed the old lady in bad French. She replied in English equally bad. For a few seconds they conversed in this manner, each, as is customary, adhering obstinately to the language of the other. And then Mr. Osborne declared his legs to be rested, and took a polite leave. As he crossed the hall, he saw the dining-room door open, and taking a cursory glance as he passed, further set his mind at ease, by perceiving that the table was only prepared for 3 persons. Meanwhile, Ida and Violet conversed, and before dinner was announced, Ida had drawn from Violet a promise to call her Ida, a boon asked with great earnestness, and for the granting of which, after some hesitation, boundless gratitude was expressed. After luncheon, mindful of her object, Violet proposed a music lesson and gave it, and after this again sat down while Ida exhibited her treasures. Touched by the lonely position of the young girl, she endeavored, though with a fancy somewhat preoccupied by her plans for the improvement and elevation of her mind, to enter with cheerful interest into her small pleasures. She was occupied in admiring a doll's slipper, sent from Paris by a friend of Ma Bun's, a scarlet cloth shoe embroidered in beads of green and gold, when she was startled by the entry at the window of a large greyhound. It came in with a flying leap, and bounding to Ida, saluted her by licking her hand. It was a beautiful creature, perfect in shape, and of a white whose brightness was dazzling. "Oh, what a beauty!" Violet cried, springing up. "Whose is it?" Ida had hurried to the window and looked eagerly out, but now returned. "It's Lionel's," she said, "but I don't see him." "And who is Lionel?" Violet asked in some surprise. "Don't you know?" said Ida, looking in her face. "No, indeed. How should I?" "Lionel is to be my husband," she spoke softly and added, "I thought Papa had told you." "What do you mean, my dear Ida?" Violet said quickly. "I never heard anything so ridiculous. At your age, people don't talk of husbands." "Ah, but it's true. It is indeed. Ask Ma Bun. She knows it." But Ma Bun, having indulged in a very good dinner, was taking a nap by the fire, and Violet did not feel desirous to disturb her. "Well, I think it very ridiculous," Violet repeated. "But do make it come to me," pointing to the greyhound, which was now stretched in an expecting attitude upon the floor. "I never saw such a beauty. I should like to stroke its head." "I don't think she will move. She's expecting Lionel, I am sure." "What is its name?" Lionel calls her Angel because she's so white and without a spot or a stain upon her, and that's what he says we ought all to be. Surprised at this moral sentiment of Lionel's, and her curiosity considerably excited, Violet was considering whether it was right to gratify it by making inquiries into this ridiculous subject, when the sound of a whistle was heard. Angel sprang out of the window, and Ida again hurried to look out. Violet retreated and sat down. Angel is so fond of Lionel, Ida remarked with a sigh as she leaned out. Why do you sigh? Violet asked. Because I ought to be as good as Angel for Lionel to like me, or to let me like him, but I am not. And do you like him very much? Like Lionel? She turned back from the window. I must like him, because of what I told you, and besides, I can't help it. Even when he is not kind, I can't help it. He is so good, so very good. Good, but unkind, Violet said satirically, having already decided that Lionel was a young prig. Only to me, not always kind, and it is for my good. He wishes me to be good as he is. Oh, how I wish I could. But there he is, and she screamed. He's coming here after all. Violet sat still and expectant. Curiosity was not to be restrained, and she glanced out of window to see what object presented itself. A young man, a very young man, half boy, half man, passed, and joined Ida at the further window. I was afraid you did not mean to come, Ida said plaintively. Oh, yes, here I am. Do you want me? I have got Miss Osborne today, and she is so kind. She has been teaching me to play. I am very glad, and I hope you will take pains to improve yourself. But, Lionel, she won't believe what I say about us. She says it is ridiculous. What do you mean by about us? He said like a teasing schoolboy. Why, I mean that you are to be that I am to be your wife. But it is true, isn't it? That must depend, he replied coldly. I won't have anything to say to you if you are not good. If you tell stories, for instance, as you did, you know. Oh, Lionel, don't go back to that, Ida said with tears in her voice. But I must go back to it. It is horrible. Goodbye, I can't stay today. Won't you come in and see Miss Osborne? Is she there? He asked in a lower voice. Yes, close, hearing us, Ida whispered, but very audibly. Why did you not tell me? Making me like a bear. Yes, I will come in. He put his foot over the low sill of the window and entered, Angel bounding in after him. I beg your pardon, Miss Osborne, he said with the formed manners of a man, for behaving so unceremoniously, but Ida never told me you were here. I was here, though, and listening, Violet said, smiling. I beg your pardon, I did not know it. That is all I can say. And if you wish for my pardon, it is granted, she said, laughing with careless ease. I am not offended. What a beautiful greyhound you have. Ah, yes. Is she not a gem? And he caressingly put his hand on the smooth white head. Do you think I have named her well? It is a curious name for a dog, is it not? Perhaps it is, but I like it, with decision. Then changing his position and looking at her for a moment, he said, You are very good to come and teach Ida. Is it not tiresome? Not at all, Violet said coldly. Well, I hope she will take pains to improve your kindness. Good morning. He bowed courteously, though with formality, then carelessly held out his hand to Ida and said goodbye. She approached him and put up her cheek to be kissed. No, no, he said impatiently, and jumped out of the window. Lionel Vane was well formed, and his features finely cut, but he was not handsome. There was no glow of youth about him. His countenance was far from inexpressive, his dark eyes and small lips far from passionless, but the dry and staid air was unsuited to his boyish years, and it offended. On the other hand, the contrast between his manners and his years, the assumption which yet had nothing of affectation in it, gave him an interest he might otherwise have lacked. He irritated, annoyed, or amused as the case might be, but he also certainly excited a degree of interest and attention. Ida returned to Violet when he disappeared. "I hope you liked him," she said anxiously. "Is he not good?" "Who is he? What is his name?" "Lionel." "Oh, you mean his name. Don't you know? He is my cousin. He is Uncle Ashford's son." "Oh, then he is Mr. Vane," Violet said, light dawning upon her. "Yes, but he is not at all like Uncle Ashford. I am afraid Uncle Ashford is not very good. I don't think Lionel likes him much." "Not like his own father. My dear Ida, how you shock me. But we can't like people if they are not good, can we? I mean, good people can't." "By the by, Ida," Violet said, unwilling to discuss the question, "what was that I heard your cousin say to you? Something that gave me great pain. I do like truth, I must own, better than anything, and should find it very hard to like a person who—" She paused, for Ida's eyes filled with tears. "Then you will never like me, for I did tell a story the other day, and I have done it before." "But, my dear Ida, how could you? What made you? What did you say?" "I pretended to Lionel that Papa sent me to him, and he had not." Ida's eyes were cast down, and large tears fell on the floor. "And Lionel found it out, and he was so angry. He was right. A story is a horrid thing." "What made you do it?" "It was to be with him," she said piteously. "It does me so much good to see him. Nobody tells me of good things but him." "Well, I am sure you never will do such a thing again," Violet cried, relaxing from her severity. "We must not do evil that good may come. Don't you know where we are told this?" Ida tearfully shook her head. "It is in the Bible," Violet said reverently. "I don't read the Bible," was Ida's reply. "Ma bonne says it's too difficult for me." "Oh, but she is quite wrong," Violet said quickly. "That is," correcting herself, "I think she is. But we will talk of this again. I must go now." She rose and began to put on her things. "Must you really go?" "Yes, of course you must. You are very good to have stayed so long. But you must wait a minute while I look for Papa. He said he wished to speak to you before you went." "Very well," Violet said, not well pleased, but reluctant to refuse. "But I must go directly, will you say?" End of Volume 2, Chapter 6.
Section 22 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vijeta Sharma. Violet Osborne by Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 7. The evil that men do lives after them. Julius Caesar. Ida flew away. Violet addressed a few polite observations in French to Ma Bonne and received some English answers, and then Ida returned with her father. "I will let you out by a shorter way than you came," he said, after a stiff inclination of his head, "if you will be good enough to come with me. Ida, wish Miss Osborne goodbye." She obeyed, and Violet followed Sir William. He fetched his hat and accompanied her through a glass door into the garden. "I have to thank you for coming," he then said, "and I hope it is a visit that will be often repeated." "I will certainly come again, if Miss Hamilton likes it," Violet said. "She likes it, of course, but I was thinking of higher things than liking. My daughter has been much neglected. I have not perhaps thought on the subject as I ought." "That is very plain," Violet thought, but she made no remark. "I can conceive no better thing for her, Miss Osborne, than your society, such as I hear of you, such as I see you to be," He spoke stiffly and formally, but Violet loved praise, and her heart beat with its accustomed pleasure at the sound. "You know very little of me," she said, however, "but I can fancy that any society that was not bad would be good for Miss Hamilton in the lonely life she leads. We may differ on that point, but be it so. I request from you the benefit of that society for her, at your leisure, of course, and convenience." "I will certainly come when I can." He thanked her, then cleared his throat, and hesitatingly said, "There is a subject on which I wish to say a few words. I believe you have this day been present, at an interview, which may have surprised you." "It certainly did," Violet said frankly. "Miss Hamilton is young for the discussion of such subjects." "True, but it was inevitable. May I beg of you to bear that in mind, and to sanction the intercourse permitted and encouraged by me?" "I am not going to be Miss Hamilton's governess," she said, smiling. "Pray do not speak of my sanction, or I shall be afraid to visit her." "Yet I repeat the word," he gravely replied. "You are a person, Miss Osborne, evidently accustomed to think and act for yourself. Supposing you to disapprove of the course I am pursuing, I can imagine that your disapprobation could not and would not be confined to your own mind." "I would try not to interfere with arrangements with which I have no business," she answered, becoming interested in the conversation. "But perhaps you are right. I might show my feelings more than I intend. May I ask one question? Is Miss Hamilton bound, supposing Mr. Wing to dislike the engagement at some future day? May they break it?" She spoke eagerly. "I am, I trust, no tyrant, Miss Osborne. If such a desire is expressed, it will then be time to consider the subject. At present, we are all bound, whether we will or no. Will you allow me to make known to you a few circumstances connected with the scheme?" By a shorter path through the pleasure grounds, they had now almost reached the gates into the high road, but Sir William paused in his walk and waited for a reply. "I am in a hurry to get home," Violet said, feeling some distaste to a lengthened walk, but at the same time curiosity prevailing, she said, "Still, if it would not take you long, I could wait for a few minutes." "I need not detain you long, and I may not have another opportunity. Be so good as to return a few steps." They turned backwards, and in as few words as it was possible to make himself understood, he related the following circumstances. His manner was grave and cold during the chief part of the conversation, but on one or two occasions a degree of feeling approaching to agitation might be seen in his countenance and heard in his voice. Lady Hamilton and Lady Ashford were sisters and co-heiresses, but Lady Hamilton, the elder sister, had a double portion of fortune and of other gifts, likewise of mind, of body, and of manner. In early days, Lord Ashford, a young man with extravagant tastes and fortune small for his position in life, hearing the fame of her wealth, had sought her out. He sought her for her wealth, but when he found her, loved her for herself, and for those charms of body and mind in which she excelled. Though of an unsteady and careless disposition, he had many good qualities and considerable powers of pleasing, and after a time he prevailed upon her to consent to be his wife. But though she consented, her heart was not with him. In the previous year she had met Sir William Hamilton, and to him her first love had been given. Piqued at his apparent indifference had made her resolve to conquer her fancy, and, with some hesitation, to admit the attentions of a new suitor. It happened that after her engagement to Lord Ashford, and during the delay which the settlement of a large fortune produced, she met Sir William Hamilton again, and discovered that shyness and pride had been the secret of his apparent indifference, and that he loved her. This discovery made her marriage abhorrent to her, and though the day was approaching, she, being at this time of age and her own mistress, broke it off with impetuous haste, and, to avoid persecution and lengthened observation, almost immediately afterwards, with like haste, married Sir William. Lord Ashford had really loved her passionately, and though he did not act as if such was the case, his actions were in fact prompted by the bitterness of his heart. Not many months after her marriage, he married her sister. His necessities drove him to seek for money, and he fancied that he, by this act, was revenged on her for her faithlessness, and it was a revenge and a bitter punishment, for the misery of her sister nearly broke her heart. This sister was a timid, gentle, well-meaning, but weak girl. Her character and feelings were not strong, but they were impressible. When Lord Ashford went to her to be comforted, she gave him her pity and her heart, and when he further asked for her hand, she could not withstand his entreaties. She was warned that he did not love her, but she was not given to think much of herself. She pitied him, married him, and he broke her heart. His love for Lady Hamilton and her superior qualities would most probably have steadied him, but Lady Ashford had no power to work upon him except gratitude, and that was short-lived. He neglected her, she withdrew into herself, pined in secret, and finally turned to heaven for support and comfort. The strong religious principles which thenceforward guided her might have been brought in time to bear on him, but unfortunately she learnt her views in a narrow school, and instead of exciting his admiration, he called her straight-laced and held her in contempt. They separated more and more, and though occupants of the same house, she was sometimes for weeks together uncheered by his presence. Lady Ashford had a son a year or two after her marriage, but Lady Hamilton was 7 years without a child. After the birth of her daughter, she fell into weak health, and in the brooding state of mind, the effect of a weakened body and weakened nerves, which followed, she allowed a remorse that, however just in itself, was exaggerated in its degree, for her conduct to Lord Ashford to fasten on her imagination. She saw that it had exercised a fatal influence on his character, that it had caused the unhappiness of her sister, and, with the warped and biased views of an impulsive nature and awakened conscience, she became desirous of purchasing forgiveness, and becoming the healer of the blow she had inflicted. In one respect, the plan she adopted was a safe one. Her sister's fortune, though large, had been insufficient for the exigencies of Lord Ashford's property and the gratification of his expensive tastes. She knew that money was a constant source of anxiety to him, and was therefore the point by which his ill-regulated mind could be touched. Her desire, therefore, was to restore that of which she had deprived him through the union of her daughter with his son. Having won Sir William's consent, for he was so fondly attached to her that in her then state of health he could deny her nothing, she made known her wishes to both Lord Ashford and her sister, and met from both a ready acquiescence. From her sister, because she loved her and trusted in her wisdom and experience, and from Lord Ashford, because he saw the advantages of the plan, and because in an interview with Lady Hamilton, her words and manner soothed the bitterness still rankling in his heart, and rendered him also unable to resist her. A solemn engagement was entered into by all the parties concerned. The minutest particulars of the arrangements were legally drawn up and signed, and Lionel and Ida were brought up to consider themselves bound. And now, Sir William said, when he had concluded his narration, "You will not blame me, I hope, for the circumstances in which I am involved." "I have no right either to praise or to blame," Violet said, very decidedly, "and I am glad of it. It is not a case in which I should like to have any responsibility. But you will not, I hope, so far refuse your sanction as to decline to visit my daughter. I thought it best to be open with you, but I should regret my openness if it withdrew your society from her." Half gratified, half provoked at his pertinacity, Violet replied that she saw no reason to make any change. She had said she would be glad to be of use to Miss Hamilton, and she adhered to what she had said. He gravely thanked her, observing, "Should it happen, therefore, that Lionel Vane visits my daughter during such times and hours as your kindness may bestow upon her, you will not express any disapprobation?" "Oh, certainly not." He thanked her again, and then added, "This engagement is known to few. I did not wish to subject either party to scrutiny and observation. They are cousins, that suffices for the explanation of their intimacy. May I therefore beg of you, Miss Osborne, to consider what I have said as spoken in the strictest confidence, and spoken to you alone?" "You may depend upon it," Violet said, quickly, for her discretion, her freedom from girlish gossip, was one of the points in her character of which she was slightly vain. "Then I need detain you no longer. Thank you for hearing me." They were again near the gate, and bowing formally, he withdrew. Violet hurried homewards, the tale she had heard occupying her mind. Though far more concisely put than in the above pages, Sir William had given force and vividness by choice of words, tone, and manner to his narrative, and it had excited her interest in no small degree. Engaged in ruminating on the circumstances, it was not till she came in sight of home that it struck her she had been heedless in her promise of secrecy. It flashed across her that she was full young to be entrusted with such secrets apart from her parents. The thought flashed, was disagreeable, and was put by with the reflection that what is done can't be undone. She had been hasty, but unless she had an opportunity of renewing the conversation, it was too late to retract. Naturally open and communicative, she found herself several times in the course of the evening perplexed how to answer her father's questions, and internally fretted at the bondage imposed upon her. But before she went to bed, a chance observation of Mr. Osborne's reassured her mind and disposed her to think she had been wise. He was speaking of a story he had been reading, in which a secret had been kept for years in a remarkable manner. "It would have been different if I had been there," he said, in his good-humoured, easy way. "When a secret is entrusted to me, unless I'm really put upon oath, I find myself alluding to it the next half-hour. People have such a habit of saying, 'Don't mention this,' that for the life of me, my puzzled head never knows what is to be published and what is not. The best way, Papa, observed Violet sagely, is not to publish anything. But, my dear child, life would be unbearable under such circumstances. I would rather be a convict in chains. Then you can't expect to hear my secrets, she gaily said. Yours, darling, your own, do you mean? I think I will promise to keep yours, but tell me no others, not even Mr. Pope's, if he entrusts them to you. I shall be sure to allude to them at an improper moment. I don't believe you, she said, kissing him and wishing him good night. But I shall take warning by what you say. And her conscience went quietly to sleep. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Vijeta Sharma. Section 23 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vijeta Sharma. Violet Osborne by Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 8. There is instant delight in the first conceptions of benevolence. There is sustained delight in its continued exercise. There is consummated delight in the happy, smiling, prosperous result of it. Chalmers. The following day was the morning for Violet's class. She went to the church and gave her instructions. On turning from the organ to take up her bonnet, which lay on the seat, she observed in one of the open seats in the church below a man sitting, and after a second glance, though his back was turned and his head bent, fancied it was Mr. Vane. She felt angry for a moment at his daring to come without her leave, but the next instant, as she dismissed the children and said to Amy White, I will walk home with you, forgot what she had observed. Among her other avocations, the welfare of Amy was not forgotten. She perceived that though endowed with a considerable share of patience and perseverance, Amy had no high thoughts upon her destiny. She had engaged to perform certain duties, and she rigidly performed them, but that the office of instructress had dignity, that education might be the means of effecting the highest good, that a task ennobling and inspiriting, if she could view it as such, was in her hands, but ideas that did not present themselves. To elevate, therefore, and improve her, to enlarge her mind on the subject of education, and try, by occasional companionship, to preserve that degree of refinement which her present position imperiled in a commonplace mind, was one of Violet's self-imposed tasks. Had conscience suggested that the hope of hearing Leicester's name gave a charm it might not otherwise have possessed to this duty, she might perhaps have blushed and smiled and owned it. But she was, at this time, too busy for self-contemplation, and conscience gave no such hint. She was not aware on this day, as she turned from and forgot the intruder, what sweet hope it was which made her walk with Amy, an object of anticipation and attraction. The secret hope was not disappointed. As they set forth together, taking an out-of-the-way route by a cottage at which Violet wished to call, Amy said, I must tell you a piece of good news, Miss Osborne. I know you will be glad. I had a letter from Mr. Hartley this morning, and he encloses me quite a little fortune. It is a curious story. A gentleman, called upon him to ask where we were to be found. He said my poor father had once paid a debt for him when he was in distress in India, and that he had never been able to repay it till now. "My dear Amy, I am so glad," Violet cordially said. "What a good, honest man, and it will be of real use to you now. How much is it?" "Ah," Amy replied with a blush, "I have said too much to you. I forgot that you would not think of it as I do. It is only £10. "Indeed, Amy, you are wrong," Violet said with honesty. "Whatever I may once have felt, I know the worth of £10 now. I too should look on it as a little fortune. Does Mr. Hartley say more?" "Not much. He says he met Mr. Lester and told him the story, and that he was glad, but he writes in a hurry and does not say much." "May I see the letter?" "I left it with my mother. I only got it half an hour before I came out." "Have you time to step in and see her? She would be pleased, if I am not troublesome in asking it." "I have plenty of time. I should like to see the letter. Wait a moment while I look in here, and I will come with you." She had brought a large checked apron for a slovenly woman, and having decked her in it, said she wished she had a looking-glass to show her how improved her appearance was. The woman laughed, smoothed the apron, and evidently admired herself, but said it was difficult to be clean with 10 children to run after, and difficult to spend on herself when they were in want, and then followed a narrative of all the small articles of which the 10 small children were at that moment in urgent need. Violet looked dismayed for a moment, then nodded kindly and said she would see what could be done, and retreated. "A fortnight's hard work before me," she said, laughing to Amy. "I must try and make up some at least of those deficiencies." "Oh, Miss Osborne, was there ever anyone like you?" "I believe never. All the people say so. But I like it, Amy. I hate idleness. I like work, hard work. If I had no other, I should like to work in the fields. I wish you liked work better." Amy sighed and shook her head. It was a good opportunity for one of Violet's kindly lectures, and she gave it. But it was less forcible than usual, for her fancy was running in another direction. She was wording to herself that paragraph of Mr. Hartley's letter which regarded Lester, and when they came to the school, she said, "But you will be tired of my exhortations." "No, indeed, Miss Osborne. I only wish I could feel as you do." "You will in time," Violet said quickly, and hurried into the kitchen, where Mrs. White sat by the fire. She offered her sincere and cheerful congratulations, and forgetting Mrs. White's propensities, was abashed at the indifferent answer. "No such great matter to make such a fuss about." "No, not great, but still a help, Mrs. White. I'm sure I should feel it so." "Of course, when people are poor, every little is a help. But Amy makes such a fuss, and Mr. Lester calls it good news, and we shall be set down as rolling in riches, when I'm sure we hardly make out bread to eat." "May I see the letter?" Violet asked, wisely declining to continue the argument. "Yes, the letter is simple enough. Mr. Hartley might have told us a little more about it, I think. People forget what it is to live in the country and hear nothing." The letter was now in Violet's eager hands, and though certainly simple enough, she contrived to extract pleasure from it. After telling his tale in as few words as possible, apologizing for extreme haste, Mr. Hartley added, "I met your good friend, Mr. Lester, and told him my story. He begged me to give his kind regards to your mother and to say he was rejoiced at the good news. The same Lester, sending his discreet regards to the mother, smiles played round Violet's lips as she read, and 3 times the sentence was perused before she was satisfied. "Well then, goodbye, Mrs. White," she then cried cheerfully. "I hope this fine weather agrees with your rheumatism. I thought you were coming for a little chat, but it seems you only came to read my letter." A blush was on Violet's cheek as she replied, "I beg your pardon. I did not mean to be uncivil. I will very soon come and have a little chat with you, but I have not time to stay today." "Oh, no offence. I meant no offence. But some people think those who are poor have nothing to do but to work. I like a little chat as well as you do." "I will soon come back," her young visitor replied kindly, and nodding with her gay smile to Amy, who stood sighing at her mother's rudeness, she hastened into the fresh air. Poor thing, what a misfortune to have such a bad temper. Violet was soliloquizing when she heard her name pronounced from behind. She turned round and saw Lionel Vane. He took off his hat and, approaching, said, "I beg your pardon, Miss Osborne. I'm lucky to meet you. I went to church for the purpose, but when I came out, you had disappeared." "I turned down a lane, but what can you want with me?" Violet said, addressing him like the boy she considered him to be. "May I walk with you?" And he placed himself at her side. "Certainly. I am going home, but what can you want?" "To speak to you on a matter that concerns myself. Miss Hamilton," he began abruptly, "confided to you, I find, the circumstances in which we stand." "Yes," Violet said hesitatingly, "but I should think the less that is said about it, the better." "You are right. I was about to ask you if you approved of the plans in question, but I guess from your tone that you do not." "I will have no guesses," Violet said playfully, "nor will I be questioned about my opinions. I have nothing to do with the subject." "I beg your pardon. I will question no more. But though you withhold your approbation, I mean your opinions, there is something you can do for me. Will you hear me for a moment?" "I cannot think why I am to be dragged into this business," she said impatiently, provoked partly by the stateliness of his tone, and still more at being, as she said, dragged into an affair the plot of which she disapproved. "If you will kindly let me speak, I think you will see why. Do listen to me," he added, dropping for an instant his formal manner and speaking with earnestness. "Well, I will listen," she more graciously replied. "You may well imagine," he resumed in his old manner, "that my future life causes me many anxious thoughts. Bound as I am, it is hardly safe for me to have opinions and wishes, and yet I have them." In her heart, Violet acknowledged his gaze was hard. "What are your wishes?" she asked with kindness. "My wish, of course, is to have a wife who suits my tone of mind and would act and think and feel as I do. I'm not a common person. I don't mean to claim any high mental gifts, but I repeat it. Morally, I'm not a common person. I have a scorn of evil which makes it hateful to me." Up to the last sentence, he spoke in a grave, measured tone, but at those words his eyes flashed, and there was a heart of some kind in what he said. Some are quick and some are slow. Violet was quick, and remembering what she had heard, she discovered an allusion to his father in the warmth of his tone. The suspicion kept her silent, and she made no remark on what he said. He paused for a moment in expectation of an observation. Receiving none, he went on. "Such being my feeling," you may guess that Ida Hamilton's character causes me great uneasiness. She seems a dear, affectionate little thing, Violet said warmly. I don't deny it, but you must be aware, Miss Osborne, that affectionate natures are not always those who pass safest through the world. Unless principle, good firm principle, moral and religious, can be given to Ida, her very goodness and warmth of feeling may lead her into errors. And my future life, our future life, may be fraught with misery. Though he spoke in a tone singular and irritating in so young a man, there was no doubt of his earnestness, nor yet of the truth of what he said. I almost wonder, Violet said, after a pause of thought, that feeling as you do not at once assert the freedom which of course must be yours, and break this engagement. Do not put such thoughts into my head. My mother wishes for it, and that is enough. So softened, so altered was his voice and countenance that Violet was taken by surprise. She was compelled to feel an interest in him. But why do you come to me? What can I do for you? She asked. Much. You can take Ida and make her such as I wish her, such as she ought to be. You have already influence. Exert it for the sake of the happiness of two lives. And why have you fixed upon me for this task? And how, she added playfully, have you formed so high an idea of my powers and virtues? There is such a thing, Miss Osborne, as physiognomy. Yes, but I should not suppose your experience in physiognomies was very great. More perhaps than you think, he calmly said. But I own I have other grounds for my opinion. I hear of you, and were it only the conversation you held yesterday with Ida on the subject of truth, it were enough to assure me that the friend I wished for her is found. She told me what had passed, and I think she will not readily deceive again. The sweet incense of praise, the sweet flattery of hearing her words had been words in season. It stole through Violet's heart and brain, and cheered and elated her. Well, she replied, if all you ask of me is to give such simple notions of right and wrong as that, I think I can promise it shall be done. For in fact, I could not associate with her without doing it. But here we are at home. Will you come in? Not today, thank you. I will call before I go. Thank you for your promise. It is all I ask or wish. Good morning. He took off his hat with formal politeness, but Violet said goodbye and frankly held out her hand. Her father was at the open window of the drawing-room, and when she entered, said, Why, darling, what is this? What has Mr. Vane got to say to you? Do you know him, Papa? I never saw him till yesterday. Only by sight. What has he to say for himself? He was impertinent enough to come to the church while I was giving my lesson, Violet said, and he asked if he might walk home with me. But that is not quite the thing for young ladies and gentlemen, is it, darling? Young ladies and gentlemen, Violet said scornfully. A priggish schoolboy. Her father laughed. Well, he does not look very advanced in years, certainly, and having so remarked, he said no more. Violet, annoyed at the mystery in which, against her will, she was involved, slipped away to avoid further questioning. But as she stood in her room and looked out on the world, just budding into spring, the annoyance passed from her mind, and happy thoughts took possession. What mattered the loss of fortune? How little had been taken from her? It had not been her wealth that gave happiness, for still in her poverty, all seemed to come to her for help, and hang upon her for sympathy and encouragement. There came a faint whisper of some words she had heard, and at the time had not heeded. I shall hear of you. I know I shall. The help, the friend, the comforter of many. And a tear, soft and glad, fell on her cheek. Leicester would hear of all she was doing, and would do, and would know that he had not wasted his love and care on a heart that could not feel and profit. He would own that, in spite of her faults, she was worthy of his affection. Sweet and bright lay the present around her, sweet and bright shone a future before her, and she went down to rejoin her parents with a face shining like the spring sun in the fresh grass. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Vijeta Sharma.
Section 24 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire Kesters from Bellingham, Washington. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby, Volume 2, Chapter 9. My heart is sere for somebody. Scotch song. But a blow was awaiting Violet, a blow which had never so much as cast its shadow on the mirror of her fancy. When Leicester returned from the business in Yorkshire on which he had been engaged, he, according to the expression in the letter to Marian, put away the memory of the past and resumed his old life with his sisters. He summoned a considerable degree of cheerfulness, dined at home frequently, and acted as chaperone whenever his services were required. Some of his sisters were deceived by the tranquillity of his manner. Talking over the events of the past year, about 2 months after the separation of their brother and Violet, Jessie, in the course of conversation, observed, "I never was more surprised than I am at the way John bears it. I thought he would have been miserable. I thought his heart would have been broken." "John is too sensible to break his heart for what is worthless," Margaret said quickly, for she had not forgiven Violet. "Ah, but Margaret, then it was not love, not real love," and Jessie became very sentimental. "People don't think of that when they are truly in love. And besides, Miss Osborne was very pretty, and it is not her fault that she lost her money." "You goose," replied her sister shortly, but she said no more. "For once I must own I agree with Jessie," observed Marian. "I am surprised, very much surprised, at the way in which John has borne it. I certainly thought he would have taken it more to heart." "He has taken it to heart quite enough," said Henrietta. "He has not been the same man since it happened, and I begin to think he never will." All her sisters looked at her, and Jessie said, "Oh, Henrietta, what do you see?" "I see that he is a great deal too quiet and patient. If I could once see him put out as he sometimes used to be, if I could see him annoyed at your folly, Jessie, or teased at Margaret's attentions, I should have some hope. But he has no spirit left in him. His heart may not be broken, but it has somehow or other been bruised, or wounded, or crushed, or whatever the proper and not the sentimental word would be. He never has been like himself since the very first night he saw her." "I said that," cried Jessie triumphantly. "I said then it was love at first sight, and you would not believe me, but I knew I was right." "It is true, do you think, Rachel?" Margaret said, stealing to Rachel's room shortly afterwards. "Do you think Henrietta is right about John?" Rachel nodded. "I hoped he was getting over it. I hoped his spirit was roused as mine would have been." Rachel shook her head. "Oh, that Miss Osborne," and Margaret clenched her fist. "What has she not to answer for?" "The worst is over now, Margaret," Rachel said. "Do not let us talk of it. I cannot bear to speak even to you of John's feelings. They seem to me too sacred for discussion. I only see that, as Henrietta said, his heart is wounded and sore, and that as yet little has been done towards healing it. But the worst is past." "You think so, really?" "I do indeed. He is busier than he has ever yet been, and business is everything for a man, and everything for him. I don't at all despair of seeing cheerfulness, real cheerfulness, return." About a week after this conversation, Leicester one night dined at home with his sisters, and remained at home during the evening. He was grave and abstracted, and unlike his usual practice, made no efforts to rouse himself. On more than one occasion, when eagerly appealed to as umpire in their feminine disputes, he, instead of half playfully, half satirically, as was his custom, appeasing the strife, smiled faintly, begged their pardon, and owned that his mind had wandered. The sisters looked at each other, but asked no question. After dinner he pulled a pamphlet from his pocket and read for an hour or two, without any apology or any attempt to make himself agreeable. The shadow of his gravity fell on all, and each sister worked or read or wrote in silence, but again without remark on his part, without the usual considerate speech, that though he was busy he could assure them their conversation was no interruption to his studies. An hour or two had passed without other sound than the clicking of Henrietta's pen, the fall of Margaret's scissors, and 2 yawns from Jessie, when Lester suddenly looked at the clock, saw it was past 10:30, restored the pamphlet to his pocket, rose and stood with his back to the fire. All looked up at him. There was a general feeling that something was coming, and when in a hesitating voice he said, "I have something to say to you all," each sister felt that they had been prepared for some momentous event. All remained silent, but every eye rested upon him inquiringly. "An offer has been made to me today, the offer of an appointment, a judgeship. I have 2 days allowed me to think it over." He paused, then slowly added, "It is in India." There was a faint scream from Marian, Henrietta, and Jessie. Margaret and Rachel sat with open eyes and lips apart, but made no sound. "I startle you," he gently said, looking round, and then again there was a silence. It was broken by Marian. She was ashamed of her scream and, anxious to redeem her character, now asked quietly, "Is it a good thing?" "Yes, very good, far beyond my expectations or my deserts." "That I deny," Henrietta observed, also anxious to efface the memory of her scream. "How came it to be offered?" "I do not know. Some kind friend must have suggested my name." There was another silence, and then Margaret spoke. "You wish to accept it, John?" A faint flush tinted his cheek. All saw it as he stood full in the lamplight. "If it concerned only myself," he replied steadily, "I certainly should wish to take it, but I am in your hands. What concerns me concerns you also." "I know why you wish to go," said Jessie in a tearful voice. "It is all Miss Osborne's fault." The faint flush deepened to a purple glow, and an expression as if a wound fretted and sore had been rudely touched, contracted his countenance for a moment. But when he spoke it was gently. "I believe you are right, Jessie. I have not been happy of late, and I would forget if I could. Am I selfish in this?" Though gently spoken, it was with such evident effect that there was a hasty answer, "No, no," from all, to relieve him. "But you must understand," he continued quickly, "that I leave it in your hands to decide. Will you talk it over tonight and tomorrow night tell me what answer I shall give?" "We cannot till we know more," said Marian. "I do not understand. Are we to go with you, or to be left behind?" "I am not so selfish as to propose to drag you from your home," he replied hastily. "I trust there is no need. With this addition to our income, you and I can equally live in comfort, and after a few years I shall hope to return to you." "You will not return to me, John," cried Margaret, rising from her seat and approaching him. "If you go, I go with you." He smiled and stroked her head as she stood beside him. "Thanks, dear Margaret, but I will have no hasty speeches. Think it well over, and decide as is best for your happiness. Good night." After saying good night, he moved so rapidly that he had left the room before another word was said. When the door closed there was another silence. Each sister looked oppressed with thought. At last Margaret spoke again. "Why did you not all speak?" she inquired. "Do you mean to let him go alone?" "I did not think it needed words," Rachel replied in a husky voice. "John knows that he is all the world to me." And it was true. Rachel had given no look, nor signed a sign. But John did know that her mind was made up, and that she was, even at that moment, ready to accompany him. "I did not speak because I was not ready to speak," said Henrietta. "You must own, Margaret, it is a startling proposal. Half an hour ago we thought we were all happy and comfortable for life in England, and here is a plan for removing us from friends and acquaintances and habits, and all we care for." "Henrietta is right," observed Marian. "It requires thought." "I can never leave friends and acquaintances, and all I care for," cried Jessie tearfully. "I must say I think it is unkind of John." "Unkind!" cried Margaret, as if she would have murdered her. "I don't mean unkind, but only very thoughtless, and very unlike John. It is all Miss Osborne, I know, and I hate her." "If you ever again mention Miss Osborne to John," observed Henrietta, "I shall turn you out of my room, and then what shall you do?" "I think you are all very unkind to me," cried poor Jessie. "You have never liked me since the day I said John was in love with Miss Osborne, but I was right all the while." The sisters were too much occupied with other and weighty thoughts to attend to Jessie and her grievances, and Henrietta and Marian, with occasional words from others, proceeded to discuss the pros and cons of the question. No decision was then made, but in the course of the night each came in her secret cogitations to the same issue. They would all go with John. When Marian and Henrietta had thus resolved, Jessie gave in her adhesion at once. "It will be very disagreeable and a dreadful nuisance to leave all we care for," she said, "but I suppose we shall come back some day, and at any rate India will be quite a new place to see." Lester, wishing his sisters to make an unbiased decision, left the house before breakfast the following morning. When he returned to dinner, the announcement was made. Whether in his secret heart the universal acceptance was welcome was a question which even his secret thoughts were not allowed to debate. That which was offered with affectionate devotion, with affectionate gratitude, was accepted, and the point was debated no more. He gave his answer on the following day, and the change of prospects became known to all the friends of the family. As some impatience on the subject was also expressed, preparations for an early departure were immediately begun. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Claire Kesters from Bellingham, Washington.
Section 25 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vijayta Sharma. Violet Osborne by Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 10. I am sad at thought of raptures now forever flown. The Prelude. Violet carried on for 10 days her new avocations with complete success and considerable absorption of mind. Visits to Ida were frequently paid, and the more she saw of the simple and warm-hearted child, the more she won upon her affections. Her natural good gifts were as plain as the lamentable deficiencies of her education, and, not to please Leonel Vane, but because she could not, as she had said, associate with her without an endeavour to improve her, Violet devoted herself to her new task. What Leonel had suggested, however, was borne in mind. It was principle that Ida wanted, and it was principle, religious and moral, which, little by little, Violet strove to give. It was a new task, and, in trying to carry it out, she felt her deficiencies, but her spirit rose with a sense of responsibility. She felt animated by the burden laid upon her, and cheered by the hope of the good set before her. At the end of these 10 days, the blow fell. Mrs. Osborne received one morning, at breakfast, a letter from Albert. She looked at a few lines, then hurriedly glanced at her husband and Violet. But Mr. Osborne was reading the newspaper, and Violet was smiling over a circular from an upholsterer in the neighbouring town requesting her patronage. She read a few lines more, then laid the letter by her side and endeavoured to look unconcerned. "What does Albert say today?" inquired Violet. "I have not finished his letter," Mrs. Osborne replied. She was not much of a diplomatist, and, accustomed to share all her thoughts with her daughter, was perplexed how to act in this emergency. "Is there any secret, Mamma?" Violet said gaily. "You look guilty, don't she, Papa?" "He does ask my opinion," Mrs. Osborne said, the pressure of necessity helping her to act. "You shall read the letter, dear, by and by." "I do believe Albert is going to be married, but who can be worthy of his fastidious taste?" Mrs. Osborne smiled faintly, but made no answer, and Violet, though curious, confident that every matter was sooner or later imparted to her, asked no more. She returned to her circular with its list of desirable ladies' furniture, and, with no contemptuous or repining smile, looked round their tiny rooms and asked where the good man expected her to stow away his treasures. Her father answered her as gaily and Mrs. Osborne's abstraction was noticed only with a laugh. After breakfast, Violet retired, as was her custom, for an hour or two of real study. She was extremely anxious to improve in wisdom and knowledge, and under her present excitement found it easy to attend to dry though valuable authors, and to give herself to her work with undivided attention. She was reading zealously in her room when her door opened and Mrs. Osborne entered. Violet looked up. The grave face startled her. "What is the matter, Mamma? Is there anything the matter?" she asked eagerly. "I hope not, dearest, but there is something in Albert's letter which may— I do not well know. I think, dear, you shall take and read it, and I will come back again." Violet guessed now to what Albert's secret related. Her heart beat, then ceased beating, as she silently gazed at her mother. "Was Lester ill? Was Lester false?" These were the questions that passed rapidly through her brain, but were not spoken. "There, dear," and Mrs. Osborne drew the letter from her apron pocket. "Take it and read it comfortably, and I will come back by and by." She put it into her daughter's passive hand, kissed her, and left the room with a sigh. This was Albert's letter. "My dear aunt, I heard yesterday a piece of news which I am perplexed how to break to Violet. Though she chose to make an end with Lester, young women are perverse people, and she may regret the step he is about to take. A judgeship in India has been offered to him, and he has accepted it. There is no doubt, I have none at least, that it is Violet who has driven him to this. But at the same time, it is a very good thing, and except for the loss of his company, I do not regret it. He was certainly getting more known, and his prospects are improving, but his diffidence, poor fellow, is sadly against him, and he will do better when he has regular duties than when they are more or less dependent on himself. This is what I really think, and this is what must comfort Violet, if she is disposed to blame herself and take it to heart. Lester told me yesterday of his acceptance, and in the evening I called in Clarges Street and saw all the sisters. Margaret Lester told me that after the first shock, they all had made up their minds to the change and were resolved to go with him. I am glad of this, though I own it makes my prospects rather flat. I have not many friends that I care about, and one by one they leave me alone in London. Clarges Street is to be let for 6 years, after which time Lester can give up the appointment if he pleases. This is all I know. They are to be off in a month. And after they are gone, I must make a holiday and run down and see you. My love to my uncle and Violet. I shall be glad to hear from you soon. Your affectionate nephew, Albert Ellis. Violet laid down the letter and gazed from the window. Was it the same sunny world she had looked out upon half an hour before? Many similes might be used to describe the sudden darkness which clouded over the brightness of her mind, the sudden winter which nipped the spring of her content, but they are not needed. It was for the time being the end of all things. Hopes, good desires, aims of usefulness, and power of enjoyment. All vanished, all were shattered by the bolt which fell. Self was revealed, the secret heart laid bare. She knew how Lester's image had been set up in that inner shrine, how his approbation had been the spur to every action, how hope, the hope of life with him, had taken the sting from every trial and made her future sweet. She felt it now, and after a time of passive, stagnant wretchedness, she dropped her face in her hands, shuddered, and wept bitterly. Then followed strange, mad thoughts. She would write to him, go to him, arrest him in his course. She, Violet, so proud and haughty, felt she could kneel to him, plead with him to give up this fatal resolution. She had wounded, she would humble herself now and heal the wound she had made. It was the same Violet, undisciplined still, who fell under this blow as she had fallen before the one which first shattered her life's pleasures. When Mrs. Osborne came to her door, she bolted it and refused admittance. With the thought of others came new feelings, that pride, or more properly, that self-respect, which is inseparable from a real passion, which was not wanting even in Juliet's frank and passionate love, rose up to torture her. Leicester was forgetting or forsaking her. He was shaking her from his memory as one who had been a torment to his peace. She felt humbled and shrank from the pity she needed. Sad and disappointed, yet too wise to force an intrusion on the first bitter hours of repentance and regret, Mrs. Osborne at length retreated and left Violet to herself. But when 2 or 3 hours passed, and her daughter gave no signs of relenting, she returned to the closed door. "Violet, darling, let me in," she softly cried. "You are unkind, dearest, to your mother." And Violet was conquered and opened the door. She sat down again in the window, and her mother laid her hand on her shoulder and softly stroked her hair. "My poor darling," she tenderly said, and kissed her. The pity was too much for Violet's pride. "But why, Mamma?" she cried with flashing eyes. "Why am I to care for what Mr. Leicester does?" "Because you loved him, dear, and it would not be like you so soon to forget." "He forgets," she said bitterly, and passionate rebellious tears sprang into her eyes. "Never, dearest. I do not think he ever will." Violet was arrested and looked up into her mother's face. A gleam of hope, sweet and bright, flitted around her. "Oh, Mamma, how do you mean?" "I only say what I think, dear. I know nothing. I only feel that Mr. Leicester cast all his happiness upon you, and he is not a man who could change if he would." "But India, Mamma," and despair gathered again over her features. "Yes, dear, I know. I think he is wretched, and wishes for change to comfort him and cheer him. It is very natural, darling. It shows all things except forgetfulness. Many things may happen to him and to you before 6 years are over. I don't want to set your mind on him, nor his on you. It would be unwise, but I cannot think that he will forget. There is a peculiar power in gentle, unexcited words, an especial power when accompanied with tenderness. Very vague and intangible was the hope inspired by Mrs. Osborne's speech, but it soothed Violet, soothed her wounded heart and pride, stilled her agitation, and, merrily kissing her mother, she rose up, washed the traces of tears from her cheeks, and said, "I suppose it is luncheon time. I will come down, Mamma. I will not worry you and Papa if I can help it." "My darling," said the fond mother, and they went down together. And Violet exerted herself to be herself, smiled when her father entered the room, smiled again when he related an anecdote he had heard about Mr. Pope, and thus lulled to rest the fears for her happiness, which had been for a few hours troubling the peace of her home. But when she saw this object accomplished, she gave a respite to her painful efforts, and when Mr. Osborne, in his desire to amuse, proposed to walk for the afternoon, she declined. She had a cottage to visit and a child's frock to finish before she went, and, thanking him, she escaped to solitude. Having made her excuse, She, with the truth, which was a feature of her character, bound herself to her task, finished the frock, and late in the afternoon strolled out alone on her visit of charity. Then only she felt in its fullness the change that had come over her. No beauty in the May evening could dispel the cloud that hung on nature, no rapture of the child in her new garment, no gratitude in the poor woman for this and other help afforded, could create one joyous feeling in her heart. A languor, a stupor, and deadness pervaded all things in earth and in heaven, and Violet shuddered in spirit as she contemplated the life before her. Nor was this mood of mind confined to that day. As time passed on, as the excitement of the first shock of the news died away, a deader depression settled on her spirits. Conscientiously, everything she had undertaken to do was done, but there was as great a difference in the temper of mind in which her tasks were now performed as there may be in the feelings of a jockey in a race compared with those of a prisoner treading the treadmill. She heard very little, nothing that excited or pleased her. Albert wrote as usual and generally mentioned the Leicesters, but nothing came that could act as medicine to her sick heart. One day, he said, they had been very lucky and had found a tenant for the house in Clarges Street, an old couple without children who took it off their hands for 5 years. Another day, he said, he had been to dine with the Leicesters and had found the house in a sad state of confusion, packing having begun. At last, he said, they were to be off in a fortnight at latest. But never a word from Leicester, no message from any of the family to herself. Neither was there ever a remark on Albert's part which implied that she was thought of with pity or with blame, no observation by which she could feel that her share in this event was remembered. The soreness of spirit, the sense of desolation increased. The dreariness of life became more oppressive. Confined to that country village, when she would have sacrificed years for 1 hour in London, there were moments when the power of endurance seemed failing. But all this took place in the silence of her heart. She lived as usual and said nothing. Thought at least she lived as usual, was not aware that light had left her eye and smiles ebbed from her lips, that her mother wept for her in the darkness of night, and that her poor neighbours shook their heads and in private conclave speculated on the cause of the change that had come over her. At last, Albert wrote to say that the day of departure was fixed, that he should go and see the Leicesters on board, and be at Holywell as soon after they had sailed as was possible. This was something to look to. Violet was roused from her weary, stagnant state. She was restless, anxious, miserable, but she felt again and woke with thankfulness out of the cloud in which she had been shrouded. Albert arrived unexpectedly the very day after the departure. He walked into the cottage drawing-room at 5 o'clock, where Violet and her mother were sitting. There was a cry of joy from both, and an apology from him that as he could come straight, he thought it better to come at once, and not to wait for a letter of announcement. "Much better," Violet said, and then they sat in silence, which was broken only by formal questions regarding his journey and what he would have to eat. Violet was impatient by nature, and she was restless to be comforted by some certain word. She soon rose up and invited him to walk with her, and on his acquiescence left the room and put her bonnet on. When she was gone, restraint vanished. Albert drew nearer to his aunt, and with a nod to the door, said, "How does she bear it? Does she take it to heart? I fear she does, Mrs. Osborne replied. She says little, but is she not changed? She is as dull and quiet, almost as I am. Women are curious creatures, Albert remarked dryly. Why did she use him as she did? She nearly broke his heart, I can tell her. I think, dear Albert, you and we also have been to blame in speaking always and thinking of Violet as a woman. She is but a young girl, scarcely 20, and she acts with the impulses of early youth. She is wise in many things, but nothing but years and principle and experience teach us how to govern the passions of the heart. Poor Violet is not the first young girl who in a moment of excitement and misery has done what she has regretted for life. Perhaps, Mrs. Osborne added with a sigh, we ought not to regret that she suffers a little for her rashness. I only pray it may end in her happiness. What happiness do you mean? Whatever is for her happiness, Mrs. Osborne replied. But if it please God, happiness at some time with Mr. Lester. My dear aunt, Albert said, drawing nearer, I had no idea you cared so much about Lester. Valued him so highly, I mean. I wish he had known it, poor fellow. Perhaps I did not always know it myself, but we learn many things, dear Albert, from the trials of life, and in the storm that has swept away our earthly goods. I have learnt some things I needed to learn. We were too ambitious for Violet. I was, I know. I wished her to be grand and great. She reproached me in her first misery for having taught her to overvalue the goods that perish. I shall never forget her words. They have sunk deep, and now, I hope, I wish better things. Mr. Lester is a good man, and to him I should confide her with perfect confidence. It may yet come to pass, please God. The impassive face had kindled, as she spoke, with the light of the mind within. But it died away as she ceased, and after a moment Albert said, I am very glad to know your opinion on the subject, as it may help me, if Violet questions me. But Aunt Elizabeth, 6 years is a long time, and India is very far away. If it is so, then they are not attached, as I think they are, nor are they necessary to each other's happiness. Let us leave the future alone. I would neither encourage nor discourage Violet in thinking of it if she pleases. She is free. She can be left to herself. I have no anxiety about that, Albert. If she can but cheer up and be as happy here as she was 2 months ago, I shall have no anxiety about her. But Mr. Lester, Albert, tell me. Before Albert could hear the question or answer it, Violet returned and invited him to accompany her. He had been struck by her altered manner in the first moment of his reception, but he was more struck by it now. The gravity of her face had a kind of settled cast, as if such was now its predominant expression. They strolled out into the road, but when alone with her, Albert's restraint returned. He was afraid of entering on the subject which he knew must come, and he took refuge for the moment in admiration. Really, Violet, I must compliment you on your taste. The cottage, for such a small thing, is perfect. And as to the country, and his eyes devoured the smiling valley, you could scarcely match such a view as this in the whole world. Yes, it is beautiful, she replied listlessly. It struck me many years ago, and I remembered it when the time came to choose. I know. It showed great taste and judgment on your part. Many people see things, but few see them with useful observation. When he had delivered himself of this moral sentiment, he came to a stand, and then Violet began. Are the Lesters? Is Mr. Lester gone, Albert? Yes, he said, relieved by her openness. I saw them on board. All very comfortable, and with some very nice companions for the voyage, as far as one could tell, at least by looks and a few words. Were they sorry to go? She did not dare to say. Was he sorry? Sorry, of course, but nobody cried except that poor silly girl they call Jessie, and why she cried, I don't know. Of course it is a break-up, but they think so much of him that to do him a pleasure they would go through worse things. And it is a pleasure to him to go? Violet asked in a low voice. I don't say that, but though not a pleasure, it is a relief, and it is a pleasure to them to forward his wishes, whatever they may be. I'm very sorry for you, Albert, Violet said gently. What shall you do to replace such a friend? Nothing, he said shortly. What could I do? No one knows or can know what a friend he has been to me. I think I do. No, you don't. No one can. It is between him and me. But I shall not wish to replace him. Was it not an old Duke of Ormond who said he would rather have his dead son than any living son in Christendom? And so I say of Leicester, absent. He is better to me even in absence than any new friend could be. I know what he would approve and disapprove, and I shall try and follow his example and wishes till he comes back again. Not, he continued, in a more careless manner, that I am going to retire from the world or make myself ridiculous. I shall take acquaintances as they come, and hope to find some to make the time pass easily. I expect no more. Violet made no answer. She was meditating on his words, making them her own. Was not her absent lover more to her than any new friend could be? Could not she make herself what he would approve, and follow his wishes till his return? If only she could have some assurance of his constancy, to soothe her aching heart. Why did he go, Albert? She asked at last, abruptly. You know, Violet, you have no need to ask me. No, I don't, she said tremulously. He went because you made his life miserable. I mean, disappointment so preyed upon him that he could not shake it off without change of scene. I only say what I suppose. He never told me this was the cause. The youngest sister, Margaret, did, but he never did. And does he wish to shake it off? She asked with a heart that beat almost to bursting. Of course he does. Albert looked round. He scarcely knew why. Her cheek was pale, and there was a tear in her eye. It was so new and so strange a thing to see Violet in such a mood that he scarcely understood it. Very discreetly he looked, as if he had seen nothing, and only continued less quickly. When I say of course, I only mean that no man likes to suffer. They will try and put away misery if they can. At least unless they are fools, they will. I think Leicester wishes to put away his misery, but I don't at all know that he wishes to forget. He is not the sort of man to forget easily, and when in another country and in the midst of new occupations, I should suppose old memories may become pleasant to him. He will forget the pain and remember the pleasures. But I only fancy, Violet. I tell you, I know nothing whatever about his feelings for you. Some men like to speak. I let them, and then give them any advice or help I can. But some don't, and Leicester is one. His feelings are very deep and very tender, and I know that, and I never trouble him with questions which I know he don't like. She was to hear no more. This was clear. No message had been left. Her trust drooped and died, and then sprang up again, catching at the hopes held out to her. Albert was honest. He would have told her she was forgotten if it was so. He would not have said Leicester did not forget easily, unless he believed this to be a feature of his character. She would be brave and hope and trust, and as she formed the resolution, new life seemed to come to her very spirit. The 6 years of absence, of waiting, and of expectation seemed to melt away by the force of a newborn trust. And when next she spoke, although it was still of the Leicesters, for she was determined to know all she could, she spoke in a different tone. All that was personal had vanished. Her resolution of constancy was formed, and to be kept in her secret heart alone. But interest might be expressed, and with interest and vivacity she led Albert on to talk, till the events of the last few months, such events as were connected with the Leicester family, were laid, in fragments indeed, but picturesque fragments, before her. She must make of these what she could, when she had time to think. But meanwhile there was life in the hearing of his name, and Albert scarcely understood his companion, nor the mother her daughter, when Violet cheerfully joined in the conversation of the evening. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Vijeta Sharma. Section 26 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vijeta Sharma. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Oh, enviable fate to be, strong, beautiful, and armed like thee, with lyre and sword, with song and steel, a hand to smite, a heart to feel. The Golden Legend. Though Albert's visit in some degree roused Violet, she remained an altered creature. She had to strive against vain longings, vain regrets, and at times that half frenzy of self-condemnation, of marvel at her own rashness, and passionate desire to react one scene in her life which leaves scars and traces on the soul. She set before her eyes a far distant hope, and with the power of youth and the courage of a strong nature, the hope was a tangible thing. It brightened the distance, but it could not affect her daily tasks. They no longer were done in the light of that smile which she had so fondly pictured as watching her in her daily course and approving it. She was thus being taught better things. She was being insensibly raised and elevated. A better influence was stealing into her benevolence. It was all for good, and that she could acknowledge. But this conviction did not, at the moment, cheer her. She was depressed. Life had lost its springtime. It was Ida's affection which first restored pleasantness to her daily tasks. Ida saw she was sad and wondered why, but too gentle and tender to question, was satisfied with exerting her own little arts to beguile her. One day she would draw her to a ramble in the beautiful country, another day to a drive. One day needed her help in some purchase, another day in paying a visit ordered by Sir William. Shortly, also, seeing that to do good was the passion of Violet's soul, she began to turn her own thoughts in that direction, and unlocking little stores of money which her lonely life had taught her to hoard, begged Violet's help and counsel in distributing them to the poor of the neighborhood. Though far from quick, love also made her observant, and when she had received, in answer to her childish questions, "Why don't you live in a larger house?" and "Why don't you have a carriage?" the short answer, "Because we can't afford it," she began to consider what poverty was, and being unable to solve the problem, carried it to Lionel. "What does Miss Osborne mean by can't afford?" "That she has not money enough." "But I thought all ladies had money." "Then you see, as usual, you made a mistake." "But if she is poor, how can she have such pretty clothes?" People may be poor without being beggars. Don't be a goose. This was all the information Ida could obtain from Lionel in her perplexity, but though she could not fully understand, she received the fact that Violet was poor into her heart, and, with quiet, watchful affection, endeavoured to help her, especially in that line in which Violet was willing to receive help. Though her Sir William Hamilton was also drawn to interest himself in philanthropy, not indeed with personal exertions, but by allowing Ida to mention Violet's suggestions to him and giving the useful help of money and the support of his name. As fresh duties, therefore, opened upon her, Violet recovered some portion of her ardour, and the fact of Ida's affection, the clinging tenderness and soft caresses, the admiration for herself, and the desire to be improved, was, without other causes, a help and consolation to her sore and disappointed heart. Another motive was shortly afterwards presented to spur and reanimate the flickering but not exhausted fire of zeal. About 3 months after Leicester's departure, Lionel Vane returned from a tour and paid one of his short visits to Ashford Park. Lord Ashford was absent, and finding his mother alone, he remained with her. In the daytime he strode to Boscombe, and while he sat and read in the shade, Ida detailed to him all the good designs which Violet had, and how much she hoped to help her. It was not Lionel's plan to show any deference to Ida, and as her talk was childish and insipid, he, while he allowed her to speak, allowed himself to abstract his attention. A difference, however, in the tone of her conversation on this visit caught his ear, and without bestowing any greater show of deference, he did hear a considerable part of what she said. Her talk was childish still, full of irrelevant particulars and tedious details, but he was struck with the change of subject and the higher flight even of the trifles that occupied her. On one occasion he and Angel suddenly bounded into the schoolroom and found Violet and Ida busily occupied in ruling large sheets of paper. He apologized for his intrusion with his formal, manly manner, and then approaching the table, asked if he might inquire into their occupations. Violet had lately heard of the new well-known institution called a penny club, had, through Ida, brought it before Sir William's attention, and, receiving his sanction to introduce it among his cottagers, was preparing the necessary papers for the working of the plan. With some eagerness, she explained it to Lionel, and with great eagerness he listened, and begged that the scheme might be extended to his father's property, undertaking in his own and his mother's name to supply the money required. Violet neither acceded nor declined. She said he had better talk to Mr. Poe, and, if her help was required, she would do what she could. Her manner was not very gracious. Having settled in her mind that Lionel was not only a prig, but that he hated his father, she could not be cordial to him, and though unwilling to damp his desires of usefulness, she had no intention of placing herself at his orders. He did not appear to notice her backwardness, and relaxing into his formal manner, asked a few questions and departed. But in his lonely evenings with his mother, he spoke much of Violet and her good words. The words, he said, agitated and excited the heart of the invalid, and one day she suddenly asked him whether he thought Miss Osborne could be prevailed on to visit her. His eyes brightened. He loved his mother, and the thought of Violet's influence in cheering her solitude was very grateful to him. He promised to ask, and for the purpose called on her the following morning. She gave a ready and gratified assent. It was settled that Lady Ashford should let her know when the visit should take place, and that Ida should accompany her to the house. "I hope you will like my poor mother," he said, as he shook Violet's hand, and the tone was one of such singular softness that again her heart melted towards him. 2 days afterwards, Ida brought her a note from Lionel, saying his mother would be ready to receive her at 3 on the day following, and at the appointed time they proceeded to Ashford Park. The hall door was open. Ida went in without ringing the bell, and took Violet into the drawing-room, the door of which was also open. It was not empty. Lord Ashford was looking out of the window. He turned round at their entrance and stared at Violet. He was as unlike Lionel as it was possible for father and son to be. A tall, broad, handsome, well-made man, not naturally coarse, but with some such effect in his air and countenance from the life of dissipation he led. It was, however, a good-natured, jovial countenance, not without charm, and seemed properly to belong to the jolly old lord. Ida flew across the room when she caught sight of him. "Oh, Uncle Ashford, are you come back?" "Yes, my precious," he said, embracing her with warmth. "I came back last night. And how goes the world with you? And whom have we got here?" Lowering his voice, yet making the whisper audible. "This is Miss Osborne, Uncle Ashford, who is so kind to me." "Is she? I hope she will be kind to me too. Good morning, Miss Osborne." He moved a few steps towards her, examining her air and countenance with no great respect. Violet bowed, but remained silent. "Come here, Ida," he said playfully. "I have got something to say." He put his mouth to her ear and whispered aloud. "Your kind friend is very handsome, but we must not let her hear what we say." Violet coloured, on which he added, "Mind you never tell, my precious, because you know we must not make young ladies blush." Violet had been, for a moment, disconcerted, but she quickly recovered herself and said, "I came here by Lady Ashford's invitation. I believe she expects me. May I ring the bell and send to tell her I am here?" "By all means. Let me do it. Here, Thomas, go to my lady's maid and tell her Miss Osborne is here. So you did not bring your friend to see me, Miss Ida?" "Oh, no, Uncle Ashford," Ida said, imploringly, reading Violet's annoyed expression of countenance. "Then you behave very ill to me. Pray sit down, Miss Osborne. My lady is fanciful, and may keep you waiting. Come, Miss Ida, let us sit down together." He placed her like a little child on his knee, and fondly put his arm round her. Violet was not kept waiting. Thomas returned in an instant with the request that she would go upstairs, and she sprang up thankfully and followed him. "Oh, Uncle Ashford," Ida then said softly. "Well, what now?" "You shouldn't," with a gentle shake of her head. "I tell you what, Miss Ida, your friend is very handsome, but I don't like her. She is one of your prim, set-up saints, I can see that." "She is not. If she did not speak, it was because you stared, and you shouldn't stare. It is not right." "Not right?" he cried, laughing heartily. "Why, what are our eyes made for?" "To look with, not to stare," Ida replied with one of her simple truisms. "Well, I shan't stare at her again. I don't like her. She shall be my lady's friend, and you shall be mine." Violet, meanwhile, was met on the stairs by an elderly maid, who led her at once, and without speaking, into Lady Ashford's room. Years of illness had banished from this room every trace of beauty or comfort. The chairs and tables were stiffly set against the wall or pushed into corners. All was clean and orderly, but there were not even the luxuries of illness. At one end of the room, on a white sofa, In a white shawl, and covered over with a thin white counterpane, lay a white lady, a cap dazzlingly white, but simple almost as a nun's, confined her silver hair, and set as in a frame her sharp, colourless, tranquil features. It was Leonard's face, released from flesh and blood, and purified from every trace of passion or earthliness. Violet stood still, awed by the sight before her, and it was not till a soft low voice said, "Will you not come near?" and a thin white hand was stretched out, that she ventured to approach. The hand did not shake hands when Violet drew near. It pointed to a chair at the foot of the sofa, and was concealed again. "Thank you for coming. It is very good of you," she then said, in the same low voice. "I am glad to come," Violet replied. "I have so long wished to see you." "And I to see you, but I feared it was wrong." "How can it be wrong?" Violet forgot her awe in her surprise. "I must not let earthly wishes rise again." And she crossed her arms on her breast and looked for a moment like a marble figure on an old tomb. "But you are come," she added, "and I have much to say." Violet silently, but with curiosity, waited for her to speak. After a considerable pause of reflection, she said, "I have heard much of you, Miss Osborne, of all that in this short time you have done, and all you intend to do among us. You are blessed, blessed in the good desires God has given you, and blessed that He also gives you the power to let them bear such fruit." Violet's cheek glowed with pleasure and humility. "You must not say such things to me," she said with great earnestness. "I do but little, and the little I do is very poorly done." "It may seem so to you. It is not so in truth. God has made you good and wise and strong. Take warning by me," she continued with agitation, "and do not deny or waste the precious gifts He has poured on your head." And unable from awe to answer the speech, Violet sat silent and denied no more. "Go on and prosper in the works you have undertaken in the world without. But that world has flitted from me. I know little of it now. I have other works for you to do. Will you undertake them?" And her eyes gleamed like stars in her pale face. "I will do what good I can in the world. It is my wish, it is my hope," Violet cried. She felt her heart strangely stirred. The forgotten zeal and fire had stolen back, and she was ready for any work, however hard. "Then come nearer and let me give you my charge." Violet obeyed, and then fell from that quiet face and those thin lips excited words while she detailed the scheme of her son's marriage with Ida, asking Violet to consent to help it forward by all the means that might be put in her power. It was not the work Violet had expected. It was not what she approved or desired, and when the excited words ceased, she sat silent. "Do you refuse me?" Lady Ashford said in piteous accents. "I do not refuse," Violet said gently, "but what can I do?" "You can make her like yourself. You can make her good. Listen to me." She slightly raised herself in her eagerness, and her low voice took a higher key and a tone of passion. "There is a work for Ida to do in this house. It is hers only. She has soft, loving, gentle ways, such as steal into men's hearts, and she will do what I— alas, alas!" and a tear shot from her eye, "have left undone. There are other reasons too. She's her child." Here she paused and sank back. A faint flush stole over her cheek, and a something, it might be the last expiring pang of a jealous and wounded heart, contracted her features. "I will do what I can," Violet murmured, speaking that she might not seem to be gazing on the agonies of a bruised or broken spirit. But Lady Ashford did not heed the interruption or appear conscious of the revelation she had made. After a short pause, she again raised herself and, with a like eagerness, continued, "But there are dangers. Ida is not all Leonard's wife should be. He is too like me. He cannot bear with the frailty of human nature, or have sympathy with those who are unlike him. He loves goodness. He has given his heart to it. And if Ida is weak and frail, he never will love her. He strives, but he cannot. Will you teach her? Will you make her like yourself, holy and strong, not tossed with the wild whirls of passion? I say, will you do it? I should rather say, will you pray for God's grace to add this good work to your other works? Will you promise?" And those gleaming eyes shone again like sparks of pale fire. "To be praised above our deserts, above the deserts, which in self-complacency we have not rated cheaply, is a humbling thing, and never had Violet felt so truly and sincerely lowly-minded at this moment. "I will do as you say," she replied at last in hesitating accents. "I will pray that God will help me to do good to Ida while we are together. She must not be like me, for I am not what you think, but I will try to show her what is good, as I tried to learn it myself. It is all I ask." And Lady Ashford sank back and closed her eyes in exhaustion. Violet waited, then becoming alarmed at the deadly paleness and long silence, rose and moved. At the movement, Lady Ashford languidly reopened her eyes and put out her hand. "My spirit is anxious still, but my flesh is weak. I can say no more. God bless you." Violet took the hand stretched out and said, "I will come again if I may. May I come again?" "No, Miss Osborne. This earthly heart, these earth-born cares, must not weigh me down again. I have yielded to my wild longing to speak. I pray God it was not sinful, but I am too earthly yet. If I rest my wing once more on the word's waters, I shall never get free. Fare you well, and God be with you." But Violet had scarcely released the hand she kissed, when Lady Ashford sprang up again seized her, and again, with shining eyes, spoke. "I had forgotten. If ever you have the opportunity, whether I am alive or whether I am dead, will you persuade my son to be more at home? He, too, has his work, and it is not safe to separate ourselves from it. I may have done it. Alas, alas! Let him take warning, and be wise in time." "Will he not mind his mother's words more than mine?" Violet said very gently, annoyed at the request. "Tell him they are mine. Tell him so when I am dead. Tell him then, once, twice, thrice, if you can. It is for me he acts as he does, and I have no power to persuade, but you will do it. I leave my last request with you." She did not wait for an answer, and Violet was thankful. Nothing further passed. Lady Ashford lay back as one dead, and she softly left the room. She went down to the drawing-room, and finding it empty, sat still and thoughtful, reflecting on all that had passed. Very shortly, Ida and Lord Ashford returned hand in hand, talking lovingly as they walked, Ida laden with a Dresden bird, the gift of the hour. It was plain that Lady Ashford was right. Ida had the gift of stealing into one man's heart. The Violet rose on their entrance, her thoughtful attitude and the soft pensiveness of her countenance did not escape Lord Ashford. It caught an eye, quick to see, and struck on a conscience, not quick, but not dead. He was nettled, and cried with freedom, yet bitterness. "Well, Miss Osborne, what plot has my lady been hatching against me? I own I wonder she could trust you to execute it." Violet's heart was very full of the forlorn wife, the forlorn, wounded, neglected being from whom she had just parted, and his levity revolted her feelings as well as offended her taste. She took no notice of his speech, but said to Ida, "If you are ready, Ida, it is full time for me to go home." "Then go, my precious," Lord Ashford said, kissing her and moving her towards Violet. "Don't let us detain Miss Osborne," he continued, "for you see, though kind to you, she won't be kind to me. Good morning, Miss Osborne." He bowed coldly, but the next instant relented, held out his hand, and with a smile, kindly and repentant, though his words were not without bitterness, added, "I beg pardon for all offences, and if you are not too much a saint to forgive, let us in all Christian charity shake hands." Violet gave her hand readily, though coldly, and then, followed by Ida, hastened away. She walked along thoughtfully still. Not Lord Ashford, nor yet Lionel, was in her thoughts. She was occupied with the question, how was it that one whose aims were so high, whose wishes so strong and so holy, had been doomed to disappointment and failure, having scarcely the power, as it seemed, to influence even the son who adored her? It was only when, as they passed the gates of Ashford Park and Lionel appeared, that her thoughts reverted to him, and she became conscious, partly conscious, of a change in her feelings towards him. She had taken an antipathy to Lord Ashford, and therefore, not a logical therefore, but a therefore common to human nature, she had gone over to Lionel's side. She was become more or less a partisan. He came towards her with eagerness. "You have been very good, Miss Osborne. Thank you in my own, and my poor mother's name, 1,000 times." "I will not be thanked for what gives me pleasure," she said playfully. Then seriously, "It is I who have to thank Lady Ashford. I shall not soon forget her." "I hope not. I hope you will visit her soon again, and often." "I would with joy, but she will not allow it." "Ah," he said sadly, but with vexation. "My poor mother. I had hoped to think of you near her while I am away." "Are you going?" said both Violet and Ida. Violet with quiet, Ida with eager regret. Violet was thinking of his mother's wish. "Yes, for a year. I am going to Egypt and the Holy Land. I met you to wish you goodbye. I intend to set off tomorrow morning. Goodbye, Ida." "Goodbye, Lionel," she said sadly and softly, and raised her face and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. "My dear Ida," he cried, drawing back disdainfully, "do learn to give up such babish ways. Here in the high road, too." Violet could scarcely help laughing at his annoyed air, but she stood demurely by while Ida justified herself. "When you're going for a whole year, I thought I might. I'm very sorry. Goodbye, dear Lionel." "Well, never mind this time. But do remember you are growing old. Goodbye, Miss Osborne. I hope prosperity will attend all your exertions." This was said with the old formal manner, and on other occasions would have impelled Violet to set him down, but she was now on his side, and she bore with his ways calmly. They parted, and she and Ida hurried to the cottage, where a maid was waiting to take Ida home. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Vijayta Sharma. Section 27 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vijayta Sharma. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Death took away King Herod in his pride. Death spared not Hercules for all his strength. Death shook great Alexander till he died. Death spared Adam, yet he died at length. The beggar and the king together lie, nothing more sure than death, for all must die. From Old Verses, 1696. Several years, upwards of 4, of Violet's life slipped quietly by. The Osbornes remained and took root in their new country. 2 visits to friends near London and 1 change of 30 miles for the benefit of sea air for Mrs. Osborne were the only varieties of those 4 years. The small way of living and the cheapness of the country enabled Mr. Osborne to live in comfort at his tiny home, but there was no elasticity in the income, no secret funds to meet the expensive pleasures of travelling. With equanimity he bore his fate. His wife did not bear, but enjoyed it. The calm, quiet country existence was healthful to the nerves of the deaf woman, and she renewed her youth under its influence. For Violet, it is hard to find a word expressive of a state of mind. She was too busy in the present, too absorbed in a single hope to have time for musing or brooding, and though happy or contented were not words exactly suitable to her life of restless activity, she was upon the whole content and cheerful. A malady she had, a heartache, never entirely cured, and at times assailing her with violence, but youth and hope, and, as years flowed on, the knowledge that Lester was still unmarried carried her through, and, in her home, she was almost as bright and joyous as in the days of her opening youth. Very few events marked these years. 1 or 2 must be mentioned. The year after Violet's visit to Ashford Park, Lady Ashford died. Possibly there had been a decline step by step to the end, but no news of such decline had got abroad, and her death was a surprise. Her son was far away. Her husband was near at hand, but absent. She slipped out of life, unattended as she had lived. One morning she quietly observed to her maid, "This will be my last day. Is my lord at home?" On receiving a negative, she sighed, then added, "Mr. Pope must be sent for." But before he arrived, she had tranquilly closed her eyes on earthly troubles. The death of this poor lady made a sensation in the parish. She had so hidden herself in rigid self-denial, had so hidden even her charities from view, that she had been forgotten, and when she died, rich and poor felt qualms of conscience in their forgetfulness. None suffered under this self-reproach more keenly than Mr. Pope. When he looked on the calm and holy face from which life had just departed, he was touched, though he did not charge himself with neglect, for she had never seemed to court his visits. He did with contempt, and he resolved to do her all the honour remaining in his power by preaching a sermon on her death. Having thus resolved, he was too heroic to give way under difficulties, but difficulty he certainly felt on the occasion. He could not hold her out as an example, for he had not admired and did not admire her character, or wish it to be imitated. There was a lesson of warning, indeed, to be drawn from some part of her conduct, but still less could this be dwelt on to the villagers. To preach on death might be easy, but then death was not a new subject, and he wished to distinguish her and himself on the occasion. The moment of inspiration came at last. It was Lady Ashford who had died, in her beautiful home, and with, had she pleased, all the luxuries of life, she still had died. This was the subject that seized on and approved itself even to his aristocratic mind, death as the leveller, and whether with the elation of a new thought, or that his mind was really touched and kindled by the circumstance of her death, he made a very fine sermon. That his wife should say, "I don't know where you get your thoughts," was not much, but that Mr. Osborne should disrespectfully observe to Violet, "I never expected to feel so little sleepy under Pope's discourses," was a tribute more valuable. His triumph, however, was among the poor. They talked it over with rapture for a month at least. "Ah, Jane," said an old almshouse woman to her bedridden companion, "we had a terrible sermon from Master Pope." And then in a few concise words she gave an epitome of the sermon. "When death comes to take us by the clutches, it will never do to say, 'I be my lord or my lady,' or 'I be a king on my throne.' Death must have his wool. He be a terrible grand thing, that death. Nothing on earth be so great as he." "But God is greater," said Jane, somewhat scandalized. "Aye, aye, but God be in heaven, and death be'n't there. Thank the Lord." Lord Ashford returned in the evening of the day of his wife's death, and found her dead. That he should feel grief was impossible, but he, too, felt a qualm of conscience, and would have given much to have been able to murmur, "Pardon me," in her dying ear. But the shock passed by, the troubled conscience was stilled, and she was forgotten. Mr. Pope wrote to Lionel, but though he had returned from the East, and was rambling about in Holland and Germany, his movements were so uncertain that it was 3 weeks before he heard the news. He came home with a speed for which there was now no cause, and shut himself up alone. There was a rumour that at nightfall he stole out to his mother's grave, but in the daytime he was unseen, and he suffered no intrusion on his solitude. Mr. Pope, always desirous to do his duty, wrote to offer a visit of condolence, and enclosed a sermon as a peacemaker. But Lionel had resented Mr. Pope's friendship with his father and comparative neglect of his mother, and resentment was not forgotten now. With a few words of cold thanks and scarcely warmer approval, he returned the sermon and declined the visit, and remained alone and comfortless. Ida's tender heart bled, and she implored permission to go to him, but Sir William Hamilton, more discerning than his daughter, had perceived that Lionel resented any forwardness on Ida's part, and now, as usual, refused to allow her to seek him out. About 10 days after his return, she was, however, gratified by the sight of him. She and Violet were returning late from a small hamlet, to the special care of which Violet was directing Ida's attention, when they saw him on the opposite side of a hedge. They were in one of the meadows of Boscombe. He was in Ashford Park. Ida grasped Violet's arm and pointed him out, but no sound was made, and they walked on for a time in silence, uncertain whether he perceived or intended to notice them. At length, a kind of gate at the end of the hedge was reached, and Lionel, suddenly and lightly vaulting over it, stood before them. His pale, distressed countenance, and the sight of his deep mourning, overcame Ida, and, springing forward, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing out, "Oh, my dearest Lionel, I'm so sorry for you." As she was now a tall girl of 13, Lionel's strictures on this behaviour might have been reasonable, but he was too agitated to think of them now. Far from repelling, he held her hand, crushing it in his own while he endeavoured to master himself. When he had calmed himself as best as he could, he let go of her hand, and advancing slightly, shook hands with Violet. "Ida has been hoping to see you," Violet said, speaking to relieve the awkwardness of the moment. "I wished to see her too, before I went. I have walked here several evenings. I knew you went often to Little Boscombe, and I thought I should meet you." There was a pause, and then Ida looked up sorrowfully. "Are you going again, Lionel?" "Yes, I only waited to see you." "Are you going for long?" "Yes, for some years, I think." "For some years?" echoed both Violet and Ida. At Violet's exclamation, he turned towards her and said fiercely, "Yes, for years. Why should I not? What tie have I got to keep me at home?" "I thought you knew your mother wished you to live at home," Violet said in a low voice. 100 times at least she had debated with herself whether the message left with her should be given, and 100 times her sober judgment had told her that it was not a matter in which she was likely to do good, or in which it was wise for her to interfere. But her impulse was stronger than her judgment, and on the impulse of the moment she spoke. "How do you know she wished it?" he said eagerly. "She told me so in that one visit. She left, indeed, a kind of message for you." "A message?" he cried excitedly. "Ida, leave us for a moment. I wish to speak to Miss Osborne alone." Ida stole back along the hedge, idly picking out the white flowers, and Violet also moved, repenting of the impulse that had led her to speak. But he stood still and requested, almost commanded, her to repeat what had been said. She did so nearly as possible in the very words that had been used, giving to them all the force and pathos in her power. His agitation frightened her. Tears sprang into his eyes, and he clenched and unclenched his hands several times, as if in a vain effort to restrain himself. But it was not the agitation of tenderness. When he spoke, his words were fiery and resentful. "You do not know what you ask. If you did know, if you could but guess the course of conduct which has driven my poor ancient mother into an early grave, you would not ask. You would not dare to ask of a son to forgive." "I ask nothing," Violet said gently. "I have told you the words that were said to me. But you know your duty far too well for me to wish to influence you, even had I the right to do so. There are cases when duty is at war with duty. I have a duty to my dear lost mother, and that dissolves the common duty of a son to his father. In my mind he is little better than her murderer. He shall not be a father to me, nor will I live with him as a son." Violet was shocked and alarmed at the violence of his language and countenance. But though shocked, she was interested. It was the revelation of a character, some ingredients of which she had suspected lay under his formal manners, but the full development of which astonished her. She made one more effort. "Your mother spoke of faults on her part, faults of judgment which had been committed, which partly excused, which at least explained. I hardly know how to express myself, but you should not forget what she said. She, in her quietness, was a better judge of what duty is than you can be in your excitement. But I can say no more. It is for you to think over her words and decide. Ida!" And she slightly raised her voice and beckoned with her hand. Ida returned, slowly gazing at Leonard to see if she had permission to return. "I have shocked you," he said. "Forgive me. You can hardly guess what my feelings are on that subject. I wish I could be guided by you, but I cannot." Violet made no answer, but when Ida reached them, held out her hand and said, "We must wish you goodbye then." He shook her hand silently, and drawing Ida a little apart, whispered to her for 2 or 3 seconds, when he released her with a condescension never before exhibited, and probably in his agitated state unconsciously shewn, he kissed her cheek. He then vaulted over the gate and disappeared. Ida walked along for a short distance, crying silently. Violet's mind, during that short time, was more occupied with curiosity than with any other subject. She was by nature curious, and she did feel desirous to know the subject of that private communication. No access of curiosity would, however, have allowed her to ask a question on the subject, and she was unexpectedly relieved by Ida's remark. "Do you know what Leonard said to me, Violet?" drying her eyes and looking up, ready for conversation. "No, indeed. How could I guess? I thought perhaps he told you. He asked me to go and see Uncle Ashford very often, and to be a kind of a daughter to him, as he cannot be his son." Violet saw in this request the endeavour to stifle a prompting of conscience. "Well, Ida, you must try and do as he wishes," she replied. "It cannot be the same thing, but you may be of a little use." "I wish Leonard liked Uncle Ashford better," Ida next said sadly. "And Uncle Ashford too. I wish he liked Leonard." "I wish so too, but we will not talk about such things. It seems so shocking for a son not to love his father. I think Lionel would, if he could. And I think Uncle Ashford would, if he could, was Ada's charitable comment. But Ada, real goodness is to do more than we can. I'm afraid saying we can't is no good excuse. And having instilled her moral lesson, Violet changed the subject and endeavoured to divert Ada's mind. Another event, or more properly circumstance, for it could not be dignified with the name of an event, occurred about 2 years afterwards. This was a disappointment which came to Violet in the person of Amy White. As her conduct on the occasion gave rise to some further circumstances, it must not be passed over. No one could have toiled more unceasingly than Violet had to prevent Amy from sinking in the scale of society by the occupation she followed. No one could have toiled more earnestly by society, advice, and guidance to elevate and refine her mind, that she might thereby prevent herself from sinking. But some minds will not be elevated, and some persons cannot rise above the level in which their daily duty lies. It was thus with Amy. She worshipped Violet, and for her sake did strive to maintain a position above her occupation, but it was wearying to her, and the effort was not strong enough to withstand a temptation. Violet one day accompanied Ada to the neighbouring town for a visit to a dentist. Ada suffered a good deal, and their return was late. About 2 miles from Olivelle, Violet observed on the footpath a young man and a young woman walking arm in arm, and though, as they passed, the young woman was closely veiled, she had no difficulty in recognizing Amy White. The young man, she thought, was a grocer in the town from whence she was returning, but of this she could not be sure. Ada was reclining backwards in great pain, and saw neither the sight nor the more remarkable sight of Violet's crimson, indignant, astonished, ashamed countenance. Nothing was said of what she had seen, but the following morning she hastened to Amy for an explanation. Poor Amy, with many tears, confessed that the young man was her lover, was the grocer, and that she had given him considerable encouragement. "Then you mean to marry him?" Violet said in stern astonishment. Amy was silent. Somewhat imperiously she repeated the question. "I hardly know," Amy said hesitatingly. "Sometimes I think I won't, and then I think it will be a happy thing for my mother and me to be provided for all our days." "But that is so low a view of marriage," Violet said warmly. "Have you considered all the case? Do you? Can you love him?" "I think he loves me," was the evasive reply. "For he is rich compared to us, and I am poor, and yet he is willing to have me." "Willing to have you," Violet repeated, in ill-suppressed contempt. "My dear Amy, do you consider what you say and what you are doing? Give yourself to a grocer because he is willing to have you, though you are poor. My dear Amy, is it possible you can reason in such a way?" Amy looked ashamed, but made no defence. Violet went on, after a moment, more calmly. "Do not suppose I would say a word against a young man because he is a grocer. It is a most useful and respectable business, and if he chooses a fitting wife, I dare say she will be a very happy woman. But I cannot fancy you, Amy, behind a counter. He says he will never ask it." Amy burst in eagerly. "Then I think him very nonsensical," was Violet's decided reply. "Husbands and wives ought to help each other, and if a grocer has a fine wife who will not exert herself or show herself, they will both be miserable. Depend upon it, Amy, I am right and you are wrong. You were born a lady, and though you have suffered much, you have never yet lowered yourself. You do not know what you will feel when you have taken a step which condemns you for life to different society. Depend upon it, you will repent, and bitterly." Amy worshipped Violet, and these and many other arguments, poured out during an hour's conversation, induced her to give up the proposed connection. But when the deed was done, she repented, and bitterly. The pleasant excitement of the courtship was no more. Her mother, though she had grumbled at the idea of such a marriage, grumbled still more when she found it was not to be, and made her home for some weeks a torment. Could it have been possible, she would have lured the lover back. But he was not to be allured. He had behaved, as he justly thought, handsomely, and he had been treated, as he justly thought, unjustly. He was stung and piqued, and after a few weeks transferred his attentions to a handsome, bustling young woman, the very opposite to Amy, and exactly fitted to be a rising grocer's wife. Violet's arguments had been true, and her advice sound. With many characters, her interference might have been useful, but Amy was helplessly weak. Her sentiments on love and marriage were not high, and from this time Violet began to perceive that her cares had been thrown away, and sometimes to grieve that she had not allowed Amy's affairs to take their own natural course, unbiased by her arguments and wishes. A third event was the coming of age of Lionel Vane. He came home on the occasion to sign some papers, but a disagreement sprang up with his father, excited words were spoken, and in 2 or 3 days he had again betaken himself to his wandering life. The disagreement was not with regard to money arrangements. Lionel was willing to do all his father wished in that respect. It regarded a bequest of Lady Ashford's to a specified religious society. The bequest was left in humble words: "Should my husband and my son, when he comes of age, approve." Now Lord Ashford did not approve, and had this argument on his side, that since Lady Ashford's death, the society in question had been brought somewhat conspicuously before the public, owing to fraudulent practices in one of the managers. But with Lionel, his mother's wish was secret, and perhaps all the more sacred from his father's opposition. Neither would yield, and they parted in displeasure. It was unfortunate. Lord Ashford, since his wife's death, had been sobering and improving. There was no show or talk of improvement, perhaps no consciousness of it, but he was becoming quieter, and was beginning to look forward with hope and pleasure to the time when Ada, as Lionel's wife, would make him a comfortable and peaceful home. Lionel could not know this fact. There was no one to tell him of any change, and his visit was too short to allow of any such observation from his own eyes. But some ignorances are in themselves faults, and some eyes are blindfolded by their own hands. He paid a short visit to Ada on this occasion, and though angry with his father, he still encouraged her to be with him and make herself as a daughter, an injunction scrupulously fulfilled as far as Sir William Hamilton permitted it. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Vijeta Sharma.
Section 28 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 2, Chapter XIII. A blooming lady, a conspicuous flower, admired for her beauty, for her sweetness praised, whom he had sensibility to love, ambition to attempt. The excursion. 5 years of Leicester's banishment had expired. Violet was verging on 25, and Ida Hamilton on 17. Among Violet's many disappointments, and she naturally had many besides the one just related, she had one success so great that she herself marvelled at it. There are soils so fruitful, hearts so honest and good, that every seed of advice cast upon them, springing up, bears fruit 100-fold. And such was the soil of Ida's nature. With very real, with very conscientious effort and determination, Violet had endeavored to the best of her power to instill good thoughts and give firm principles of action. She knew she had done this, and yet knew also how far below her desires her efforts and powers had been. She was, therefore, astonished at the reproduction in Ida of all that was best in herself, but Violet could not estimate the value of her own society, of her own good heart, acting on another. It was this far more than the conscious teaching which had transformed the soft and loving but feeble character of her young companion into one which, but for the natural and inevitable infirmities of human nature, was almost faultless. Violet could not give to the intellect the vigor which did not exist, but she gave what was more valuable, the moral atmosphere of truth, and sense, and kindliness, and clear sight of the distinction between right and wrong, that atmosphere in which she herself lived and moved, which encompassed her without her knowledge, and breathed in every word she heard, flowing from her, became to Ida the atmosphere of her life. She drank it in, and, with the unconscious mimicry of affection, and the settled purpose of admiration, imitated Violet in thought and word and deed. Manners and appearances had not lost ground while her moral nature improved, and she was, as she approached 17, one whom a man, supposing him ever to be content to have his marriage arranged, might have been more than content, might have been grateful, to see allotted to his share. The charms of his daughter were not lost on Sir William. He saw them, acknowledged to whom a considerable share of her merits and graces were due, and repaid Violet with a coin for which she was unprepared. During the last 2 years he had been in some degree emerging from his retirement. The interest which Violet had stirred in Ida's heart for her father's tenantry reacted upon him, and though his habits of seclusion were too strong to be readily broken, he suffered himself to be drawn into interest, reflection, and liberality. Perhaps the spell exercised upon him was the same as that which was exercised upon his daughter, and that he yielded to interest simply that he might draw near, where he wished to draw near. Be this as it may, whether first interest in his people, then in Violet, or the reverse, was stirred up, certain it is that both effects were produced, and building in secret on a future hope, he watched his time and opportunity to make those hopes apparent. This was not easy. He was too keen-sighted not to perceive that his appearance, except at rare intervals, in his own home, would put an end to the intimacy between Violet and his daughter. This he therefore rarely permitted himself. Violet came and went unmolested by any thought of him. The only ground on which he occasionally allowed himself a meeting was in his pauper hamlet of Little Bascombe. This was one of those neglected spots, a population settling there, none knowing how or whence, with poverty like Irish poverty, and habits wild and gypsy-like, such as is sometimes to be found on the skirts of heaths in the south of England. Here he occasionally met his daughter, to inspect the progress of works designed, or to plan new ones, and Violet was often present, her practical sense making itself felt, not only to Sir William, who saw her through charmed eyes, but to his man of all work, a sharp, shrewd north country steward, who, though not unwilling to do good to man in general, was especially desirous of doing good to his employer. After a certain number of these meetings had taken place, her opinion had been deferentially listened to, and her wishes acquiesced in. Sir William thought the time was come when he might make an advance. When he had first felt the impulse to make Violet Lady Hamilton, he had decided on waiting till his daughter was Mrs. Vane, but Lionel's wilfulness made the prospect a doubtful and distant one. He then decided that he would wait until Ida was 17, but so it was that the more he considered the future before him, the more alluring the prospect became, and suddenly, when the 17th birthday was still 4 months distant, he said he could wait no longer and the deed should be done. Ida had a cold, and after paying her an afternoon visit, Violet set off one day about this time to walk home alone. Sir William had expected it would be thus, for though his carriage was always at her disposal, Violet's habits were too free and independent to allow her often to make use of it. As she emerged from the shrubbery into the park, she saw Sir William coming. Being always in haste, she was always sorry to be detained, but otherwise whether or not she met him was a matter of indifference to her, as was usual on the rare occasions when they chanced thus to meet. She stopped and said a few words, but before she could hurry on, he observed, "May I speak a few words with you?" It was said in the grave, shy manner which was common to him, and though inwardly fretting at the delay, Violet acquiesced without suspicion and with civility. He began by thanking her for the improvement in Ida, praising his daughter with well-merited and discriminating praise, and then observing that he allowed himself the indulgence of praise, because the work of having made her what she was Violet's own. Violet was gratified, though disclaiming any excess of praise. She was conscious of having done her very best, and she was too honest not to show the pleasure caused by an appreciation of her pains. Her smile was bright, and her thanks for his words frank, modest, and ingenious. Charmed by her reception of his opening speech, Sir William lost his diffidence, and in the very next sentence began to pour out before her his hopes, and to offer to her acceptance himself and all his worldly goods. Though his words were tolerably plain and straightforward, and though it is said a woman is seldom taken by surprise, Violet's perceptions on the occasion were so dull that he spoke for some moments before even a glimmer of dismayed comprehension shot through her brain, and even then, though her color rose, her breath came short. She was still so uncertain whether he might not be speaking of Lionel and Ida, that she was afraid to seem quick of comprehension. When, however, she could doubt no longer, she stopped, and with warmth begged him to be silent. Shame, anger, and mortification for a few moments raged within. There was no reason possibly for anger at this tribute to her attractions, but Violet's feelings were quick, and she was so mortified at having been misunderstood, at the idea having presented itself to his mind, that she could not argue or restrain herself, and spoke her feelings as they rose. But when she saw his mortification and disappointment, she relented, and instead of hurrying on as she had intended, she endeavored with slackened steps and gentle words to soothe the wound she had inflicted. She told him in plain terms that to win her was impossible, leaving him to infer the reason why, and then expressed her regrets in language so kind that, though his disappointment was great, Sir William allowed himself to be soothed. Before they parted he begged of her to allow the late conversation to remain a secret. He was not speaking, he said, of her parents, but of his neighborhood. He could not suppose, Violet interrupted quickly, that she would. No, he said, interrupting in his turn. He merely wished to point out that any change of her habits, any backwardness in visiting his house and his daughter, would inevitably give rise to those observations he was earnestly desirous to avoid. He could assure her on his honor as a gentleman that he would molest or offend her no more. Violet gave a hurried but ready promise that she would do as he wished, and then, agitated and breathless, hastened homewards. When out of sight of his mortification her own returned in full force, and had her parents been at home, to them her heart would have been poured out, but they had gone out for an evening stroll, and returned only in time for Mr. Osborne to be anxious for dinner. During the evening the shame of having been treated like a common young lady, kept her silent, and when Mrs. Osborne said she was tired, and went early to bed, the last chance of confession escaped her. Before morning the dutiful impulse which had made her feel the secret to be her parents' right had yielded to the wisdom of second thoughts. These second thoughts were very wise. How, she asked herself, could she keep her promise of secrecy to Sir William if her parents objected to a continuance of her present footing in his house? And how, if there was a change, could she escape the observations of Mr. Pope, of Ida, of Lionel Vane, etc.? And at the thought, and from dread of the observations that might be made, her cheek burned, her nature shrank, and her decision was taken to bury the past in the oblivion he desired. A few days afterwards she met Sir William when walking to Bascombe in company with her father, and the thankfulness she felt at escaping his arch looks on the occasion made her applaud the wisdom of her decision. As it was, a slight blush on her cheek, and a slight degree of added shyness on his part, was all the awkwardness that was visible, and having no suspicions, these slight signs were unperceived by Mr. Osborne. Sir William seemed anxious to re-establish a friendly footing, and became almost loquacious. He twice observed that though the weather was sultry, he thought it would rain, and instead of hurrying on after these two remarks, paused and said, "Have you heard that Lionel Vane is about to return home?" "No, indeed," said Mr. Osborne, who liked a piece of news of whatever kind. "Is it true? I saw Pope just now, and he had heard nothing of it. That makes it doubtful, does it not?" "It is true, I imagine. Macadam told me he had heard it this morning from Lord Ashford's steward." "Then I suppose it must be true," Mr. Osborne observed. Sir William agreed, and having now done his best to reassure Violet, took his leave and walked on. "Bless Sir William!" exclaimed Mr. Osborne. "Actually a piece of news. What can have inspired him?" "It is not news to him," Violet inadvertently replied. "It is probably an interesting fact." "Why, how so? Do you believe the tale I hear, that Miss Hamilton is destined for him?" Then without waiting for an answer, he continued, "I wish your pretty friend a better fate." "I don't see that, papa. I am sure by all I hear of the world, Mr. Vane is 1,000 times better than most young men. He may have faults, but he has not bad faults." "Well, darling, I disagree with you. It is not a thing I like to say, but I do feel that I would rather see a youth with faults, and what you call bad faults, than see him an undutiful son. Where there is no heart, and no practice of the first of duties, I have very little admiration for a faultless character." Mr. Osborne spoke with warmth, and with warmth Violet replied, "No heart, papa, an undutiful son? Oh, how you misjudge!" "Do I, darling? Tell me how." "I forgot that Lionel Vane was under your protection." "I only mean that you must make allowance for what seems undutifulness to one parent, by remembering what he feels about another. Mr. Vane adored his mother, and he did not, and I suppose cannot, forgive the neglect that hurried her to her grave. Very likely he is wrong, but I feel that if you behave so to mamma, I should be as undutiful to you." "Should you, darling?" he cried, laughing merrily, as he looked into her eager face. "Well, then, I am sure I must be wrong, and Mr. Vane is in the right. And now that he really is coming home, I dare say he will win golden opinions from me and all other people. We will hope so, at any rate." Lionel Vane returned. He was brought home by a letter from Lord Ashford. As has been said, Lord Ashford was becoming anxious for society at home, not so much the society of his son as his son's wife. He, like others, had been struck with the improvement in Ida, and feeling a conviction that if Lionel saw her the plans regarding their future life would come to a crisis, he wrote to request his return. He knew, however, that a request was not enough. He made a sacrifice, and the subject of his letter was the withdrawing of his opposition to the payment of Lady Ashford's bequest. Lionel was touched. He was too certain he was in the right to have any qualms at his own behaviour on the occasion of their last strife, but he was touched by his father's advances toward a reconciliation, and being very desirous to return, accepted at once the propitiation offered. On the morning of the day of his return, as Violet returned from her music lesson in the church, she met Mr. Pope and Lord Ashford. They turned and walked with her. "My good friend here," observed Lord Ashford, "has been endeavouring to bribe me to my duty by promising me a musical treat. Whether or no there is anything very righteous in being bribed to church, I cannot tell, but I was coming beforehand to hear the treat in question. We are too late, I fear." Violet had rarely met Lord Ashford since the day on which they seemed to take a mutual antipathy, and when they did meet no progress toward a better understanding had been made. Unwilling, however, in her benevolence to damp good wishes of any kind, she answered graciously that her mother was not well, which had been the cause of the lesson being shorter than usual. She hoped he would repeat his visit another day. "We are getting on very well, are we not, Mr. Pope? And a little praise encourages us all." Mr. Pope gave his cordial acquiescence, and they walked on. It very shortly occurred to Violet that Lord Ashford wished to speak to her, but if it were so, Mr. Pope, having no such suspicion, prevented speech by walking and talking unceasingly. He showed off Violet to Lord Ashford, and Lord Ashford to Violet, and himself to both. And so boasting, they all reached the cottage. "Is your mother too unwell for a visit?" Lord Ashford inquired, and more than ever convinced he had something to say, Violet entered the house and said she would see. Her mother was lying down, but she found her father, and he came out, unceremoniously turning from him. However, Lord Ashford said to Violet, "I have never seen your drawing-room. May I look in?" and scarcely waiting for permission, entered the house. Violet followed, and he, without seeming to perceive that Mr. Osborne and Mr. Pope were also following, closed the door and said, "I have but a moment. I know from Ida that you are acquainted with our schemes, Sir William's and mine, and I wish to ask your assistance in bringing them to a right conclusion. I think you will be doing a good work." Mr. Pope was not to be kept out, and before Violet could answer, he and Mr. Osborne entered, and a general conversation for a few minutes followed. Before his departure, however, Lord Ashford found a moment to add, "Did you understand me? I think you will have influence. Will you do what you can?" "I do not like it," Violet said hesitatingly, "but as things have gone so far, I think I may promise that I will do anything I can, anything I ought." "That will do. Thank you," and he departed. "What was that, Violet?" said her father, returning as soon as he had attended his visitors to the cottage gate. "What did Lord Ashford want, and what did you say you would do as much as you ought?" It was from her father, probably, that Violet inherited the curiosity which was so marked a feature in her character. She was for a moment perplexed how to answer, then said frankly and playfully, "A secret, papa, to punish you for listening. I shall not tell you what it is, and I must also own that if you had not listened, I still should not have told." "A secret between you and Lord Ashford, darling? Why, this is a new friendship, is it not?" "Rather new. It was formed as we walked from the church this morning." "And you have a real secret?" "Yes, papa, and I have 2 or 3 others, and I can't tell you anything about them, and you must not ask me." And she kissed him, not coaxingly, but with an air of playful authority. "Well, well, in my day," he murmured, a little rebelliously. Not that he had any doubts or fears about Violet's secrets, but that the poor man was suffering from an attack of curiosity as to what Lord Ashford could have said. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13.
Section 29 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Monica Rowley. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 1. La joie de faire du bien est tout autrement douce et touchante que la joie de recevoir. Revenons-y encore. C'est un plaisir qui ne s'use point. Plus on le goûte, plus on sera digne de le goûter. Fenelon. Lionel returned and took up his abode at home on tolerably friendly terms with his father. He appeared to be duly struck with the change in Ida, and expressed himself warmly regarding her personal appearance, but seemed in no hurry to bring matters to a crisis. He had indeed been so long absent that there was something like a fresh acquaintance to be made, and however much all parties might wish it, it was less easy now that Ida was grown up. Ma bonne, with fewer teeth and a stronger propensity to slumber, was still ostensibly the chaperon, but it was impossible that Lionel should come and go with the unceremonious freedom of former days. His own fastidious taste and his strong sense of propriety forced him to treat Ida with respect, and though unable to break off entirely his teasing habits, he did, for the most part, behave to her in a manner becoming his position. Lord Ashford and Sir William, who had expected an immediate arrangement, were annoyed, but both were too prudent to express their feelings, and after the first disappointment calmly made up their minds to a delay. As Ida was still 3 months less than 17, most people would have considered a delay desirable, and so probably Lionel felt. It was very soon apparent that other schemes besides matrimonial schemes occupied his attention. He had an active mind and a great desire not only that good should be done in the world, but that he should do it. From childhood upwards, he had said it constantly in his heart. He had said it in the outpourings of that heart to his mother, and he had sometimes said it to Ida, that he would be one of the world's good men, one of those to whom the world should look up as a great doer of good works. He had been impatient, when he was a boy, to grow up, that he might begin his operations, and though he owned that his time had hitherto been wasted, that he had not as yet made even a step towards the position to which he aspired, yet circumstances, not himself, he thought, had been in fault, and the time was now come when he might begin. Like a prudent man, he determined to begin at home, and he looked about him for a field or fields suited to his wants. With tender recollection also of his mother and her wishes, he went back into memory to recall her thoughts, and gradually brought to mind a scheme in which she had once been absorbed. It was shortly before the time when the new school had been built in compliance with Mr. Pope's wishes. As this last had been expensively done, the funds for the other scheme had not been forthcoming, and the plan was set aside. But it recurred to Lionel's remembrance now, and gradually, even in its minutest details, was brought to mind. The scheme in question was for the education of a limited number of girls as servants, moral and intellectual teaching not neglected, but cooking, washing, and other useful acquirements added. With quick decision, he resolved on undertaking this plan for his first work, and having so resolved, went to Ida for help. She, interested in all his wishes and interested in every good work, gave her heart and understanding to its furtherance, but naturally enough she pleaded ignorance in such matters, and in her turn applied to Violet for information and assistance. Violet was delighted. It was a practical plan suited to her practical mind, and she entered into it with warmth. Her first observation was that it would be costly. Was Mr. Vane prepared for that? He, to whom this observation was repeated by Ida, insisted on satisfying her, and came to Boscombe during one of her visits to do it. He told her that he was prudent, that he should begin with 4 or 5 girls, that he had found a house which, with a few repairs, would answer the purpose and which Lord Ashford was willing to let for a very small rent, and then he added that his mother had left to him exclusively a few thousands, part of which he was anxious to devote to a plan on which her heart had been set. Pleased with all he said, Violet promised help, if help was needed, but meanwhile she took care so to imbue Ida's mind with her own judicious views that the help a young man was sure to need in such a scheme should come from her alone. Never mother tried to set off her daughter's charms as Violet tried to invest Ida with the special graces Lionel prized. The conferences needed in drawing out the rules for the proposed institution were so numerous that nothing better could have been devised for throwing Ida and Lionel together. Looking on the plan in this light, Lord Ashford and Sir William Hamilton each insisted on giving a contribution, and the scheme progressed so favourable that there was hope of all things being ready for a beginning by Christmas. "I'm quite delighted with the whole thing," Violet one day observed to Ida. "The rules and all the arrangements are so good that I feel confident of its success. And there is no telling what good may be done when a few young girls are thus placed where only right influences can reach them. And after a time, Ida, you must take them in charge, and you must remember that girls, poor girls, like to be amused as well as rich ones. It will be nice for you 2 or 3 times a week to go and read to them while they work. A good story is something to amuse them, poor children, and then it might be useful too if you were to teach them to sing." She was proceeding eagerly with the expression of her wishes when Ida's deep blush caught her eyes. The house appropriated to the building was at some distance on the skirts of Lord Ashford's park. Being near his house, and comparatively far from Ida's, Violet's suggestions too pointedly alluded to the time when Ida might be the resident there. She was no longer what she had been when she so openly announced the event that was impending. Her love for Lionel had assumed a new form, that form when it retires from sight and shrinks from the notice of the world. At the words of her companion she blushed and stooped her head over the writing on which she was employed. Violet, quick to see and quick also to feel and to prove her sensitiveness, knew, yet natural, paused, then kissing her murmured, "Forgive me, I was indiscreet," and changed the subject. But in the almost daily intercourse that now took place, she, like Lord Ashford, saw the beginning of the end, and though the remembrance of Ida's tender years made her patient, she expected a few weeks or months at latest to bring all things to a happy conclusion. Satisfied with obtaining her valuable assistance through Ida, and when absolutely necessary with a discussion of some important subject at Boscombe, Lionel had not hitherto troubled Violet with visits at home, but one morning he appeared. "I will not have this, Mamma," Violet said as she saw him enter the cottage gate. "Here comes Mr. Vane with a paper in his hand. He takes more of my time than I can spare as it is, now one thing and now another, and if he is to come here, and of a morning too, I must him spoken to." "Only once, dear," said her mother. "Perhaps it is for something particular." "There can be nothing very particular since Wednesday afternoon. Mr. Vane is fuzzy, there is no doubt. I like him very much, and I think him very good, but he does think his plans are the only plans in the world." Lionel had been kept waiting for a few moments while the housemaid, taken by surprise, was changing her working apron for a clean one. He now came in, and it was with an eagerness which made him forget the formal manners he still assumed whenever he had time to recollect himself. He shook hands with both mother and daughter, seated himself in the place Mrs. Osborne pointed out, and then began. "Miss Osborne, do you remember a conversation we had about a schoolmistress 3 weeks ago?" "Yes, and I thought you had got her." "So did I, but now she declines to come. We are too far from London for her taste. I heard that from my friend yesterday morning, and last night a new idea struck me. I could not rest till I came to you about it. Would not your protégée, Miss White, do for us? I know how anxious you are she should get some more suitable thing than she now has, and I think in many ways this will be less weary work than her present task." Violet sat silent. For a moment her eyes had sparkled with pleasure, but then she looked grave. "What do you say?" And he eagerly examined her countenance. "Don't you think it will do?" "No," she said, slowly shaking her head. "I am very, very sorry, but I am afraid it ought not to be. It is very kind of you to have thought of it, but it will not do. Miss White is not fit, is she, Mamma? I am afraid there is no doubt about it." "Are you sure?" he asked, with disappointment in his tone. "I know you do not think her a very good teacher for the mind, but this is different, and those who are least intellectual are often the best for practical life. But that is just what she is not. She is not fit, if fitness is considered, for her present situation, but she is far less fit to make girls good, useful women. No, I could not, ought not, to say it would do. I know you would soon find out your mistake." "I am very sorry then," he said, rising from his seat, "and that is all I have to say. But thank you for your openness. It is not everybody that I should have trusted when a protégé was in question, but I knew I should only have truth from you." "I hope so indeed," Violet said, smiling. "Ah, it is not so common a thing as you think, is it, Mrs. Osborne?" Mrs. Osborne, not being certain what he had asked, only smiled, and turning again to Violet, he said, "Shall you see Ida today?" "I am afraid not. I am busy today." "No more shall I. I must write to talk to the clergyman there about a mistress. He is sensible, and may give a good opinion, which is more than I can say for your friend Mr. Pope." "Mr. Pope is sensible up to a certain point," Violet observed, never willing to agree with Lionel in his depreciation of men and things. "The point is only so high, then," he replied playfully, making the mark of a child's height with his hand. Then, as if suddenly remembering how much he had unbent, he drew up and added, "If you chance to see Ida, will you be good enough to tell her where I am gone? Good morning." Violet returned to her employment. She was adapting some fine chords from Beethoven to the words of a psalm, that is, she had been so occupied when Lionel entered. But though she resumed her place, she now sat idly before the music, a pen in her hand, but her thoughts wandering. Mrs. Osborne watched her for some time, then went to her and put her hand on her shoulder. "You are sorry about Amy, dear?" Violet started. "Yes, Mamma. How you guess? It would have been the very thing for her and her mother together, and such a comfortable house as it will be, but I could not have said she was fit. If she had been my sister, I could not have said it." "No, dear, I don't think you could. Amy will never influence young girls. You were very right to speak as you did, dear." Violet sighed. "Ah, Mamma, what I was thinking was how much responsibility we take upon ourselves ignorantly. If I had thought of Amy as I do now, how differently I should have advised about her. I remember—" She paused, then trying to speak steadily and indifferently, but her voice becoming hoarse and low, went on, "Mr. Lester once said he thought her so much better fitted to be a dressmaker than a schoolmistress. It was after we had seen how helpless she was and how many difficulties there were in making her understand our views about her future life but I would not hear of it for her. I was so bent on keeping her a lady, and now I see that he was right. Perhaps so, dear, but it could not be expected that at 18 you should have the experience you have now. But, Mamma, my mistakes may do real harm. Yesterday Amy was hearing a class of boys, and she was fretful and aggravating, and I saw them making faces at her. It made me wretched all day, and when Mr. Vane spoke this morning, my heart at first bounded at the thought of freeing her and them, but in a moment I felt it would not do, and there she must stay, and perhaps she's making the boys wicked, and it is my fault. That is morbid, darling. You must not have such thoughts. I always trust that if we sincerely wish to do good, God will not suffer even our mistakes to do real harm. You are very comforting, Mamma, and Violet rose up and kissed her mother. I will not fret about Amy any more. I hope something will rise up for her in time, and for myself I can at least resolve to make no more mistakes. And with this earnest resolve her countenance brightened, and she turned her thoughts again to the work before her. End of section 29. End of volume 3, chapter 1. Recording by Monica Rowley.
Section 30 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Unless he is in love with some woman, there is no believing old signs. Much ado about nothing. Before the plans for his new school were well settled, Lionel's time was much occupied. The autumn had been rainy, and in a violent storm in the middle of November the river rose above its banks, and the whole low-lying country was flooded. 1 or 2 villages belonging to Lord Ashford suffered terribly, and as after the floods abated a hard frost, long and severe, set in, there was great distress in the whole country. It was a poor district, fertile but improvident, and though, because fertile, a moderate share of comfort was generally enjoyed, any casual grievance became a grievance indeed, changing comfortable poverty into beggary. Lord Ashford could not bear to see distress, and though his finances had suffered in common with those of his poorer neighbours, he was anxious to relieve them to the utmost of his power. He did not like trouble, but he gave Lionel a commission to inquire into the circumstances of his tenantry, and to relieve them as he thought best. Lionel entered zealously into the work, and he found ready help around him. Mr. Pope was extremely annoyed at the state of things, that distress beyond the power of any man entirely to relieve, should exist in his parish. In that delightful country whose air he breathed was the circumstances as unforeseen as unpleasing. He felt personally insulted, and could only bear the shame by remarking 3 or 4 times each day to all who would hear, but especially to Violet, that it was an exceptional year. In the whole course of his acquaintance with the country he had never known so much rain to fall, and never had experienced so hard a frost. His injured feelings, however, did not destroy his kindly ones, and he gave liberally both time and money. Violet felt her poverty, and smarted under the sting. It was long since she had ceased to mourn over the loss of riches for her own sake, but now, had she but been as she once had been, where would poverty have been found? It seemed hard that she who would have melted her own self, had she been made of gold, to give to the suffering, should not now, with all her desires, have more than a mite to give. She sighed, and resolved that since money could not be given, she would indeed give herself. Very zealously, therefore, did she help Lionel in any and every part of his work that could be undertaken by another. Among other projects, a shop for the sale of provisions at an under cost price was established in Holywell. This was a great boon, for the town was 5 miles distant, and the small retail shops in the district were short of money, charged high prices, and gave bad goods. The shop was held for some hours 3 times a week, and was almost entirely managed, accountants and money to provide better ones, both being scarce, by Violet and Ida, with Lionel's and Mr. Pope's occasional help. The frost continued, with 1 or 2 breaks, during the whole of December and the early part of January, and with the frost the suffering and distress, and with the distress the hard working of all who were anxious to relieve it. The severe weather was at its height when Albert Ellis wrote to propose a few days' visit. He wrote to Mrs. Osborne, and his letter ended thus: "I came back to London from a long visit in Norfolk, where, though cold enough, the sun was brilliant and the sky blue. I found London foggy as well as cold, and as dismal looking as can be imagined. I thought it unbearable till I heard a piece of good news which made its dull features become charming. Tell Violet that I have a piece of good news to tell her, in which she is interested as well as I." Mrs. Osborne read the letter aloud, and without any definite thought, till she saw the crimson glow which dyed her daughter's cheeks. A definite idea did then present itself, and though she quietly said, "Poor Albert and his news! What can he have to tell?" she, after that one observation, suffered the subject to drop. But all the day long she questioned with herself what that blush had meant, what Violet could expect, and what Albert intended to convey. No less perplexed was Violet, yet that Albert should have good news to tell her, that was unconnected with Lester, never so much as swept over the mirror of her fancy. What so sweet, as the author of Nathalie says prettily, as a nameless joy, and such a vague inspiring brightness was that which quickened Violet's elastic step, and shone in her sparkling eye. Albert arrived just before luncheon, an accident having forced him to lose half a day, and sleep on the road. Mrs. Osborne and Violet were in the drawing-room, and after they had warmed and comforted the cold traveller, he turned from his seat in the fire, and said, "Are you not curious, Violet? Don't you want to hear my news?" Violet's heart whirled about. She wished Albert would not speak so openly, but after a moment she conquered, and stilled herself sufficiently to say, "Oh, yes, very curious. What can it be? Why, it is rather a singular thing, I must tell you, an unexpected thing to hear from a stranger in India." He rubbed his hands, and Violet's heart beat as if it would burst. "Now prepare." "Well, Violet, it is no less than a legacy of £20,000 between you and me." "Is that all?" she said, turning pale with the bitterness of the disappointment. "That all?" he cried, staring at her, and even Mrs. Osborne opened her eyes. "Why, Violet, our circumstances, yours and mine, are not such, I can tell you, that we need scorn £500 a year, and that is what it will be, for it's well invested. I can tell you though I am not mercenary, was so elated that I could not sleep." "Who is it from?" Violet asked, while she was collecting her thoughts. "From that friend of yours, Aunt Elizabeth. Poor old fellow, he's dead. Mr. Woodroffe, his name was, I think. Don't you remember, Violet?" "Oh, yes, I remember. He fell in love with you. I saw that at the time. But why he so kindly thought of me is more than I can guess. His will is dated 2 days after your birthday. But guess or not, I am thankful, which is more than it seems you are." But Violet meanwhile had received the import of his words into her heart, and her feelings had undergone a change. She now spoke earnestly enough. "I am not ungrateful, Albert, but I am overwhelmed and ashamed. I did not deserve this. I was so cross and discontented when the change of fortune came, that I do not deserve this should come to me, and whether from previous agitation or from the genuine feeling of the moment, a large tear fell from her eye. Does Papa know? She continued, springing up. I must go and tell him, and she left the room. Albert looked at his aunt, as much as to say, that is a curious young woman, but she did not respond to the gaze. He saw that she would make a good use of his money. She said softly, Poor darling, I am so thankful it has come to her. So am I, and I hope it will make you all comfortable. It will, indeed. Now, whether we live or die, she is provided for. My poor old friend, I thank him much. And, dear Albert, I am so glad and so grateful for your good fortune, too. Good fortune you may well call it, Aunt Elizabeth. It is a sort of luck I had long given up dreaming of. I can't say, like Violet, that I don't deserve it, for I have been very steady and industrious of late, and as much as a poor mortal man can ever be said to deserve anything. I do deserve a little praise, but we don't always get it, and I am sure I never thought of having it. Mr. and Mrs. Osborne were relieved by this event from many anxious parental fears and cares, and seeing their joy, Violet gave a readier admission to rejoicing and gratitude in her own heart. She had learnt by experience something of the dangers of riches, and had a dread of them. She had felt that poverty was a very necessary discipline to her peculiar disposition, necessary for the preservation within her of anything of a lowly mind, and she had tried very sincerely to receive the discipline and profit by it. This sudden accession of wealth, for wealth it was to those who had been rich and had learnt how to be poor, startled and also humbled her. She no longer felt what once she had felt, and often said that they must be naturally mean, who by the possession of money were made proud. She knew better now what the word pride meant, and felt by experience that it was the freedom, the power to please ourselves, whatever that pleasure, selfish or unselfish, may be, which causes the temper of mind which makes riches dangerous. She knew this now, and doubting herself, was humbled and trembled. But unselfish thoughts forced their way, and soon turned the fears it brought to rapture, the increased good that could be done with it, the added comforts to her parents. Before 24 hours were over she was dreaming sweet dreams, and her disappointment, that momentary but bitter disappointment, was chased away under their bright influence. Albert remained only for 2 or 3 days. The last day of his stay was one of the days on which the shop was held in Holywell. He was anxious to walk with Violet to a place at some distance, and she promised, if she could possibly be spared altogether, or as soon as she could be spared, to take a holiday and go with him. On arriving at the place, a kind of storehouse lent by a farmer, and fitted up tolerably comfortably for the purpose, she found that Ida was there alone, and Albert sat down by the fire, patiently to wait till she could be free. Violet told her wishes to Ida, and asked if Mr. Vane was likely to come, and would be likely to be at liberty to take her work. He said yesterday he would look in, she replied, and then added, smiling, and I think he is sure to come, because he is curious to see your cousin. There is nothing remarkable in poor Albert, is there? Oh, no, Violet, only a new person. You know, Ida apologized. There was a great deal of business, and Violet and Ida were soon fully employed. In the midst of it Lionel entered. Violet was occupied with the purchaser, and did not move. Lionel took a slight survey of Albert, bowed to him stiffly but civilly, and went and stood by Ida. Her account book was lying open, and as he stood by he ran over it with his eyes. "This is wrong, Ida," he said. "You have entered this item twice, and you have put down several shillings too much." He spoke with authority. "How stupid I am," Ida said without examination or defense. "I will put it right in a moment." Violet was always quick to hear when Ida was reproved, and, if need be, to take up the cudgels in her defense. She left her purchaser and came to Ida's side. "Wait a moment, Ida. I don't think it is wrong, for I looked over the book a quarter of an hour ago." "Did you?" Lionel said quickly. "Then I may be wrong." "Yes," Violet showed triumphantly. "Ida is right. That item, as you call it, is not the same, though I must own it looks as if it was. See, it is all right." "Yes, I see," he said penitently. "I beg your pardon for having given you so much trouble, and I beg yours, Ida," he added. "I make so many mistakes that you have good reason to suspect me, I am afraid," she said in her usual gentle manner. "You depreciate yourself," Violet observed. "You are not very quick yet. That only comes with practice, but you are very correct." And she returned to her purchaser. Lionel leaned on the counter which had been erected, and watched idly for a few moments the various groups in the room. Ida then touched his arm, and asked in a low voice if he could stay and take Violet's place. "If you can, Violet wishes very much to go and walk with her cousin." He looked round quickly and curiously again at Albert, but after a moment's consideration said, "Oh, yes," and walked across the room to Violet. "You wish to be released, Miss Osborne? Pray do not stay one moment longer than you please. I will take your place, and fill it as well as I can." "Can you really stay?" "Thank you, then. I shall certainly be glad to have this one holiday. I hope it is not inconvenient." "No, it is not. But if it were, you have done so much for me in all my plans, that I should only be thankful to feel a little inconvenience for you in return." Violet laughed and thanked him, then showed him her book. "This poor woman is buying for several families," she says. "It will be a long sum when it is done. I hope to finish with her, but there seems no end to her wants." "You distrust my powers for the long sum," he said playfully, as he took her place. Violet spoke a few words to Ida, put on her bonnet, and she and Albert set off for their walk. "That is a nice girl, Violet," he observed as they walked along. "My uncle tells me that a marriage is projected between her and Mr. Vane. So Papa told me. I cannot think where he hears his news. Mr. Vane will be lucky if it is so. I have seen very little of her, but I think I am a pretty good judge, and I think she is a thoroughly good girl." "She is indeed," Violet said warmly. "She is the sort of girl that would suit you, Albert." "So I was thinking. If I was not pre-engaged, I should be afraid to be much in her company." "Engaged? My dear Albert, are you engaged?" "Not bodily. I meant in my thoughts, my fancy, or whatever you please to call it. Have you no guess to whom my thoughts are engaged?" "None whatever. How should I?" "Oh, yes," with a sudden thought, and a sudden flush overspreading her cheeks. "I do guess. Margaret Lester. I remember I used to think of that." "Right. Of course I should not have dreamed of mentioning it if I had been as I was. But this poor old fellow's kindness gives me the power of making a settlement, and if she comes back to England free, I shall take my chance." "You have still some time to wait," Violet said constrainedly. "Not long, I hope. I expect them home this spring or summer." Violet's heart stood still with rapture and surprise. For a moment she could say nothing, but strong effort, and the determination to show no emotion, drew from her the observation, in an indifferent tone, "So soon?" The 6 years would be out in June. 6 since Lester left England at least. How time passes! I once thought those 6 years would never be gone. I believe there have been deaths and changes, and that Lester was offered a better thing if he would stay out there. However, he has made up his mind to come home. Lester returning, and Albert possibly becoming his brother-in-law? How radiant looked the future to Violet! How far more glorious than summer sunshine, the cold frosty light of the closing January day. "You are sure Margaret is unmarried?" Violet asked after a short pause. "Yes, 1 or 2 are married, but she is not, was not, at least. Man is sure of nothing. And now let us have done with it. I thought I would mention it before I went, but the less said on such things the better. What were we saying before? Oh, I know. Miss Hamilton and Mr. Vane. My dear Violet, will you, without thinking me interfering, allow me to give you a small piece of advice? Most certainly, she said gaily. Anything you will. Well, then, it struck me. I hardly know why. It just passed through my head as I was sitting there, that Mr. Vane is or might be in love with you, and if you don't intend to have it so, I advise you not to encourage him. Mr. Vane in love with me? My dear Albert, what an idea! I don't say it is so. I only say it struck me, and I could not be easy without giving you a hint. Don't be angry. It is well-meant advice. I am not angry, much more amused than angry. I am very much obliged for advice when there is reason in it. But there is really no sense in the idea. I cannot see any want of reason or sense. You are a young woman, and he is a young man. And I believe it is not usually considered very nonsensical when young men and women take to each other. Young men and young women have nothing to do with this question. It is impossible what you think can be true. I cannot tell you my reasons, but I have reasons for saying so. If you have, that is enough. I do not want to set myself up as an infallible judge. I merely spoke my thought. And let us change the subject. How cold it is! I always heard Devonshire had a mild climate, but this evening surpasses the cold of Siberia. Can you step out a little? As fast as you please. Don't let Mr. Pope hear your complaints. And they walked at a pace which brought them to the cottage with tingling feet and cheeks glowing, as in the days of infancy, with so much that was of a more interesting nature to occupy her thoughts and dreamings. It was not strange that Albert's piece of advice was forgotten. The quick walk effaced it from her memory, and it did not so much as once recur again. End of Volume 3, Chapter 2. Section 31 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart as from my soul, which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love. If I have ranged like him that travels, I return again. Shakespeare. Leicester arrived in England in the June following. He came with only 2 sisters. 3 had married during the sojourn in India. Marian had very early attracted the attention of a widower with several small children, and was now presiding over his household instead of her brothers. Henrietta had been the next to marry. Hers was a love marriage, and her lover was a lawyer friend of Leicester's. Jessie had remained disconsolate until another widower, mourning over the loss of a superior woman, was attracted by her pretty face and helpless ways. When Leicester, to whom the proposal was made, mentioned it to Jessie, she burst into tears, and said he was so old and so frightful she would rather die than marry him. But before the discouraging message could be conveyed, she changed her mind and said she thought she would try him, and since her marriage she had twice written word to Margaret that she liked her husband very well. These marriages were all good marriages in point of money arrangements. Leicester, therefore, was satisfied to give small portions to these sisters. Jessie's portion, indeed, was entirely rejected by the ardent and generous widower, who had laid himself and all he had at the feet of his young wife. When, therefore, they returned to England, the circumstances of the family had changed, and Leicester was able to contemplate a marriage for himself, and a separate establishment for his remaining sisters, without any conscientious fears lest he might be securing his own good at the expense of theirs. Before he had been a fortnight in England he mentioned the one morning at breakfast that he was going out of town for a few days. He spoke indifferently, but a faint glow that stole over his face revealed to Rachel's eyes the direction his steps would take. Lester had returned unchanged within and without, in body, in mind, and in heart. A few more grey hairs were perhaps sprinkled on his dark head, but he was not yet 38, and though at 32 he had looked old for his age, at 38 it was no longer so. The rest which India had procured for his wearying domestic cares, the diversion it had given to his sore heart and troubled thoughts, had arrested the premature symptoms of middle age, and he was greeted by many a friend with the agreeable greeting, "Why, you have grown younger." But in character also he was unchanged. Such renovation and refreshing as his body had received had not penetrated there. The same diffidence, not of his mental powers, but of his powers to win and please, still laid its freezing hand upon his soul. The same shy and sensitive pride made him still shrink from the idea of putting himself forward, and shudder at the thoughts of a rebuff. Nevertheless, Violet was in his heart and in his hopes, and he did contemplate one more attempt to win her to himself. He had made no efforts to preserve his constancy. He had looked on their separation as one for life. Yet, as Mrs. Osborne had said, he was not a man to change, and as years rolled on, he began, unconsciously first, and afterwards with full purpose of his heart and soul, to turn his thoughts to her. She alone could yet build up for him a bright picture in the future. He determined to seek her, not as a lover, but as a friend, to read for himself, in her speaking countenance, whether or no any thought of him lingered in the chambers of her fancy. He left London buoyant and hopeful in spirit. In the distance, excitement primed and warmed his cowardly soul, and all seemed easy. It seemed an easy and natural thing to be a friend, to say that as a friend he had on his return desired to renew acquaintance with them all. He pictured his calm, sedate entrance into the drawing-room, the tranquil talk over India and his sisters, and the voyage, pictured it, and all seemed peaceful and serene. Thus he left London, but, like acres in the rivals, as the time drew near, his courage oozed out at the palms of his hands. He arrived late at the inn of the little town 5 miles from Holywell, and there slept. When movement was over, when he found himself 5 miles from Violet, he wondered how he had ever dared to come, and when at 10:30 he heard the horn of the late coach passing through on its London way, he started up in a sudden impulse to return as he came. That impulse was checked, but still as he sat in the dingy room with 2 inn candles for his light, cowardice so crept over and paralyzed him that he began to look on himself as a mad man for the resolution that had brought him down. He again pictured his entrance to the drawing-room. He saw himself agitated within, but cold and silent without. No thought in his head, no word on his tongue, without a charm to recommend himself to her notice, or lure her heart if still it had to be won. He pictured it till the picture became intolerable, and he felt that his plan of operations must be changed. If he was to meet Violet, it must be by chance. He rang the bell. "Is there anything like an inn or a respectable public house near the village of Holywell?" "Oh, law, sir, yes. There's a famous little place. One can't call it an hotel, but a neat little place, about half a mile off. The young artists lodge there, and young gentlemen for fishing and hunting, and so on, and invalids now and then. It's kept by a nice respectable body enough. "Tell the boots to call me at 7, was Lester's reply, and he walked over on the following morning, guided by minute directions from the landlord, to the little inn in question. There, receiving a smiling answer to his request for a private room and breakfast, he sat down to ruminate. Though shy with all men, rich and poor, there was something in Lester's look, in his smile, and in his voice, which won those beneath him on the very first address, and when he courteously roused himself from an abstracted gaze on the landscape, to assist the landlady in extricating her gown from a nail which held her fast, she took him into her good graces, and made much of him accordingly. "Bless you, sir, don't trouble yourself. It's a nasty rusty nail, which didn't ought to be there." "Thank you, sir. No matter for the rent. The gown's an old gown now, though it's been a good servant in its day." "There, sir, I hope you find yourself comfortable." "Very comfortable, thank you." "And have everythink you want, sir?" "Everything, thank you." "Ah, sir, you're not like some young gentlemen. No sooner do I get to the door, but they cry, 'Come back, good woman,' and, bless you, they ask for some sauce or other that my precious wits never so much as heard of." "I am not young enough for that," he said, smiling. "Perhaps I may have done it in my time." "Never, sir. You never done it, that I know. You never like to give trouble to no person whatsoever, that I know. You'd sooner black your own boots than ask a body to do them, unless the proper person offered himself." Lester coloured slightly, and shrinking from this minute and clear-sighted inspection, said, "You have a fine view from this window." "You may say that, sir. Mr. Pope says it's a paradise on earth, and if it bean't profane to say so, and I suppose it bean't, as the rector says it, it's true, sir." Lester rose from the breakfast table and walked to the window. He longed for the ready tongue that would draw from his loquacious landlady the name he desired to hear, but questions would not come at his call. She, however, interpreting the movement as expressive of the inquiries which she was well accustomed to hear, placed herself at his side, and pointed out, as Mr. Pope had done to Mr. Osborne and Violet, the chief features, or rather the human interests of the scene. At every change of person, she looked pitifully round and said, "Won't your breakfast be spoiled, sir?" yet went on remorselessly, till she had sketched the varied occupants, past and present, of Bascombe and Ashford Park. When this was done, she said, "Now do, sir, go to breakfast, or it will be spoiled," and remembering other guests to whom she had to attend, left the room. When she was gone, Lester marvelled at his folly. He might have heard not only the name for 6 years unpronounced in his presence, but he might have heard details of her life and state of mind. He might have gathered hints for his present guidance, and he would not, nor even then, in his solitude, could he frame to himself the inquiries which would elicit all that he desired to know. When breakfast was over, he sat down in the window, drew a pamphlet from his pocket, and proceeded to ruminate on the steps which should be taken to secure a sight of Violet, if not an interview with her, during the day. Some time passed before his landlady returned to remove the breakfast. "Bless the folks," she then observed, "they wouldn't be a-done with their talk, and I vowed I'd wait on you myself, sir. And what do you think, sir? I never thought o' telling you that there's a kind of a feast to-day in my lord's park. You see, sir, that Mr. Vane, the young gentleman I spoke about, he warn't at home when he came to his age, and so he said he'd have a kind of a feast now, after the hard times and all, and he's a good sir to think of it, but he is a good young gentleman, not one of your young sirs, taken up with his sauces and his nonsense. And if you please to see the feast, sir, why you can, for the tables will be spread on the spot of green just beyond the village, and the villagers will all be looking on, I'll be bound. I think I will try and see it. I am a Londoner, and such a sight will be new to me." "You a Londoner, sir? Well, I never should have thought it." "What shall I see?" Lester asked. "For one thing you'll see two young ladies, sir, not to be matched for handsomeness nor goodness neither, neither in these kingdoms nor any other, be they who they may." Lester turned slightly towards the window and looked out. He guessed what now would come, and he was afraid even of his landlady's eyes. "The one is Miss Hamilton, Sir William's daughter, his only child, as I mentioned, sir. She's a nice, sweet, comely maid, and as good as she's comely. And the other is the very dearest young lady that ever trod the earth, be she who she may, and does more good in her blessed life than 50 rectors, be they who they may." There was no mistaking whom she meant, but Lester was mute. He could not even ask her name. His landlady was making a clatter with the breakfast things, which she had now piled on a tray. He feared the conversation was at an end, yet could not think how to renew it. At last, as she, occupied for the moment with household cares, was detecting a crack in a favourite plate, he cleared his throat and said, "Miss Hamilton, I think you said, is Sir William's only child?" She laid down the plate and came joyfully for another talk. "Yes, sir, only daughter and heiress at present, for Sir William is unmarried. Some say he will marry Miss Osborne, the young lady I spoke about just now, but I doubt it." And she looked knowing and wise, while Lester, startled, put his elbows on the window-sill and gazed fixedly forward. "She is his only child, and Mr. Vane is my lord's only child, and some say there is to be a marriage between them, but I doubt it. Unless my eyes are blind, he has another lady in his thoughts, and, bless you, my eyes are not blind. Why, when they walk along together, walking and talking, I can see who he's taken up with fast enough. I'm none of your beetles. Why, he just worships the very ground she treads on." Not a sound from Lester, but the words not the less penetrated and paralyzed the life, the very life of love, within him. He rose up from his position, the eyes of the landlady forgotten. "It's true, sir, unless I'm blind, and if she be my lady, why, she well deserves it, for there's no sweeter lady in Christendom, that I'll wager my life upon. But bless you, sir, I've been telling out my secret thoughts, which I didn't ought to do, but there's something about you, sir, that makes me feel at home, sir, begging your pardon. Your words are safe with me," he said in a firm but hoarse voice. "I fear you have a cold, sir, and do look pale. Rest a bit here, sir. It's a pleasant room, and I'll bring you a bit of lunch, and then you can stroll down towards my lord's park. It'll be a fine day," she added, looking out, "but showery. There's a blackish cloud far out there. It'll be down upon us in the course of the day." She left Lester alone to his meditations. Was this, then, what he had dreaded? As he drew near to her abode, was it the shadow of this disappointment that had come forth to meet him and to withhold him from a vain approach? He was not superstitious, but it seemed to him as if by his last night's cowardice he had been benignly stayed from a rash venture, whose ill success would have killed him. Yet he was not going to yield the point. His eyes, his own eyes, alone should be trusted, and though all thoughts of a visit had vanished, he determined to make an effort to see, and possibly to be seen. He waited for several hours before he set forth, and with a stubborn resolution, which long habits of self-conquest had taught him, mastered the pamphlet, a stiff legal work, on which his opinion had been asked. Towards 2 o'clock he set forth, and guided by the words and gestures of his landlady, found the spot she had mentioned. It was a broad, flat piece of green grass situated just within Ashford Park, and enclosed by trees young and old, a kind of natural platform, so fitted for rural sports and pastimes that it had been given as a half-grant, a grant with reservations, that is, to the villagers, by a former Lord Ashford. It was enclosed on 3 sides by woods, but towards the village the park wall made a sudden dip, and for upwards of 20 yards became a battlement on which the old men of the village could lean their elbows and watch the youthful sports that went on within. On this spot several long tables were spread out, and 2 or 3 tents containing the food and the crockery which was needed for the feast. One of these tents was nearly opposite the dip in the wall just described. The villagers were congregated without. None had yet been admitted within, and by the side of 2 or 3 old men, leaning his arm against the buttress that supported the wall where it suddenly fell, Lester paused and looked on. Several figures were busily occupied in covering the tables, but none so active as Violet. He discovered her in a moment, though she was at a distance, and saw with an ache of the heart that a young man was constantly at her side. He became so fascinated in watching the scene, in wondering, as she drew nearer, whether she would discover him amongst the crowd, that he did not notice the gradual rising of the black cloud his landlady had pointed out as a threatening one. It was equally unperceived by the busy figures within and the eager crowd without, and all alike were startled when it suddenly burst, and the rain fell as from buckets. At this moment Violet was at the table nearest to the dip in the wall. The food was still in the tents, but she was putting down the last plates from a huge pile, when the storm burst. She stood for a moment, as if determined to finish her operations, but the force of the shower was beyond her power to brave, and following the general example, she flew to the nearest shelter. It was to the tent opposite where Lester stood, full in his view, though some 100 feet removed from the road. Thither Lionel, who had been at the other end of the same table, followed her. Lester put up his umbrella, and with natural courtesy held it over an old man in a smock frock, who was leaning on the wall beneath him. 1 or 2 children crept in to share the benefit. A few other old umbrellas appeared, and a good many women flew away to the nearest trees. For a few seconds Lester was engaged in offering his advice to the crowd. When he looked back again, Violet had seated herself by a table, and Lionel was bending beside her. The conversation was eager, and seemed to become more and more so. For 3 or 4 minutes Lester watched it in the same fascinated manner, and then suddenly remembered that he was answered. For what should he wait more? Was it honorable to stand thus and spy upon her actions? With the first rising of this thought, he, forgetful of rain and his neighbors, moved from the spot, but had not taken many steps before he remembered the old man he had been protecting from the storm. He came back. "I beg your pardon, my good man, I took my umbrella away too soon." "Thank ye, sir, and welcome. I'm not afeard of a few dewdrops." He laughed loud and hoarsely at his jest, and once again Lester cast his eyes on Violet, anticipating that the shout of laughing would draw her attention to the spot. But the conversation was too interesting, or seemed so, to be interrupted. Nay, he fancied that her cheek was flushed, but at the distance at which he was placed this was probably a fancy. He stood like a martyr to his old friend during the remaining minutes of the storm. His eyes, no longer turned to the spectacle that made him mad, were steadfastly averted in a contrary direction, and the moment the rain began to abate, he walked with rapid steps away. "Now, sir, you're not going off in this way without a glass of wine," was the reception of the landlady when he returned to pay his bill and take his leave. "Now do sit down and rest yourself till the heat of the day is past." "Thank you, the walk will refresh me," he said wearily, then immediately conscious of the dejected tone, and as if blushing at the weakness, added, "The rain has refreshed the air." "That's true, and the dust won't creep into your eyes as it did this morning. Well, sir, if you must go, God be with you, as the old folks say, and if you come this way again, you'll have a warm welcome." "I am not likely to come, I am afraid. I am a Londoner, If I do, I shall not forget your words." Wishing her good-bye, he returned to the town, and took his place by the night coach, whose horn had tempted him the previous day. He did not appear at home till his sisters were going to dress for dinner. He then walked into the drawing-room as usual. "John, come back so soon?" Margaret cried. Springing up, she flew to greet him. Rachel looked, and saw why so soon. "Yes, come back," he replied. "And now what have you been doing with yourselves? Has anything happened?" "A letter from Henrietta," Rachel said, and eagerly anxious not to seem to have observed his countenance, instantly produced it. "Rachel," Margaret said, when he left the room, "where has John been?" "I do not know, but I guess." "Not there! Surely not there already." "I guess it, but I do not know." "And you think without success?" And her cheek crimsoned with indignation, and she clenched her fist. "You know as much as I do, Margaret. I do not think he looked successful." "It is impossible," she cried. "I shall ask Mr. Ellis." "Margaret," Rachel said in a tone of keen reproach. Margaret blushed. "It was only a moment's thoughtlessness," she said penitently. "I would not really talk over John's feelings for the world." And but little more was said between them. Lester had not known how strong his hope had been till it was flown, how the picture of Violet had brightened his future till it was effaced. But though he had his weakness and his cowardice, he had also his strength, and he combated the dejection that stole over him with the full bent of a sound mind and a strong will. To work he thankfully turned, and found, as before, relief in it. Some papers he had written while in India had preceded him, and made him a reputation, and even Albert allowed that the poor fellow was beginning to be appreciated. His opinion was asked and followed by some high in office, and before many weeks passed he was offered a permanent appointment at the moment vacant. It was accepted, and with thankfulness, for the work's sake, but the independence it gave him, which once would have been a boon, was at the moment an object of indifference to him. End of Volume 3, Chapter 3. Section 32 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 4. Ah, folly, for it lies so far away. 'Twere all as one to fix our hopes in heaven as on this vision of a golden year. Tennyson. And now to explain the last chapter. The hard winter passed by. A mild spring and early summer promised a good harvest, and the bad times were beginning to be spoken of as a thing of the past, not of the present. The exertions of the richer inhabitants of Holywell and its neighborhood had not been fruitless. There had been suffering undoubtedly, but sympathy had given to the sufferers the power of patience, and help had borne many an industrious family healthily and harmlessly through the time of trial, when the necessity for his presence was at an end, and things were returning to their usual train. Lionel Vane took to his old habit of making excursions. At first he disappeared now and then for a week, then he went for 3 weeks to London, and finally, in the latter end of April, he went abroad for a month. Whether restlessness had grown a habit, or whether something caused his restlessness, could not be known. He usually departed without notice, or with only a mention of his departure and a farewell to Ida. Lord Ashford and Sir William were disappointed. Violet was less surprised. She saw his mind was active, but also saw that in spite of some restlessness he had perseverance in any object that he undertook. She admired many of his qualities, and, making allowances, did not think it very wonderful that a young man whose mind was active should like change, and should hope to enlarge the sphere for his abilities before he settled down. Ida made no remarks, and expressed neither surprise nor regrets. Her position was difficult, but she endured it with singular modesty and grace, never by look or sign reminding him of her claims upon him, nor by over-consciousness giving to his simple attentions undue meaning. She considered herself betrothed to him until he released her, and her betrothment being of the heart as well as the promise, she found no difficulty in submitting to his variable conduct and many caprices. Violet wondered at her patience, and though not much surprised that Lionel was dilatory in claiming what he knew to be his own, she was often provoked with him for the delay. At the end of May, after his short tour abroad, Lionel returned, and it seemed with the intention of making a stay, for he began to talk to Ida of the feast he intended to give. Now that the hard times are over, you know, Ida, we should rejoice a little. And then there has never been any notice taken of the great event of my coming of age. And then, he paused in his rapid speech, moved a few steps, and stooped to pick up a daisy, for it was on the grass in the garden at Bascombe that the conversation took place. Ida was working under a tree. She trembled and turned pale. Something peculiar in his manner made her think that the topic, unmentioned by his lips for 5 years, was about thus abruptly to be brought forward. In a moment, however, having picked the daisy and examined it, he threw it away, and said gaily as he returned to her, "I suppose there is no great need to think of reasons for a feast. The poor souls will accept it without good reasons, I dare say. I shall want your help, Ida. There must be a feast for the school, and games. And then I should like a regular system of prizes to be established. They have never had prizes at Holywell, I think. Only the few Violet gives to the singers. I know. It was that made me think of them. You must consider what I shall give, whether Bibles and prayer books, or garments, or something useful. I suppose I had better consult with Violet. Yes, and then the almshouse people. I want to give them some bit of furniture. You should see the Dutch cottages, Ida. I wish the cottages here could be made Dutch. And then there must be a feast for old people, above 60, shall we say, or 70. You must think about that too. And that will be all that we can do at this time, for I am not rich. No, Lionel, I should think not indeed, after all you have done. Ah, but I hope my father will help. I want you to tell him my plans, and ask him if he will give some assistance. I will if you wish it, she said reluctantly. I do wish it. I will, then, and she did. Lord Ashford was pleased at any request of Lionel sent through Ida, and pleased in the thought that this feast was the sign of some impending event. Whatever you and Lionel like, my precious, is agreeable to me, was his reply. It is Lionel, she said with emphasis, not me. Ah, well, pinching her cheek, you young ones are rum ones. Tell Master Lionel I will give all the help an empty purse can afford. Ida laughed. He must be careful, my precious. That is all I mean. He knows as well as I do that we are not weighed down with gold and silver. Ida faithfully delivered her message, and it was given in her father's hearing. He immediately said that as many of his tenants' children went to Holywell School, and as one almswoman was from Bascombe, he thought he might be allowed to contribute, and after some hesitation and an evident reluctance, Lionel consented. The day was fixed for the 22nd of June, which was Lionel's birthday, and he began to make his preparations. Whatever gifts he had not, Lionel certainly had the gift of interesting others in anything he undertook to do, and of swaying others to his will when he chose. Violet had not expected to bear any part in the proposed rejoicings, and when she first saw that he expected her help, she did not intend it should be given. He and Ida were quite enough to manage the concern, as she observed to her mother, but notwithstanding expectations and intentions, she was forced into the affair, and once forced to be interested, she found her advice and guidance so needful that she was, as usual, lured on, and ended by helping with all her might. The night before the day Lionel called at the cottage to ask her to come early. "I would not trouble you, but that we really do need help, and your help is help." Violet never gave herself importance by refusing and then consenting. When she saw he really wished it, she said at once she would go. "Thank you. You are always good-natured. When I say yours is real help, I was thinking of Miss White. She is such a dolt. Of course she must help, and I have been to talk to her. She is so silly and so helpless. I never can cease to thank you for having spoken the truth about her." "Poor thing," Violet said gravely. "She is not in her proper place. That, I fear, is the history." Amy was not higher in Violet's good books than she had been for the last 2 years. It was a painful subject. "I did not mean to worry you by abusing her," he said quickly and earnestly. "Well, thank you, and good night." Violet, always fulfilling her promises, always alert and punctual, knocked at 12:30 at her father's door, to ask him to accompany her, as has been arranged. He was reading, and he grumbled a little. It was too early, and there was no need to be so very exact, and the sun was so hot, and the road was so dusty. As Violet, however, persisted in reminding him that she had promised, he rose to obey her. "But these rural feasts are rather tedious, darling, except to those actively employed, and active employment is unfortunately not to my taste in this weather. You must be a good girl, and let me off pretty soon." "No, indeed, papa," she said playfully, "considering that it is Lord Ashford's park and Mr. Vane's feast, I must have my chaperone." For since the episode with Sir William Hamilton, Violet, to make atonement for her concealment, had been very discreet in her ways. "Well, well," he said grumbling, "if I might take my book I should not mind, but since it must be so, let us go." They walked on, and he began again. "The only thing that will reconcile me to this feast will be if Lionel Vane makes it the occasion for his proposal. I shall then say it is good for something." "You are still bent on that marriage, papa," Violet observed. In her heart she had the same hope. "I only expect it because Pope tells me it is to be. As far as my eyes can judge, they see no symptoms of it. But perhaps that is likely to be the case with cousins. Pope says it is so. If I were asked what I saw, I should say he was as much, and more, in love with you, darling, than with Miss Hamilton." Violet laughed disdainfully. It provoked her father to say, "And no bad taste, darling, if he was." "Don't talk so, papa," she said severely. "I don't like it." "Well, then, let us talk of something else. What a deal of dust, to be sure." And he laughed his merry laugh. Violet remembered Albert's warning, and felt piqued. Lionel should make haste and marry Ida, and she determined on the spot she would not be exposed to such observations. Mr. Osborne was right. Violet was more exact than others, and they were the first to appear. Lionel came next, and was very hearty in his thanks, and as there was a good deal to be done, he proposed an immediate beginning. Violet could do nothing with half a heart, and she set to work eagerly. Mr. Osborne looked on for a time, and then retired into a tent, begging Violet not to overheat herself. Amy White and the mistress of the new institution were present and gave their assistance, but it was Violet who, with Lionel's help, did the hard work, who moved the tables out of the fierce sun into the shade, and carried the crockery from the tents. Amy was prettily dressed, and being pretty and looking well, was afraid of rapid movements and cumbersome handfuls. Violet, always neat, and never disordered by her exertions, worked away, and looked as fresh as a rose while she worked. Lionel helped with all his might, looking to Violet for advice, yet endeavouring to guess her wishes that he might spare her the bodily exercise. He watched her incessantly, now with eager, open looks and grateful words, now with furtive glances no less grateful, no less eager, and all the while there was a shadow on his countenance, a cloud which no eagerness in his business and no bodily exertions dispersed. The next to appear were Sir William Hamilton and Ida. She had been fretting under their delay, but Sir William, though so public a scene was very distasteful to him, thought it necessary to accompany his daughter, and had walked with his usual stately and leisurely pace. "Who is that?" he asked, as they joined the groups who were busily occupied. "That, papa?" said Ida in surprise. "Why, it is Miss White, the schoolmistress. Have you never seen her before?" "I never remarked her to my knowledge. She is a very pretty young woman." "Yes," Ida said hesitatingly. "She is quite a lady, you know, poor thing." "Yes, I remember. She looks like a lady." "Oh, Violet," Ida said regretfully, as she left her father with Mr. Osborne, "how late I am, and how you have got on." "But there is plenty to do, Ida," said Lionel. "I wish you would help Miss White to cut the cakes," adding, in a low voice, "she will cut thin ladies' bits, and the poor children will be imposed upon." He accompanied her to a tent and stood with her for some time, giving instructions for the proper cut. He then returned to the table which Violet was setting out and assisted her. End of Volume 3, Chapter 4. Section 33 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 5. Sir, your falsehood and your face are loathsome to me. I trample on your offers and on you. Be gone. The Princess. It was about this moment that the shower mentioned in a previous chapter suddenly fell. Ida and Miss White were under shelter. The other schoolmistress and a servant and maid from Ashford Park ran into their tent, and Violet, as has been related, flew into the one that was nearest to her. Lionel followed her. She was breathless from the moment's quick pace, and he said, "I am almost glad of this rain, because it will force you to rest. You have overtired yourself." "Tired?" she cried with disdain. "There has been nothing yet to tire, and yet I do believe you are tired," she added, remarking that his face was flushed. "Oh, no, I'm not tired. After all, it would not be very odd if we both were tired," she said, thinking he did not like to own it. "Shall we sit down? We may as well." And she sat down accordingly, but he did not follow her example. "Flowers!" she cried, stretching out her fingers to a heap of cut flowers that lay on the table. "What is to be done with these?" "They are to go on the tables in flower pots." It was Ida's thought. She sent them. "Unfortunately the flower pots are in one of the other tents." "Never mind, we will make them into bunches, and that will save time. What a pretty thought of Ida's," she added. Yes, she thought his yes cold, and her determination to force him to a proposal came to her mind. Thought in her brain was rapid, too rapid sometimes for a proper degree of reflection to accompany it, and the determination had no sooner recurred to her remembrance than she said playfully, "By the by, Mr. Vane, you have never thanked me for the way in which I have carried out your wishes. Do you remember a conversation we had long, long ago?" "I am not sure that I do, thank you," he said in a low voice. She looked up surprised. "Do you think Ida improved?" "Improved? Oh, yes. How could it be otherwise?" "Then what do you mean?" "Perhaps you think I take to myself undue honor. I assure you I only spoke in jest. I wondered if you did remember that talk we had. I know Ida is her own good self, and would have been so without any hands of mine." "I did not mean that," he said agitatedly. "You force me to speak. Do you know what I did mean? I mean that by what you have done you have taken away my excuse, in part at least, for not loving Ida, which I do not, which I cannot do." You do not love Ida? And Violet turned pale with dismay. Not that she had any suspicion of further ill, but dismayed for Ida's sake. No, Ida may be good, but you are better. I love the best. He spoke with a strange abruptness, as if hardly daring to say the words he did say, as if they were spoken against his will, without his will. Mr. Vane, are you mad? Violet said, a look of terror on her face. Mad? No, or only mad with struggling with my rebellious heart. I love you. Oh, Miss Osborne, do not look at me with anger. You should pity my misery. Pity you? How dare you speak to me as you have done? As her terror, her first dismay, passed off, anger and mortification and contempt, and divers other moods and passions, swept through her mind and agitated her breast. Do not speak of dare to me. It has burst from me against my will, but I care not. I have struggled long. If you could but know how I have struggled not to love, but it was vain. I love you. Violet started up, but Lester, who might have seen the movement, was now on his way homewards. The rain had abated, but large drops were still falling, and while others thought shelter needful, she was afraid of seeming bold. After looking out, she turned back into the tent. Lionel was leaning on the table, the picture of despair. Mr. Vane, she said coldly, this is not a day, and this is not a place, to make a scene. I will try and bear your presence for this day without showing the contempt I feel. After today, your contempt? He said, writhing as if she had stung him. Oh, not contempt. Contempt and scorn, she said with vehemence. That to me who have associated with you as your friend, unsuspicious, trusting, to me, to whose care you entrusted your future wife, that to me you should dare to address such words? Her voice faltered, and tears fell from her eyes. Oh, what must you think of me? He seemed beside himself. Forget it, he cried passionately. I will try, I will do all you wish. Forget what? Forget that you have confessed your utter unworthiness of Ida? Forget your falsehood to her and to me? Such things are not forgotten. You are right, he said, passing his hand over his heated brow. Here they come, Mr. Vane, she said with dignity and command. Whatever must be known privately, do not let us be a show to the world. Recover yourself, and for this day, at least, show yourself to be a man. Help me. Take up those flowers. Here, Ida, she cried as she entered the tent. We have been saving time. That is, I have, and have put these flowers in order. Have you the vases to put them in? I sent some up, Ida said, and she turned to Lionel. They are in the tent. I will run and fetch them, he murmured, and he hurried away. You look so tired, dear Violet, Ida said affectionately. Mr. Osborne said you had been doing too much. It is not that, Violet said after a moment's thought. I have been rather annoyed about something. Never mind now. We have too much to do. Here come the flower pots. Amy White brought them. Ida looked out to see what had become of Lionel. She had noticed, also, that he looked flushed, but she was unsuspicious and too unselfish to worry with questions, and she helped Violet in silence. When the vases were filled, they carried them to the various tables. Lionel joined Ida as she put down two on the table spread for the old alms women. I chose these bright roses for them, she said, smiling. The commoner ones will do for the children. How wet the grass is, he remarked, looking down. Ma Bonne made me put on thick boots. She said it would rain. I wonder if Violet has. And Ida looked round. Lionel did not stir. Ida set down the flower pots and flew to ask her. She has, she said, coming back. You ought to have saved me that run, Lionel. She thought he looked dull, and spoke smilingly to rouse him. "I beg your pardon," he replied, laughing constrainedly. Then, as if his laugh grated on his ears, asked quickly if the cake was all cut. "Oh, yes, come and see," Ida said, and he followed her like a man in a dream. The festivities then began, and for some time all who had hands to help were busy in attending to the wants of those who sat down to eat. But when men and women, young and old, girls and boys, had ate as much and perhaps more than they could, Mr. Osborne approached Violet. "You look tired, darling. Surely they can do without you now, and we may go home and rest ourselves." He did not expect an acquiescence, and was surprised at receiving it. "Yes, papa," Violet replied, wearily, "I will come. Wait for me here, and I will run and tell Ida that we are going home." Ida was comforting a poor little child, who was crying from the probably new discomfort of an indigestion. When Violet called, she left him. "If you can do without me, Ida, I shall go. Papa is tired of staying, and I think I had rather go." "I don't know if we can do without you, Violet." Ida looked round for Lionel, who had been near, but had withdrawn at Violet's approach. "But we will, for you look tired, as I told you before." "It is not tire exactly, but good-bye now. I hope you will get on well, and that the poor children will have a merry evening." She spoke so dejectedly that Ida again looked at her with curiosity, but meeting no further answer to her inquiring glance, went back to the crying child, and Violet looked about her till she spied Lionel. She then went towards him. "I am going home, Mr. Vane," she said, as she met him. "I suppose it will be some time before I see you again, and I do not like to part with anyone in anger. Good-bye." She held out her hand. Though her words were kind, the tone was cuttingly cold. He looked at her imploringly and piteously, as if to beg one gentler glance, and, angry as she was, his look of misery touched her. She could not help it. "You have a hard duty before you," she said, more gently. "You must tell Ida. I feel for you." "Thank you for feeling for me, but that is nothing," he replied. "I am sorry to hear you say so," and her tone resumed its coldness. "Then, good-bye." "Not so unkindly," he cried, with the same look of despair. "How can I help it? Was it nothing to have taught Ida to look to you, not for happiness only, but for guidance? Is it nothing to have to destroy such trust as hers?" His lip quivered. "It would be torture if I could feel anything but your contempt, but I cannot. Good-bye. I cannot stay to speak more. Tell Ida to let me know when she will see me. I must see her soon." And she left him and followed her father from the spot. As they walked home in silence, Mr. Osborne observed that tears were fast falling down his daughter's face, and as soon as they entered the cottage she flew upstairs to her own room. "There's something wrong," he observed to his wife. "There's been something wrong nearly all the day. She was gay enough when we started, but I think there has been some contretemps or other, and I think it has to do with Mr. Vane, for he looks as if he was ready to hang himself. You must go up in a short time, and see what the matter is." Mrs. Osborne went up and found Violet lying on her bed in one of her excitements of grief. The insult to herself was deeply felt, but it was the injury to Ida. It was the thought of the misery, the general disappointment which she who had so worked for the accomplishment of this hope, had been the means of producing, which nearly broke her heart, which made her weep as if she could not be comforted. "My child, my dear, dear child, my darling," cried Mrs. Osborne, terrified at the state in which she found her daughter. Violet endeavoured to compose herself. "Sit down, mamma," she said, signing to a chair by her bed. "I will tell you all in a minute." and very shortly she did recover herself sufficiently to pour into her mother's ears the tale in all its bearings. And oh, mamma, I am afraid I have been wrong to you and papa. I seem to do nothing but what is wrong, and only to cause misery, and she sobbed passionately. Now, darling, said her mother, soothingly, don't agitate yourself and blame yourself needlessly. We all make mistakes, and it would be very strange if you never did. I think you made a mistake here, but it was nothing wrong, dear. I know you meant to do the best. It was wrong, was it? I think you were over young to be made the confidant in this affair. You know, dear, you are a young lady, and it does not do for a young lady to be independent. But oh, mamma, I do so hate to be considered a young lady. I like to be a sensible woman. But is it not childish, darling, to hate to be thought what you really are? If you had known, what would you have done? Perhaps nothing, dear. It is easy to say afterwards what we might have done. I think, however, that I should have warned you about Mr. Vane. I have often thought that he seemed inclined to like you. Oh, mamma, why did you not speak? I think I should have listened to you. I saw no reason, dearest. You never did anything indiscreet, and, as you all seemed happy together, I thought it a pity to disturb you with fancies that might be idle ones. I knew no reason, darling, you know, why he should not like you, and marry you too, if you and he please. Impossible! And Violet's cheeks glowed with suppressed, indignant, jealous love, but the change of thought did her good. It made her feel that the world was not at an end, as it had seemed for the last few hours. She remembered all she had gone through, and felt that if she had borne the pangs of disappointed love with the weight of remorse for her own conduct besides, Ida, guiltless, might bear them also. They were not cheerful thoughts that arose. They were, on the contrary, despondent thoughts regarding herself and Ida, and the world and all the world contained. But they were calming though sad, and the excitement of her misery passed by. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5. Section 34 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 6. What you have done hath not offended me. Henry IV. When Sir William and Ida, at the close of the day, wished Lionel good-bye, he detained Ida to say, I want to speak to you, Ida, tomorrow. Will you be in the garden at Bascombe at 12 o'clock? She acquiesced and followed her father. His manner had not been lover-like when he made his request, but that was not Lionel's way, and, as she walked and thought, she fancied that tomorrow was to be the eventful day. Once or twice the suspicion flitted through her mind that he was going to renounce the purposed connection, but it was driven away, as injurious to him, and, when quite beyond the influence and recollection of his dejected manner, her thoughts all merged into the trembling expectation that the long-delayed announcement was to be made. She waited for him a full hour before he came. During the night, Lionel's mood of mind had undergone a change. The day before he had felt humbled to the dust, and, had he spoken to Ida then, it would have been penitently and with humility. But solitude and meditation had with him the result of suggesting soothing and excusing thoughts. What had he done after all? Was he not free? Had he spoken for months, for years even, of his engagement? If he was bound, why was Violet thrown in his way? How could he see her and not admire her? Was she not superior to Ida, mentally and bodily too? Was it not like a fascination to be in her presence? Why should it be expected that he must resist it? These were the first series of thoughts, and, as there was no one to answer them with other suggestions, they became predominant in his mind. He looked on himself as an ill-used being. He then proceeded to consider the consequences of what had occurred. How mad he had been! He had lost his chance of Violet by his own rashness. Why had he not first broken with Ida? And then, who in all the world could have forbidden him to choose Violet for his own? Now, he became very dejected as he considered what lay before him. To have to humble himself to Ida, till now so imperiously treated, and worse, to have his father condemning him. As these unpleasant facts presented themselves, he almost resolved to bury the whole matter in oblivion, to go abroad for a year, leaving the engagement still pending, and then to return and see whether it would be possible to fulfill it. If not, then to state that he had done his utmost to love Ida, but had failed. This suggestion cheered him. It even opened a distant vista, in which he saw Violet pitying him, and relenting. But while under this more cheerful gleam of light, he suddenly remembered her indignant face when he had asked her to forget. Could he imagine that she would associate with Ida, and leave her deceived? He sighed, thought with admiration of the openness of Violet's character, and felt that this was not to be hoped for. After many alternate risings and fallings of spirits, many different and opposite plans for his line of conduct, he determined on a half measure. He would confess all that had happened to Ida, but ask her forbearance for a time, leaving the engagement pending until he had had further time to consider the case, and to examine his own feelings. It was in this frame of mind that at last he sought her. She had wandered from the garden to the pleasure grounds, and was leaning against some railings, when she suddenly heard his step. She blushed slightly, but went forward to meet him. "I am sorry to have kept you waiting, Ida," he said, "but I had a good deal to think of, and I was late this morning." "Never mind," and she smiled. "I am glad you were late, for you seemed so tired last night." "What made you think I was tired?" "You looked so, and seemed so, too. You are not like yourself." "It was not tire exactly," he said, and as he said the words, the very words Violet had used, a presentiment, keen and vivid, shot through Ida's brain. She turned pale. "What is the matter?" he asked with discomfort, not exactly guessing what, but feeling that he disliked extremely the task before him. She was no longer pale at the question, but she said, with calmness and courage, "Never mind me, Lionel. You said you wanted to talk to me. I have been waiting a long while. Will you say it now?" "Well, Ida," he began, in his turn, with a color varying from white to red, "it is about this engagement of ours. You know we both are free." "Yes," with her eyes on the ground, "quite free, if we please." "Well, Ida, I must own that I had never thought of using my freedom. I never dwelt on the subject, but there are things in man, it seems, that cannot be governed, and without knowing it I have." He hesitated, at a loss for a proper expression, but Ida did not help him. She waited to hear more, and he was obliged to proceed. "The fact is," he continued, "that I have for some time been fighting with a fancy for Miss Osborne. I hoped it would go off. Sometimes I felt sure it would, but it has not, and yesterday—" He paused. "I think it was a pity, Lionel, that you fought," Ida said. "When once you felt the fancy, I think it would have been better to say so." "You cannot be a good judge about that," he said quickly. "Of course I wished to do what was expected of me, and a mere fancy was not enough to break the engagement. But "I think it was," she repeated. "It was not. You may trust me, Ida, that I know best. But yesterday, somehow or other, the fancy mastered and maddened me, and I told her of it." And as he recalled the scene a look of intense misery came over his countenance. "Was Violet angry, then?" Ida asked, pitifully, reading the countenance that spoke what the words did not add. "Yes. If I had been a heathen man, I believe I could have shot myself in her presence. I am very sorry for you, Lionel. I can guess it must be a dreadful thing to love Violet and to offend her." He turned away, and walked a few steps from her. He did feel it a dreadful thing. Ida's gentle words and sympathy touched, and yet humbled him. She waited for a few seconds, but when he paused in his hurried walk, and she saw that he was hanging over the railing silent and dejected, she went to him again. "Well, then, Lionel, this must be ended. We are free, then. The engagement is broken." "Yes, Ida, but, are you willing?" "Oh, yes," she said, with sad quietness. "If you wish it, it shall be so. But what, Lionel? How can it be otherwise? I cannot understand." It had struck me that it might be left. I would go away and try and shake off this horrid, painful, idle dream of mine, and then come back, and then if I can't get the better of it, we might see what should be done. What do you think, Ida?" And he looked into her grave, listening, quiet face with some anxiety and some surprise. "I think it would be very wrong to leave it," she replied, with decision, yet with her usual gentleness of manner and speech. "I am sure it cannot be possible to like two people. Nothing in this world, nothing, Lionel, should have ever tempted me to be your wife unless you loved me wholly. I know you are true, and therefore if you had said you did, I should have trusted you, and been your wife without fear." Lionel felt humiliated. He felt miserable altogether, and the sense of misery irritated him. The decision of Ida's speech too, she who was usually submissive to his least suggestion, irritated him further, and at last he spoke with irritation. "Very well, then, it must be as you please. As you will not give me time, you must take it into your own hands and break it off. I leave it entirely to you." "Oh, Lionel, not to me." "Yes, of course I do. I am willing to try further." "You say you are not." He looked once more, and with anxiety in her face. "No." "Very well, then. It is you that reject me, and break it off. The case is plain. I shall go this afternoon, if you please. I will write to my father from London, or I will send you a letter to give him. Say what you like best. I think you had better write to him, but I think I must tell him too, for he will be very sorry. I know he will, very. You had better consider, Ida, a little more." "There is nothing that I can consider, Lionel, or I would willingly, for Uncle Ashford's sake. But if you say it is my fault, then it is, for I would not be your wife unless you loved me best, for all the world." "And what shall you say, then?" he asked with curiosity. "I shall tell him exactly the truth." "What, about Miss Osborne?" And Lionel's cheeks were crimson with shame. "Yes, and, indeed, Lionel, he cannot blame you. I am sure I do not. How could you help loving her best? If you once felt you were free to choose, who could help loving Violet?" The more Ida spoke the more Lionel felt her superiority to himself, and the consciousness was very humbling, very painful. He could not meet it as he ought, and, therefore, he met it in an angry spirit. Her calmness, too, and decision, annoyed him. He had expected tears. He had expected that she would be ready to wait for the bare hope of his return, as long as he himself should please. He was not sufficiently master of himself to reflect on this, and own that Ida was right, and baffled and disappointed in every way, in himself and in her. He yielded to the annoyance he felt. "It is no use talking and arguing, Ida. You know very well that my father and Sir William will blame me. But as you choose to bring the matter to an end, there is no help for it. Therefore, do as you please. You must announce the fact, and I will write to both in a few days. And I don't see now that there is anything more to be said. Good-bye, Ida." His voice shook and his lips quivered as he came to good-bye. "Good-bye, Lionel. I wish I could wish you happiness, but if Violet is angry I don't see how that is to be. Never mind happiness, that is a very small matter. Good-bye." He held out his hand, and she gave hers. While he held it he remembered Violet's message, and said, "Miss Osborne told me to say, Ida, that she could come to you whenever you pleased. You were to send for her." "Thank you. I will write. And if you see her, tell her she must forgive me. Tell her that I cannot breathe unless I have her forgiveness." He almost crushed Ida's hand as he spoke, so vehement was his tone. "I will. Good-bye, dear Lionel." And Ida softly withdrew her hand and departed. For through that passionate tone and touch, a chord, an answering echo, was touched and awakened in her heart, which made her feel powerless to endure further. It was the vague longing for something she was not to have. It was the vague sense of something she had lost, which till that instant had been unfelt. She slipped away and took refuge in solitude. End of Volume 3, Chapter 6. Section 35 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter VII. Her sweetest mind, twixt mildness tempered and low courtesy, could leave as soon to be as to be kind. P. Fletcher. Late in the afternoon a note was brought to Violet. She had been very dejected all the day, a mood of mind which for the last 2 hours had changed, but only changed into a restless longing to hear something. She had been afraid to go out, afraid of seeing or meeting anyone, and yet so desirous to know what was going forward, that the confinement was a pain. Latterly the dread that Ida might think she had been to blame had drawn Lionel on, had been creeping over her like a horrible nightmare. When she looked back, when she remembered Albert's warning, how she had received it and how she had overlooked it, the idea, however horrible, seemed possible. Altogether she was in that state of mind and spirits when a bell, a step, a note, or whatsoever the interruption to mere surmise may be, causes a rapture that borders on insanity. She seized the note with trembling fingers, and her last, worst fear was put to flight. "My dearest Violet, Lionel has been with me, and I believe he has gone away from Ashford, as, however, I am not quite certain of this. I will not ask you to come till tomorrow morning. Will you come then, and for a long visit? I long for your kind advice and help. Ever yours affectionately, Ida Hamilton." When Violet and Ida met, it was as people meet after an event, an estrangement, or an affliction. They were affectionate but shy, and sat down in silence. On Violet's side there was agitation as well. She could not forget that it was she who had injured Ida, that, had she been less blind and wilful, this evil might have been foreseen and prevented. Nor till Ida had spoken could she entirely divest herself of the dread that in her inmost heart Ida saw this fact, or vaguely felt it. Perhaps Ida did so far perceive it as to make her suspect the cause of Violet's very evident agitation, for her first words were to place her in the position of the aggrieved party. "Lionel left a message for you, Violet," she said. breaking the silence by the pronunciation of the name which was the cause of constraint. "He says you must try and forgive him, and indeed, Violet, you must." Violet was surprised as Lionel had been, at Ida's calmness and self-control. "Oh, Ida, how can I?" she cried with quivering lips. "Because he is so very miserable. I shall have to write to him some day to tell him what Uncle Ashford says, and I should be so glad when I do write if I could say you spoke kindly of him. But, Ida, I cannot," Violet said with warmth. "It is no use to speak kindly and to feel as I do. You do not know, even you do not know, how he has deceived me. After having taught me to look up to him, and trust him, and much more besides, it is beyond forgiveness, for a long, long time at least. I wish you would not speak so hardly. He did not mean to deceive. He struggled long. I do not defend all, but you must not be harsh. You should pity him. When I say I cannot forgive, Ida, I mean nothing of wishing ill, nothing, as far as I know, that is uncharitable or unkind. So far from wishing him ill, I still wish him, dear Ida, to find at last that good he has so madly thrown away, and so little deserves." And she rose and kissed Ida as she spoke. But Ida shrank and trembled, and did not respond. She was soft, but not weak. The thread was broken that had bound her hopes to Lionel's love. "Oh, Ida, are you very unhappy?" Violet cried agitatedly, for that dejected but tearless grief spoke more in one so young and gentle of real unhappiness than tears would have done. "No, Violet, not for myself. I never did. I do not now think that anything I have to bear myself is difficult to bear, but I am unhappy for Lionel, and still more unhappy for Uncle Ashford. Poor Uncle Ashford," she continued, and a tear fell on her cheek. "I am afraid it will be a great blow to him. He is getting old, and has been so anxious, and I think now, if he had a happy home, he would be good if he could." Violet felt her blood boil with indignation against Lionel, but she had seen that rage against him was not the way to soothe Ida. "You have not told him yet?" was her only remark. "No, I will tell Papa tonight, and go to him tomorrow morning. I waited for you, Violet. I wanted your advice as to what I should say. I would make the best of it for poor Lionel if I could." And seeing that this was her chief desire, that resentment had found no entrance to her breast, and that she could not better comfort her than by helping her in this point, Violet, with true friendliness, banished her own selfish feelings, and gave the best of her attention and the best of her judgment to assist Ida in placing his conduct in the least unfavourable light. Sir William, after the first surprise, and the first feeling of discomfiture in a long sustained plot was over, bore the news with equanimity. He had no particular liking to Lionel, and no special interest in the marriage. His interest had been to perform his promise to his dying wife, and his conscience assuring him that this had been fully carried out, he resigned himself to the disappointment with a few just but severe expressions. "Nobody asked him to struggle," was his reply to his daughter's gentle words of excuse. "His duty was to know his own mind, and make it known to us. It is possible that the mere fact of Lionel's ill success with Violet softened Sir William's feelings towards him. He wrote him a sharp letter, and there with him the matter ended. But it was otherwise with Lord Ashford. Ida's task with him was a painful one. He had cherished the plan, from many complicated feelings, for many years, and every year, as it passed, had added charms to the picture. A love almost as strong as a father's to Ida was added to his other less tangible feelings, and no doubt of ultimate success had ever presented itself to his fancy. He had been irritated by delay, But he had never ceased to store up hope for the future. He seemed stunned when she first made him understand the fact, and afterwards, in talking it over, he wept, and bitterly. She did all she could to soothe and comfort him, and excuse Lionel, but every effort and every part of her efforts was in vain. He spoke of Lionel with a violence of resentment that astonished as much as it grieved her, and he shocked her further by sarcastic allusions to the disinterestedness of Violet's friendship for her. "I knew she was one of your saints," he said bitterly. Outward saint, inward hypocrite. Ida, gentle and soft and forbearing, so long as he spoke, if harshly, yet justly, of his own son, fired up at this insinuation, and for the first time in their lives a coldness ensued between them. Ida, indeed distressed and unhappy, after a moment's warmth, soothed and kissed him, and excused herself by pointing out the injustice of his suspicions, but he was thoroughly out of sorts, and was not to be soothed, and Ida left him at last in a dejection of spirits which made life assume a dreary darkness of hue to her youthful eyes. Lionel had indeed dealt hardly with her, in leaving her, blameless, to bear the brunt of the battle, in laying on her, to whom to give pain was worse than to feel it, the whole burden of the disclosure. No great improvement followed. He allowed her to visit him, but he was a man who, with good impulses, had no self-restraint, and it was evident that the disappointment to his wishes was doing him serious harm. Poor Lionel, Ida thought in her pitiful thoughts. He meant to do so much good, and he has made himself and everybody miserable. It seems hard for such a little fault. Her anxiety regarding Lord Ashford helped, however, to divert Ida's thoughts, and her father's anxiety that there should be no talk in the country spurred her on to take part in her usual occupations, and assisted her in throwing off her depression. About a week after the event, Violet, looking out of window one morning, saw her and Sir William pass on their way to the village. It was a very unaccustomed sight, for Sir William, though occasionally to be seen walking fast, riding, or driving, was too shy a man to wonder, as Mr. Osborne did, with Violet. Nothing but the desire to please Violet had drawn him to the sequestered hamlet of Little Bascombe, and Holywell was, compared with that, a public place. Ida nodded as they went by, but did not stop. "Poor Ida!" Violet exclaimed to her mother, describing what she had seen. "Was there ever anybody so good and unselfish as she is? I do not see how an angel even could have borne such a thing better." Mrs. Osborne acquiesced, and with warmth. "I cannot do as she does," Violet continued. "I cannot go about as she does. I feel much more like poor Lord Ashford, cross with myself and all the world. If I stir out, I fancy people are looking at me and suspecting me. I am sure Mr. Pope suspects something, for he asked me if I knew why Mr. Vane was gone, and I know I looked guilty, and so I am afraid of meeting him, and afraid of meeting Sir William and Lord Ashford. If it is good for a person to feel so ashamed, he hardly can lift up his head. Then, mamma, some great good is being done to me." Violet continued to talk in this dejected strain. The sense of the disappointment and sorrow she had caused had fastened on her spirits. Her vivid fancy went over the past months, and her conscience, quickened by what had occurred here and there, recalled expressions and incidents which ought to have warned her of the impending danger. Dwelling morbidly on these things, she came to blame herself in a degree that was unjust. for it was one of those cases where afterwards it is easy to see dangers and moralize on them, dangers which eyes bent in a contrary direction at the moment of their occurrence cannot see. She was still lingering in the drawing-room, working spiritlessly, when her mother, who was leaving the room, said, "There is Miss Hamilton at the gate. Have her in here, darling, to cheer you." Violet flew to the door and invited Ida to come in. She had called to see if Violet would go home with her, Sir William having already departed. Violet consented, and Ida said, "Was it not kind of Papa to go with me to the school? It was his own proposal, he said, as there were so many of his tenants there. He thought he ought, but I know the reason really was because he thought I was dull, and thought it would please me to see him interested." "And how did you get on?" Violet asked curiously. "Was Amy very shy?" "Rather, but she heard a little class, and questioned them nicely. They did not know much, but Papa, who does not think poor children know anything, was quite surprised, and complimented her." "What a pity," Violet said, smiling. "Now she will be set up. Still, I am glad." As we came home, Papa seemed to be quite interested, and asked me a great many questions. Among others he asked me what Miss White's salary was, and he does not think it is enough. Do you think? She had for a moment forgotten the late events, and stopped suddenly with a blush as she remembered them. After one instant, however, she went on steadily. "Do you think Lionel will object to a contribution from Papa? You know the school was his poor mother's plan, and he may not like help." Violet felt very awkward, and did not know what opinion to give. She was unwilling to lose such assistance for Amy, but felt the barrier between them all and Lionel. "Might not Mr. Pope ask him?" she said, after some thought. "If it came from Mr. Pope, he need have no hesitation in saying exactly what he liked best." "Yes, you are right. That will be the way to manage it. I will tell Papa what you advise." "Think, not advise," Violet said, with a blush as she left the room to get ready. No coquette, sighing over unmade conquests, ever felt a humiliation so great as was Violet's in the thought of her successful ones. They seemed to meet and to thwart her on every side. End of Volume 3, Chapter 7.
Section 36 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 8. Twist ye, twine ye, even so, mingle shades of joy and woe, hope and fear and peace and strife, in the thread of human life. Walter Scott. A week or two of dejection and depression, and then, in the varying turns and events of life, a circumstance occurred to change the current of Violet's ideas, and send her thoughts forward with hope and fear. Fear enough to agitate, but hope enough to arouse and excite into the future. This circumstance was the announcement of Albert's marriage to Margaret Lester. He wrote himself to announce it, a few words to his aunt. A long letter enclosed to Violet, a letter so joyous that, as old women say, it did the heart good to read it. He said that, though she had only been a month in England, the month was quite enough. He had never forgotten her, and he soon began to hope she had not forgotten him. He had not intended to propose so soon, but it happened that one evening they all went to a concert together, and he and Margaret were separated from Lester and Rachel and after a certain song that was sung, he felt suddenly impelled to try his chance, and it had all been settled in no time. These and other particulars, with expressions of satisfaction in his great luck and expectations of true happiness, filled up his letter, and Violet read and reread, not for poor Albert's sake, but for the constant recurrence of the name on which her affections were so immovably fixed. All the disagreeable reflections of the last weeks melted into air. Her eyes shone, her step was light, and she was herself again. The day following, a more agitating letter arrived, one from Leicester himself. Violet saw the writing, and could scarcely sit at the table while her mother read. Without raising her eyes, her mother guessed the feelings of her daughter, and as soon as it was finished, put it into her hand, saying, "A few kind lines from Mr. Leicester. When you have read it, dear, give it to your father." Violet read, "Dear Mrs. Osborne, I cannot allow you to hear of the event that is about to take place in our families without assuring you of my hearty approval. I know Alice well, and that knowledge disposes me to trust my sister's happiness in his hands with perfect confidence. With equal confidence, I think you may receive my sister as your nephew's wife. I know his welfare is almost as dear to you as hers is to me, and I believe we may both be thankful for the destiny that allots them to each other. In a worldly point of view, there certainly are some objections. Yet I cannot consider the marriage unwise. They will have enough for the present moment, and the steadiness with which Alice has fought for the last 5 years with his natural indolence gives a promise for the future. I trust you will look on the engagement in the same light that I do. Pray remember me most kindly to Mrs. Osborne and your daughter, and believe me, most faithfully yours, John Lester." Violet almost choked as she read. The letter was so cold, so grave, not one word of the pleasure the alliance with her family gave him, not one expression that answered to the rapturous sensation with which she had heard of the connection that was to unite them. Yet if Violet could have known with what feelings, with views how different to hers Leicester contemplated this alliance, she would not have complained that the letter was cold. In his eyes the connection was nothing but a source of pain. He had said he could not meet Violet as a friend, and though of late that word had been used in his heart, though he had said that as a friend and not as a lover he would go to learn his fate, yet since he had seen her, and even before he had seen her, the word had been recalled. He had suffered too much to wish to enter again into the strife. To him the connection that must so inevitably bring them together had no charms. The perusal of Leicester's letter changed Violet's first feelings of unclouded joy into the agitations of hope and fear, but not the less her life was reanimated, and with something of her old spirit she applied herself to the helping and cheering of Ida and her other labours of love. 2 or 3 days afterwards a letter came from Margaret Leicester. This letter was also cold, for Margaret had not forgiven, could not forgive. But Violet was Albert's cousin, almost his sister, and her resentment, though it influenced her style, did not influence her conduct. She wrote to entreat Violet to be her bridesmaid. There was to be no fuss, for they all hated a fuss, but Rachel would be one bridesmaid, and she wished Violet to be the other. The marriage was to take place at the end of August, and Mr. and Mrs. Osborne were also and warmly pressed to come up to attend it. Violet's reply, uninfluenced by the style of Margaret's letter, which, indeed, because comparatively indifferent she scarcely perceived, was grateful and cordial. Perhaps as she wrote she felt that Leicester would read her words. Perhaps she resolved that, should any feeling be still slumbering in his breast, no look or word of hers should henceforth repel him. But her thoughts and cares, if there were such, were in vain. Of the letter, its words or its style, nothing was said. Only when the matter was settled, Rachel seized an opportunity to observe, "Margaret thought it right to ask Miss Osborne to be her bridesmaid, and she has consented." Leicester was reading. He put down his book and said quietly, "I am glad she has done so. It struck me only this morning that it ought to be done." "You do not mind, John?" Rachel said timidly. Leicester colored, but he saw his sister's anxious face. "It is not perhaps what I like best," he said with grave truth, "but I should never wish a recollection of what is past to interfere with our present relations. Remember that. I shall do what I can to show that it is forgotten, and so I hope will you." "And must it be forgotten?" trembled on Rachel's lips, but the inquiry was not spoken. There was a look in his face that warned her off, which said, "Hitherto you may come, but no further. Leave me and my sorrows in peace." And she obeyed him. End of Volume 3, Chapter 8.
Section 37 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 9. Who loves must fear, and sure who loves like me must greatly fear. Mason's Elfrida. The 6 weeks' interval passed rapidly. The wedding day arrived. Mrs. Osborne remained at home. She was well, but never strong, and the long absence from excitement and fatigue which her country life had procured her had made her in fancy, if not in reality, unequal to anything of the kind. Mr. Osborne and Violet went to the house of a friend near London, but, since Mrs. Osborne could not accompany them only for 2 days, Albert came to them on the evening of their arrival, told them all the arrangements, and gave his precise instructions. He was rather proud of his arrangements. Margaret, he was sorry to say, was growing nervous, and he had tried so to plan the whole affair that there should be no waitings about, nor any extra thing to tire or excite her. Violet was to be at the door of St. George's Church at 20 minutes before 12, and he would be there to receive her. Mr. Osborne and Violet did as they were told. At 12:15, Albert came to their carriage, and saying Margaret would arrive in a moment, begged Violet to come to the church door, and after the arrival to follow her and Rachel as they walked straight to the altar. She obeyed like one in a dream, and there stood awaiting the moment which after 6 years should bring her and Leicester face to face once more. She had not long to wait. The Leicesters' carriage arrived, and Leicester got out. He first assisted Rachel from the carriage and up the steps of the portico, and she came on straight to Violet and shook hands with her with great warmth and cordiality. They then stood together while Leicester and Margaret passed. Margaret had, as Albert said, been growing nervous. This day it was more than nervous. She could not leave the house of the brother whom she so passionately loved with calmness, and there had been a terrible scene before they left it. Leicester now passed rapidly with her to the altar, Yet as he passed he turned his head and gave a glance and a sweet smile of recognition to Violet. She followed again, with Rachel, in a trance, hardly realizing what was going forward. Outwardly calm, and still, and lovely, and bright, inwardly, the mind a blank, from the intensity of feeling with which she watched and waited for the events of the day. When the service was over, and Albert conducted Margaret to the vestry, Lester turned before he followed her, and shook hands kindly with both Violet and her father. He did not speak, but again with a slight smile of invitation, invited them to follow as he passed on. They did follow, and almost instantly Albert came to Violet. "We are getting through it as fast as we can, for she's in a terribly nervous state, poor thing. But come and sign your name, Violet. I should like to have you. Come." He touched her arm, and she obeyed. Lester was writing. He looked up as she approached, and with the same kind half-smiling look, put his pen into her hand. The look was so peculiar, so devoid of anything except kindness and friendliness, that even while it troubled it stilled her. She wrote, and meanwhile Albert, justly proud of his arrangements, had got the carriage ready, and he and Margaret went off. Rachel and Lester followed. They paused to beg Violet and Mr. Osborne to come to luncheon in Clarges Street. This was no surprise, for Albert had told them it was to be, and thither they proceeded. The Lesters had many friends, and though so late in August, and the marriage so private a one, between 20 and 30 people were in the drawing-room when they arrived. Rachel soon came down. She invited Violet to sit on the couch with her, and told her all particulars, as to one who had a special interest and special right to know. She said Margaret was too much agitated to appear, that Lester was with her now, but that when luncheon was ready he would come down, and she would return to her. They were to start at 2, and she almost wished it had been settled for an earlier hour. They were going to a place that had been lent them, about 30 or 40 miles from London. It was not long before Lester appeared. He pointed out to Mr. Osborne the lady he wished him to take, and then offered his arm to Violet. She rose and they went down together. "I am sorry Rachel cannot come," he began at once, as if determined there should be no silences. "But poor Margaret is rather a spoiled child, and when she is over-excited, we are obliged to give way to her. She promised me yesterday that she would go through it bravely, but the promise is forgotten, and she cannot help it." Violet felt timid, and unlike herself. She hardly knew what she answered, and no more was said till she found herself seated with Lester at the top of a long table. Mr. Osborne and the lady, an aunt of the Lesters, were opposite. An old gentle man, whom Violet in former days had very slightly known, but who had always loudly expressed to others his admiration of her and her beauty, came and sat at the side of the table next to her. Lester attended carefully to her wants, and whether it were the nearness of intercourse, or whether it were that Violet's timidity, a mood and manner once seen, but not the mood and manner which lived in his remembrance of her, made him more bold, he said, in a voice far less constrained, far less stilling to agitating thoughts, "I hope your opinion of this marriage is like mine. I should be glad to think that you look on it as I do." "If you mean my approbation," Violet said heartily, "it is much more than that. It is so much the best thing that could have happened to poor Albert, that I only wonder how such good fortune was brought about." "You must not depreciate Ellis," Lester said in reply. "I think you were always disposed to do so. He may not have brilliant qualities, but if we consider only the steadiness and industry in his profession, and the constancy to one object which he has shown for 6 years, I think he is entitled to our respect and admiration." The words, "which you were always disposed to," pleased Violet, as the drowning catch at twigs. So she caught at this slight recurrence to old opinions as a favorable symptom of his present state of mind. She felt she had lived in his thoughts, that the old conversations they had held had been silently repeated in his mind, as they had been in hers. Another word had also fallen like music on her ear, the word constancy. Surely he would not have chosen Albert's 6 years' constancy as a topic for praise unless he himself were an example of the like virtue, unless he were entitled to the same commendation. Whether or not these inferences were justly drawn, they elated her, and it seemed as if something of old relations was about to be resumed. The old relations of friendship, not of love, the first happy beginning, not the clouded close. When a servant came to speak to Lester, it was a message from Rachel, and he rose to answer it. The old gentleman who sat on her other side, and who was longing to engage her attention to himself, immediately on seeing her free, began to speak, and when Lester resumed his seat, the lady on his other side addressed him. Violet was annoyed, but she suddenly felt so joyous and happy that she could not be much annoyed at anything, and, seeing that for the moment her selfish thoughts must be subdued, she, with her usual good humour and sweetness of manner, gave her attention where it was required. The old gentleman began to talk of Devonshire and its beauties, and Violet spoke about the warmth that was natural to her when she agreed strongly. After some little conversation on its external beauties, a few questions as to how much of it she had seen, what parts were most to be admired, and what parts she most admired, on which latter part of the subject a slight altercation took place, he suddenly said, "And how has young Vane turned out?" If a shot had suddenly been discharged between Lester and Violet, they could scarcely have been more startled than at this question, for it so happened that Lionel had passed at that moment from the thoughts of both as completely as if he had never existed. Lester simply started, glanced one side glance at Violet, and then bidding adieu to a momentary hope that had been stealing over him, resumed his late constrained composure, and gave his attention, his apparent attention at least, to the lady at his left side. Violet, taken by surprise, cast down her eyes, blushed deeply, and while she answered with outward quietness, "I believe he has turned out very well," nervously picked to pieces a chicken bone on which she was engaged. The old gentleman, unsuspicious and short-sighted, saw nothing, but to one observant, interested, and keen as Lester was, her countenance was what would have been called a tell-tale face. "I am glad to hear you say that," continued her friend, "for Lord Ashford is an old acquaintance of mine. We were at college together, and though I have seen but little of him since those days, he is one of those persons one cannot forget. I suppose I must own that in some things he is not much entitled to approbation, but somehow or other I always find myself banishing harsh thoughts, and yielding to the charm he exercises." "I believe your feeling is the common one," Violet replied. "I cannot say I felt the charm myself." "Perhaps not. I dare say you are right, but I am glad you approve of young Vane. I had heard a less favourable account. I had heard he was a selfish youth, and a negligent, or I might say an undutiful son, and my heart, knowing poor Ashford's affectionate nature, bled for his father. I think that was a very unfair report." Violet began with her usual eagerness, then suddenly remembering that her opinion of Lionel had been in a degree at least qualified, paused to consider what it was that she did think, and went on sedately, "I mean that unless we know a person's difficulties, we ought not to sit in judgment on their conduct. Mr. Vane had difficulties, and though he may not always have acted rightly, he had excuses which the world in general cannot know. "You are a kind and merciful advocate," the old gentleman said smiling, and put up his glass to see better her expressive face. "I only try to be just," she said, and having, as she thought, thoroughly done her duty, she took advantage of the pause to turn her head, and the old gentleman betook himself to his other neighbor. But she did not find the Lester from whom she had turned a few minutes before. He was another man, as regarded her, at least, another man. Had the countenance not been sufficient, her words would have assured him of what he suspected. The eager beginning, the sudden recollection, the quiet yet decisive defense, all told of an interest not perhaps as yet a surely defined and settled interest, but an interest which would lead to bright hopes and a happy lot in the future. "And what am I," he said in his heart, "that I should, even were it possible, interpose my shadow before those brighter prospects?" A thought unworthy of Lester, yet too common to that proud yet humble atmosphere in which he lived and moved. When she turned her face towards him, still lighted with the sudden happiness that had risen in her heart, eager to return to those old relations that had been about, as she hoped, to be resumed, he, misinterpreting the meaning of that speaking face, yet not the less resolved to go through with his duty as host, roused himself to converse with her. But the unbending and freedom of his first few words was gone. He spoke with kind interest of Mrs. Osborne, with more than interest, with warmth and affection, of his regret at not seeing her, and his hope of seeing her at some future time. But there was a something that suddenly froze Violet's budding hopes, froze them as suddenly as they had lately expanded. She could not argue. She could only feel she had been mistaken. The precious time passed on, and no step was gained. A shadow stole over Violet's face, and the conversation flagged. The moment Lester saw the carriage drive to the door, he looked round, and, seeing with relief that all were ready to move, rose from the table. When he had risen, he said to Violet with a smile, "As I dare say you will like to see the departure, I will leave the door open. If you follow me to the door and stand near it you will see us pass." She thanked him, and he went before her, making way through the crowd of chairs and people about the table. He stationed her in a proper place, and then hurried away. She leaned against a chair, sad at heart. She scarcely knew why she was so sad, but it was the sickness of dying hope that was stealing over her. Albert came in a moment to wish her good-bye. "We are going off as quickly as we came," he said. "It will never do to go on as she is doing. She has had 6 weeks to think about it, and yet, I believe, she never thought what it would be to leave Lester before. Now she would give the whole thing up if she could." "That is not an agreeable prospect for you," Violet said, smiling at the placid way in which this statement was made. "Oh, you don't suppose I mind. Those violent things are never lasting. We shall do very well in a day or two. There they come, and I must go. Tell my uncle I did not want to make fuss by creeping through the crowd to him. Good-bye." Violet glanced out, and saw at the foot of the stairs Margaret clinging to Lester, as if nothing could ever part her from him. Albert approached, gently unloosened her clasp, and hurried her to the carriage, and Lester and Rachel disappeared. Tears came into Violet's eyes, partly at the sight she had witnessed, still more as she said, "What did I not throw away? What have I not thrown away for ever?" She dashed them away, and moved to a window, and there stood looking out on vacancy, for nothing but a few empty carriages was to be seen, till Lester's voice made her start. "Margaret was very sorry not to see you," he said, "but she could not, poor thing. It has been a sad business, but she was the youngest, almost my daughter, and we must excuse her. She begged me to give you this with her love, and with some messages, which you will fancy better than I can repeat them." He smiled, but his voice was tremulous, and Violet's heart was more tremulous still, when he added, "Shall I put it on?" And she held out her hand. It shook so much that she was terrified at herself. The present was a belt of plain gold, fastening with a clasp tight to the arm. Lester's hand slightly trembled also, and it was a moment before he caught the fastening. In that moment Violet's terror at her emotion had reached a point which gave her strength to conquer it, and when he raised his head she said, gaily, "It is the prettiest bridesmaid's present I ever saw. I will write in a day or two to Margaret to thank her and express my feelings. What is the name of their post town?" Thankful at being so easily released, though perhaps startled, or rather jarred upon, by the gay tone of her voice, Lester moved to a table and wrote the direction, and, as he returned, the carriage drove to the door, and Mr. Osborne, who was anxious to be gone, came to Violet's side to summon her. She hurried upstairs to find Rachel, and when she came down Lester was standing in the hall, and held out his arm to take her to the carriage. When he put her in, he said, "I am afraid this is good-bye. Rachel and I are going out of town for a day or two. I was afraid of the excitement for Rachel's health." Violet shook hands, said good-bye, and drew back. This was the last blow. This was, then, the end of the day so fondly pictured. This was the end of her 6 years of constancy. Mr. Osborne glanced in his daughter's face, saw how pale it was, and imagined the cause. He took out a letter, and, as they drove towards Kensington, left her in peace. This was her only time of peace, such as it was, for the kind friend who received them had prepared shoppings, and such other pleasures as the end of August could afford, for Violet's entertainment on this day and the next, and on the following they returned home. During the long journey of that day she sat in profound thought, looking on her future life, and asking herself how it was to be born. As the twilight came on a few tears fell down her cheeks, and she had scarcely the pride or the strength to shake them away. And all the while, as her father sat by her side, apparently reading a novel, or dozing, he was anxiously watching her, and questioning what could be done to restore his darling to herself. They arrived late, dined quickly, and after dinner Violet went to help the maid in the unpacking. When she re-entered the drawing-room, her mother called her, and said, smilingly, "Come here, dearest, your father is talking treason. What do you think he says?" "What, mamma?" And Violet tried to seem interested. "Why, he says this taste of London has done him harm, and that he begins to think of a small house near London, for our old age. But that is treason, is it not, darling?" A shoot of joy and hope, so sudden that it was like a pain, took Violet's breath away for a moment. "Oh, mamma, papa does not really wish it," she said, endeavoring to speak quietly. "I think he does, dear. You should have heard all he has been saying, but we cannot think of it without your consent." "My consent?" Violet paused, and then in the agitation of her heart her thoughts took a sudden turn. It came to her mind, and she felt with shame that it was always the same, her parents caring for her, not she for them. "Oh, mamma, I cannot bear that word," she said in a broken voice. "You must not talk of my consent. Wherever you are happiest, I will be happy too." "I know, darling," her mother said, stroking her hand. "I only said consent, because you know we could not be happy unless you were well pleased. What do you say, dear? Could you leave Holywell?" "Holywell is not what it was, mamma," she said with a sigh. "Well, darling," said her father, We must do nothing in a hurry, but think it well over. You know with your help we may be able to have a nice little house near London now, and see our old friends again." The oppressive weight was lifted from Violet's heart. A gleam of light had dawned in the future. But she was not so blind as not to perceive that her parents were, as usual, studying her good, and perhaps sacrificing to it their own pleasure. The time was past when such sacrifices could be permitted. Violet was much changed. She was gradually learning distrust of herself and genuine humility, and in the light which humility pours into the mind, was becoming acquainted with her heart, with the true cause of her faults and follies, and with the imperfections attending her best desires. And with Violet, to know was not simply to know. She was changed, and she meant to change. She took a lesson from Ida's unselfish life, that Ida whom she had instructed, and resolved to be herself, unselfish and submissive as Ida was. In this frame of mind she determined that no restless desires to escape from Holywell, in plain words, to escape into the air where Leicester breathed, should lead her to yield to the purposed departure, unless she had grounds to think it would be for her parents' happiness as well as her own. This resolve was made before she closed her eyes that night, and the resolve itself brought peace to her troubled and disappointed heart. End of Volume 3, Chapter 9. Section 38 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 10. She said brokenly that she knew it. She had failed in sweet humility, had failed in all. The Princess. It was not long before Violet was convinced that in forwarding a removal from Holywell she would not be opposing her father's private wishes. Mr. Osborne was not old, but he was beginning to lose his activity, and some touches of rheumatism made the state of the weather a matter of importance to him. Under these circumstances his mind reverted to old friends, and he was far from reluctant to think of a return to that life of London in which he had passed the chief part of his days, and for which, from custom and habit as well as natural taste, he felt himself to be most fit. With Mrs. Osborne it was otherwise, but Violet knew her mother well enough to be aware that to her the yielding of her wishes was a greater happiness than their gratification would be, and this not as a form of speech, but in very truth. Before, however, she had allowed herself to dwell on the thought of a change, a circumstance occurred that again altered her decision. One morning, on going to the school to assist Amy White in hearing her classes, she found the school dismissed and Amy alone. "Am I late?" she said, looking at her watch, "or is it a holiday?" Amy blushed when she replied that it was not by rights a holiday, but she was busy, and she had sent the children home. "You are not ill, are you, Amy?" "No, Miss Osborne, but I have something to tell you. I was going to you to tell you this morning. Do you know that I am going to give up the school?" "Oh, Amy, I am so glad," Violet said, heartily. "I hope you have got something that suits you better. When was this settled?" "Only yesterday. I was going this very moment to tell you. No one knows it as yet." "And where are you going?" Amy blushed again. "At present only to B," naming the little town. "I am going there this afternoon to look for lodgings." "So soon?" "Oh, Amy," Violet added smilingly, "I think I see how it is. I think I guess what has caused the change. You are going to be married?" Amy blushed more violently, but made a sort of acquiescence. "I am so glad," Violet continued in a hearty, eager way, fearing lest Amy, remembering an old conversation, dreaded a new interference. "And I wish you so much happiness. May I ask who the person is?" But Amy looked down and was silent. "Dear Amy, you cannot think how often I have been afraid that I once made you unhappy by my advice. Do not fear me now. I am sure you are a better judge of what will make you happy than I can be. Oh, no, Miss Osborne, I am so thankful to you for your advice, for that advice especially. Do not repent of it. I don't, unless you do. Well, will you not tell me? No answer. I won't ask you any more, Violet said, feeling a little hurt, but conquering the feeling. You will tell me, I am sure, when it is all settled. Meanwhile, I am very glad, dear Amy, that happier prospects are opening for you. May I go in and see your mother? Oh, yes, Miss Osborne, and pray do not think me ungrateful. And tears came into Amy's eyes. Violet was surprised at her manner, but after some more kind speeches went into the neat little kitchen, where Mrs. White was as usual seated by the fire. With her accustomed kindness she begged her not to get up, and sat down beside her. This is great news that Amy has been telling me, Mrs. White. What has Amy told you? Mrs. White asked, and a shade of pink tinged her faded cheeks. She has not told me much, but quite enough for me to call it great news, that you are going to leave this place, and that there is, she does not deny it, a marriage in prospect. I wish you joy of both things, Mrs. White, for I know you will not much regret the parting from Holywell. I have no quarrel with Holywell, Miss Osborne, Mrs. White said peevishly. Few people who had been used to better things would have thought it a boon to live in a kitchen. Perhaps not. I hope you will never have to do it again. I think not, and she smiled grimly. Amy is very close. She will not tell me anything about these prospects, or this intended husband. Why is it to be a secret from me? Perhaps she thinks you will be jealous. Violet colored at the insolent freedom, and with difficulty restrained a sharp answer, but she had long resolved that Mrs. White should not provoke her, and she only carelessly replied, "That is not likely. Well, I will not detain you if you are busy, but you must remember," she added, with all her usual sweetness of manner, "that I am an old friend, and if there is anything I can do to help you in your removing, I shall be only happy to do it. Thank you, Miss Osborne. I believe you have tried to do what you could for us, but it has been a weary time, and I am in hopes we have found more able friends at last." Violet's heart swelled at the thanklessness of one for whom she had indeed tried to do all she could, but she said no more, and left the room. Amy was standing outside, and tears were still in her eyes. "You must not mind my mother," she said earnestly. "She has been awake all night with rheumatism in her bones, and it makes her speak what she does not mean." "Thank you, Amy," Violet said, smiling, and holding out her hand. "Whoever has done it, I am sure I am thankful to him for taking you and your mother out of a situation for which you are not fit. I hope all bad days are past, and all good ones are to come." As she crossed the garden on her departure, Sir William Hamilton approached from the road, and they both reached the gate together. He had been walking in his stiff way, with his eyes seeing only the ground, but he then looked up, and looked even more shy than usual. "There is no school," Violet said. "Miss White has dismissed the children." "Oh, indeed," he replied with embarrassment. "Is Ida coming? Is she in the village?" "No, Ida is at home today. I am on business here." "Then I won't detain you. Goodbye." And Violet hurried on. For a few steps she hurried, and then walked slowly, and began to think of the disappointments of her life. Amy, Lionel, Ida. She thought of all the bright visions of a few years back, of the happiness it seemed to be her work to bring on all around, and she sighed as she walked. Holywell had certainly lost and was losing its charms. There was little to be done but the old routine, which Ida was as well able to attend to as she was, and, with the restlessness common to disappointed yet not hopeless affections, she pictured another sphere and new scenes, where a field of labour might open sufficient to give ease to her uneasy heart. More languidly than usual, and wrapped in a brown study, she walked, till she heard her name called from behind her, and saw Mr. Pope. She had not walked fast, but he was portly, and, in his efforts to overtake her, was breathless. She waited till he reached her, and then said,
"What a fine day, Mr. Pope!" a greeting that was always music to his ears, for the fine days of Holywell were his own creation, in imagination at least. "Glorious harvest weather," he said, stroking his chest. "We have much in this locality to be thankful for." "Well, Miss Osborne, we come from our duties."
You from your instructions, and I from my study.
"My duty has been small today. Miss White had dismissed the children." "I was aware of the fact. I saw the children from my study window."
And questioned them as to what they did at that unseasonable hour.
"Nothing, you perceive, escapes my eyes. In fact, Miss Osborne, it was of some singular suspicions that have crossed my mind, that I came to speak to you. I speak in confidence." He looked around and about, and then drawing nearer and lowering his voice, asked, "Has it ever struck you that Sir William Hamilton is—" I scarcely know how to word the question. Suppose we say more attentive than is becoming to Miss White. Violet started. "No," she said, "I never observed anything." "You are aware that he is at this moment at the school?" "Yes, he said he was on business." "Ahem, ahem. It is hardly befitting my position, Miss Osborne, to dwell upon suspicious appearances to a young lady of your age, but Miss White is more or less under your protection, and I confess that, feeling perplexed how to act, I was anxious to know what steps you would think it right for me to take." "Do you know that Miss White is going to leave the school?" Violet asked. "To leave the school? Astonishing! She told me the fact this morning. I should not repeat it, but that it may help you in coming to a decision. Perhaps it will be better to wait for a day or two, and see how things turn out. She will be sure to go to you this evening, if her plans are sufficiently formed." "To leave the school? Astonishing! I feel myself utterly perplexed. Pray, Miss Osborne, how do you account for this singular and sudden resolution?" "I fancy she is going to be married, but as she did not in plain words tell me so, I would rather not have my guess mentioned." "Married? It is impossible." "Yet it is certainly singular. I trust, Miss Osborne, we shall have no scandals in this locality." "I am sure I trust not. If you do not hear from Miss White today, do you like me to speak to her tomorrow? I am not afraid of her doing anything wrong, but I do not think she is very wise, and if there is anything in her ways that you disapprove, I think it would be kind to point it out. It might be less painful from me than from you." "It may perhaps be well. To tell you the truth, Miss Osborne, though my eyes are wide open, and few things escape them, yet this did escape me. Suspicions regarding any of my flock, who are, thank God, superior in conduct to the generality of men, is not a feature of my mind. But yesterday a person in whom I have some confidence breathed a word in my ear which made me at once awake and alive, and the events of this morning, the dismissal of the children and the visit of Sir William, were, as you may believe, confirmation strong as proofs of Holy Writ. Still, appearances are deceitful things. Sir William has shown, as I know from Miss Hamilton, much interest in Miss White's circumstances. Perhaps he is only helping her to some better situation. Will it not be better to wait for a day or two before you do anything?" Mr. Pope consented to a delay, and Violet returned home. But though to him she had suggested other possibilities, in her own mind the case was clear. Sir William intended to marry Amy White. Amy White was to be Ida's stepmother. When she recalled Amy's intense blushes and Mrs. White's words, she felt there was no room for doubt. "And is this, too, my fault, mamma?" she said, as she poured out of a full heart all her fears and suspicions. "If this should prove to be the case, will it be laid at my door? Is it because I have foolishly petted her and advised her wrongly?" "No, dearest, you have nothing to do with it. How could you have? You must not be morbid, darling, in your self-condemnation. Certainly we do not always know what will be the end of the words we speak, or the advice we give, but God is too merciful to lay such results to our charge. Why, dear, A man would never dare to speak at all if he had to consider in such a degree the consequences of his words. Let us try to speak good words, the very best we can, and then leave results to God. Mrs. Osborne's advice to Violet was needful, for she who once in her cheerful confidence had almost felt she could do no wrong, now saddened and depressed, was haunted with the nightmare of her past errors, negligences, ignorances, short-sightedness, and human infirmities of all kinds. It was probably a needful, but it was a severe discipline. When once a suspicion has been breathed, even when there are no evil tongues to set it afloat, and of course there could be no evil tongues in a paradise like Holywell, it somehow is shortly set afloat. Before another day had passed, the attentions, more than befitting, of Sir William Hamilton to Miss White were openly talked of, and Mr. Pope thought there was no time to be lost if he was to prevent the occurrence of scandals in his parish. He decided on going straight to Sir William, a decision remarkably unpleasant, and unquestionably an offering on the altar of his duty. Sir William looked extremely put out. After a short consideration, however, he replied, "It was my wish to have postponed a declaration of my intentions until I had removed Miss White from her present position, but since my neighbors insist on receiving immediate information regarding my private affairs, I confess it certainly is my intention to make her my wife." "And what, Mr. Pope," he asked more boldly than usual, "have you got to say against it?" "Only this, Sir William," replied Mr. Pope as boldly, "that I think such marriages unwise. Miss White is undoubtedly a lady by birth, and possibly her education may have been sufficiently cultivated to make her a fit associate for your daughter, but I think her position here ought to have secured her against such notice and such attentions on your part. Excuse me for speaking my mind." Sir William coloured and looked distressed for a moment, but resuming his stiffness, replied, "I have said it was my wish to alter her position before I made my intention known. Since, however, my intentions have been thwarted, I empower you to announce the marriage tomorrow morning. You must give me a few hours to break the news to my daughter." Having so said, he bowed and withdrew, wrote a few lines to Ida, ordered a trunk to be packed, and a servant to be in readiness, and took his departure from Boscombe before Ida's return from her drive. A day afterwards Mrs. White and Amy removed to B, and thence to Lytton, where it was heard that Sir William followed them to prosecute his courtship at leisure. On the evening of that day Violet received a note from Ida. "My dearest Violet, do you know this wonderful news? Papa has gone, but he has left me a note, a very kind note, to tell me of it. Is it for his happiness? If it is, I will try and be glad. Will you come and see me tomorrow? I long for you to tell me what you think. Ever yours affectionately, Ida Hamilton." "We must not leave Holywell, Papa," Violet said, as she put the note into his hands. "Poor Ida, she will want help and comfort." "You are right, darling. For this year at least we must make up our minds to be still and stationary." There was a momentary choking sensation in Violet's throat. The vague hope of change had for these past weeks grappled with the depression of disappointment, but she was a true friend, and had the hope that lured her thoughts away been a definite, instead of an elusive one, she would still have put it aside for Ida's sake. End of Volume 3, Chapter 10. Section 39 of Violet Osborne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Violet Osborne by Lady Emily Ponsonby. Volume 3, Chapter 11. Oh, her blind race of miserable men, how many among us at this very hour do forge a lifelong trouble for ourselves. Tennyson, Idylls. Sir William Hamilton's conduct was very easy of explanation.
His love for Violet had turned his thoughts towards marriage. His ill success had not, as is sometimes the case, robbed the prospect of its charms. But he was too shy to submit again to a repulse, and lived too secluded a life to have much freedom of choice. Almost as soon, therefore, as his attention was caught by Amy's looks, he settled his plans, and prosecuted them accordingly. The consequences of this engagement were also such as might have been expected. He became so desperately in love with his pretty and submissive young betrothed, that her will was his will, and as hers was her mother's will, Mrs. White reigned in all her glory. She gave herself the airs of a princess, and far from seeming elated at her daughter's marriage, appeared to consider the alliance as a matter of course. It was the very way to deal with Sir William. He wished it to be considered a matter of course, and he treated Mrs. White with all the deference she exacted. In one respect, she used her influence wrongly. The fortune of Ida's mother had been left in Sir William's power, with the exception of that now cancelled document, which, in the event of Ida's marriage to Lionel, settled all on them. Mrs. White insisted that half of it, since Amy had no fortune, should be settled on the younger children of the new family. Mr. Pope, who heard everything, heard of this fact, and mentioned it to Mr. Osborne. Since Ida's portion would still be large for a young lady, the fact was more important, as showing whose influence would be paramount, than in any other light. It was so at least regarded by Violet. Shortly afterwards there was an announcement that Mrs. White was to take up her abode at Boscombe, and at this discovery Violet, who had hitherto made the best of the matter to Ida, dwelling on Amy's gentleness, and beauty, and other merits, found herself silenced. She had no consolation to offer. She offered therefore what she felt, sympathy and commiseration of the most intense kind. She felt that to her Mrs. White's presence would poison every source of happiness in life. "I don't think it will be to me what it would be to you, Violet," Ida said in reply. "I don't think I mind things as you do. For one thing, I don't expect to be very happy. I have made up my mind to it. And when one does not expect, a little more or less to bear is no great matter." Ida spoke quite cheerfully, more as if stating a fact than as if expressing an opinion. But Violet was shocked. "Oh, Ida, how can you speak as you do? And I, who am older, and ought to expect less, feel that happiness is so much that thing for which I was born, that, though I may submit, I never can be content to be without it." "I don't mean that I am unhappy," Ida said apologetically. "I only mean that I don't know, and never did know what great happiness is. And I don't expect to know it. Even when I seemed the happiest, I was always afraid that in some way or other, and I never could tell how, I did not please Lionel, so that I am almost more contented now than I have ever been." Violet looked grave. Ida seldom mentioned Lionel. When she did, the name was always a stab to her heart, but before she spoke, Ida went on. "And I think, Violet, it is much better as it is. I think if I was very happy I should forget things I ought to remember, and now it pleases me better to think of those things than it does to dream about this world. So don't trouble about Mrs. White and me. I don't think I can ever like her, but I don't think I much care whether she comes or not." It was seldom that Ida spoke of herself at all, and very seldom so unreservedly. The insight she gave to Violet, offering in these few words a glimpse into a young heart, which, in the midst of what is called prosperity, owned to having never been happy, shocked and saddened her.
She could only hope that the same gentle and submissive spirit which bore her through definite trials would also bear her through the undefined vexations which must assail her future lot, vexations which Violet's own quicker and more sensitive temper pronounced unbearable. Before the wonder excited by Sir William Hamilton's marriage had wholly died away, a new event startled the inhabitants of Holywell, and Mr. Pope more than any. What with the cold winter and the distress, and the marriage of Sir William, and this new event, he began to think he was rector of a parish that was but human after all. "I think the world is really going mad," exclaimed Mr. Osborne, entering the cottage drawing-room in the dusk of an October evening. "What do you think I have just heard from Pope? Now, only guess." But Violet refused to guess, and insisted on hearing the news at once. It was this, that Lord Ashford was going to be married to a farmer's daughter. True. Oh, yes. When Violet said it could not be true, Pope saw Lord Ashford himself this morning, and he told him of it, and told him to announce it right and left, if he pleased, which, by the way, he does seem pleased to do. He said he was not the least ashamed of what he was doing, that he had as good a right to select whom he chose as Sir William. And when Pope said something with regard to his son, he observed that his son might be hanged. The maid brought in the lamp at this moment, and Mr. Osborne, who was when he came in as excited as Mr. Pope had been with his news, sat down more composedly, and waited till the room was empty before he went on. "It appears that she is a respectable, well-conducted girl, handsome, but of little education. She has had charge of a young setter, belonging to Lord Ashford, of a peculiar breed, and in this way he has become acquainted with her. It is a bad business, worse than Sir William's, for he never can make a lady of her, I fear." "Does Mr. Pope know her?" Violet inquired. "Yes, her father is a well-to-do farmer, but rough and ignorant. During an illness he had 2 years ago Pope visited him and saw her. He says there is no harm in her, but that she is coarse. She waited on her father with kindness, but did not seem to know how to behave, talked loud, and laughed loud, and burst in with questions about farm business in the midst of his reading. In short, that she did not seem to be a person with whom Lionel Vane or Miss Hamilton would easily associate. He pointed this out to Lord Ashford, but he said that was Lionel's own business. He was growing old and wanted company, and if his son did not choose to give it him, he must provide it for himself. Violet made no observations. Mr. Osborne was excited with the news, but she could not be excited. It seemed as if there was to be no end to the consequences of Lionel's fancy for her. Mrs. Osborne asked a few questions. To one of them Mr. Osborne replied, "Pope thinks it is rather serious as regards the property. It is heavily mortgaged already, and if fortunes are to be made for a new family, Lionel Vane will not come in for much when he succeeds. But I cannot have much pity for Lionel Vane. I am more sorry for Pope, who seems to have taken it quite to heart. Now, darling, what have I said to distress you?" he asked, suddenly observing Violet's depressed countenance. "Nothing that you have said, papa, but only I am sorry for Mr. Vane. I think he meant to do so much that was right, and he does only do mischief and cause sorrow. Like me," she added, and a tear flashed in her eye. "No, Mr. Osborne said gravely, for both he and his wife were annoyed at Violet's self-tormenting spirit. "There is no likeness. All people in this world make mistakes, and surely that can cause us no surprise when we consider what human nature is. But Lionel Vane's mistakes are of another kind, allowing whatever you pleased for his feelings for his mother. Yet certainly, even for her sake, the well-being of his father ought to have been an object to him. He must have seen enough during his last visit here to discover that Lord Ashford required care and society. I mean that it was necessary for his welfare, but no. Lionel Vane goes on his own wilful way and takes no heed of the mischief he does or the misery he makes. Now, darling, I won't have you taking this to heart, as Pope does. After all, we are all blind mortals, and perhaps in a year we shall say it is the best thing that could have happened for Lord Ashford. The girl may be a strong-minded, useful girl, and as she will sympathize in all his out-of-door amusements, she may make a good wife after all. Violet's feelings of dismay were shared by Ida. She had taken her father's marriage and all its accompaniments very calmly, but she was excited at Lord Ashford's in a degree that surprised and distressed Violet. Distressed her because it revealed how very dear Lionel had been, how dear he still was, and how entirely his affairs absorbed her mind, to the exclusion of her own. She went almost immediately to see Lord Ashford, not in any hope of altering his intention, but to make one more effort to soothe his mind towards Lionel. She, like Mr. Pope, was seized with terror that the new family would cut him out, and that poor Lionel, who would do so much good with his money, would have no money to do good with. Ever since the breaking off of the engagement, Lord Ashford had received her visits coldly. He felt himself injured and would not forgive, not even her, who like him was a sufferer, because she defended the culprit. But on this occasion he was in high good humour, pinched her cheek, and called her "my precious," and she, emboldened by his kindness, made her request that he would write to Lionel himself, and tell him all about it, and that he would remember and never forget that Lionel was his own son, and must not be forgotten. Lord Ashford was touched with the earnest manner of her petition, and promised to do what she wished. "But depend upon it, Ida," he added, "whatever I do, Mr. Lionel will make my conduct the ground of his absenting himself from us for years to come. But I don't care. He did not choose to think of my pleasure, and now he may please himself, and I will not say a word against it." Lord Ashford was right. Lionel returned a cold answer, and remained abroad. But his cold answer did him injustice. While he wrote it, his heart was throbbing with torture at the insult, for thus he considered the marriage, to his mother's memory. Perhaps Violet only was really just in her estimate of Lionel's character, for she only fully knew how the exclusive love for one parent, and a morbid dwelling on her wrongs, had almost warped his sense of right and wrong in other respects. "Be ye angry, and sin not." Lionel had obeyed the first part of the precept, and been angry, and justly so, at his mother's sorrow, but he forgot the second, and made his anger a sin, and now his sin of anger had found him out. He had neglected his father's happiness and his father's good, and in return his father neglected him. Sir William was to be married in London at the beginning of November. Amid the vexation which this marriage caused to Violet, there shot from it a spark of light which brightened her heart. Amy White asked Lester to be her trustee, and he, knowing few particulars of the case, wrote to Violet to ask her wishes and her opinion on the subject. The letter was concisely expressed, and was confined to its one purpose, but it and its answer caused in Violet's mind an emotion, an excitement, which once again touched with light the cloud that had fallen on her days. Her reply was also concise. She took good care that no feeling should be apparent. She said she was glad to hear of Amy's application, and begged him to have no hesitation in acceding to it, that, though she regretted the marriage, Amy had done nothing deserving of blame, and she had great hopes it might turn out well. Little as there was in such a formal application for her opinion to excite hope in her mind regarding feelings of another nature, yet such was its effect. During 2 dreary winter months it cheered her walks and animated her charity. It gave her spirits to endure, and to smile at the condescension with which Mrs. White received her call in the drawing-room at Bascombe, and power to smother a part of her indignation at the sight of Ida reduced to the simple position of a common daughter of the house. This was the work, not of Amy, but of her mother. Amy behaved herself very properly, and, though her mind was shallow, and her society could give little pleasure to her step-daughter, yet she and Ida got on without difficulty, and even with friendship. But Mrs. White was the Dowager Lady Hamilton, exercising all the rights, and much more than the rights, which that imaginary personage would have had, and the more Sir William submitted to her will and whims, the more she exercised him in submission. If Ida's principles had not been stayed on a rock too high and firm for Mrs. White to move, there would have been little peace in the house. Sir William loved his daughter, and, had he known the trifling insolencies to which she was subject, he might have resented them, and in resenting them, have caused strife in his wife's heart between her duty to her mother and to him. But Ida took at once, and of herself, the position that she thought befitting, and, armed with the invincible armor of Christian love and dutiful submission, the shafts of petty tyranny were too slight to wound her. Violet watched her with admiration, and sighed to think how far beyond her powers such endurance would have been. End of section 39.